blockage in your mental capacity or your spirit, your heart, there's something very wrong with you. And I know that because I'm sorry, but that's a crazy thing. Maybe some of us in this room were that crazy. I know I was crazy enough to think I came from a monkey about a quarter of a century ago. So I understand that we can be crazy. However, if you think you can measure the distance to this, especially when it's really far, like if the sun was, next door, I would go, okay, you can measure that because it's close. But you're saying the sun is so far away, but you can still measure it. That is actually a paradox. That doesn't make any sense. You can't measure those distances. You can't even fathom those distances. So I don't know. You can't really buy into any of that. If you give into that get beget, you've already lost. You literally have to dismiss these sort of psychotic fringe religious beliefs that are now popular.
Yeah, I would say they they took heliocentrism of Kabbalah.
Okay, I got to
Like
say
it
one more
was
thing. Okay, but
born.
okay, I got that. Okay, hold on. Now, the actual religion as it's taught today, you don't have to
Yeah,
listen to me, guys. I'm just going to tell you what the consensus says. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but it hasn't been heliocentric since the 70s, since my parents were wearing bell bottoms, way before the design of even the latest skunkworks, devices. So this was a long time ago. That's when it was heliocentric. Lately, it's been called the Great Attractor for actually as longer than I've been alive, since the late 70s. They changed it. Now I don't have all the details, but this is a consensus in the deepest part of their religious paradigm that they believe in a great attractor, center of their universe. Okay, they believe in a great
yeah,
attractor. So do most of the people that come in here that want to argue with you. If there's people that are skeptics, the anti-skeptics actually believe, they don't know it yet sometimes, this is a very powerful weapon. Okay, if somebody comes to you and wants to play checkers, and they tell you, you ask them, well, why do you want to play checkers? They say, well, because checkers is the most advanced game. And you go, wait a minute, bro, have you ever heard of chess? And you show them
yeah,
chess, and then they're going to go, oh my gosh, bro, I had no idea that chess existed. Now I have to rethink everything. So let me show you what I do get. When I meet these
yeah,
people, ever, and if once they say something stupid, okay, I don't say something stupid first. Let them say something stupid first, okay? Just
yeah,
like in a fight, don't hit somebody first, okay? Wait for them to say heliocentric and go, oh, bro, wait a minute. Wait, you still believe in the heliocentric? Because that's actually, as Chocolate Saying would say, that's old and busted. That's from the 70s. It's actually been the great attractor since before I was born. But you're into this boomer religion. Okay, cool, bro. Well, they don't teach that anymore. It's actually the great attractor. So it turns out that I've already disproven your entire religion before I've even started. Once you do that, once I tell people in person, hey, I got bad news, bro, it's not heliocentric anyway. And once I show them that get beget, they're like, "Oh my god!" They don't know what to do because now they're frozen. They were advocating for something that's 50 years old and been
yeah,
extinct. That's not the current
yeah,
paradigm. So I'm just telling you what I do. I'm not telling anybody else what to do. Once I show people, listen, it hasn't been heliocentric, right? The sun is not the center of your paradigm. The great attractor is, and that's another name for Satan. So actually, your religion is Satan-centric. I love using that term if they're a Bible believer. Go, oh, you believe in the
100%.
Bible, but
Yeah,
you believe in the great attractor. Okay, bro, you believe the Bible, but your cosmology religion is Satan-centric. You didn't know that? And that's how I mess them up. I just bring them the smoke right off the bat.
Apollonian. Yeah,
I
yeah,
just bring them the entire war. Say you are done. Now what you gonna do? Everything you believe in is from Satan. That's what Satan is an attract. You ever heard of the law of attraction? Get the
hmm
law of attraction. Yeah, this is a
all of
paradigm.
us did. Yeah, yeah,
Sure. And people say, oh, you just wish upon a star. They literally say, wish to the universe and it'll
yeah,
come true. This is not my religion. This is literally a thing I used to hear people talk about in business meetings and sales and stuff.
yeah,
People are psychotic. And little do they know that's Satan just laughing. Yes, keep wishing, and I'm going to keep giving you. That is the
yeah,
literal essence of Satanism. Just wishing upon a what? A star, a galaxy, a universe, the great attractor. It's all the same. That's why it says in Deuteronomy, right? You don't pay attention to the stars. What did it say in Acts 7:42? Stephen said, and God gave them up to worship the hosts of heaven. So Stephen knows they're done for. If you are worshiping the hosts of heaven, put a fork in them. Oh my goodness, make sure he stays away from the kids. He's going to get a lightning bolt. If you are worshiping the heavenly bodies, you're already toast.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some flat earthers are doing the same thing, so be very careful.
Yeah, I don't worship the stars, but I kind of conclude that Polaris might be um something like where God is, not his throne, but like
One of many
position.
Airbnbs or something like that. That God has all sorts of spots
Yeah,
that we don't understand. Yeah, sure,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it shows like the central position, like it shows you there is a center. Yeah,
Right. So, okay, since you brought that up, I mean, I'm not going to get in this argument, but if these people, say things like, how do you explain that the stars go? That's no, stop, 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 stop. Okay. So if you're saying that there's one pole star, so you're saying we only have one movement, right? Because we have one pole star here, and you're saying
yeah.
that you believe that we have another pole star here that's on the, okay, great. So you're saying there's only that, you got to understand there's a claim there, Get. The claim is that there's only one movement to Earth. So if they're claiming that, that's only one movement. A rotating sphere, static, by the way, stagnant, pretty similar.
Yeah.
Static in space is not compatible with their religion. So
No.
that doesn't help them. Do you understand? That
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense. That doesn't help them at all. So if you think that you are on an object, my favorite word first, if you are on an object Earth that is static, that's what you would see. Unfortunately, I don't have to do anything if I'm stationary, then everything works in the sky just fine. Just like when I lay down in the back of my Dodge Ram, I can look at the stars. It doesn't matter if I'm laying down in the back of my Dodge Ram or the top of my minivan. The sky can do whatever it wants. You see, it is only
Well,
relevant. Hold on. It's only relevant if I'm claiming I'm moving. So if you give into this conversation when they're asking about how do you explain two celestial poles, it's not a problem if I'm not moving. I just hope this is easy. This is so
so
basic. If I'm not moving, it does not matter what I'm watching on a movie screen or the drive-in theater or the sky. I don't know why this is so complicated. That's it.
Neon is definitely seething at what you just said. Why don't you speak up, Neon?
This poor guy. It's just that easy. There's nothing else to say. Either they're wrong about their entire cosmology or they're even more wrong and they have to start over. So no matter what, they're already wrong about everything. That's why they can't even make a claim for anything positive with evidence. Nothing to do with the shape of anything except for maybe the shape of your heart. And this is like the Grinch. You ever see a little Christmas Grinch heart, the little black little thing? That's it. That's all they got. They're already burnt from this world. They don't have the heart to look into reality. It's too
yeah,
easy. Yeah.
I like this. I was trying to picture in my the dynamic workings of the sky with my superfluid liquid helium and dome fountain, and it could work in that, but yeah, obviously it's very hard to scientifically prove this, to recreate the world. It shouldn't be impossible, but it's definitely not righteous for us to even try to recreate.
No. Well, let me tell you what you can recreate. Now, let me tell you very concisely, gently, and this is discussed several times. So pick a side on your fan. You have a ceiling fan somewhere. You're going to pick a side. You want to label like your name, like whoever you are, like I'd put, the
Yes.
XO. Very nice for me to just put X and O right on the ceiling, right above the section that I want to film. Okay, right above the fan blades. I want only one side of the fan blades. I'm going to record one side of the fan blades. Okay, so I'm going to look from I'm going to remember how I did this years ago. So I'm just going to look from the southern side of the room. It was my kitchen. I'm now looking at my name on the ceiling where the blades are passing by, and the blades are, let's say, they're going to go from right to left. It's real simple. I'm looking at my blades. They're coming down, right to left. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the north side of this
And
kitchen.
you're
I'm going to now look at it.
facing south.
And now I'm looking at that exact same section on my ceiling. There's my name. And right now the fan blades are going from left to right. The fan blade did not change direction. My perspective changed direction. Right. It's very simple. This is not, my cats understand this. My cats get that, not a problem.
Not the Globers.
Right. No.
Not
If you
the
got an atheist that needs to believe in outer space, that will not make any sense at all. And they need to know what your degree is and what do you mean by kind, and then define reality. Yeah. Thanks.
Man, no, when I have with them contradictions like this, and I see that, I feel that they really don't understand. And when I feel this, like how dumb they are, it's so annoying that if they were in front of me, I would spank them like children. Like,
Oh, I know we might get excited. I know we get pretty upset sometimes, but listen, this is not dumb though. No, this is not dumb. It's 2 Peter 3. It's for this. This is what's so shocking, is that we've been hearing this Bible verse for all these years, okay? But it does not hold any water unless you understand what's holding the water. It says, for this they willingly are ignorant. So they willingly are ignorant by the word of God. The heavens were of old, and the earth is standing. Wow. The earth is standing out of the water, and in the water, whereby the world that then was overflowed with water perished. So God is upset. 2 Peter 3, New Testament, describing the flood of Noah, right? They are dumb on purpose. That's the main thing. The actual main end goal, it's crazy, guys, is the judgment of God. God's judgment is what they're all trying to avoid. And that's why it's so key to point out the water or the ma'im in the beginning. It's literally all about that. Go ahead.
It's so stupid to try to avoid judgment of God. Like, that's the end of life, eternity, of happiness, of joy, of everything that's good. You renounce, by avoiding judgment of God.
Right. I'm going to ask the panel real quick, since people are coming and going. This is what Jedi wants to do in Mayhem. Is there anybody in here that wants to speak up about their current belief system and their government or their family, or any sort of information about what anybody here believes? Feel free to speak up right now. I don't owe the room. Give them a second.
Yes, of course.
I see we got a few people here. I'm just waiting for somebody else to speak up, and I will shut up as soon as you start talking, even though that might seem impossible, I promise. Got Kathos. We got this gentleman here, Max. His name just disappeared. Max Smart 86.
Hello and welcome, guys.
Do you want to speak up? What's up, man? I'm just here. I'm just visiting myself. I'm passing through. I'm the executive officer of the Red October. Currently manning this flight right now at 37,000 feet. Not a big deal. Go ahead and move around the plane to be more familiar with yourself. Who else we got here? We got Trinity Loves You, The Mighty. We got that guy Subdued. Subdued might say something. And we got who Biden down here, Brandon. I can't see the guy's name. Here we go. Dr. Banbot.
Never got a height for the exonosphere, huh?
Did you find one yet? Oof. Bro, they said that was the exosphere. I'm like, well, I'm the XO, so is this my sphere of influence? Okay, that might be real, but outer space isn't. Sorry. All right, no claim. Who was that, by the way, that just spoke up and I didn't shut up long enough?
Yo, that's Max from New York, bro. Missed
Okay,
it by
Max
that
Smart.
much.
Max Smart 86. Okay. 86 is your year?
Nah, that's a number.
Okay, just the number, but my number's 42. That's not my year either. Okay.
Exo, question.
1942, bro. That's wild.
That's old, man. That's not my number. Go ahead, get me.
Your mum's birthday.
So
Really?
the question is this: the vacuum is obviously in the air, so the Earth must be lighter than the vacuum because it floats in it, right?
Yeah, you can go all kinds of directions. Yeah, but nothing makes sense. I know that's dangerous. Don't do that. No, listen, it's real simple, man. I'm breathing, and that's it. I don't have to claim anything else,
Sure.
and they have to agree with that. So I'm going to first establish what they have to agree on, and that's it. If they want to go beyond what we experience, that's their problem. That really is annoying. It's psychotic that somebody would tell you the burden of proof is on you
Yeah.
to tell us why we don't experience my religion of outer space. Now it's you got to tell me about this, Get. Why don't we experience a globe Earth? I'm waiting. Don't hide from the question. Like, what are you talking about, bro? That's the point. You know, it's just like the atheists that are going to soon tell me that yes, the Bible teaches evolution. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I was just trying to follow their logic. So, uh,
Well, that's why, my favorite topic, that's why I always fall back on it, because if we can't figure out basic biology, just the basic fundamental principles about biology, that's just my standard, Get. If we can't do that, I won't even usually move on to any other topic here. I mean, it's here. This is different. This is not my place, right? But anything I'm doing, I would never even entertain it. I just go right to evolution. Let's discuss biology first. Yep, that's it.
yeah, mutations. Good mutations.
Well, let me give you an example. I say, so if you're telling me, are you saying cats making kittens forever, is that evolution? And I just wait for an answer. You say, that's it, just wait for an answer. Are you saying if the cats just stay cats, that's evolution? And I can't get an answer. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm just trying to get an answer, bro. All right, bro, listen. Well, they're different. Well, yes, I'm different than my parents. Yes. Is that evolution? I can't get an answer. Then as soon as I go to me, it's the same problem. I go, wait a minute. You said that was a speciation change. So am I a different species than my parents? Because I'm taller than my dad. He was shorter but wider. I'm taller and skinnier. So that's evolution, right? I can't get an answer yet. I need just a claim. Because I just give examples of actual biology. I'll use the cat family or I'll use my own family. And that's it. Those are my examples. I can't. What is evolution? That's why QE goes around saying, can you define evolution? Because technically he's right. It's almost impossible to define evolution, but I won't even let him go there yet. I'll say, first of all, what am I going to say? Before we talk about evolution, you need the first step, which is adaptation. So all you need to do is give me an example of adaptation in nature and watch the kinds of examples that you won't only get from atheists, you'll get them from Christians and people that think they're smart and believe I don't believe in evolution, but I believe in adaptation. Yeah, great. Those are my best candidates that are going to show you how psychotic that religion is, because it's the same one. People don't even realize that teaching adaptation is evolution. You won't believe how people react to that fact. So yes, if anybody, especially the non-skeptics, want to tell me, just give me an example of adaptation in nature, I'll take the rest of the night off. Give me one example of adaptation in nature. I'm out of here. I need to take. That means I've been on here too long. So get that situated. Anybody who also, even if you agree with me, look it up. If you agree with me, look up examples of adaptation. You might have to type in adaptation and evolution. Oh, I wonder why, because it's the same thing. So once you realize that they're teaching children in first grade, yes, animals adapt, Billy, because it's a different word, and Billy and Sally are going to now go, oh, yeah, things adapt. Then by grade 3, they go, well, Billy and Sally and Deontay, we told you that these animals adapt. So now you know that adaptation is evolution, and that's how they get every child to start to believe in evolution. What defiles us again, get? It is not what goes into our mouth, it's what comes out. So the words, again,
Out
are the
of
most
it.
powerful weapons
Right.
ever devised by
Yeah.
Satan, are words. It's that simple. That's it.
Yeah.
So wait, let me ask, because that adaptation, I was taught that in school, right?
Amen. Yep.
So they said that the appendix used to have a digestive function, and that it, since we have refrigeration and things like that, it no longer needs to act in that function, and so it kind of just devolved into, just another organ that we don't utilize.
Right.
What do they mean when they say stuff like that?
They made what they're calling that is called a vestigial vessel. So they'll call it vestigial. It's kind of a redundant claim. It's obviously a pseudoscience claim. It's obviously bullshit. It's kind of a spell. So they're saying that, yeah, that's a vestige that you no longer need, meaning you're losing it. Just like you said, you no longer need it. Now, let's pretend this is true. It's not. But even if I pretend that's true, let's give them that entire argument. That does not even touch adaptation, let alone evolution. That means this organism, or us as people, are actually losing things. That's actually exactly what the Bible tells us, that we will be perfect at the beginning, and then we will degrade, we will become deleterious, we will become detrimental, we will become deteriorating, death, entropy, worse. That's exactly what the Bible says. So that would only further prove my point. Yeah.
Okay, and the other example
Have you
that they
taken
gave,
out your
let me
appendix?
just give you the, no, I
Hold
still
on,
have my
Get. Let him
appendix. It
talk. Yeah,
hasn't
go ahead.
ruptured. The
Yeah,
other
go ahead,
two
man.
examples that they gave me when I was a kid, right, is your tonsils, right? Because they used to take everybody's tonsils when I was a kid. That was like just a process of puberty sort of thing where they just took your tonsils and
Right.
gave you a bunch of ice cream.
Yep.
And they also indicated the pinky finger getting smaller because we don't use that appendage the same way that we used to. And they say the same thing with
Damn.
toes and things like that. So those are the other examples that they would cite
Wow.
when they would mention these things.
Wow. They were going hard on your town, bro. That's disgusting. That's terrible. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. I've never heard that the pinky finger is an example of a vestigial vessel. That's embarrassing. Yeah, that's that just shows you how the teachers will just go along with whatever they're told. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They just, oh, okay, whatever. I'll give this, this criteria to my students. Yeah, but obviously you can tell that has nothing to do with their claim. They're showing us how we lose things. Great. That's not teaching me how we got here, how we gained, right? Their whole point is that, aren't you supposed to teach us about evolution? Like, losing stuff, bro, that's not evolving, that's losing. So that's my point. They became so desperate and their paradigm smart that they had to literally start contradicting it because they can't justify it. It's a religion. They just believe it.
I tell
Now,
you
the only
what,
thing that I did
the
go
appendix.
for a little
Hold on,
bit was
Get.
the pinky.
Oh,
Right. I didn't go for the internal body parts not functioning. I just went for you guys not understanding what they did. Right. And but as far as the fingers and the digits, that one kind of had me a little bit for a while. Because I know that, we don't use our hands the way we used to because of the advancements of technology. It kind of does degrade the human physiology, the advancements in technology. So that's the only one that I kind of bought into. And I think they still cite that as an example today in science, in their biological science, what they call it. I think they still cite the digits.
Could
yeah.
be. Could be, but you'll have a hard time now even getting them. That's why I just go to the basic fundamental principles. Like, I literally start with, 1 + 1. And I just start over from scratch, erase everything somebody thinks they know. And I go, listen, just give me an example of adaptation. I'm specifically not using that word evolution because, of course, this is warfare. So I'm trying to give my opponent the chance to be comfortable. Like, wait a minute, before evolution, just give me an example of adaptation. And once they realize they can't do that, I don't even have to say another word about evolution. It is the most detrimental look I've ever seen on people's faces in my life. If you just show them, before we talk about evolution, give me an example of adaptation. Oh, there's no such thing. It's that simple. Just like you, ask for an example. and then watch how funny it is, because they're only going to be able to give you examples of things that already exist. Like when they say giraffes have a long neck, yep, that's why it's a giraffe. You see, that's not an adaptation. They already had to have that. You got to show me a giraffe with shorter necks, maybe, that maybe magically had children with longer necks. That would kind of be adaptation. But of course, no such beast exists. Everything only reproduces after its kind and is dependent on the genetics that already have the ability to function from the beginning. And that's why it's called the law of life, like monophyly. It has to already operate and function well, not just function. It has to function well enough to survive from the beginning, the exact opposite of what evolution requires. Evolution requires that it has to get better, it has to change. It's survival of the fittest, and eventually it changes because of that. So everything in reality contradicts that evolutionary paradigm. We just got to break it down really short and small.
I
Oh yeah,
wanted to
no
say
better.
that the appendix is actually the root of your immune system.
It
That's
could
why
be.
they
What were
like
we going
to
to say,
remove
Smart?
it. That's why they like to
And to
remove
go with that, I
it.
believe that the tonsils also is a part of your immune system to some degree as well. Uh, but
Yes, in the neck.
I was going to say I don't subscribe to evolution or the doctrine of evolution in the way that they prescribe it whatsoever. But I do argue that man adapts, right? And when I don't mean adaptations, I mean man adapts. You know, we are able to adapt to our surroundings. We already have what we need to in order to produce these things to allow us to adapt to these environments that are here on this earth, and that's all I say.
Okay, fair enough. And what that means is that's a psychological adaptation, not a physiological or biological. So yes, they're just like things can also evolve. We can evolve psychological. Like if I was in, training for a sport, a boxer, MMA fighter, whatever it is, like we would evolve, but that has nothing to do with genetics. That's adapting, that's evolution through our cognitive ability to grow and advance. We get calluses on our finger. I learned how to play the guitar, blah, blah, blah. But that's nothing to do with biology. So you have to just separate the terms. Like, yes, evolution happens in psychology and maybe physicalities. It does not happen in biology. And it's just that simple. So they'll conflate the two and say, well, don't you think that things change? Yes, things changing has nothing to do with
So let me
evolving.
ask you this:
Just because something changes. Go ahead.
if you have a hairy people and they move to a region that's super hot, do you think that if they stay in that region, that their offspring will produce less hair in order to be more in line with the environment?
Absolutely not. Nope. The environment has nothing to do with genetic change at all. You can have a degradation, but you cannot have an increase in information to make you more susceptible to an area that you already live in. Now, if I raise my child in the area, the child is going to become what's called acclimated. So acclimation is not biological adaptation. Biological adaptation is still evolution. Acclimation is what we go through when we're young before we get accustomed to our environments. So we can enter an environment before we become accustomed to see if we can become accustomed. But if I move to Norway first, right, and spend my first 40 years in Norway and the hottest temperature is 65 degrees, and then I move to southern Arizona where I'm here now and it's a summer and it's 100, I'll die. No, you'll actually die because you weren't ready for that. So it's slow acclimation is actually another proof that we cannot adapt. If we could adapt, we wouldn't have to acclimate. I wouldn't have to get a sweater. I wouldn't have to take my clothes off. I wouldn't have to get out of this hot lava. Can you adapt? Yes, psychologically, we can put coats on. We can slowly go out into the heat and become accustomed through acclimation. But there's just a very big difference when it comes to biological adaptation. That's actually the root of evolution, and there's no such thing. But yes, that's how they teach it. They'll teach things like, I moved to a hotter climate, and now that's nothing to do with evolution, though. Yep.
But generationally speaking, with like, if you do you think that there'd be a decrease in the amount of hair if you were a hairy person or comes from a hairy tribe or whatever, and all of a sudden for the next 200 years your family resided in some place super hot? Do you think that their body would become more acclimated by physical through physicalities. I mean, the information is already inside of you. It's it's
No,
not like it's
right.
new information.
Sure. No, the answer is no, because they already live there. If they're already living there, that means they already have the ability. If they already have the ability, there is no survival struggle. They already have the ability to basic genetics. If they are now, if they stay within their group, right? If a group of people move over there, let's say they're all black people, and they're gonna, if they only stay within their group, their culture, they're not gonna have any hereditary changes because they're staying within their culture. If they then mix with a tribe that's lighter skin, that is when you will see the genetic variation. But they have to first mix, just like dogs, just like cats. If you keep them in their tribe, they're not gonna have any of those changes. You have to mix them. That's why we raise dogs exactly like that. When you get two pit bulls, it doesn't matter. If you take your pit bulls to Alaska, your puppies are going to be pit bulls. It's that simple. It's not going to change the genetics. If you take your pit bulls to Africa, your pit bulls are still pit bulls. The environment will never change the genetics. It can't. You can lose, but you can never go, oh, now I'm better. Now, there are going to be exceptions to the rules. Like I had an invalid animal that I didn't let outside, and its brother died because the brother was actually fit enough to go outside. So there could be those weird idiosyncrasies, right? But those are on a very rare case-by-case issue. That's not normal. That's not a population of organisms thriving in an environment. And remember, if they're thriving, that means they already have the ability. That's it.
So I think adaptation is a slippery slope for you because it leads into other things, and I totally understand that. But I think it would be fair colloquially to use the word adaptation in changes, minute changes to the environment. I wouldn't persecute anyone for using it.
Well, you just said minute changes to the environment. That's not adaptation. Just like me, I'm different than my parents. That has nothing to do with adaptation. So when you do mix those words, it causes confusion and deception and then leads to evolution, because that's ultimately what they're using those terms. What I mean by is go look what they're using the word adaptation for in the curriculum. And yes, because it is secular or colloquial, that's how we got into this mess in the first place. That's where they do lie to us. They lie to us colloquially. They lie to us secularly because they
Well,
take
let me
God
ask
out
you
of it.
something else. Do you think that teeth have gotten smaller over the years? Because that's something
Wait,
else that
what?
they say, that your
That,
teeth have gotten smaller over the years because
okay,
of how we
yes.
eat.
Yes, and that's not true, but even if it is, it doesn't help adaptation. And even if they got bigger, it doesn't help adaptation. So a variation within the genetics that are already existing, those variations don't happen because of environment. The variations happen because of who our spouse is, who I married, who you got to know. And when we mix with other people, because we broaden the genetics, we have variations. Some people have larger teeth, some people have smaller. And it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with adaptation. Just like you might have a big greyhound one year and one year you'll have a runt. The genetics go up and down. It's just normal reproduction. Nothing to do with adaptation. Yep. It's like almost, there's millions of ways to describe this, right? Like with tortoises, I have sulcata African tortoises. I can mix them with Russian tortoises. That's not adaptation either. That's just like mixing a Chinese person with an Australian person or an English person. That's just whatever that new combination. You're going to have a new combination. We have Jin Sao and we have Billy the Kid. Now together they have this baby, Lee, and Lee is a mix. You see what I'm saying? And that's the best we can do. We don't want to call people breeds, right? Are we breeding? Nah. You want to say like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like you don't want to do that. Yeah. It's just different people get together, right? Just like you have different dogs, right? There's going to be some physicality problems, like a Chihuahua male can't be with a Greyhound female. But if they could, what would they make? Well, you'll see, because they are compatible. You know what I'm saying? They are compatible. That's now you got this new breed. That's not adaptation. That's just a new variation. Yeah. And it either already has the ability or it does not. So easy.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with that aspect. I believe that it already has the ability or it does not. So I do believe in like minute changes. So, I mean, that's where I might, not fully be in line with your ideology, but I do get what you're saying. So
Well, I had a litter of kittens. My first litter I've ever had with cats was 3 years ago, almost. And I named these mackerel cats. The mackerel cats are actually like black tigers, and the I forget what Zara's called. She's like an orange tiger. So I mixed the black tiger with the orange tiger, and I actually got white. Two of the babies were white, and it's like the weirdest thing. Like, why do I have these white babies? I was looking for tigers, right? And I got these little white puff balls, but I also got some black tigers and I got some orange tigers. So I got orange, black, and white. Both parents were, one was orange and one was black. But the babies had a variation of literally, 10 or 9 or 10 different variations. So two parents that even looked a certain way might not always make children that are identical to them. Now that means the genetics were already there. Now the babies are going to live where they already have the ability. Yes, the white cats do better in the cold. The black cats do better, it seems, in the heat. They already have that ability. So in the summertime, the black cats are going to be outside more, and the white cats are going to be inside, usually in my bathtub. It's really funny. So there's no such thing as adaptation. You can have 1,000 different variations. It has nothing to do with adaptation or evolution. Nothing.
no evolution.
Adaptation is the same thing. So in biology, adaptation and evolution are the same thing. Remember, you have biology and you have psychology. Now, in psychology, yes, I evolved. When I was born, I didn't know how to play soccer or Muay Thai, right? By the time you're 7, 8 years old, just from playing with kids, you learn soccer and Muay Thai. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you acclimate to your environment. That's not adaptation. I already had the ability to learn how to throw hands, already had the ability to kick a ball down the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it. We're just beings. God makes us and we go thrive. No such thing as adaptation. It's a man-made construct.
On a flat earth.
Well, I'm just keeping it basic.
I'm just keeping you on server topic, that's all.
Well, this is the topic because evolution is the foundation of the outer space ball religion. It really is. It's all evolution. In fact, it's nothing to do with the shape. It's all evolution. This is all the secular paradigm. And that's why this is Battlefield, yeah.
I was hoping to take my greyhounds up to Alaska for a couple years and turn them into huskies.
Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to breed them into the huskies. Yep, you have to have huskies then. See?
I figured they would just grow long hair by themselves.
Well, you're going to find out real quick, man. They ain't going to mush that well. They are going to be they ain't going to be doing anything but turning into vibrating dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, I live in Ohio. And I have vibrating greyhounds as soon as the snow comes. In fact, I'll open the door and they'll look at me like, I can hold this. No problem. I can hold this all day.
Yeah, these cats are so stupid. The two little white powder puffs, I can't even let them outside. One's named Bonka, the other one's named Bibs. They're like cartoons. If they go outside, they're never coming back. There's going to be an eagle that gets them. They do not have the ability to survive, But the boys, I got some black tigers, some orange tigers. They're good to go. If it already has the ability, that's it, right? So if the orange boys go outside and they're successful because they already have the ability, so easy. It's the easiest math ever. Whoever already has the ability to survive are the ones that are going to make babies. So this goes for androgynous pseudoviruses, right? The virus that already has the ability to survive is the one that continues to survive. So it already has an ability to have like an antigen, or it already has an immunity to something, right? If it already has a compatibility, the ones that have the compatibility or the immunity or the advantage, the ones that already have that are the ones that are going to make babies. The ones that don't die off. Both opportunities, both instances, A or B, A being it already has the ability, B meaning it died, both options eliminate adaptation. None of it has anything to do with adaptation. You could have 1 billion different colors. You can have centipedes Eagles, elephants, whales, octopus, squid, tigers, lions, bears, doesn't matter. None of it has to do with adaptation because they were planted here by God, and God said it's perfect, very good, day 6, you're good to go. And then since then, everything has gotten worse. So adaptation was never even on the drawing board. It was a perfect creation, never adaptation. Just a perfect creation, everything got worse afterwards. You can look at a mutation as well. Like there are, not just white people, black people can get albinoism, right? Has anybody seen this? You can become extremely pale, lose your pigmentation, have red eyes. That is a genetic mutation. Nothing to do with adaptation though, right? So everybody can have the same we can all have the same mutations when it comes to like special ed and special care. When it comes to disability children, you'll see that there is a higher number of statistically Caucasian or white children that have disabilities that are detrimental. Now, why is that? My personal belief is because of society. If a society is closer to the system is going to poison your children more. It's not complicated. It's not rocket surgery. If you're farther away from the system, your children will not get that much poison. So the more they poison us, the more children with disabilities that we have. It's that simple. That's why cultures that stay away, even if it doesn't matter, the Amish culture or the Swahili culture or the French, whatever there is, if they're staying away from their governments, they always are more healthier. And there's no mystery. So the people that have these health issues are in the system. They are the well-off society. They're the above middle class. They make sure they get all their shots. And guess what? You get all your shots. Well, we can't even talk about that. And the rest is history. And that's why we have so many sick people, Nothing to do with adaptation or evolution. So, that's it. But yeah, some people go from atheism, evolution, and drop it all because they realize they're not on a ball earth. I have seen that, and that's true. You could literally wipe it all away with 1 hour, right, of conversation with somebody. They go from atheist to God believer in 45 minutes. That's possible too. It's just like, when your car has a problem, right? It's a crank no start. Well, it's either gasoline, spark, it's a number of issues, right? Oh, is it cranking fully, right? You got to find out what each individual problem is, and there will be a truth key for that person. And sometimes it's this outer space religion, or sometimes it's evolution. Those are definitely the two dominating secular religions. It's actually just one. Go ahead, unmuted person. If you'd like to speak, go ahead and take the mic. Looks like an M14. What you got? You're not even on. Okay, yeah, you just went on back on mute. Okay. Oh, Gavera 43. Okay, that's an interesting weapon. Okay, I'm waiting to hear that person talk. Look up, tabby cat. So tabby cat is the mother and the father's a mackerel. So mackerel is actually a black tiger. It's actually a dark, like graphite paint job with black stripes, and the tabbies are orange, And believe it or not, you put those two tigers and lions and you'll get white babies sometimes. So why do I get white powder puff baby? Look like freaking bunny rabbits. That's not what I expected. So when you actually witness these animals produce, when you have a mother that's now had 10 babies, 2 litters, that tells you about biology. That's literally the best lesson for biology that you could ever have. 2 parents having 5 different colored children. I rest my case. All right, so how did they find out that the Earth had a consistent curvature? When was this information first introduced into society? An object Earth. They have been telling people they know the size of this creation. Isn't that a little sus? Shouldn't people be demanding where this information came from?
Hall.
Might want to try that again. Did you want to try to form another answer?
Hall.
I mean, I can keep giving. I mean, if you just want to try again, I'm not gonna. Maybe I need a translator. Or a translator. Is there a
Are you
troll
a flat
translator?
earther or like a glober?
Oh, I'm neither, sir. I'm the executive officer of the Red October. How can I help you?
Goddamn. Well, what's the shape of the Earth?
The Earth has no shape. The Earth is dry land coming out of the water. So it's a good thing that you met me. Did you have any claim to a shape of Earth? Is it an object that we can measure?
No. Well, I think.
Don't fight with yourself too much, man. Save some for us.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay,
Because
yeah,
like
take your time, nice and slow. We got all the time in the
no,
water
like
world
no,
for
no,
this.
no. It's
Relax.
because like it's like because all I can
Bruh.
really learn is from other people. I can never do my own experiments. I don't have
Dang,
the
bro.
resources to go up in space.
Bro.
However, when
Narnia.
I hear, but when I see a flat Earth module, I gotta ask you, like,
Wow.
how does the moon and the sun cycle work on like a flat Earth?
Wow. Dang, bro. Well, I'm glad you asked. Now, I'm not a flat earther, but when I talk to flat earthers, they understand that the sun and moon and stars work in heaven the way that God made them usually, but it's not something that man can decipher. Like, man can't tell you how the moon moves like that or why that works. That's the point. They've been telling you that they know how this works. That's not true. There's no such thing as men knowing how the celestial bodies move around us. But did you know that you can see the sun move, though? Have you ever seen the sun move from one end of the sky to the next throughout the day?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
bro. So that's all I'm claiming is that I see the sun move. That's my only claim. Now, there are some people that differ from me. Now, this is not a cult. I'm just one person. There's thousands of different beliefs and opinions around these topics. I'm just the XO today. You'll meet somebody else tomorrow or next hour. But the earth itself, that's just dry land, bro. Earth is the dry land out of the waters of creation. So if you look at my picture, there's me and there's southern Arizona. And that's my
Oh
claim.
shit.
Yeah, I'm in southern Arizona, bro. There's the sky, the clouds, and I'm challenging the world, bro. And if you find anybody that has any evidence against my
So,
paradigm, let me know.
look, right here. Look, I'm gonna go to my gifts, right, and then I'm gonna search up Amazon, forests, and then you see over here in this video that there is some very, very, very distinct different geographical areas that is not just dry land, but it could also be mountainous. It could also be just ocean. It could also be islands. It's more than just dry land. At least we know
I
that.
sure hope. Well, yeah, no. The Earth is dry land. That actually contains. See, the mountains. That's also part of the dry land. You see mountains, rivers, valleys, canyons. If you look on my profile, you'll actually see my photography. I've actually have probably several dozen hours of video and thousands of pictures of my part of the world, which is all the way up to Canada, down here by Mexico. So I'm a photographer. So I'd like to show you that if you want to take a look.
Nice.
But that's it. Now, here's the deal. I want to tell you something. Water, though, the oceans are not Earth. I want you to understand this. You might have not heard this before, but the oceans are not the surface of Earth. The oceans are the surface of water surrounding this Earth that are actually much bigger than the Earth. So we live in a world that's mostly water. I don't know if you know that. It's not mostly Earth.
Well, I mean, I know that. I mean,
Oh, you
it's
do?
what?
Okay.
What's well? What I mean, on the globe
Oh,
Earth,
okay.
they say it's like 70% water, right?
Ooh,
That
that's
covers
terrible.
the.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's not what I said. That's the surface of your cartoon
No,
globe
no,
Earth. That's the surface. Go ahead. If you want to say
no, no,
something, go
no.
ahead.
No, I was just saying that that's what they tell me. You know what I
Right.
mean?
That's not right. I'm not talking about the surface. I'm talking about the construct of this creation, the water. I'm just going to tell you this. The water and earth are not the same. They are separate entities in this creation. Now, let me elaborate. That means that I don't live on an object holding water. Okay, Earth in the consensus outer space paradigm is an object ball, right? Somewhere, maybe in space, holding water. You see, that's the deception. Earth is not holding water. Earth is the dry land coming out of the water. Does that make sense?
I got you. I got it.
Cool,
I
thanks.
got it. It's amazing how what's that area called? New Orleans. There was like a hurricane, right? And the water just came in, right? And they pumped all that water out, and then look, the earth just comes back out again, right? Off of the water. Or how like
Mm.
you ever seen a tsunami? It just comes in, starts flooding everything, and then it pulls away. The earth comes up. Know what I mean?
Just like Genesis 8, where the water went off the earth, it tells us in Genesis 8. But I'm a Bible guy. Not everybody here is, but that's me. That's my background. That's what I do.
I hope I become a Bible guy one day.
Man, it's easy, bro. These Bibles are cheap. I got some awesome ones for like 50 cents. You just go to Goodwill. Just go to Goodwill down the street, bro, and everybody gets rid of their Bibles, you know? Getting real cheap.
Yeah. It's just right now I'm reading a book, but hey, I might catch up onto that. But wait, is there no flat earthers here? Like it's called Flat Earth VC. Like what the fuck?
There are some flat earthers here, man. Yeah, there are some, but they get along with me. They like me because I actually kind of prove a lot of the things that they say is correct. They're right. There's no such thing as outer space, bro. Yep, it's a big lie.
Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
Yeah,
So
I
what are
don't know about that
those?
one, Chief.
Those
I'll
like
put my life on it. Let me know when you have some
so
evidence
it's
otherwise.
like it's cause like I think it was like 2014 or some shit. Like a comet was right above the rural cities of Russia, and then you see a big ass comet just
Yeah,
coming in, right?
And big
then it
metal
starts
exactly.
ball with copper wire wrapped around it.
Exactly. It's right.
like
Yep.
where did that shit come from, bro? Like what the
Yeah, not
fuck?
outer space. Yeah,
Yeah,
not outer
space.
space. No such
No
thing as
way.
outer space. And you know where we saw it? We saw it here on Earth. Yeah, we saw that real thing here on Earth, and we don't know where it came from. But by the way, the Russians never found a drop of anything. There's no material, and they had to make up a story. So they
Wait,
never found where it landed. Yeah, they had to make up bullshit.
it vaporized when it was coming down. That's why.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not going to make a claim, but they had to lie and claim that they found pieces of it. They never did. That's a complete lie. Yep.
Interesting.
Well,
But
you don't trust the government, do you?
well, I saw the video though.
You saw the video of them finding the pieces?
No, I saw a big ass comet just coming in from literally. It came in
Yes.
from a blank
Yeah,
space
I've
in the
seen them.
clear
Well,
blue
yeah, bro,
sky.
I've seen them here in southern Arizona. Who denies that we don't see celestial objects sometimes come in to here from the firmament, from heaven? I don't know what it is up there, but it's certainly not what they tell us on TV. That's for sure. So, whatever it
Interesting.
is beyond my understanding. You see, I don't live there. I'm not going to make a claim about the heavens above, but what I will tell you is that the Word of God hasn't failed me yet, and everybody that challenges it just falls dead on their face, bro. So, whatever you need, it's going to be in the Bible.
Interesting. I'm gonna
But
think
yeah,
about that.
they want to ask you some questions though. So if you want to talk to these people, go right ahead, man. I'm just passing through, okay?
All
All right.
right.
Baruch Hashem, man. Nice meeting you. I'm the XO. I'll see you later, bro.
Finally, I found the post. Fuck me. Wait. So we got flat earthers here.
Probably.
I got some questions.
Not many of us here right now, though. Give it a go, though.
Yeah, bro, where y'all at?
Okay, so
Oh,
how does
shift
it
change.
how would a
Go ahead.
flat earth look like? Do you have like a model that that you could like show? Cause I gotta know, how does it look like?
That's exactly why I'm not a flat earther. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I gotta know. Listen.
Well, here, hold on. Let me. What do you mean? Can you ask him what does he mean by flat Earth? Let's establish a definition, please.
All right, so what I define as a flat earth is pretty much that it's pretty much a flat, and I mean like no curves or nothing. When it comes to the vast majority of the land, there's
That
no
don't see that
curve,
doesn't
there's
see
no
right away.
shift.
Right away
No.
you're dead wrong. That doesn't work, bro. That's not what they're claiming. You got to think about
Okay.
think about what these. Do you think these people think there's no curves on the Earth? Do you think there's no topography?
No, I said when it comes to the vast majority of the land, like at a vast
Bruh.
distance, it's all. Look,
Oh my gosh,
listen,
bro! I can't do this. Let's go ahead.
look. So like, it's pretty much overall, is flat. Yes, there's mountains. However, there's no sphere. There's no spherical planet, but it's flat. And I don't know what the borders are, but that's all I know pretty much.
Ooh. All right. Well, we'll see if you get any bites. Throw it out there in the lake. See what happens. All right. Go ahead, Ozzy.
These niggas just bored. What the fuck?
I don't want to take up all their time and misrepresent people in the room, so I'm going to let them speak because I could go a completely different direction with this, man. I'm just going to wait for them, though.
I mean, when I have debates with like other people, even with the people I agree with, it's not like I'm agree with every little thing about a given situation or event or subject. But yeah.
Bro, I thank God nobody agrees with me. Okay, let me just tell you that. Thank God I'm just me. I have a relationship with my God, and everybody else is different. That's the way I look at this. But yeah, bro, these people realize that, yeah, these people, a lot of them realize the truth that they've been lied to. Does that mean that they have to now tell you how the heaven works because they found out they lied about this object Earth, bro? You tell me. What do you think?
I mean, if you're an activist, then yeah.
Activist. Okay, so we're getting a little bit motivated here. Okay, but now if somebody, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's because like personally for me, when people dedicate their time to make a whole ass room called Flat Earth VC, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, they're trying to spread a message. I gotta hear this.
Okay, but realize someone like me, of course, because there's a lot of different people here, it might have taken me a while to get adjusted here because we actually disagree on a lot of things, right? So I'm not like their favorite guy, man, okay? I'm just kind of like an outsider or a lone wolf. But what I'm telling you is that when people wake up to a deception, you really can't expect them to answer questions outside of what they've figured out. If somebody figures out that, yeah, they're lying about outer space and we don't live on an object and creation is very special, they never made a claim about, I know how the sun, moon, and stars work. You see what I'm saying? So if you go to these people, and go, well, how does the sun, moon, and stars work? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to answer, I'll be their lawyer. They didn't make a claim how the sun, moon, and stars work. If they had told me, here's the problem, bro. If these people came to me and says, yeah, XO, we found out we were lied to, and now we know how the sun, moon, and stars work, I would say, you need to get away from me. There's something wrong with you. If you think you know how the sun, moon, and stars work because you realize, I would immediately say you still have a problem. Stop it. You just put the bottle down. Whatever's wrong with your life, there's a problem. So that's not necessarily the approach that you would even want from people, bro. You got to be honest with yourself. If somebody wakes up to a lie, does that instantaneously give them the mind of 1,000 geniuses to now find out the workings of God?
I think.
No. The answer is no. Go ahead.
But why is it called Flat? But why is it called Flat Earth VC though? If we realize that.
Okay, that's another question. Now you're asking me why is it labeled that? Because that's the antithesis of the current paradigm, is it not? If you were a Democrat and I said, listen, bro, you got to be a Republican, right? First to get away from the Democrats. Wouldn't that be okay if I named the room Republicans that no longer want to be Democrats? That'd be okay, right? So these people have the nearest title, right? Where's the first port in the storm? Once you realize you've been lied to, people are going to gravitate, wow, that word, towards the first source that goes, yeah, they lied about everything. And that's what the flat earth is to me, is a bunch of people that realize they just can't trust the government. That's my general statement for flat earthers. Does that make sense?
I understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, I'm like,
you want more?
But if you believe in flat Earth, then you gotta defend your position. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you believe in triangle Earth, then you have to defend your position.
Exactly.
Right. So that's the thing. Since I don't believe in a flat earth, I don't have to, but I'm just going to advocate as their lawyer and show you where they're right. Now, just because I show you where they're right, does that mean they have to tell you about other things that they haven't made claims about? That's out. Remember, their title, you're saying their title is flat earth. So my question to you, sir, is what does that have to do about the sun, moon, and stars?
Because
No. It's nothing. The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing to do with the sun. No. Listen. Let me tell you. Excuse me. Do you want the answers? Listen. I'm trying to help you out. Their belief system, the flat earthers, say that one has nothing to do with the other almost every time. So that's their claim. So if you are putting words into their mouths, then you are being disingenuous, and you're actually creating a problem out of deception. That's a lie. If you tell I know. You imagine. I'm talking about reality. See the difference? I'm saying these people realize that there is a lie. They don't have to imagine. They know there's a lie, and they're not going to now answer your questions about something you want to know because they found out they're being lied to, bro. What does that have to do with the sun, moon, and stars? Sun, moon, and stars, bro. Nobody can test the sun, moon, and stars, bro. Can you test the sun, moon, and stars? Because my job is how do you say this? You're the one asking me. Listen, I didn't make a claim about the sun, moon, and stars. So now you are the one that has to tell me how the sun and moon stars work. But you can't. That's the point. I'm not dumb enough to ask you that. You're a kid on the internet. You have no idea. Isn't that nice that I wouldn't be that crazy to ask you something that you would never know about because I'm not crazy. So I'll never ask you that.
Why.
Thanks.
Listen. Okay.
Oh, that's why. Go ahead.
I understand.
You saw it on TV. Here it comes.
But the thing is, imagine. Let me think of an example.
Imagine I
had a position like I think pink is the superior color, and the reason why I think that is because
this is exactly why they're flat earthers, to avoid people like this. I'm just gonna put that there. Sorry.
Hey, I mean
Sorry,
analogies, right? How do you think discussions work? You got to use analogies.
No, they're just trying to bring you back down to earth, bro. They're trying to show you reality. You want to talk about pink cartoon analogies? That's what I'm saying. Like they don't. If I tried to, they would kick my ass out of here. If I said, okay, the XO is going to give a class on analogies and cotton candy, that ain't gonna fly, bro.
You're on fire this morning, XO.
Bro.
Because understand that if I have like an ideology, let's say someone doesn't mean with like the hollow earth and shit, then you gotta ask them. Then how does it? You gotta critique from any angle on how the hollow earth might not stand. Maybe there's some parts that
the hollow earth, the hollow. Okay, nice.
Yeah. Because
hollow,
like someone says,
that's my favorite. Yeah.
No, because hollow earth, they're gonna say, "Oh, the earth is hollow on the inside." I'm gonna be like, but if we dig more deeper, though, it always adds up that the temperature rises up. So I think there's nothing hollow on the inside. Maybe there's probably something hot on the inside, maybe a core. But
okay.
Maybe we'll never find out.
Cool story, bro. That's another fantasy cartoon. I'm just pointing out these people are out of the fantasy world, so that's why they won't be talking like that anytime soon that I know of.
Okay, I'm out since there's no serious question.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute. Go ahead.
What is evidence of hollow Earth?
Yeah,
no, we're not going there, man.
don't take the bait, please. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I know it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Yeah, it's embarrassing. Stop.
Oh my god.
Because it's really embarrassing. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. No, flat Earth. No, that's the point. Flat Earthers aren't claiming. To me, they're admitting that they're not claiming an object. They're claiming just a renouncing of the paradigm they're being taught. So I don't know what to tell you, bro. This is. We need some moderation fast. Yeah, where's the moderator? Whatever, bro.
Yeah, we're off topic.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. That's bullshit. Yeah, next. Thanks.
Let me. Wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is that when you have a position, you have to be open to any criticism from any angle that could critique the position that you're in. So
sure, well, that's the point, is that you got to critique them on their claim, though. Critique them about Earth. If you don't do that, then you're already being disingenuous, and they're going to say, see, this actually just proves this guy already. This guy's already asking us about stuff we're not talking about. He must believe he's living on a ball, and they're going to be right.
Wait, but like, I thought the claim was that the Earth is flat and nothing.
Here, I got one for you, Legal.
Yes, that has nothing to do with the sun, moon, and stars. Continue. Yep.
Do you have any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
There you go. Now you got to follow
observations. I got observations.
Do you have any scientific evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No.
Okay, honest, excellent, perfect. There you go. That's good. That's honest of you to say that. Did you want to discuss those observations? If anybody else wants to ask, the gentleman that just brought that up, ask him another question if you'd want. But I'm glad that he was able to be honest about that.
Because
Do you know of anybody that's measured the Earth?
There you go.
no. What was that guy? Galileo? I don't fucking know.
Wait, what happened to the
I don't.
no? First it was no, then it's Galileo. Are you
No,
part of the
he's
Queen
asking if
band?
I
Come
know.
on.
No, but he's asking if I know if
Oh,
anyone
okay.
measured the Earth. I'm like,
Now, is
well,
that a
I think
religious,
Like
right?
it's 2023, right? Like, has anybody measured the Earth?
Oh,
do I know anyone that's measured the Earth? No.
well, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. You said Galileo, though. Who's this Galileo person that you just brought up? I'm
Because
curious.
it's a vague memory. It's pretty much some
Uh-huh.
fucking scientist. I think they're in the Roman Empire that went from Cairo. He took a position from Cairo in Egypt, right? And then apparently he went from there to like 100 miles down.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
to measure.
Did I cut out?
I think he broke up.
He broke up. Yeah, I mean, listen, what he's saying though, there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. It's just as credible as
Sorry.
any other fantasy. So
Yeah.
let him get it out. Go ahead.
I got interrupted by someone called me, but
No problem, man. Go ahead.
So the thing is, some guy, I think Galileo. I'm just gonna call him Galileo.
Cool.
He went to Cairo, measured the shadow at a specific time, then went 100 miles down from his measurement, and then measured the shadow from there. And I think with that, and I think he 100 miles with the degree change by like 2, and then just added it to the 360 because the Earth is 360, and I think he added like up to like 20 million meters or something like that.
Dang, bro. Cool.
I
No, that's good
forgot.
enough. That was good. Hold on. That's good. I just want to tell you good for a general explanation. Now, I just want to I want to emphasize a scenario to you. If I were to do this exact demonstration, right, on a controlled environment on a basketball court, right, with light sources and things, and then I showed you I could make these exact same shadows on this basketball court, what would you then conclude then?
I repeat that question.
If I were able to replicate all the stuff that you just imagined that proves some sort of rotundity to an object, ball Earth, if I were able to replicate your exact outcome, but on a basketball court using smaller lights, sticks and shadows, what would that prove if I was able to do it on that flat surface as well?
Well, then, it would, from the guy from Galileo, he said that it would tell us the circumference of the Earth. However, it wouldn't. You're right, though. You could still get maybe a shadow difference from a flat Earth as well.
Hey, you sound like you're being honest, bro. I'm gonna let you. Yeah, you guys continue. I like this guy. He's being pretty honest. So you guys continue. Thanks.
But here's the ringer. What if you put a third stick in the ground?
So the person
Irrelevant.
that you're talking about
It's not
is
relevant though, is it?
Eratosthenes.
Completely irrelevant. You're just hiding from
No,
the
it's
outcome
not.
already. That's it's
Me?
that
No,
easy.
no,
Now
no.
they're already scared. Look, this guy's already scared to death. Let's talk to this guy. What evidence do you have for your globe Earth?
Put
Okay,
3
I'm
sticks
just
in the ground and
correct.
measure the shadows.
There you go. You can't do anything. So when I get the third sticks in the ground and I get the exact same outcome on a flat surface, then what? What's that mean?
But that's the thing, you can't.
Yeah, it's that easy. They can't even make a claim. You can get all the same exact outcomes on any flat surface using the
No, you
lights.
can't.
It's so easy. Now, as
Not
soon
with
as you
one
can
light
prove
source,
that,
no, you can't.
take your time. Let me know when you can prove that. Best of luck.
Okay.
What if I told you that China?
That was easy.
What if I told you that China did the exact same thing?
I'll just post
at
something
the
in the chat.
exact
Uh-oh,
same
we got
time?
another Caesar. Just relax. Panic attack guy. Go ahead. Yep.
Fuck China.
There you go. Read that in the chat. It's not possible to get 3 light sources
No problem. Let me
pointing to a
know.
single
Yep.
light.
Let me know when that
on
has
the,
anything to do with anything approving your globe. Let me know when you can prove that. Best of luck.
They're done. I've proved it.
Just let
It's
us
in the
know
chat.
anything at all. As soon as you have any
I've done it
evidence
right
at
now.
all, just tell me. I know you're scared. You won't even let me talk. Let me know when you can point
I won't
that
let you
out
talk.
and read
Fucking
it
hell,
out.
mate. You sound like you're on
retard.
PCP.
Yes,
Jesus
pervert,
Christ.
retard. Yeah, I would slap the
Talking
shit
at
out
a
of you.
million
in real
miles
life.
an
Yeah,
hour.
you need stun gun. That's exactly right. It's called the Holy Spirit. Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence?
in the chat.
Still waiting. You can't even make a claim. Does anybody see any
It's in the
evidence?
chat. I've proved it.
That's easy.
It's in
You
the
can't
chat.
even make a claim. It's that easy.
It's in
Where's
the
the
chat.
claim?
Claim's proved.
That's easy.
It's in the chat.
It's that easy.
Done.
You don't even have a claim. So just tell me the words that prove your
This dude's
claim.
fucking
What are the
nuts.
words? Yeah, this perverted retard is a perfect example of a demon-possessed ass clown who's trying to justify an evolutionist lifestyle. So thanks for
I think
being the
you're possessed by
greatest example we've
methamphetamine
had.
tonight.
Yep. Thanks for giving me that great example. So any evidence at all for anything that's going to help this guy's claim, if one person can just point out in his link where there's any evidence at all, that would be a great start.
I'm gonna go eat.
The proof is
Goodbye.
math.
What's that
Yep,
graphic
there you
showing?
go. There's no he can't even make a claim. There's nothing
You
here at
make the
all.
claim.
It's
If
that
you
easy.
put
He
three
doesn't
sticks
even
in the
have a
ground,
claim.
measure the angles of the
nothing. Yep,
shadows.
I'm sorry, that doesn't help you.
You can
Yes,
put
I'm
two
sorry.
sticks
I'm
in the
waiting for
ground and
evidence.
measure them
Yes, I'm
to a
waiting
single
for
light
evidence.
source on a flat plane.
Yes, I know. I'm waiting for evidence of any globe Earth.
You cannot do
We're
this
just waiting.
with three sticks.
It doesn't.
So-
Yeah, show us how you're doing it in distances on your globe
I've done it.
paradigm. Let me know when you've done it. Best of luck.
I've done it.
I can't wait for you to. I can't wait for you to show us your results.
It's in the chat. I'll
Let
show
me
you
know when
it's
you
in
can
the
even
chat.
talk. As soon as you can talk about them, I'm all ears. That was easy.
I mean, it's in the chat.
Thanks for playing. Yep, you can't even talk about them. Exactly.
I mean, it's
What
in the
does that
chat.
feel like? You
Have you
can't
looked
even
at the
talk
chat?
about. You
It's in the
can't even
chat.
talk about. You can't. You will never be able to talk about it.
I'm
You can't
talking
even
about
talk
it right
about.
now.
You can't even talk about it. Tell us one thing about it. What did you do to get the evidence? That was
I mean,
easy.
you put three sticks in the
It's
ground
that
and measure
easy.
the
He
shadows.
can't do anything. Yeah. Oh, on a flat surface?
No, because it's not possible on a flat surface.
Oh, okay, then where did you put three sticks in the ground? That's not a flat surface.
Oh,
Anywhere
that's a
on
good
Earth.
question. Oh, really?
Excuse me. Where did you put three sticks in the ground? That's not a flat surface to prove this, and that's a ball. The ball Earth is where you put three sticks in the ground. Is there even a
Yeah, you
claim
can do
here?
it anywhere on Earth.
Yeah. Is there a claim? Yeah. Where's the three sticks in the ground?
The claim is that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. Where's the claim for the evidence of the globe? I'm still waiting. Can you point to it? Can you just show us a video? Can you show us a text? Can you show us a sentence
Yeah,
where
it's in
there's
the
any
chat.
evidence? Okay. What does it say? Can you talk about it at all?
explains why.
Oh, can you talk
If you put
about
three
it at
sticks in
all?
the ground and measure the shadows.
Right. So can you tell us how that proves anything to do with your globe religion?
And if
Just
the
talk
Earth,
about
Earth
it.
is a, if you assume that the Earth is flat, then
Yes.
the
So
three
can you
shadows will
show
point
me
into
your?
completely different light
Yes. I
sources.
can't wait. I can't wait to see your results that prove the globe. If you can never tell us about that, please do.
But it's in the chat.
Man, it's a
That's a
graphic.
diagram.
That's so no
It's
claim still. You can't even talk about it. You can't be this stupid, bro. It's okay. Perfect.
So let's help him. That is
But it's in the
diagram.
chat.
It's a diagram,
Does,
man.
does anybody see
Yeah,
any
it's a
evidence for
diagram.
the globe? Does anybody
diagram.
see
Can you-
any hey, Geppy, does anybody see any evidence for the globe in the chat ever? Anything?
No,
Is it- I
never.
just-
Yeah.
I would just like
Ever?
to get a
Oh,
claim
yeah,
from
I mean, there's
anybody.
loads of people posting in the
Is there,
chat.
can you even talk about it?
Boats
Can
going over the
somebody just
horizon.
talk about the evidence at all?
Star
Can you just
trails
say something?
spinning in different
Oh,
directions.
so you're
in
already
different
out. So
hemispheres.
that was easy. He's gone. He ain't gonna ever talk about it. It's that easy. He's gone.
We've got the
Bye bye.
what was that
Yep, the
experiment
star
that the
trails
flat
that
earthers
prove
did,
we're not
where
moving.
they
Yeah,
shone a light
the
through
star trails that prove we're not moving.
three
Yep,
holes
that
in the
was
beach.
easy. And yep, 70 miles
Man.
flat. Anything else?
Ixo, can you tell him that I'm
Radar.
So yeah, there's lots of
So
evidence.
LiDAR. So I know I have all the evidence in the world, and you have nothing. That was you. Look at my avatar. Wow, 100 miles to the mountain and to the left side of my hip. Wow, what do you have?
Bro,
Bye-bye.
can you chill?
Bye
Can you
bye.
chill?
No, there is no chill, bro. When I deal with retards like
Okay,
this, no, there is no chill. I'm waiting for a claim. There is people that want to see these people actually put their money where their mouth is. People's lives are on the line. Yeah, your government is. Wait, what? Should we talk about your government's religion? Should we talk about your government's religion? Oh,
No.
really?
What are you
we're
talking
not
about?
going to do that.
Oh,
This
let's
dude's
talk about the
fucking
government.
insane.
Yeah, let's talk about.
We're
Yeah,
not gonna
we're going to
talk
talk
about the
about your
government.
government religion. Yes, we
No,
are.
we're not.
Yes, we
No.
are. Why not?
We're gonna
Tell
shut
me
the
why
fuck
we're
up.
not.
How about that?
Then why aren't we going to
Because
talk
we're
about
gonna
the government
we're gonna
religion?
stop because nobody's
Are
life
you
is on the
upset?
line.
All right. Oh, wait a
No,
minute.
no.
I think you're scared.
Both
Well,
butthurt.
people's lives, whenever lives are on the line, do you know what they have to calculate
No,
for in the
there
military?
are no lives on the line.
They calculate for not experiencing
for flat Earth,
rotation
not for round Earth.
movement. Isn't that
Okay.
nice? Trident Flight Research Center, 1988. Anytime lives are on the line, they can't think about globes in outer space. They have to
We are
obviously
not.
use
There are
a
no
flat
lives on the
stationary
line
understanding.
for
Oh, there are
for
lives on
round
the
or
line.
flat Earth. No,
Oh, there
not
are
for
lives on
round
the
or
line.
flat Earth.
Okay, what
Nope.
is your government teaching? What is your government teaching? How many millions of people have your government killed in the United States
What does
to
that
other
have to do with
countries?
flat Earth? What does that have to do with round Earth?
Oh, we're talking about your
What
government.
does that have to do with it? What does
Yes,
the
they're
government have to do with
teaching.
anything?
Yes, they are teaching
The
that
government
we
hasn't taught
live.
me anything.
Yes. Oh, where did you get your information for your outer space ball
Nope.
religion then?
Where do I get my
Okay,
information?
I'll let you. Okay, then you. That's okay. Then I'll let you
Books?
escape.
Did my,
Okay,
my
God bless
government
you.
didn't write books?
Question,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna let
question,
you
please.
escape. I'm gonna
Okay.
let you escape now.
Yep.
Okay, God
All
bless
right.
you. You did very good. Very
Yep.
good job.
Question,
Okay,
please.
please
Amen.
mute.
Sir, can you take your lithium? Thank you.
Thank
Can I have
you.
a question, please?
I think you need to swap the fucking
Question.
meth for some benzos.
Oh, we got more haters, more trolls. Anything else?
I'm not
Can you hear
trolling. I'm
me?
telling you
Not
that
you,
there's.
not you, miss. Not you. It's them. I know they're having their seizure outbreak. It's okay. Go ahead, guys.
Whoa.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Whoa.
you
Can you
can
hear
just
me?
I
have
can
to.
just say one sentence like everybody gets scared. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
let's hear
You
it, normies.
said more than one sentence.
Come
Thank
on,
you. You
let
said
him
like
talk now.
okay, so
7,000 sentences.
that's nothing. That's just in like 1
And
hour, bro.
all of them have been run-on sentences, by the way. So yeah, you
Amen.
can
I don't even
chill for a
have.
second.
Have you noticed that I don't have to breathe? Are you wondering why? There's levels to
Yeah,
this.
because you're on fucking PCP.
There's levels. Well, yeah, that's what perverts say. Yeah, perverts that live on the internet trying to justify their LGBT lifestyle. That's what you didn't want to hear. Sorry. Okay, there's the truth. We finally got it out. Congratulations, guys.
comment.
The truth is out. Amen. Anything else?
Yes.
TEOS
Hey, I'm
comment.
homophobic, Lambda Glober, all right?
Outer
Don't you
space
dare
and
make assumptions about
evolution,
me.
and now not
Oh
only
my
outer space and
God.
evolution.
Oh,
Thank
thank God.
you. Stop making TOS
Me
comments.
too. Shut up.
Oh.
Kiwi, you were saying something.
Okay, so we're talking about flat Earth right now?
Oh, I hope so.
Nerd, so I don't believe in it.
We speak only about globe Earth, not about flat.
Okay, globe Earth, okay. I think globe Earth is real.
Okay, can you show me?
What was the
drop
name of the dude talking?
Just
Can I
a
show
second.
you?
Drop over distance in reality.
How come the flat earthers are never willing to convince people the earth is flat? All they do is shit on the globe.
That's their
Can you-
strategy, but
One simple
Because-
question. Can you show me drop over distance what every sphere has?
No.
Okay, thank you.
the
That's
answer.
all.
Yeah, look at about.
Hey, how about this? The
How
globe is
about this?
bullshit. The globe is bullshit. Now you
that-
convince me the earth is
you-
flat.
That sphere has a
I've
drop over
rejected
distance.
the globe model.
Let's find
Now
out.
present your evidence to me to demonstrate the earth is flat.
Okay. Okay, go to any beach, any.
No,
Any
no, you
beach.
can't use that argument because the beach is really close to the ground.
Can I just drive to Louisiana?
Wait, I need to tickle myself. Okay.
Sir,
Can we now continue?
sir,
Can we now continue?
sir, I need you to calm down, sir.
You
Sir,
asked
take your
me.
lithium,
Did you ask me? Did you ask me where I can find? You can go to the beach and find that globe. When you find the globe, yes, man.
You can't. No.
Why?
The beach is too close to the ground.
Can you type this because it's 2023? I'm old guy. Can you type like this? How much I can see on the sphere?
10 miles.
How much?
10 miles.
With your height, how much you can see on the globe?
0 miles.
Wait, I'm tickling myself. How much you can see with your height on your globe? What you believe?
10 miles.
About 3 miles. No, it's
You
about
can
3.
type.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's around
3.
Really?
Pretty big ladder. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well, the point still stands that you're too close to the ground to see any actual curvature of the Earth's surface.
Listen, this is very, very tricky. You know, you said 3 miles. Now it's very funny. Do you know what is very funny? When you go to the beach, you see 10 miles.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the beach. I'm gonna lay down really, really fucking low, and it's gonna look flat. So I guess you're right, bro. You win.
Yeah, you know what the guy did with the very, very low? He put the camera on the 1 foot, and that given size, he need to see only 1.2 miles, but he see 10 miles.
Maybe he has some really good peepers.
Or maybe you need to check and go to find out that sphericity what existed in reality. Because it's big, you know, and then you type on the Google, how big it is? Oh, it's 3,909
Hey, old
miles.
man, listen, old man. remember
And
my
then
argument
wait,
before?
just a second. I want to finish. And then you
Okay.
go to Google and find out 3,959 miles. Oh, that's big because it's 3,959 miles. What that mean? That mean it 1 foot height. It's the starting point for curvature is starting. It's 1.2 miles. That mean on 10 miles. You know it's funny. Geometry is always funny. I laugh when it's funny. Then on 10 miles, it's 66 foot of drop. Oh, but there is no drop in reality. But
How do
we
you
check the
calculate
fucking reality.
the drop?
Yeah, that's all. That's all.
How are you doing the calculation?
I use the sphere.
Yeah, no. Like, what formula are you doing? 8 inches per mile squared? So that doesn't really work.
Oh, really? Can you tell me? Can you tell me which formula is working?
Hang on.
8 inches per mile squared is supposed to be drop over distance. So that's the distance that would feasibly be.
Alice, can you tell him about formula?
8 inches per mile
Any
squared.
formula you use is going to be
He
accurate
said
to
he
over
said that it's not.
1,000 kilometers.
He said that is not correct formula.
Here, look. The
8
good
inches per mile squared is supposed to be the physical
good
horizon.
Lord has spoken, and I posted it in chat.
Oh, we
But
have two
that-
Globers disagree. One Glober is saying it is, and another one saying it is not. That real formula.
So
Which one is
that
real formula?
specific formula has to do with a tangential formula for basically a parabola.
Parabola. Can you tell me the formula which is giving for the sphere, the real formula that we can calculate, all of us, the real one?
Don't worry about it, man. Like,
Okay.
I love
And-
you.
Okay, and then tell me with your formula how much is geometrical horizon with your formula? With
Do you
mine,
know-
it's 5.
Do you know what the
Man,
radius of the Earth is, dude?
3,959
Not you,
miles.
Sasha. You had
Okay,
to give
sorry.
me the answer, right?
I told you I'm shape agnostic. I want you to convince me of your model so I can become a flat earther and shit on these globetards with you.
No,
Can you
man,
do that?
We're just
listen,
shitting on your model, dude.
It's
All
not
day
my
You're on
long.
task.
I'm
But
shape
he's on task.
agnostic, remember?
Isn't he on task? He said that formula is not correct. That on 1.22 miles. Can you find your formula, make a calculation, and tell me how much it on 1 foot observer height, how much is distance to the geometrical horizon, please, with your formula.
That's
Please.
a lot of work, man.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Is.
If you want to be, I will give you one.
But you want to come in here and argue,
if
and
you
you
want-
can't even. Whatever, dude. What's 2
I'm
plus
not,
2?
I'm not trying to prove the shape of the Earth. I'm asking you to prove
That's
the
what
shape
we're
of the
trying
Earth.
to. That's what we're trying to do is prove the shape of the Earth, dude.
Okay, well, where's your model? Like, what's
So
your math?
yeah.
How do you explain?
How can you prove it's flat? I have some
Yes.
evidence that it's round.
Proving that it's not
but
round.
I want to
Can
put
I
it
ask
against
you
your
something?
evidence that it's flat.
Can I ask you something? How I prove it's flat? Salt Lake, Bolivia, 4,000 miles squared, 1 meter elevation change.
No offense, Sasha, but like you should let other people talk.
No offense. What do you say about this?
I just might be qualified
what do you
flat
say about
earthers
it?
to have this
Salt,
discussion, man.
you said do you have any proof of flat earth? Salt Lake, Bolivia, 4,000 miles squared, changing elevation 1 meter only. Is that enough?
Okay. Where's the evidence? Like, where are the photos? Like, what
It's
equipment
in
did you use?
Bolivia.
How was the observation made from? Like,
It's in Bolivia, Salt Lake. You can look it yourself. You can go to
not
Bolivia, or you can
from
go.
Bolivia, my
You can go
brother.
to Google. You can go to Google and find out if you cannot go to Bolivia.
Like, my life isn't, my life isn't dependent on the shape of the Earth. Like, if it's flat, like nothing's gonna change for
But
me. So why would I
you are not in
Bolivia?
cinema. But you are not in cinema. You're not in cinema.
Man.
You said your life is not depending on the shape of the earth, but you are here. Very interesting. Man,
Gonna
you
like
said my
explain to
life
me
is
why
not.
the
You
Earth
said
is
my life
flat
is.
instead
You
of
said my
say
life is not
Bolivia and
depending
look
on
at
the.
this lake.
You said my life is not depending on the shape of the earth, but you are here. You are not in cinema. You are not in. I don't know. You're not
Battle
yet.
Mod,
You
you
are
do
not yet.
realize this guy hasn't stopped talking in 20 minutes, right?
Would you prefer I to start talking over you?
Are you talking about yourself, brother?
I'm giving him space.
Well, you're giving him plenty. You're
Advice. I will
cutting
give
out
you
Timbo.
advice, and I will shut up. I will give you advice. If you want to believe in globe, to never, ever, ever check the reality at distance, long distance. Never, ever. Because you will be scared if you do that. Don't do that, and you will be forever will be glober. You will forever believe in a globe. If you don't do that, but if you do that, you will fuck yourself. Don't do that,
So
please.
the
To never
problem with
ever, to never wait, Alice. To never ever check the math. To never ever check the reality, and the globe is yours.
the problem with this lake or whatever you want to call it, this plain in Bolivia, is that it's already 12,000 feet above sea level.
About what? About what?
It's 12,000 feet above sea level. It is not at sea level.
How do you know that?
Because I literally you said, look it.
Yeah, above sea level, you said.
12,000 feet above sea level.
Really?
3,658 meters above sea level.
Where is the sea?
Sea level.
Yeah, but
Level.
where is the sea? Where is the sea?
Level.
It's level underneath.
But where is that sea? Sea level. Where is that
I don't
sea
know where the
level?
sea
You
is.
just
It's at
dug
the sea
that
level.
hole so well.
Where is that sea level?
Zero. There you go. But
Oh,
it's
thank
12,000
you.
feet.
Thank you. Sea level. You
12,000
mean
feet
70% of you think you said 70% of Earth is sea level?
Yeah. Well, no, that's not true at all.
Oh
I mean,
no
there's a lot.
no.
No,
There's
because
a lot.
there's other land that is sea level. Sea level just refers to
Other
the
land sea
level
level.
that is the sea, not
Other
necessarily
land.
like it does. The height does matter. It absolutely
Yeah.
does.
Yeah,
Okay.
owlishness. Why does it matter so much if it's above sea level?
Because
gonna
that
be able
means
to
it's
see
not
further.
sea level.
It's
Meaning
not sea
that
level, so what does that mean?
even though it may only differ in the entire length by, it says like feet of height, just because it's flat,
Yep.
it also is not
Yep.
the level of sea, so you can't say that it's flat because it could be flat, but it could
Come
be
on,
also curving around.
You're smarter than that.
Yeah,
You're
it
smarter
is.
than that. So you're saying because it's that high above sea level that you've increased the radius of the Earth, correct?
Yep.
By how much?
I don't know.
Well, how
However
high
many
above
feet it
sea
was
level
above
is
sea
it?
level, basically. Yeah.
I mean, if you were to say,
Yeah.
if it were you
double
at sea
it.
level,
Yeah.
right? If
Go.
it were at
So
sea
what
level,
is
it
it?
would be more impressive, but it's not at
Okay,
sea
so
level.
what's it above sea level? What is it above sea level?
12,000 feet.
12,000 feet. Okay. What's that in
3,658
miles?
meters.
What's 12,000 feet in miles?
What is that? What is miles? 2,300 and some. So that's 10 miles.
Okay, so you've increased the
No,
radius of
9
the Earth
miles.
by
9
20
miles.
miles.
9
You've
miles.
increased the diameter of the mile. You've increased the diameter of the Earth by 18 miles. Yeah.
80?
18.
2
miles. So it's only 1 mile up above sea level, is it?
No, 2.2. That's what 12,000 feet is. 2.2 miles.
Okay, so 2.2. So now you've got to increase it on both sides because we live on a sphere, apparently. So you've increased it by 4.4 miles. The radius. The diameter, sorry. So how do you think?
No.
No, stop. The diameter has been increased by 4.4 miles. Correct?
Why are you assuming
Incorrect.
though?
Okay. So follow me along here. All right. From sea level, the Earth is measured from sea level. Correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
Yep. So if you increase that from one side, yeah. So it's 2.2 miles. Now you've increased the circumference because she wants to work out drop over distance at that height above sea level. Correct?
I don't.
Yes.
I guess.
Yep. So in order to do that, you have to times 2.2 by 2. because
No.
you're
4.4.
changing it from a radius to a diameter because you're increasing the whole size across the Earth.
No.
Yep.
Because it could be dipped on the other side.
Oh my God.
Could be sea level on the other side.
He is
So-
talking about above sea level. Above sea level.
Don't be a
Right,
dick.
but there's really no saying if this specific
So how much
salt
is
flat,
so what? How does it change? Owlishness. You made a claim. How does it
Yeah.
change drop over distance? By what number?
it wouldn't change drop over distance.
Exactly.
it-
so what are you talking about? So why is
What
your
I'm
argument
talking
it's
about
above
is
sea
that
level?
So what I'm talking about is that you can't say that the entirety of the 4,000 miles or whatever it is. You can't say that the entirety of that is not different heights above sea level. You can't say
It's
that
got water
because
on it. It's got water
yeah,
on
I know
it.
it's
a
I know
flat
it has water on
surface.
it.
So what are you
Doesn't mean
talking
anything.
about?
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. You
What
see
doesn't
what I'm
mean anything?
so what I'm saying is that it could be different heights at different part of the
How
world. It
can
could all
water
be the
be at
same.
different heights in a
No,
lake?
not the water, the land. So
Who gives a
one of
fuck
the
We're
about the
talking
land?
about
He's talking
water.
about the lake.
lake.
Isn't it a salt flat?
Fucking
Yeah,
salt
it's a
lake.
salt flat.
It's
It's
a
a salt
salt
flat.
lake. It fills up with water
Oh my
and becomes a
Not
lake.
always.
It doesn't become a lake.
All right, okay, go. Look it up. Look it
Okay.
up. Bolivian salt lake. Go. Bolivian salt lake. Look it up and
It's
have a
a
look
salt
at it.
flat, not a salt
You
lake.
tell me. Look at the fucking picture and you tell me if there's fucking water on the top of it.
Lake. It's a salt
Well,
flat.
this one looks
There's
pretty
a
dry that
difference.
I'm looking at.
When it rains, it fills up with water.
What the-
Yes.
not
So does
what
my
that
back garden
means.
doesn't turn into a lake.
Okay, look it up. Look it up. And
All
you
right,
tell
I'm
me.
literally looking at it. It
Okay.
says
It's a big
Celler
puddle.
di
Without making
Uyuni.
comments. All right, this pommy git is fucking pissing me off. Where are you, cunt?
I'm right here. Anyway, Celler di
No, I'm not talking to
Uyuni.
you, owlishness. I'm
Oh,
talking to this
sorry.
fucking charm
Wait.
hole cunt.
Whoa, I haven't said anything yet. I was
Oh,
asking.
sorry, mate. So who's talking?
I don't know who is that. I'm not paying attention.
Were you looking, Space Goat? Do you know who was that other guy?
Pretty sure it
talking?
was Mez. He got muted.
Good. All right, owlishness. Have you looked
Yeah.
up the picture of this salt lake yet?
Yep. I'm looking
Yeah.
right at it.
When
It's not a salt
full
lake.
of water. When it's full of water, can you
Not
give
a
us the
salt lake.
square miles of the salt lake when it's full of water?
It's not a salt lake. Still not a salt lake.
Okay. Does
Celler
it
di
have
Uyuni
water?
is the
Does it
is the
have water in it?
hold on a sec. Let me read. Celler di Uyuni is the world's largest salt flat and is considered to be one of the most extreme and remarkable vistas in South America. In the immediate vicinity, you can find an antique train cemetery, a hotel made of salt, and enough lithium to power every device you'll ever own. But the flat itself is definitely enough to write home about. Celler di Uyuni is located nearly 12,000 feet, 3,658 meters above sea level in Bolivia's southwest corner alongside its border with Chile, formed as the result of thousands of years of transformation among several prehistoric lakes. The flat is remarkably flat with an altitude that varies no more than by a few feet across its entire 4,086 square mile expanse. Because of this, when the nearby lakes overflow onto the flats during rainy season, the flat transforms into a shallow quote unquote lake. Okay, it's not a lake though. It's just still a salt flat.
They just said it was. The word lake in there, and you had to put it in quote on
How many-
quotes, but it said lake,
It is
didn't
in
it?
quotes. It is in
Timbo,
quotes.
Alicia, how many times you read flat in that?
God. A salt, just because it's called a salt flat doesn't mean that the world's not round. Oh my goodness.
So when it
Jesus.
turns into a lake, what does it have
Bro,
on the surface?
It's at the restaurant going flatbread, and you're like, holy shit, what? Flat?
Owlishness. When it turns into a lake, what's on the surface of that lake?
It's not a lake.
Water. Is it not water or not? Can you just be
not a
honest
lake.
for a second? Just be
Yes,
honest for a
yes.
second.
I posted the guy is
To
playing
Octo 20
concept
and
1
3.
hour. You can see
Okay.
the lake.
Hold on. Let me post what it looks like, so you don't think I'm adding quotes to this. It actually says quote
Oh,
unquote
when the
lake.
when the surrounding lakes overflow into the salt flat, it becomes a lake. Did you not read
Quote
that?
unquote lake.
Yep. So
Quote
what do
unquote.
lakes have? What do lakes have when they turn into lakes?
They have water. Yeah.
Ah.
Oh. Yeah.
So why are
But
you
it's
arguing?
because it's not a lake. Oh my goodness.
Why are you arguing? When it has water in it, it's a lake.
It's a salt flat.
Alishness, can
water
you
in it.
watch the last video what I posted, please?
What
It's
was
a
that?
concert on the lake, on the water. You will see. It's
I
not.
can't believe these people are fucking arguing about this.
Yeah, I know.
It's in the fucking description.
What, that it says that it's a salt flat?
You have a guy making concert 1.5 hour, and everywhere it's water.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this. You can talk to someone else if that's cool.
Yeah, but
Are
it's
you
music.
admitting that it's a lake?
Oh, I'm gonna watch the video and I'll let you know.
Cool. I'm still wondering what your argument is about the height of the lake.
She's saying if you think that if you have some places where it's 4,000 miles square flat, then Earth is flat. You know. No, that's not
Yeah.
point. Earth is not a globe because
Yeah.
of that.
It's
Not
about the
that.
water. Because they claim that water's bending around the curve. So if the
Yeah.
water's flat there, then how is it bending on the ocean? Their argument was, okay, well, it's flat there. Well, if it's flat there and there's water sitting on top of it, then it's flat. And then, so that one stays flat because there's water on it, but the oceans bend. There's the fucking logic there.
It's a man-made salt lake.
practice. Oh man, who killed the party? Was it you? Yeah, you right there. Yeah, you got a guilty look on your face.
Hey AI,
What's
how's it going?
not too bad. I'm working overnight at a lake house. It's quite nice.
In a lake house.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
You still scraping grout?
Oh, I finished that one. I couldn't finish. I got all of it done except for the shower door in the one bathroom because the particular door that they wanted requires stud layout, right? That has to be known because you can't just put it into a tile. It's too heavy. So I declined to finish that because I can't guarantee that the last dude did it right. So I'm not about to do it. You know what I mean? I could tear into the wall and find the studs on the other side, but that's too much. They can hire somebody else to do that. So I told them, these are fancy Airbnb, right? So I told them just put up a nice curved tension shower rod and a nice curtain because they are planning to tear that wall out in the spring. So it's like there's no reason to dick around with it now. Just put a shower curtain, done with it. Lesson for that homeowner is when you buy like $12 square foot tile, you don't hire an $8 an hour tile installer. Right?
That's it.
Your installer should at least be twice as much as your square footage price.
There's a guy here that wants to talk though. Nanu, put him up. He's just shooting his gate off.
Are you a general contractor, AI?
No, I'm an admiral contractor.
You're a what?
An admiral contractor.
Admiral? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. That's great. You're one step above. That's amazing.
So now I need to find where they have some nice milkshakes in this town.
You said milkshakes?
Yeah, nice milkshake.
I would say McDonald's, but
McDonald's.
your shit's always broken, so.
Dude, McDonald's is like the standby. A lot
I
of
don't know what time
restaurants.
it is there, but
It's 10 o'clock.
oh shit. You on the East Coast?
Also known as 2200 hours.
Yep, 2200 hours, yeah. Yep. Accurate. Maybe I don't know if you have a Sonic near you. Maybe?
There's a lot of Sonics around here. There's probably one close by. Close enough,
Yeah?
anyway.
I don't know if they have milkshakes or not though. I can't promise
Heck
you that.
yeah. They got good milkshakes.
What?
Okay, there you go.
Oh, I am free. Okay. So, how does the flat Earth reconcile the observations we make in the North versus South Pole?
Observation.
The observations, yes. When you at night, you see the stars rotate counterclockwise in one versus clockwise in the other. But also during summer solstice, during the summer, when the sun is always up, you see the sun basically circle around above the horizon. But it goes the opposite way in Antarctica as it does the North Pole, as the Arctic. So how do you
So,
explain this in the flat Earth?
sorry, can we get to the understanding first before we carry on that the sun, moon, and stars come from the east and go to the west? Yeah.
Well, if you're at the pole and you look up and you're perfectly at the pole of rotation, you would see the stars rotate one way versus the other way. They wouldn't be coming from the east or the west. They would be rotating directly above head.
Sorry, have you been to the South Pole and observed the
No, but
rotation?
people have gone there and they've taken cameras and done time-lapse footage. Are you saying all these people are lying to us?
I'm just wondering what you're talking about at the moment.
Do I have to physically go there, or is video good enough?
I don't know. You have to show the video.
There. I mean, I could turn that around on you.
No, you could just show the video first.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
fine, but you
already
see, the
did.
problem is, yeah, it's fine. But the problem is, what's there to reconcile? The stars do what they do. So why is it necessary that Flat Earth has to answer it or reconcile it?
Here, I'll post it again inside chat. Because you're claiming to know the shape of the Earth. They have this idea. I want to know how it works.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. So let me ask this question.
What?
Are the stars, just check it out, are the stars the Earth?
No, this is a fallacy called the TEOS-UK fallacy, where using your model or idea, and instead of responding to the criticism and defending your ideas, you
No,
respond.
it's not a fallacy, and it's not too quay anyway.
Here, I'll just link you to the fallacy that explains it, proving you wrong.
Irrelevant, dude. How is it me accusing you of this and that? Okay, what I'm telling you is a simple question. Are the stars the Earth? The correct response is no, they are not. It's the only response.
Okay, yeah, they're not. What's your point?
Yeah, perfect. So that being said, are what the stars do logically contingent of a necessity upon the shape of the Earth? Yes or no?
I think probably it is.
Well, the correct answer is no.
How your model works, and you have a model, you just don't share it.
Well, the correct answer is no, dude.
In your head of how the cosmos works, if there's a firmament or not, the general shape of the Earth, how all
okay, dude, listen, dude.
I'm asking you how they work, and
Do
instead
you
of
want to talk, or do you just want to talk through everybody? Because you're freaking getting boring, bro.
to talk, I ask how these things work, how you explain them.
You're bored. You're boring. Thanks. You're boring.
Why can't you answer?
You're boring. You're boring.
So you won't let me ask a question. You just can't answer.
No, dude, you don't understand how this works, bro. You ask a question, I retort. You then criticize the retort. You don't talk through the retort.
All right, here's the videos again. If you'll observe them, I would like an explanation.
Dude, what do you mean? What do you mean by explanation?
How can
you're using your worldview to correct? Sorry, that was rhetorical. You're using your worldview, which the stars and the Earth and the way they move is contingent upon each other. Now, practically, they're not necessarily logically contingent. Now, in your worldview, they are.
Sure, but
since they're not the Earth, okay, if the Earth is flat and the stars do what they do, right, those two things are separate.
Yeah, and I'm asking if the Earth is flat, why do the stars do what they do? That's what I'm asking, and I expect an
That's a fair
explanation.
question.
Okay.
Now, fair enough. I could give you an explanation, and I can give you a rough explanation. However, I don't have to give you an explanation because they're not contingent in my worldview upon each other. However, now check this out. Since I know the stars are not the Earth, and since I know they're not connected to the Earth, and the things that the Earth does don't necessarily affect what the stars do and vice versa, then I know that the stars could do an infinite permutation of things and still result in the same effect. So, for example, I know for a fact, 100%, that you can get apparent counter rotations through an optical media. You can put something that's rotating one direction, and you can put a media in between you and it will appear to rotate the opposite way. I know that for a fact.
Then
right?
how do you explain why we observe completely different skies with completely novel stars and such in the southern versus northern hemispheres?
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, it's very simple.
In
So,
an opposite direction.
yeah, no problem. So, when you're in a particular location, the arc of your field of view is limited. When you move to another location, you take the limited arc with you, and therefore the things that you could see before, you can't see anymore.
Okay, so why are the new things rotating the opposite direction? You just said
Well,
it's,
like I
it's
said.
a projection of one thing.
Yeah, like I
This
said,
projection looks like it's rotating the opposite
Yeah, sure.
direction due to the firmament or whatever.
Yeah, sure. So since I know that's true, right, and since I know
Mhm.
that it's a cumulative effect, the further away I get from the center of rotation, I would expect to see a difference. Now there's another thing we have to take into consideration, which is this.
Okay,
There's a common. Hold on. When I say which is this, that means I'm about to say something. So it's a common understanding in the globe model that the stars are essentially one field, relative to the Earth. So the Earth is one thing moving inside a field of stars. And the position of the Earth relative to that field of stars is what results in the images that you see. Now, that's fine. That works in that model. Now, here's the problem. They don't have to be one field. There could be two star fields. There could be a toroidal arrangement to where, so it's two arcs that go in a circle, right? And then if you have a media effect and a holographic inversion, right, then you'd get entirely different rotations that aren't congruent. And of course, they would center around the equator because that's where the intersection of the two toroids would be.
If I can interrupt you, this is all nice.
Go ahead.
It's little more than claims and word salad. It sounds fancy, but can you build a model to show this? Or
Yeah, sure. I'm glad.
to prove this?
That's fine. Now, here, check this out. Very simple. Okay, check this out, bro. Has anybody who believes in the globe and the way the stars move been to the stars to get a viewpoint of the star field to the Earth and validate their claims about the way the stars
Why
are
do you have to go there? Why do you have to go to the stars? We can't do that. It's too far away.
Well, there's your answer. So you're what you have. This is the only thing you have. Just chill for a second. What you have is a much.
The time, bro.
Dude, you gonna be okay?
I know what you do is you talk the majority of the time. You spam all this word salad. When I ask you to prove it or back it up with anything,
Are you listening what he's saying?
I don't have to prove anything, bro. That's what you don't seem to understand. Now, I will tell you this though. You just admitted that what you have is a modelic interpretation of the stars. That's all. Good job.
There's a reason these people don't let you talk for more than 15 seconds at a time because they know you're going to ask questions. And when you ask questions, their shit falls apart.
No, dude, I've answered all your questions logically, and I've demonstrated to you that one, I don't need to answer what the stars do, and two, your answer to the stars isn't validated. So what more do I need to say? Do you want me to make up a story?
I told you.
Valid to your valid
first.
story.
When I came in here, I told you I reject the globe Earth model. Now convince me the Earth is flat. Like, I'm not here defending the globe.
Okay, fine. It's very simple. It's very simple, brother. Step one, the sky isn't the Earth.
Yes.
Agree
Okay, cool.
or disagree? Okay. Step two, measure the Earth. If it's flat, it's flat.
But when you go measure the Earth, it's not flat. So what then?
You sure about that?
Yes.
So what methodology of measurement you're speaking about?
Well, I don't know. I think a really good way to measure whether or not the Earth is flat is have a perfectly straight pipe, evacuate it from all air, and shine a laser through it. Would you be willing to do that experiment?
What? Dude, think about what you just said. If you created a pipe that was perfectly parallel.
What do you think about ring laser gyroscope drift? You just discount that.
My goodness, dude. You can't even stay on one freaking point, dude. I'm freaking analyzing the pipe, okay?
You never answered my question. You spammed a bunch of word salad, but you never gave me a
What are you talking about,
experiment.
dude? I'm talking about the pipe that you just brought up.
No, I've already shifted topics because you dodged the last one.
Yeah, you're done, bro. Goodbye.
This guy's such a fucking. That's why you got muted.
Yeah,
thanks for playing, Nanu.
You're the
you're worthless, dude. You're worthless, bro. You can't even stay on a topic for greater than the first word of my sentence. So you are worthless. You understand? Worthless.
I met somebody this morning exactly like that character. Same monotone
Yeah, but I
and
want to
everything.
critique. I want to critique his stupid pipe. All right. So if you create a pipe where all of the walls are parallel, right? So you don't have any curve whatsoever. Straight pipe, and you make that pipe 3 miles long, right? It's straight, and then you shine a laser through it. Okay, hold on. First, you evacuate the pipe. You create it into a vacuum, right? As best as you can, using mechanical and chemical means, right? So you have the bestest vacuum you could have in that pipe. It's straight, okay? If you then shine a laser through that pipe, you've already created a matrix which is disconnected from the surface of the earth. So you don't have any demarcation of the surface at all. You're just shining it through the pipe. Now, what you might have meant to say is if you create a level pipe, right? That might have been what you meant to say. Because then and only then would the laser, quote unquote, hit the walls of the pipe. So I'll give you a mulligan on that one, that you might have meant to say a level pipe. Because if you just create a straight pipe, the laser's just going to go straight through it. I mean, duh. I mean, try being intelligent next time, and I'll give you a mulligan on that one. But not if you're just going to, so you bring up a pipe, and then somebody says,
Now that I'm
you bring
you
up a,
interrupted me before I said you could float the pipe on a calm body of water.
whatever, dude.
And if the laser shines to the end of the evacuated pipe without hitting a wall, intersecting a wall, then on a calm body of water, and it's like, say, a 2-mile long pipe, I'd say, well, that's interesting.
Dude, you said straight pipe. So are you saying a flexible pipe or a rigid pipe?
A straight pipe, and then I went on to try to explain, well, if you floated in a calm body of water, that would solve the issue, because then it's basically
now
a
all of a sudden there's a
Dude,
calm
you're not
body.
you're not getting the point. If it's a straight pipe, it's a straight pipe. It's gonna go straight. You gotta have a
No,
level
I
pipe.
tried correcting myself. I understand
You're
a
still not
straight
correcting
pipe won't
yourself. It's
work.
gotta be comprised of different segments, so they're connected such that they.
If you have
follow-
a somewhat flexible pipe that floats in water, it follows the surface of the water for 3 miles,
Yeah,
and you
point is,
evacuate.
point is, Nanu, you don't need a pipe. You just need to shoot across the surface of the water and hit your target at the distance. That's
Yeah.
the only thing you need to do.
Flat earthers have done that. They didn't like the results, and they say, well, it must be something about the
Wow.
atmosphere.
What are you talking about? Are you kidding me?
Who didn't like the results?
What the fuck is he talking about?
You're talking about Jeranism with his flashlight? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the flashlight's a different experiment. It doesn't use lasers.
Okay, then what laser experiment are you talking about?
The reason to evacuate the pipe is so that there can be no excuses that there's atmospheric refraction or any fuckery going on.
No.
It removes the potential for that excuse.
No. What laser test?
I
Nanu, what
believe
laser
it's sufficient to demonstrate whether or not the world is flat
Are
or
you
curved.
listening, bro? Are you brick, dude?
No,
I'm
he's
asking
incapable of listening, brother.
what laser test, bro?
He's not going to answer that.
Do you know?
No, he
No,
doesn't.
I didn't say that. They didn't shoot through a pipe. They
Are you
kidding me,
kidding me, bro?
Dude.
He's talking about Netflix propaganda.
You literally said they didn't like the laser experiment that they did. So whose laser experiment are you talking about?
It was from some documentary. I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Which one, dude?
I can't remember what it's called. It's
Netflix one they always bring up.
Netflix.
Kenchi's right. Kenchi's right.
Yes, it was Jeranism with the flashlight, dude. Good grief, dude.
No, they
remember, so he's not going to answer.
They used a green laser in this experiment.
Oh my goodness, dude! In the Jeranism one, the laser failed. They overheated the collimator and melted it, so they had to use a flashlight.
Well, he's an idiot. Who cares?
Right.
Hello,
so then
everyone. I'm back.
the reason why he was disappointed with his laser test is because he wasn't able to do it. Not that he got bad results from the laser.
Okay. Well, can we go back to my experiment? Do you see a flaw in my experiment? Why would it not work?
Well, you got a pipe and you got a laser.
You got waves, dude.
Yeah,
But I
undulation.
mean, you could mediate the undulations over time.
I think
it's not technically impossible. It's not technically impossible, but it's kind of impracticable.
The lake right behind my house is like 6 miles long, and on really calm nights, it's absolutely dead still. You could do it there.
Right, dude, but you're not thinking straight. Okay, I want to help you out.
And the
All as you
pipe you're
need is a
using.
hold on,
Sorry.
friend. All as you
Sorry.
need is a frozen lake. Okay, then you don't have to worry about undulations. You go out to a long lake that's perfectly frozen, right? So the water level is going to be probably within the less than a centimeter differential, right? Maybe, depending on, there's certain times when there's snow drifts and stuff that will give you bumps on the ice. But if you go out on a pristine day, after you had a pristine ice freeze without a lot of snowfall, right?
Right.
You could get you could probably gauge the variation to be very, very minimal.
I
And
mean,
you take your long pipe, right? And you put it on that, and because the pipe's going to rest right on the ice, right? That'd be the
okay, I
best
mean
way.
that's a
Really
good
heavy
idea.
pipe.
I just think it would be better done in fluid water
Why?
Why?
because there can be no excuses after that.
What are you talking, dude? Do you not realize that when
You
ice
may-
freezes, it
Yes,
takes
I
its
understand.
level?
I understand. Yeah, that it would work. I agree with you. Like, I agree it's a good idea. I just still think doing it in fluid water would be better.
Hiding from reality.
Good question. If people were willing to fund this experiment, would you accept the results of it either way? Would you agree it's a decently thought out experiment that I pulled out of my ass in this
Yeah, but
server?
we already have plentiful things that we've already done, and people already can do line of sight tests. So anything extra is just a layer cake of more evidence. So we don't need something that's already been demonstrated. You can actually understand the fluid mechanics of water, right? Hydrostatics.
So
You
it's nothing to do
understand?
with water, like fluid
Yeah,
dynamics.
it has everything to do with water, bro. Hydrostatics is a
mean, you-
derivative. Hydrostatics is a fucking derivative
Oh my
of
goodness,
fluid
dude.
mechanics, bro.
Let me tell you why it has everything to do with it, dude. Because in the claim,
It does, but it doesn't at the same time.
but in the claim,
Oh my
listen,
god.
in the claim of either version of the Earth, the surface of water is level. That's the standard of level.
Define level. I would define level as perpendicular to the pull of gravity. Would you define level as flat, like
Right,
having?
so let's say that's true. I'm saying in both models, if you take, let's say, a flat Earth concept or a globe Earth concept, water
Okay.
is level in both. And the reason why it's level is because the equilibrium of forces at the surface, right? So
Right.
even if you just take down as down, right, water's going to compress to its mean or top surface being level, right? Without question, minus, of course, waves and things like that, ripples.
Right. So on a flat Earth model, if you floated like a 2 mile long pipe in the water, it would be perfectly straight. But on the globe Earth model, it would be slightly curved, right? If you floated in the water, you agree?
Oh yeah, it depends. So on
It's a perfect experiment.
so
Let's go
let's
build
say
it.
a really good one. So 3 miles long is what? So 8 minutes, 8. Well, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So
That's
anyway,
good.
I've been up there longer
Short
than that in my
distances,
head.
yeah.
But so 3 miles is basically what they say. That's where you intersect the horizon at 6 feet. So I want to say it's going to be about 6 feet
Let's just build it
of
1
drop.
mile. How about that? 1 mile.
Well, 1
3.
mile. 1 mile is only going to be 8 inches. That's a little. It's not really very conclusive. You know what I'm saying?
So the problem is what pipe are we using for this?
I don't know.
Evacuated pipe, dude.
Yeah, but what pipe are we using to stay afloat?
I think
How does this
PVC
work?
would be perfectly sufficient high gauge PVC.
Wow,
what?
this is sad.
How are you gonna
PVC doesn't
keep
flex like that, dude.
Yeah,
How are you
but
gonna
if
keep
the
it?
Earth is
How
flat,
are
the
you gonna
water is
keep it
perfectly
straight left
flat.
to right? How are you
If
gonna
the
keep
Earth
it
is,
straight left to right?
if the
Left
Earth
to right.
is,
How are you gonna keep it straight over a
we can
mile?
figure this out.
Dude, you do realize that I could shoot.
Okay.
Probably shoot a laser. Well, 8 inches maybe not, but you could probably shoot a laser through a pipe that's curved to a certain degree and still get laser light on the other side.
Yes, but it would be much dimmer.
You don't need all that, man. Just shine it over the surface of water.
Doesn't
I
work.
don't know what the problem is. I really don't. Why is there so much mental contortions just to shine a fucking laser
Really?
across the water, bro? Why?
Well, he wants to mitigate the excuse of refraction, but I want to say this: refraction is an excuse. There's no quantification that refraction does the thing that Glover's claim it does.
Infrared then.
Well, it's
I
weird
mean,
because
it certainly would. It's a lensing effect.
it's different though, because in the case of the fucking pipe, you're still gonna think that the liquid parts of the Earth are curving along with the water. So the laser will be curving as. I mean, it's the same shit. It's the
Well,
same excuse, only with a pipe.
If someone was willing to fund this experiment, why would you argue with it? If it's simply more
Because
sophisticated.
I'm gonna tell you right now,
Humane
if you understood water and the mechanics behind it, you wouldn't be doing the mental contortions that you're doing right now.
Why? Light takes the shortest path to any object, so density plays a
Okay.
huge role, for example,
So do
in
you
light's path.
listen? I'm trying to get something out here to you, right? I posted a link there so you can look at LibreText. I really want you to look at those hydrostatics, right? Check this out. I want you to follow this link right here because there's gaps in your knowledge at the current time. Because if you think water is conforming to the surface of the Earth as in curvature, you got another thing coming.
The Earth is a globe, it is, and then
I
the
know, but
experiment
click
would
on that
work.
link, will you, Nanu?
No, because it's
you're-
irrelevant to the experiment. Because if
It's
the
not
Earth is a
irrelevant.
globe, then water
You're
would be
fucking-
conforming to the curvature.
Listen, dude. You're doing your test over water. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then that means that this is applicable. It's a variable in part of your test. So you need to understand the mechanics of water. It's a part of it, bro. Stop acting like you don't. It's not a part of it. You're trying to lay a fucking pipe on top of water. If you understood how water, the mechanics behind it, how it operates, then you wouldn't be questioning such things. You'd be understanding there's undulation, there's certain things that you have to factor in, like weather. There's a lot of stuff, bro. So you have to understand water first. You don't know that. So if you're not looking at this, it's just a refusal on your part to acknowledge the gaps in your knowledge, bro.
Cool.
Yeah,
Are you
that's
done?
what I'm saying. I need to hammer this point home with you because if you're thinking that it's not relevant, you're sadly mistaken.
No, it's not relevant because you could simply redesign the experiment to account for undulation, oscillation,
I
water
know,
movement,
but you
whatever
don't
want.
need all that hooey, dude. You just really need to shine a laser straight across the surface. Click on the fucking link one time, man. Look at the
No, because
information there.
Let's argue about, it's atmosphere doing weird things.
I know that, but if you study
and get rid of the
all
atmosphere,
I'm saying
take it
is
out of the equation.
all I'm saying is that your refusal to look at this information is going to be to your detriment, and you're going to keep going on and on about this fucking cockamamie idea that you have in your head. You got constructed and it's got high on your burners right now, which you don't need to do. It's really it's too much, dude.
I would
It's really
wanna
too
listen
much.
to you. You're just mocking me. Like,
I'm
you
not
don't-
mocking you. I'm having you realize. I'm having you realize that you're doing too much for something that doesn't need that much. You really just have to understand when you shine your light over the water. There's a few variables you have to take into account, right? And one of them is not putting it through a tube, dude. That's all I'm saying. Like you have to really understand what you're working with here.
I understand you're an anti-tuber. I understand.
Sorry.
this.
All right.
This is
dude.
this is part of my expertise. Is PVC pipes. So if we're going to do, let's look at even 150 mil PVC pipe. Yeah. So the length of 150 mil PVC pipe is 6 meters. So every 6 meters, you're going to have a join which goes into a spigot end. Yeah. So you've got error and deviation in the pipe. Now what happens with PVC is it flexes, correct? So how the hell are you going to keep it from flexing left to right while it's floating on water? Plus, including all the joins that don't go in perfectly straight. How are you going to do this?
It's actually
mate?
true, brother. You'd actually have more stress. You would probably have more stress left, laterally than anything else. Like your whole thing is just gonna like blow down the river.
Yeah,
Or blow, you know what I'm saying?
Put 3 pipes together in parallel for the lateral movement to make it more rigid to stiffen it.
Oh boy.
What?
Well, yeah,
That's
you could put a fin. You could put a fin on the side, like a rectangle, right? Very light but rigid enough.
Yeah, you make it more
laterally.
rigid in the lateral axis, right? Not
Right.
that one,
Yeah, you could do
so
that.
that solves for that.
I would use a rectangular. I would use something rectangular, not just another tube.
I'm advocating for the side of I'm advocating for the side of simplicity. And you're really wanting to make this more there's more things that you're piling onto this, more variables that you have to account for, when you can actually make this a lot more simple. It doesn't need to be this complicated, is what I mean. So you're putting
Wouldn't
too
it
much.
be more scientific to prove your claims with a
It's
control
not
experiment like he's
science. It's
suggesting?
not
He's suggesting a control
science.
experiment.
Well,
That
it's
is
not science.
science.
It's not science.
That's not a controlled experiment.
It is controlled because you're removing the variable of atmosphere messing with
You're
light.
not. Okay, dude.
You're not.
Fine.
You're
Fine.
controlling the atmosphere.
You're
It's
not.
pretty simple. Yes, you are.
Nanu, step away from your mic because your mic is peaking like
I'm 2 feet
every
from my mic.
4 syllables.
If I need to adjust it, then I'm sorry.
No, back up, back off your mic.
Okay, is this better?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
nothing has changed. Cool.
Well, back. Continue talking and then back off your mic a little bit because you're peaking.
I just have a really sensitive mic. I'm like a foot away from it, so.
Oh my goodness! Then turn on the sensitivity.
Well, just turn me down. Wouldn't that be easier?
You know what
Literally
peaking
have to
means,
make a
right?
point.
Anyway.
Your words are getting cut off, dude. That's what she's saying.
Okay. Maybe I'll
That's what
turn,
peaking is.
turn
Not
Chris
that you're
off.
too loud. That half your sentences are getting cut off. I'm trying to help you here. Turn
Is
down the
this-
gain
is-
on.
is this
Turn down the
better?
gain on your mic.
Is
You're
this better?
overloading the input, sir.
So far, so good, yeah.
We'll know once
Cool.
you start talking. That will.
I mean, I don't really have much more to say. If you think that my experiment design doesn't control for extra variables like atmosphere, refracting light,
Reflecting.
then
Dude,
like, if you don't think that's more scientific and controlled, then I don't know what to say.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But there's already been a laser test shot 25 miles over Lake Itzel that defeated the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, even taking into account standard refraction and refraction measured at the site, and the M-gun and millirad divergence of the laser. And they even horizontally panned it through multiple targets at different ranges, proving that it was in line. So, I mean, the globe's already been debunked by 2 orders of
I
magnitude with the
don't believe
laser.
you.
So,
I think that's more likely to be a grifter faking an experiment to get money from flat
Bro,
earthers.
okay, hang on. AI, what is
What
the
money, dude?
hang
What
on one
money?
second. 1 second. I have something for AI because he's been in the
highly doubt you
dude, can you relax?
some
You're
money to
peaking.
spare.
You're peaking, bro.
Someone
You're
was
peaking right now.
talking to me.
Dude, you're
and I'm
peaking.
talking to him.
Your syllables are getting once again, you're peaking, bro. Whatever you're doing. AI, the military. What is it? Sea Sparrow, the missile with the pencil beam that has the what is it, hitting a target over 100 miles away? I think is what it was. You remember that?
I think it's 50 miles or 50 or 60.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's classified at 35. The Sea Sparrow Block 2.
Yeah, so this is not something that's a ragtag backyard test. I wasn't say experiment, but it's not a ragtag test, dude. This is the military using these this equipment. It's efficient for long range. So if you're talking about distance and you're talking about money, yeah, the military is using this technology, bro. So I don't know what would be your excuse for the military. Now I'm gonna call them like liars too. I don't know, like because that's what are you saying there?
Well,
They go on, yeah.
It's not quantified. It's the idea that refraction saves all observations for the globe is not quantified. It's just appealed to. The penumbric term refraction is applied as if it's a band-aid that's going to solve the problem. There's no demonstration of any type of refraction that's capable of doing the things the globe needs to do to supersede all the observations that have been made. I mean, you're talking mountains that should be a mile below the curvature. You're talking 1,200-mile distances in infrared seen at certain altitudes, right? Which still should put everything below the curve. Like, there is so much observations that supersede the globe geometry, some by 2 orders of magnitude, right? Just saying refraction, okay, is not sufficient. So you think that the flat earthers have to prove there's no refraction. That's not true. You have to prove that refraction is even capable in principle of doing the things you need it to do to save the globe's ass.
Why prove that when we can just control for it by removing atmosphere from the equation, like in my experiment?
Dude, I'm telling you that. Well, look, if you could perfectly remove the atmosphere, right, and set it up absolutely perfect, yes, it'd be worth looking at it. Okay, that's true, no problem.
I don't know what you mean by peaking.
Okay, bro. What happens is you start talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it goes like this. Check this out. So I'm a.
Yeah, this
And
is
then I went to.
this is the
He's
only
bad at
place
describing it. You're peaking your mic. It's like getting input that's way too much for it. You're probably breathing into it while you speak. If you got a pop filter, that would probably fix what they're talking about. Changing your input is going to do nothing for what they're talking about.
That's stupid. Turning down the input gain will definitely help.
Well,
That
I mean,
won't change the peaking.
Basic concept, so that
Yeah,
makes
well,
sense.
a pop screen will help though too.
It's the sound gate on Discord specifically. So you have to
Correct.
turn it down in Discord specifically.
Yeah, I have my setup just like yours. I moved the slider based on, its activation range. This is just the only room anyone's ever complained about my mic, ever.
Well, try switching to a flat earther. Maybe it'll be clearer.
That might actually work.
Well,
won't be
look,
as
this
triggered.
is a server side. It's a server side issue that happens. Sometimes it's fixed. Sometimes it's fixed by switching the server region and all kinds of things we did on our server all the time. A lot of times what it is when people are so far away from each other, the delay, and then Discord tries to decide who to allow to give the bandwidth to. And so basically, if you're trying to talk while someone else is just beginning to talk, it oftentimes will cut someone's mic down.
Well, I mean, I'm
So
watching
now everyone's wrong and there's no issue.
Yes, we're all wrong.
It doesn't really matter.
Well,
Just don't yell.
There's like 7 issue points to deal with, So it's like.
But if the problem is what you're suggesting, there's nothing anyone in the room can do about it.
Exactly.
The FE core laser test is put in the text channel by old dude. So just
Laser test, come on.
Right, and then they interrupt you or something. You just yield rather than raise your voice in your cadence and speed.
I've learned in this server, if you let people talk, they'll never shut up. You have to interrupt.
That's a good point.
That's weird.
was he Nanu? Were you done with your point? Other than you peeking with your mic?
I'm already done. Like, it's
Alright.
over. It's like, I
Oh,
proposed an experiment. You didn't like the experiment. The end.
Well, he doesn't speak. He doesn't speak for everybody. I mean, nobody's stopping anybody from doing that test if they want to.
I'm going to do my own experiments.
I think somebody should do that. I think it's pretty cool. I think it'd be worth at least trying, if only to learn about the nature of the complications of it, to develop something that might be different and better.
Yeah, but like there's that, and there's just going in it just half-hearted, just not thinking about all the data points, all the variables, everything that needs to take into account. Like they did, like with the laser test, like they were looking at the things that were going to be considered. So if you're just going in there and say, let's just do this and shine a laser across, oh, we don't get the results we like, or it's.
Have you
I
heard
don't know.
of Fata Morgana? I don't know if
don't know,
that's
man.
how you pronounce it. Okay,
Fairy
then
fog, yeah,
that's why you control for atmosphere.
Yeah, like I
What?
said.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Where you can have objects very far away that appear to be floating above the horizon from atmospheric effects.
Tell us more. Oh my goodness, dude. The floating stuff, bro.
Yeah, the floating thingies, man. Woo!
Isn't the Fata Morgana where it's flipped, or is it just where it's floating?
I don't think it's inverted. It's just floating.
Okay,
No,
so
that's an inverted superior mirage.
okay, perfect. So the ones that are floating, all it is that the water is reflecting the sky.
Yeah, the color field underneath the boat in question is actually reflecting the sky's color, so it looks like it's floating, but it's still actually on water.
I just posted a Fata.
There's
Morgana, whatever it
a
is.
very famous Fata Morgana. I'm not sure how they work. It was a UFO sighting,
Just told you.
but it
Two
was
people
actually
just
the
told
bridge
you.
of a cruise ship.
2 people have just told
At
you how it
night.
works.
No, this was at night, and it was very far away.
What?
Hey dude, why are you trying not to be a flat earther?
I don't have enough energy to continue. I'm tired. I need to go to
Did you
bed.
hear my question?
Huh? Oh.
Why are you trying not to be a flat earther? You're trying very hard not to be a flat earther. Why are you doing that?
I came in here a shape agnostic, and I asked for a
Well,
model
that
and
wasn't
didn't get
honest,
one.
by the
so-
way. We all heard that you weren't being honest, by the way.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We still talked to you because there's hope.
Yeah, dude.
Do you want to go hang out?
Huh?
Oh
No.
my
he wants to.
god.
He wants to
Yeah,
kill
join the
milkshakes,
cult, dude.
I just want to know what's so scary about being a flat earther.
Nothing.
Really?
If
Okay,
it's
so then
true,
why are you afraid to be honest?
I'm dishonest if I don't believe what you believe.
Nope, that's not what I said.
How did you interpret that? That was weird.
No, you're dishonest if you come in and say I am shape agnostic rather than okay, I'm going to play the role of shape
I could be wrong,
agnostic.
but I think Sensei is just fucking with me. Sensei.
I'm not doing that, sir. No.
Well,
Sir?
he just recognized that your claim to actually being
Read
truly
your
agnostic
mind?
to the shape of the Earth was false. That's all.
Well, hey, hold on, though. I want to give you, if there is a benefit to the doubt, I want to give it to you. So, how about I say that you are truly shape agnostic?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So, but then you're coming here under the premise that we have something to prove to you, which we don't. The world proves it to you. We're just here trying to tell you, hey, the world itself, which you should go check against all evidences, flat globe, whatever, is not the globe you've been told. That's all.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay, so I guess that's my piece. Thanks, guys. I'll say something else if I feel. But I mean, listen, guy.
Get a model.
It sounds. Listen, the only reason I came in because it just sounds. I'm good at reading people, and it sounds like you're smart enough to get it. You're just too stubborn to admit it. Is that right? About the world not being a globe.
No, I think I understand it fairly well.
So then you can
From
admit
both
it.
sides of the argument, I think I understand.
Great. So then you can admit the world's not a globe. That we've been told, right? The math that we compare it against what we've been told.
The world's not a globe. Now prove to me it's flat.
No, see,
Okay.
that's not how it works. That's
No,
not. No one. Listen,
it
if
is if
you're
you don't-
here under the premise that you're shape
fallacy.
agnostic, that means that okay, great, it's not a globe. Now let's continue to look for what it might be, not automatically switch to. So now tell me how it's flat.
Well, I am in the 24/7 flat Earth room, so I assume you believe it's flat.
Ah, yeah, you made the assumption mistake there. You know what happens when you do that.
So you don't believe it's
Myself.
Lots of other people in here believe it's flat. Certainly.
Good for them. How about that?
I was talking to them originally.
Do you want to go back to talking to them? I'm a little abrasive.
I don't really care. Like,
I don't think you're that abrasive, to be honest with you.
I mean,
we gave you
nicer
laser,
than you are.
I think
you
you're
laser
quite pleasant.
test before, and you came up with a stupid laser for real tube. So we've measured it being flat. So what other proofs do you want?
I think you've probably built really bad experiments and said, "Ha! It concludes it's flat," when there's a flaw in your experiment.
Did you actually listen? Did you actually listen when he said horizontal pan between three targets at different distances along the shore? Did you listen to that bit? Do you know what a horizontal pan is?
Hell
Are you
no.
talking to me? Because I can't.
Nah, he's talking to the big red lobster that's in the
can't-
room right now.
It's really hard
What
to.
the fuck, dude?
You realize I'm talking to like 7 different people. I can't keep
And
track.
everyone's
of everything.
talking to you, bro. Come on. I mean, get some spatial awareness, brother.
Well, I'm sure everyone else got fed up with the server, and no one else comes in here.
What does that have to do with all the fucking tea in China, bro? Like, what the fuck?
Isn't that why it's the #1 room on the server?
We got
Because all the flat earthers left the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, which I went in 7 years ago. And by the
All
way,
right, that's gossip. Do you have any globe
6 years
evidence
ago.
instead of
Fucking
gossip?
hell, bro.
Remember, one thing I find weird. I'm just going to say
Stop
this
talking about
before
your
you're
feelings.
done.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Get back to the topic, bro.
Can you not interrupt me? Thank you. One thing I find weird is.
Nah, get to the topic, bro. Nobody cares. No one cares, bro. Nobody cares about your feelings. Just talk about the topic, bro. It's simple. Let's get back on topic. Huh?
I was interested to why he hand waved something away very easily and said it was some kind of grift
Oh,
without
you're
even.
using priority, Mike, and claiming that he's peeking. Is that what's going on?
No, we're not doing
What?
that. Just be quiet, Patricia.
They should have kiboshed you a long time ago.
Yeah, let's just mute that guy. He's annoying.
I want to know why you used to like be proud of having these models and show off your models, but now you think models are taboo. Like, why is that? Because
We've never
Are you
presented
talking
the
about
model.
somebody specifically, dude? Are you making a claim about somebody?
I don't
You
know
got
what
to
that
provide
means.
evidence too if you're going to do that. Like, you can't
Every
just speak
flat
blanket
earther-
statements about a group of people. That's sloppy.
I've asked everyone in
called
this
gossip.
Poor guy.
server, and no one will give me a model.
So just gossip then. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you. My claim is you shouldn't want a model. That's why you're stuck in a cartoon fantasy because you want a model. Yeah,
build
that's the point. Is that I wouldn't know. Yeah, that's the point. You have to figure out what reality is first, and then you can have a model. But if you're scared of reality, I guess you're not going to have your toy model either. Yeah.
I mean,
I want a
the
super
purpose
model.
of the model.
Yep. Just no claim. Just continuing to just vomit the same stupidity over and over again. That's how far it's gotten you.
The
So
reason
you're
flat
so
Earth.
hang on, Nanu. You're shape
up,
agnostic.
shut up,
You're shape.
shut up.
Shut up. What the
You
fuck is? Who the fuck are you, bro?
You realize I'm talking to someone else, and then you just butt in, right?
Okay, so you say you're
Let
shape.
Exo talk to him then.
You're shape agnostic, and then you come in here asking for a model. Does that make any sense? I don't know. What do you guys think? He's shape agnostic. He comes in here and then he asks for a model. What is that?
Yeah, he's been around the conversation for 7 years. He's disingenuous.
Yeah, he outed himself.
This is why I asked if he was shape agnostic, why he would hand wave away pieces of information if he was agnostic about the situation and just call it off as some kind of grift and say it was bad without even looking into it.
Mm-hmm. Now he's deafened himself because he's a petulant child. La 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 la. I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Imagine spending 7 years.
He goes, mute me, and I
Listen,
deafen. Fair is fair. Like, hey,
just-
man, it's
guys,
an acceptable
listen.
loss. No big deal.
Listen.
Let's move on.
Imagine
up?
spending 7 years talking to people, trying to convince them about something, saying that it isn't true, and you feel like in your heart of hearts that this is a stupid topic, and you spent 7 years talking about it. Golly.
It's funny though, because he says he's coming in here shape agnostic, and we all know that's cap, bro. You already know he's a glober through and through.
He's got
Like,
a pretty
he
clear
is-
bias.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's all in the pretense that if he doesn't say, it's under the pretense that if he doesn't claim shape, that he escapes the accountability of being held down to a specific globe claim. So he wants to. It's a tactic, dude. We've known this tactic. It's been in play for quite some time. If you don't have any claim, I'm not saying I'm claiming the globe, but let me ask you about your flat Earth. Like, that's kind of what they want, and it doesn't work. Like, his attempt didn't work.
He just wants to hang with the cool kids, so he's gonna lie about his beliefs. It's high school, dude. It's all good.
Exactly. You ain't gotta lie.
You ain't gotta lie, bro.
What else we got in here? It's crazy, bro.
I completely forgot about the horizontal pan on the Lake Bissell test. Completely forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. Well, we brought it up earlier, but yeah, we've covered so much information that it's just like, honestly, like to say, construct another one and just do. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it's like there's so much hoop jumping, man. Like, you're doing too much. It's already something simple you can do. You're putting it so far out of like the reach of like other people's like methodology, so they can run it through their test that they're gonna do. Because what if somebody else is like, hey, I want to do that too? Well, before you do that, you need a $10,000 laser equipment. You need to build a tunnel that's 6 miles long, and it's like, fuck, dude, like all that, like to find out something that you could already know that people have been saying for a long time, that they see ships sailing over the curvature of the Earth. It's like, well, can't we just use line of sight? Isn't that easier? fuck? I mean,
Well,
I
if
don't
we're only
know.
getting to the point now where we're going to construct a method to find this curvature, I mean, it's kind of already over before it began.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was going to offer what distance does the laser need to reach, and you know you're not going to get an answer, Miggy or Jedi, if you just how far do I have to see and watch? All of a sudden you can't find an answer. There's not going to be a goalpost.
He didn't know some of the terms we were using, and he'd been around the argument for 7 years. XO. That's got to speak volumes to something, at least. He should be like Brenda already. High level sophist, knows the terms, like fucking being
You
as
know what it
Weasley
was?
as.
You know what it was? He and his friends have been making fun of flat Earth for 7 years, and he finally started looking into it.
Well, that makes sense. It really does.
Oh, did that guy leave?
Were you deafened
Oh.
for the whole time he was here?
Hey, but think about it this way, though.
I deafened for a little bit because it was obnoxious, but whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, but think about it this way. What did he admit? He admitted that refraction is the one savior of the globe. That this idea that light curves to match all observations, all, no matter what, is their one great Hail Mary. So he understood that was ridiculous. That's ridiculous for the globe side to say, no matter what observation the flat earther argument brings, the glober is just going to say refraction, like a trigger word. So in some ways, he's actually admitting, right, like a Freudian slip, that he is fed up with this excuse of refraction.
Is he also admitting that there is no distance that you can see, because he would say yes, refraction. And if it's 1,000 miles, 1 foot off the water, refraction, what is that just going to be the answer, right? So it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to get them to admit, does it matter how far we can see? I'll try again later.
Exactly. Yeah, so you look in your binoculars, right, and you see a shapely looking butt. And you're like, oh, that butt looks great. And then you're like, oh man, they have the same pants I do. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. That has the same rip that my pants have. And you're like, oh, wait a minute.
That's my butt.
That's my butt. Because you're seeing it from around the whole Earth in a circle.
According to who was it? What was the guy that said that? Rumpus.
At that moment, you realize that it's not about evidence. You can't help them. That's it.
Well, one of the
And
things we've
Rudy.
been learning. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I heard the bad news.
Oh, John's not here.
Yeah, I heard. I heard he was banned for 2 days.
Well, it's against
That sure
some
sucks.
words. Well, some of the words that are, nobody can say. You can't say these words. Not to say that you can't say the word, but I'm saying if you do say them, there's implications. But it's your choice.
Man, one word though, huh? God, gotta wonder what it was.
Oh, you really
No
don't
worries.
want to know.
No worries. No,
You
I
really
know,
don't want to know.
I'm that guy. Like, I'm the guy that when the conversation calms down, I look at the guy next to me and I go, yeah, but what did he say?
I mean, it's not that bad of a word.
I was like, does it make people throw up, or like, how bad is this word?
It's not
It's good to hear you, Glat.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Been a long time. Haven't heard your voice
Long
for a while.
time, mate. Yeah. Right.
Long time,
Been
mate.
Good, man. How are you doing?
Good.
I'm just chilling out, waiting for my baby to be born here any minute.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Thank you. It was this server, it was this group of folks that are responsible for my wife and I meeting, basically.
Yeah. It was a union that happened. I don't know what. Yeah, you met on this. No, the other previous.
Well, it was 24/7 Discord, the other channel.
It's all good. It's all good.
But it's this same group of folks, same group of miscreants here.
You expecting a boy or a girl, mate? Do you know?
A girl.
Oh, bless your
Well,
heart. I hope
can only
that's
be
well, mate.
either two, yeah?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then what Timbo, what'd you say?
No, I was just saying, well, it can only be either two.
Yeah, one or the other, right? No, I mean, I guess 2023, I could be having a jackrabbit.
Yeah, you could have both though, twins. You know what I mean?
Well, that's true. Yeah, you have twins that are.
Ah,
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So anyway, I missed you guys. Figured I'd pop back around. I heard y'all had a place here, so here we are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But as you can see, we're dealing almost. It's almost like, I don't know. We dialed back like 4 years ago.
Well, you have to, because a lot of here's the thing. It's the topic itself. The idea and the truth is a simple one. So there's only so many ways to skin the cat. And again, I hate that term. I've always said I hate that term, but it works so well. Like, I'm not skinning any cats, but the term works. Anyway.
Yeah, I love that saying too.
What's up, Crit? You just come
Nada.
back. Welcome back to the land of the living. Now
I
get a
know.
shovel. Now get a shovel and start digging.
Would I miss some shit?
Well, I mean, nothing over the usual, but
Welcome to
Brenda
24/7 kindergarten.
Brenda was here earlier.
Brenda?
Yeah, that's when I left. I listened to Brenda for about 15 minutes. I was like, I'm done. I'm done, man.
I mean, I know. I used to get irate, but I was just like, it's Brenda. I mean, she's basically content. And not only that, she does a nice cleanup on the rest of the ballers in here because they don't like listening to her. Like, dude,
Yeah.
tell her to stop, because she's just
Are
like,
you,
she's
are you
a
misgendering him, Miggy?
It was so great too, because like she's like saying, you think it's expanding without an edge.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah. And then XO reads her quote from, I don't know, like Dr. Andrew whatever Philman or whatever. And she's like, yeah, that's it. I go, he just said there's an edge, dumbass.
Hey, and not only that, but she was in here talking, because you guys got onto, I don't know, was it Black Swan, or you were talking about the horizon, and I said, hold on, because I already knew. We've had previous conversations with her, so I knew exactly if I had some ballers in here, I wanted to like drop a big huge bomb on them, like, because they didn't know, like, she's basically like a speaker for everybody. She's just like, that's her, that's all she is. So when she was talking about the horizon, I was like, so Brenda, how many horizons are there? She said, oh, there's 3 or 4. I was like, as soon as she said that, everybody was like, oh my God, shut up. Like they can't, because yeah, it's like, if you try to justify that, how are you going to do it? Because what is the definition of horizon? How do we know what it is, right? But 3 or 4, that's what she said.
Wait, did she get that for me?
Were you here when? Maybe you deafened. I think you might have been deafened when she was doing it.
No. Did she get that for me? Because I said that before. Yeah,
No,
I said
no,
that
she
on
was
the 24/7
as
Flyer server one
no,
time.
no. Listen, as a matter of fact, she's probably the, if not the originator. No, she's not. But she's been saying this years before you even came along. But she's been doing this.
That's funny. I said the same exact thing about the Black Swan photo.
But check this out. Now there was another guy in there that said, and it depends what person you ask, right? Some say 4 or 5, some even say unlimited. I've heard a guy even say that. I said, how many horizons on there? And he looks at the Black Swan, he's like, and he drew lines all up and down the Black Swan. He said it's unlimited. There's like unlimited horizons. And I'm just like, we can't argue with that. Like that's way too crazy.
I went to Gems and talked to Rob, and I think he's kind of diffused now. He's not as angry as he was.
Well, he was spitting venom the other day, man.
Oh yeah.
Talking
He was
about
drunk.
well, dude, I mean, you don't say those things,
He unfriended.
He's being weird, man. He said, "Oh, you fuck with the wrong person. I'm gonna bring down this whole server just because
the
of you
whole
flat
server."
earthers."
Yeah, and he's gonna come after our YouTube channels, and
Yeah.
so he unfriended me, and then kept pinging me on Gem server. So I went there, and he was AFK yesterday. I went there again today, and he's like, Gem, mute him. He's like, I demand you mute him. And Gem's like, shut the fuck up, Rob. Like, I'm not gonna mute anyone because you tell me to. And I'm kind of paraphrasing, but then I was like, dude, I can. If you do, you want to talk to me, yes or no? And I said, like, and then he had unfriended me too. I'm like, dude, I'm a little hurt. You basically like you get all mad, you call everyone a bunch of p words, and then you get banned or timed out, and you blame me for that. I go, I don't have control over you. I'm not your dad. I'm not your carekeeper. Okay, whatever you do is your responsibility, not mine.
About his claim of he was the one that got the what are they called, the Black Israelites cancelled off YouTube.
Oh, that's what
Yeah,
he claims. Yeah.
One group, he said there was he was going. There's a group of 60,000. I was like, damn, bro. You, I mean, that's cancel culture, just because you don't like what somebody says.
Yeah, apparently it was my fault because he wasn't being treated fairly, and I should have stepped in and made sure he was treated fairly. I go, dude, I told you to take a knee. I said, shut the fuck up for a little bit. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I don't know how much.
I only white knight for things that are women's.
Yeah, I was like, how much more help did you want me to actually reach across the screen and snap your lip shut? Physically hold your mouth shut, like I would do for my dog who's just randomly barking. I reached out and grabbed the snout. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Like, how much more? I couldn't have done that, Even if I could, I wouldn't do it. I asked you, I said, hey, can you chill? Pump the brakes a little bit. And you're like, nah, man. I'm like, okay, it's on you, dude.
Your fault, Crit.
But yeah, so that blew over then. He friended me back, so we're all cool now.
You think he's gonna come back with a different heart and mind?
Yeah, I emailed admin and I said that, hey, we'll just set some boundaries and stuff and just like, things he can say and things he can't say. And and just let him know, where to go from here.
Allegedly, there was a God of Debate that came in through this channel today. I think me and Jedi were, or maybe not Jedi. I was here. Who was it? There was some guy.
Man, I was working all day.
Did you hear about it? AI. It was Kenny. I think Kenny was gushing over him. He's like, I can't believe he's here. I was like, who? Who's here? He's like this parasite dude or whatever. Some guy talks about parasites or something. Not Gemsy, some other guy. And he's like, yeah, he's so awesome. He's the greatest. And I'm like, what? I was like, okay, yeah, that'd be great. Let's have him unmute. He never unmuted. He stayed for a little bit and he took off. I don't know.
Tested the waters.
I want them to dude, like gods of debate. Yeah, yes, please. Unmute your mic.
They're smart, like on MK Ultra when they first had the debate between Flat Earth and the Globe Earth, and the Flat Earth or the Globe Earth guy was like, I don't gotta research shit, and then he just got waxed, like just fucking. He's like, damn. Even he admitted that, yeah, I got roasted here. I had no idea how complex and in depth this debate was.
Well,
like
yeah.
His first question was like, where does the sun go if it drops down underneath the disc? And you're like, dude, do you realize the difference between heliocentric and geocentric? What the fuck's that?
Hello, flat
Oh,
earthers.
that's funny.
Let's talk about flat earthing.
LG, what up, man? Man, you back in the
Yo, I
day,
love
man.
flat
You've
earth.
freaking. I remember you back in 24/7,
Life
man.
is rave. Life is rave.
Do you
Life
guys
is
remember
rave.
LG?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, he's back in 24/7. Or it used to be anyway.
Life is
If it's
rave.
the same
What's
guy.
up, bro?
Righto, guys.
Ah, we got a group. Oh, good. You
No,
got any
I'm
more coming
nice.
in?
I'm nice.
You're nice. You're nice. I come in peace. I'm waving the white
I'm
flag.
not. Why you gotta be racist?
Huh?
Why you gotta be racist?
What the hell is going on?
What'd you talk
He
about,
said
Willis?
racist.
Did he say racist? Why did
Yeah.
he do that?
Because you tell me I'm an immigrant.
What?
When?
Forget about it. Misunderstanding.
When was that?
Misunderstanding. I'm wrong. You are right. You happy now? You happy? Okay, stop.
I can't even understand you, brother. Like, honestly.
Like you won, okay? You got what you wanted. And you stop.
Is this a recording? Am I being
Alrighty,
trolled?
well, we can welcome this Life is Rave double six sexes my whatever. Hey, bud, what's going on?
What's up, man? How you day?
Hey, my day was fan-fucking-tastic.
My weekend has been ruined by Hamas.
I can barely understand what you're saying. So what brings you by the server?
I wanted to talk about philosophy.
What is, let's pick one.
I want to talk, give me 2 minutes, okay?
No, I won't do it. I won't do it. You gotta pick
What
a topic.
the fuck?
2 whole minutes? Dude,
What
people
is
are
your-
listening.
What is your favorite book? What is your favorite book?
That was, see, that wasn't a language, to be honest.
That's
What
what I
the
told
What's your
fuck
favorite
you want
book?
from me?
You
Go
understood
ahead,
that,
yes.
Chris?
You want
The
from me?
fuck?
Yeah, he said, "What's your favorite book?" You told him it's not a language. He goes, "What the fuck do you want from me?"
That's what I
My
said.
favorite
I mean,
book?
people.
My favorite
Yeah.
book is Where the Wild Things Are. You go now.
Oh, dude, I like that one too.
I like Demon. Demon, okay, the possessed.
He likes demons for sex. This is bad. So
That's
you should
not
probably
what I
not
said.
talk
This
to
is
people.
bad. This is
That's
bad,
not what I
dude.
said. That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
that's what it is. What you said, bro. Why you
You're
doing
not
that?
a philosopher.
No,
because
he
you
said, "Demon the Possessed."
Oh,
I
demons
like
are
what
possessed? I
Blatt
thought
said.
demons possess things.
No, it's the name of the book, dumbass.
So you like demon
Oh, hello.
possession books? That's too
No,
bad
it's
because
not
this is
about demons.
this is not that
It's about-
server.
Hey, buddy, what is the server name called?
I don't know. You
Politics
tell
and
me first. I need to
religion?
know that you actually know
Damn, your
English
ass
before we
can
talk.
read. Well, then you can understand what I'm saying.
It's a 24/7 flat Earth. Now what? Go ahead.
It is Demon, the name of the book. It is name is about politics, not about real demon. It's not about ghosts.
Most of that was gibberish.
And open your ears, donkey. I swear to God, you're pissing me off.
Why are you talking
That,
about
see, that was
goats?
coherent. Maybe you should just be angry all the time. Then
Yeah,
you
maybe you should just be upset.
I should beat the shit out of you, but I don't know where you are.
All right, I'm done.
All right, you're done, buddy. Guess what? Who is that guy speaking right now?
It's right above you, AI.
Well, you mean this little goblin-looking dude?
Yeah, he's a vampire. He's
Being
about to suck your
Life
blood.
is Rave.
What the hell?
Yes, listen, friend. You're not allowed to make
Making circle
threats.
jerk voice chat, bro. All these
Hold
people are
on.
ass. All stuck.
All right, dude. You're done too, buddy. You can't be saying that stuff, bro. You can't be threats. Explicit, implicit, or connotative. Okay? So since you both failed to make those rules, you're both on mute. There you go. Now, is it less interesting with you both on mute? Maybe, maybe not. However, too bad.
Do you ever
Anyway,
sleep,
I think
AI?
that strawberry milkshake. Do I sleep? Oh my goodness, dude. Ban that kid, please. You know who I'm talking about? Frickin' ban that dude.
Just ban
I
him.
didn't actually hear it, but is it just the 2 red mic guys? Both of
No,
them
he
need it?
switched his profile pic to a penis, dude.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
I'm on it. Gotcha.
Oh, fuck, man.
Now, disconnect him and then ban him. And then pop it off to Aurora to get rid of him, man.
Oh man, we were doing so good too, huh?
Don't send her the screenshot. Spare her the whatever. Good grief, dude. Could you be any less of a loser?
I know. Here we are having a nice, pleasant conversation, and
Yeah, you could try and send lasers through pipes across water. I mean, that might cut it.
You start having a nice
I mean, that's-
conversation, and then
that's
out come the D-pics, man. It's like, what the?
Well, he heard that you needed a pipe for your experiment.
That's the wrong kind, brother. Can't use that.
That one's not straight, though.
It took me 4 seconds, then I got the joke.
Oh yeah, but it's
So according to the heliocentric cosmology, or rather the universe, it is expanding into itself. It's expanding, but into itself. So
without
it's not expanding into nothing. Like as in anything. It's not expanding into anything. It's expanding into itself. So
Without
Sounds
an
like my
edge.
wife.
yeah, without an edge. Well,
Yeah.
the good thing.
And then they
Well, the
want to
good.
say, "Where's the edge? Where's the edge?" Look at in the globe model. Well, you know, different versions of it. The edge of the boundary of where you can go, right, is mysterious, undefined, right? Mysterious and undefined and unknown, right? I mean, so it's like if you answer someone, I don't know, it's kind of mysterious, it's undefined. They're like, oh well, unless you could tell me about the edge, then you can't exist within the perimeter, right? Ridiculous. You get my drift, right? If I can't tell you the fence, then you can't be inside my backyard, right? Ridiculous, man. I have a backyard. Oh yeah, what does the fence look like? I don't have a fence. Well, then you don't have a backyard.
Hey, we got Bay Raktar TB2 that's in the chat. Bay Raktar TB2, are you there? Hello. Fine then, keep your secrets.
Who's
Well, that's good.
Necros Demon?
Dude, I was
Necros
just
demo.
going. That's exactly where I was going. Necros, are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, have you been listening to the conversation? Do you have a position on the topic of the room here? Shape of the Earth. What do you think?
I'm a stupid flat earther.
You're a stupid flat earther. Why would you say that, sir? Plus, you're really low too. You're speaking like you're under the covers or something.
I was about to go to sleep, but I'm just trolling. I'm a flat earther.
All right, man. So you need to turn up your input
Yeah.
volume for your mic.
Sound off like you got a pair.
Yeah, and I have you turned up to 200%. So, and I have a hearing aid. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, turn up your input. I had to turn my hearing aid up to hear just you, sir, and then back down when others speak.
Is it good now?
Hell no.
You gotta, just somehow turn up the way that your computer is broadcasting the signal, right? Your input usually.
Yeah, but I'm using a mobile.
You do output too. Just get them both up there. Both of those. You know what I mean? Levels.
Yeah, that's what I did.
If you Google how to turn up mic volume, Discord, it'll help you out.
Are you using like a 1999 Nokia flip phone or something?
Because if we try to sit here and just talk about it, it'll take forever. I'll try to walk you through that stuff. Because we can't hear you anyway, you know what I mean?
He's on a freaking bag phone.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Not hearing better if we had 2 cups and a piece of string.
Yeah, exactly. That would be even better.
I'm saying like that has better reception usually.
I just seen what you put, Jedi. That's funny. It reminds me of Nathan Oakley's "Hey Nature" when he goes into that. Well, because I think that was one of the things that they said in there, right? Asking nature. Are you gonna do is ask? What was it? It was just funny the way he said it, dude. His voice. He's so good with the Ultimates Magnum. I don't know.
He's just got a way about it.
He's got a way about it. He just has a way about it. There's no doubt.
I jumped over to 24/7 earlier, and honestly it felt like I jumped back into 2017 there as well. Guess what I saw? Mount Rainier with fucking shadows underneath clouds. And
Oh, somebody was
arguments.
disputing that? Somebody was
Yeah.
disputing
So, oh my goodness me. Back onto that again.
And the guy was in here that said he'd been here 7 years ago at 24/7. He started to tell us his grumblings about 24/7. I'm like, I don't really fucking want to hear that shit. Ain't nobody trying to hear
No.
that. Like, just the best you got is to stick to whatever you got going on right now. I mean, this is no reason why you should be telling us, oh, wow, I didn't like the way you guys were doing things back then. And then now it's like, fuck, nobody wants to hear that shit. Yeah, he was just doing way too much, dude, to do a fucking laser test over water. Come on, bro. You really don't gotta do all of that.
No, not really. It's like they think that we haven't done anything ourselves, right? Well, maybe you should do a laser test. Well, yeah.
Well, maybe would you guys put in if I do a laser test too? I'm like, bro, there's shit already been done. We had back in 2016 when everybody's trying to figure it out. We all already like there's done to exhaustive like levels, man. Like fucking people already know. Don't need to do that. All of us, everybody that you've been talking about in here. I don't know. But when I get excited, dude, because I hear like the gods of debate are coming. Like, fuck, where are they at? These guys. Yeah, there was one in there earlier. And Kenny was going on. He was raving about it. He was gushing, dude. Like, oh, I can't believe he's here. I was like, ooh, dude, you're getting me excited. What's going on? Who's here? Like, some worm dude or some parasite guy or something. Oh, he's such a great debater. I'm like, he never unmuted.
Wow.
And he just left. So. It is
No,
what it
I'm
is.
the top debater.
You really are.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you're gonna wear that gold star, and that's all there is to it. Until John J. Rambo wants to speak up.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
Yo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, we're asking people the question: what is your position on the topic of this channel, John?
I'm a flat earth believer.
You're a flat earth believer. How long you been doing that, John?
How long? About 10 years.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Were you ever a part of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, man.
You were.
I've been there a mod.
You were a mod?
Yeah, man.
What was your username over there?
My username was Hawk Jungle.
Why does that name sound familiar?
Because I used to dance to it a lot in the 1990s. Some hard jungle.
What is it?
No, that name sounds familiar. Fuck.
It's okay, man.
No, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
I haven't been there for 2 or 3 years, so it's a long time ago.
It's coming back to me now. You had a avatar of a ninja, right?
Yeah, true, man.
Yeah, I got you.
That's some memory you got there, man.
What's your name?
Yeah. Mayhem. I used to be Miggy.
Miggy. Oh yeah, I can remember. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a long fucking time, dude. What? Did you get lost in the woods? What the fuck?
No, man, I've been banned, so I stopped Discord for a while.
We take our sabbaticals, dude, but it's only like maybe 3-4 months, dude. When you're gone that long, that's fucking We got to send a
I've
search
been
party
banned,
out.
man.
Huh? Oh yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Let's just try to, see future and prospects, and hopefully things that shouldn't be anymore, and we can fix problems and mend fences and all that good stuff.
I don't really care, man.
Whoa.
Well, we do. I mean, everybody that's a part of the community is a part of like a bigger, cause. So it's not just people. It means like when you're a part of something like this, like it has meaning, and whether people say it or not, well, it's kind of like a family. It might be dysfunctional sometimes, but fucking which one isn't? You know what I'm saying? At the same
Man,
time,
it's
I'm
all
just
politics, man, and ass kissing over there.
yeah, but let's not do that, right? Because I mean that's going right back down to just holding grudges in that. So I mean if we can
It is
let
what it is,
bygones be
man.
bygones, you know what I mean? Like let's do that.
Bro,
That's all I'm saying.
I haven't been there for 3 years, so I don't really care, man.
I know, but we do, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like having that kind of attitude is almost like saying, I don't give a shit about you. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not an attitude I think
Yeah,
of
but I
mending,
got banned, so that's they didn't give a shit about it. So why should I give a shit about it? You know?
Well, perhaps something can be done, Let's use the diplomatic road versus the other one where
Oh
it's
man,
just
there's no diplomacy in that shit.
well, if that attitude is going to continue, probably not, but I mean, there's always room for
That's
that.
what I'm saying, man.
Anyway, maybe let's get back to the topic. So, if anybody's in here that let's see, I'm looking, scanning. We don't have, but just the usual suspects so far. So, oh, we got Bayraktar.
You can hear me?
I just did.
You
right
can
now.
hear me? No, nice.
Yeah. While you're trying to talk and you couldn't, or what? Because I just now heard you.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. Fucking push to talk.
That's a great accent you got. Can we hear it some more?
Yeah, I learned the English from Counter-Strike, yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's great.
So, what is your position on the topic of this room here, Bayraktar?
I'd like to remind you that he learned his English from Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Flat Earth is cool, but not real.
Okay. So, yeah,
Cool theory.
All right. Yeah, we get it. Now, what is your position on the topic, though? Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, of course. You can look at the moon. You can look at the sun. You can look at all. Why is
Let me help you
everything
out.
fucking ball?
Why is everything a fucking ball, dude? When you look up at the moon, are you standing on the fucking moon?
I don't must stand on the moon to see that is a round ball.
No, I'm asking you a question, bro, because you started talking about the moon and shit, sun and all that. But we're
Is
talking
the
about the
moon
Earth.
round? Is this a round thing?
We're talking about the Earth, sir.
Of
What's so
course.
hard about the Earth? Okay, so you said the first example, you're like, well, look at the moon, and this. Nobody is talking about that shit. We're talking about the Earth, bro. We're standing on the Earth. We want to figure this out, right? Why are you looking at the moon? Don't do that.
You know this guy? He paid so much money to prove that the globe is flat, and he proved that it's wrong. What he's thinking of.
Okay, that's no context. You're just saying words unless you're specifying who. Who is it? Is it a mystery? Shall we ask you, Bayraktar? Who was it? And then you are supposed to say, yeah?
I can
We're
send you
waiting.
a link from the YouTube video of this
Okay,
guy.
dude. Okay. You don't know his name. You just know it's a guy. All right. So far be it for me to keep asking you questions that don't go nowhere. I want to ask you, how do you know the Earth is a globe? How do you know whoever measured the globe? Bayraktar?
Give me some time, please. No other people want to talk from this channel.
No, you're the only one here that we're talking to currently. Are you eating or doing something else? Would you like to come back or? Hello?
Yeah, I roll up a joint, you know.
That will help.
Yeah, you get more get more snoggered, man. That would help with the It's bad enough we're trying to understand from a different accent. I'm telling you guys, man, getting wasted and then coming in here trying to make a point, that really doesn't help the case. But do you, I guess.
What do you mean? I do it all the time. What's the problem?
I know, but he has an
Do you guys
accent,
actually
and
think
if
the
he
Earth
starts
is flat?
slurring, it's going to be harder to understand.
Oh.
It's bad enough as it is trying to. Anyway,
Are you
let's
saying I'm easy to understand?
Well, you.
No.
All right, so let's go to somebody else. Jamesy Jamesy's in the chat. Jamesy, how we doing? Welcome to
What's
the
up,
chat,
Jeff?
Jamesy. Oh, Jamesy.
Is he going to keep his secrets too?
I believe so. We're being stonewalled by Jamesy. That's okay. Let's go to the next person. Quarry. Welcome to the
What?
chat, Quarry.
I just came here for the Hamas Israel shit posting. I'm just I don't know.
I think
I'm
you're in the
bouncing
wrong
around
room.
chats.
I think you're in the
Maybe.
wrong room, sir.
Maybe. Do you guys actually think the Earth is flat, or what up? Is it like a joke, or?
No, it's not. It's for real, man. But check it out. I'm gonna just before you bounce off to another chat, I'll leave you with this, man. I don't know if you're gonna stick around or whatever. Want to ask more questions, but if you do want to stick around, check this out. 3 questions, really quick, and not, you don't even have to answer 'em. I'm just gonna run through them. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Is question number 1, as in drop over distance. That's the first question. Second question: who's ever measured the spin of the Earth as in axial rotation? Right? Who's ever measured that? Axial rotation. Third one is they're telling us that we're adjacent to the vacuum of space, which is next to the pressure air that you and I breathe at 14 psi on the surface. So how is it possible in this open system of the Earth being a globe that we can have gas pressure without a container? 3 questions.
Couldn't somebody do an experiment with mirrors or something? I remember hearing something about somebody trying to figure out the curvature using like they were like reflecting light off of mirrors or something to.
You know
Maybe that
what's
was no. You know what
interest-
it was? There was a guy who did
Yeah.
the speed of sound with trains. That's the one I might be confusing it with him.
No, but here, Corey, the reason why I asked you those questions because they're fundamental pillars to anybody's knowledge of the Earth being a globe. So if you were to say, "I know the Earth's a globe," and I'm like, "Dude, how do you know?" And you're like, "Well, we got pictures from space," and I'm like, "Okay, how can you verify that? Like, in what method you're going to show me that that is real?" Well, we can take them to a photographer and have them checked out. And that's not what I'm saying, right? I want to know that if they're telling you they're taking these photos from a place or region that you can't go to logistically, then how can you then therefore say they're actually true? Are you able to falsify those images to go to the place? You know what I'm saying? So
Well, I guess if I were, so I don't know anything about any of this discussion at all, but I guess if I were
Sure.
to look at it from that perspective, I guess you could reduce that down to the simplest element of yourself, and kind of like if you can really trust anything outside of your own vision and hearing. So at some point, I think for the average person, they have to like defer to what they perceive to be a consensus or an expert consensus or whatever, like regardless of, because if you're relying purely on your own perception for everything, you'd go crazy. So I think for the average person, there's a cutoff point where they're able to like comfortably defer to their knowledge of the Earth as a globe, I guess. So I guess you'd have to find like what is the I'm just gonna pretend I think the Earth is round, but I'm gonna pretend to be agnostic
know.
on it, and I guess it would be like where for the average person would you have to find the cutoff point of where they are more likely to like stop trusting their own perception and start deferring it to somebody else that they consider to be an expert. It's like where is that cutoff?
right. So if I was to tell you that in 2023 we're able to measure shapes, right? If I was able to tell you that, would you believe me?
Measure shapes like how? I
Mm-hmm.
mean,
Any kind of shape. a cube, a sphere, a pyramid, a cylinder? Would you believe me?
Measure like the
Any
volume of
shape.
it, the distances. Like,
Nah, just any the properties of a shape. We could measure shapes today in 2023. Would you believe me?
I'm still kind of stuck at like the
Well, what I'm asking is,
framing of it.
do you think that we have units of measurement to measure shapes of all kinds? We can measure a basketball, a marble. We can measure a box. We can measure the
Oh, you mean
size
like
of
perceiving of a shape? You mean
not
like
perceiving, sir,
using something to
measuring.
determine?
The term that I'm using right here is called a measurement. And different units of measurement give us different measurements of different things, right? We can find different units of measurement for all kinds of things. So, if I'm telling you today in 2023, we already have ways that we can measure things, would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I guess I would agree with that.
Sounds excellent, dude. Now let's think about it, right? Because they're telling us that we live on a giant sphere. Well, no blade spheroid, right? Categorizes that. If that is the case, if we're living on a giant oblate spheroid, all we need to do is confirm that it is one, right? Because we can measure shapes just like you agreed upon. Be easy,
A
right?
quick question: is the
Well,
moon
just
flat
hold
also, or
tight
is it
because I
like
think questions can come right out and just right after this. So you got to hear it all, Quarry. You really do. So if
all right?
if you're on a sphere, right, and we could measure things because we already established that, you and I. So if we're gonna measure the globe, well, then we can find out. There's gonna be no question in your mind or my mind. We're gonna know. Would you agree with that statement, Quarry?
I mean,
Mhm.
there's no way that you can know anything for sure. I mean,
Oh,
it's kind of
so now we can't know when the previous statement that I
Back it
had
up.
you agree with is that when we measure shapes, we could know because we could measure shapes. So is it,
well, I'm
can
saying
we
like
know or
you can't.
can we know, Corey, I'm going to start prodding your mind here. Can we know how to measure shapes or now we can't know how to measure shapes? Which is it, Corey?
You can know within like a certain specificity, I guess. Like you can know within a certain
Oh.
range of certainty. I
So
guess
when
so.
does it
But that's
when does it become unmeasurable, Corey?
I guess when the measurements stop having like predictive validity, or the measurements no longer
Stop
consistent.
working? Do measurements stop working, Corey?
Probably in some circumstances that we haven't encountered yet, or that we haven't.
Well, you just outlined one, right? In the case of the globe, they stop working when they get to the size of the globe. Is this correct?
I'm sure there are measurements that exist that you could use to map out
Uh-huh.
a globe.
So we can measure the globe. Back to we can measure the globe.
Well, when you say we can
Mm.
measure the globe, do you mean
Mhm.
like the specifics of the measurements, or
Yes, sir. Exactly what I just said. Yes, you got it.
so you measure the diameter and the
Mm-hmm.
volume
Radius,
of it,
circumference. Mm-hmm.
right, and all that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems reasonable to me that we could do that. Yeah.
Back to we can do it. Excellent. So we're back to we can measure it. Are we good now? Is there any
Yeah.
confusion that you think we maybe cannot do it or we can do it? I just want to know that we're solid. Like you ever see the show Want to Be a Millionaire?
Well,
They ask him, "Is
I
this your
think
final
that
answer?"
I'm of the impression that you can kind of create whatever
Mm-hmm.
semantic solution you want out of anything. So it's like you could.
Is that
Somebody
even
could
a
invent.
Corey? Is that reasonable to use in a sentence? Semantic solution.
I would say so. I mean, you can like the
Okay.
way that you word things can make
Okay.
almost anything true or untrue to anybody. You know what I mean? So it's like you
Well,
can
I know, but I said
create.
something. We said something specific, and we reached an understanding. Then we didn't. Then we now back to we have an understanding. So it's not a semantic solution. It's either you agree that we can measure shapes today in 2023, and you did agree with that at the very beginning, right? You changed your mind to say, "Well, it's too big. You couldn't measure something the size of the globe."
Do you mean
Then I asked you,
measure the
yes,
specifics of like specific dimensions of shapes, right? When you say measure
of course.
shapes,
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We
One of
can
those
we can know the properties of the shape to give it its um an appropriate name to it, right? Like if we say that's a cube, how would you tell
Right.
me that's a cube, right? You'd have to define what a cube is, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an oblate spheroid. Then what is an oblate spheroid, right?
Yeah.
Corey? Okay. So I just want you to see, like, we can be on the same page, on the same. We're not gonna have any kind of, like, well, ambiguous, gray area here. Like, we don't know. Like, we have to know, or let's not say that we can't know it. Either it can be found out or not. And so right now we're on that it is, right? We can measure the globe. Yes, Corey?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So now we're gonna go and attempt to do that, because all we need to do is take a small sample set of this Earth being the natural consequent of an oblate spheroid. The surface would have its curvature. Would you not agree?
Yeah. Seems
Okay.
plausible to me that there'd be curvature on a globe. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And it could be measurable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now what we would attempt to do is get a small sample set, because really, if it is a globe, then like I said, the surface would be curving, and the prediction for the curvature would be pronounced. We would be able to go out into nature and say, hey, let's do like 20 miles line of sight observation, because within that amount, we're going to notice that there is going to be some curvature, even ever so slightly. If you think the Earth is too big to get that or not, we could still measure curvature one way or the other. We'd get a result. Predictable, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So when we go and do a line of sight test, let's say over 20 miles, then we're going to find out how much drop there is going to be over the distance of an arc. Because between point A and point B, point of origin and target to the target, we're going to have a gradual slope or a elevation change, right?
Right.
Would you agree so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So lo and behold, we do a line of sight test. We set our sights on doing things like laser tests, line of sight tests, checking out certain things in the distance to demarcate a known distance between us, which is a point of observation, to the thing that we're using as a demarcation to give us a known distance, right? We can use an oil rig, we can use a peninsula, we can use a building on the shore of a beach far away from us. We can use anything, but what we have to remember is that the claim is that the Earth is curving. So the curvature of the Earth begins at the horizon. That's a key point, right? Can't forget that. It begins at the
Right.
horizon, because that would be where the ship's going over the curve. I mean, do you agree with that, right? That's what everybody says, usually.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're doing now is we're finding the predictive power of the geometry of the Earth, where it's said to be. Now, we've done these tests. Now, I'm only going to tell you this so far as to say, because I don't know how much time you have, Corey, but I'm going to only tell you this. There's a lot of information actually we can give you on all the tests that we've done, methods that you can do, which I'm outlining one right now, which is called the line of sight test, right?
Well, I just have one quick question. So I don't, again,
Sure.
I don't have any familiarity with this topic at all. I have seen
Sure.
one image though of the
Sure.
Pontchartrain transmission line.
Lake,
Do you know what I'm
yeah,
talking about?
Lake Pontchartrain. Yes, that's by
Right.
Soundly.
What is
Sure.
there specific refutation of this from your guys' side, or is it? I mean,
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you a few things. It's not gonna make sense to you until you actually investigate what I'm saying. That day that it was taken, there was a few ambient air conditions of the air. Like the water that was in that Lake Pontchartrain is salt water and fresh water combined. It causes brackish water. There's a few conditions, but I'm not gonna attribute it to the image, right? What I would say though is that if it is from my perspective, there's a lot of things that people say about it to debunk it. I'm not going to go that route with all that. I just want to let you know that there are things that people talk about, right? Like the water that mixes together and it causes the air above it to change its temperature, like stuff like that. And then of course you get air turbulence that's going to change the viewer's perspective. uh, Needless to say, if there's something that people say that with Lake Pontchartrain is the Earth's curvature, then we have a known distance to the horizon and the curvature, which means that we have predictive power. Now, if that means that the curvature of the Earth is exactly where Lake Pontchartrain on Stanley's images is where it's said to be, then we have a known distance, which means that now we can do some geometry. How far away was the point of observation, elevation height, directly to the horizon, where that curvature started, and we can start to figure out how big is this Earth? Well, we got a small sample set here with Stanley's image, right? So we can start to measure. Okay, so if he's seeing curvature at that distance, what would be the per mile squared function to get to that distance over a parabola, right? Because we're going to do some geometry here. It's not too difficult, but once you start to figure out if that's going to conform to the predictive value, right? Then we have ourselves a gold standard, a knockdown win, right, for the globe. However, if it does not conform to the predictive value of where the Earth curvature should be from that elevation, then we have a disqualification, right? It is not the actual Earth curvature. This is something else. Do you
Well, what's
agree?
most compelling to me is that it's over a body of water.
Sure,
So
sure, sure.
you'd have to focus on specifically what's causing the body of water to bow in that way to make it
Right.
compelling
And
to me.
yeah, I said I've outlined that in that specific area. I have some, well, I don't have some. I know some people that actually
Miggy.
live around there, and they call it brackish water, which changes the temperature of the water to the ambient air that's right above it, and it causes an effect that warps and distorts the viewer from seeing in the far distance. Now
Well,
like I said before, that's like, and I'm not going to lean on that. I'm just telling you that exists, right?
I know,
However,
but I just so length
Mayhem.
pontchartrain is more of an example of this type of image. So I'm sure that there's other
Mhm.
structures. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure that there's other structures and other things, other similar types of structures that stretch on and on and on.
Miggy, do you want me to just clarify what that feature is called that he's talking about, though? As a photographer, he's
Yeah.
talking about one specific thing. So let me just talk to you real quick, man. Yeah, I've been a photographer since I was like 8 years old, so over 30 years. That is called lens compression. So as I zoom in on a surface, the surface is going to be closer to me, right? That's in front of me than the objects in the distance. So the surface area before me is going to compress. As I zoom in, it compresses. When I zoom back out, that's going to go away. Notice you won't be able to get Soundly's Pontchartrain picture of it not being zoomed in, because as soon as he zooms back inwards towards himself, right, to lose the zoom, you're not going to have that compression anymore. It's simply called lens compression, and it will happen on a basketball court. You can do it yourself. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, there's many ways to look at that, but I just wanted to point that out to you, that there's people that explain that in a way that you can understand. Like, XO has been doing photography. People talk about in that area there's brackish water. There's other contributing factors. Like I said, I don't lean on that too much because I already know that if that was curvature, it would be the gold standard. Because you're using elevation height, you're taking into consideration the geometry where it should be. All of these things should equal curvature exactly where the globe Earth predicts. And if that's the case, then we can use that method and apply it anywhere on the Earth, and we're going to get the same value. I don't. Are you with me so far, Corey? Like, if
Yeah,
that was
I'm
a
just.
if that
I
was a
mean,
gold if that was a gold standard, you can go to your local lake or whatever, and you could find out that his method or whatever he done with his observation and known distance, you could calculate for elevation height. You can do all of that good stuff, and then kind of use a
would it
method that's still.
necessarily have to be exact though? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just be like within
Well,
a
that's the
reasonable
essence.
margin?
That's the essence of repeating a test. You have to do it like the person did it, right? Not exactly like be on a bridge or anything, but
Well,
you're
I'm saying
using the
like
same.
if there are, you'd have to factor in the same contributing factors that you were talking about earlier, as far like so if you're using brackish water as a partial explanation for why there's kind of a bowing effect in the photo, wouldn't you also have to contribute that into the measurements as well? So it'd be like
Right, but
now
here's
you're
here's
making
yeah
an
here's the thing
introduction.
though. The thing about Earth curvature is that it is a geometric location. It's a position. So if let's say we're talking about the rotundity of Earth, right? Like when you see a photo from NASA, they're showing you the rotundity of Earth. Maybe it's a curvature pronounced, right, at a distance, according to the picture, right? So if you're gonna go ahead and say, okay, now that we got a photo, we know that the Earth is curving. Now let's do a test. Let's take a small sample set and see this curving ocean, in a certain distance, we'll get a small measurement of a hill of water for sure, right? We're going to get it because I'm telling you, people say that they see ships disappearing from the bottom up from an observation on the beach. So if that's true, then the distance from me to that point of target is going to be able to be measured for sure, because it's well within the reason to say I see it with my eyes. So that means that from as far as your eyes can see, and I don't know if you looked into this or not, Corey, but as far as your eyes can see to where you see the boat disappearing from the bottom up, you could measure that distance. Would you agree with that, Corey?
I've seen photos of the effect, but yeah, I guess you probably could if you.
Right. I mean, if you see it, then your line of sight and your distance to from how much your eyes can resolve in the far distance would be something to be figured out in math. You're like, well, from where I am to where I can, as far as I can see, let's just give it an arbitrary distance. It's like 5 miles or whatever, right? So if it's that, then you've constructed or you've found a method of a gold standard type, right? So then you could say, let's use that. Let's use. Now I've did this test. I could see the ship disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth, which is going to remain tomorrow when I have my friend do the same test that I did. He's going to find the same results because that curvature will be right at 5 miles when the ship's going to disappear from the bottom up due to the curvature. You follow
Well,
me so far?
I wouldn't use my eyes for that test. I would use like, you know, different types of cameras that I could trust to do the test better because I feel like the human eye probably has a lot of defects that lead to all kinds of different illusions.
Yeah,
and things.
but what I'm saying is we're establishing
Right.
a distance. So once we establish, let's say 5 miles, it becomes a standard. It's now like at 5 miles, we can safely say I will start to see bottom up disappearance of a ship. Like that's just what I'm going to say because I saw that yesterday. It went behind the curve. Like what, you're not saying anything wrong, right? I mean, your eyes aren't playing
No.
tricks on you, or are they?
Do you guys believe that there is a curve of the flat Earth? So it's kind of like the Earth is a flat shape that slightly curves, or is it?
Yeah, well, yeah. I would get there, but I just want to talk about this for a little bit, just so that you can at least know before you jet, man. I just want you to get this point as much as you can. So with that, you'd have a gold standard at 5 miles, right? So if you were to give your friend the test to replicate, they'd be able to get the same results because obviously you might say that your eyes were fooling you that day or whatever, but that's why you're having your friend do it to kind of verify if it wasn't your eyes just tricking you or you did see a ship disappear from the bottom up from 5 miles away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get a confirmation from your friend. He says, "Yep, 5 miles. I saw it too, and it disappeared just like you said at 5 miles away." So now we got not just you, but somebody else verified it. You hand it over to somebody on Discord. You say, "Hey, look, guys, I'm coming in here to let you know I just did a test. This is what the camera I used, the elevation height, the target distance was at 5 miles, and everything works out to be that it disappears as the globe Earth predicts at 5 miles." Then what we have is what we're establishing here is empirical evidence because now it's gone out of the realm of belief. It's gone into the realm of testable, repeatable, falsifiable. So you've just created something that is outstanding evidence, right? That cannot be denied. Well, you could deny it, but it's going to be people that are going against what's actually true. So you've just established something. So that's what I'm saying. You need to make sure that everything that's done is solidifying your position with evidence. So
Right, I gotta bail, but I do want to
Yeah.
ask one question though. Like, to
Go
what
ahead. Go
I
ahead.
consider myself an extremely open-minded person, so I'll say it.
Sure.
I'll try to frame it like this. Like, what type of measurement would satisfy your requirement for a sphere Earth?
The predicted value
how
for
would
the
you,
Earth.
like-
I'll tell you. The predicted value for the Earth to show up with its curvature at its predicted rate of curving. So it's said to be 8 inches per mile squared before you leave. Just look into that. 8 inches per mile squared. The radius is already given to everybody. The diameter and the circumference at 24,901 miles. All this information is readily available for anyone on the internet. And we take that value, and so long as the Earth's curvature is where its predicted value should put it at, where obstruction should begin at the geometric horizon, you got yourself a globe. And if it doesn't conform to that, it is not a globe. 100%.
Couldn't you do this with like laser range finding? Like, couldn't you put down?
Lasers, yes, but you can't just use any old laser, right? You're actually going to traverse a good sample set. A good sample set would actually put you somewhere in the range of like 10 to 20 miles. So for that, you need something constructed to be enough or put out enough energy to reach that distance. So you're dealing with a little bit more if you're doing lasers. But line of sight would
Well,
be
I feel like
the most
you
cost
like
efficient. Go ahead, Corey.
just like what establishing a cost efficient way to satisfy what you
Line of sight.
consider to
Line
be
of
the
sight.
measurements that would
Line of sight.
the what?
The line of sight test. It's the least. You don't have to spend money. Just go to the beach, find out the distance to certain things in the water. You find some demarcation points, so that you can know. Okay, for
Yeah,
me,
I don't that kind of bugs me line of sight. I feel like the focus should be more on like creating a physical way to satisfy your criteria of
no,
getting
it's
the exact
it is because let me tell you why. Right? Let me just tell you why. Line of sight is useful because what we're doing is seeing how far we can see with our eyes because there's something that should be taking place that obstructs our viewing distance. So if you can't see something in the far distance due to the curvature, then your line of sight is obstructed. Do you know what that means, Corey?
Yeah, right.
Right. So line of sight it works just fine. So long as you understand at a certain distance, I see ships disappearing from the bottom up. You got yourself something to work with.
I don't know. I don't trust the human eye to.
It doesn't
I
like
just I
what.
would I would prefer a like a
But we use our eyes, Corey, for everything,
field
and we have
research.
to trust. Listen, whatever cockamamie stories that somebody fed you that you can't trust your eyes, they're lying to you because you need your eyes for everything. Everything, Corey.
Yeah,
They're the reason. They're the reason observation is the beginning step of the scientific method. It's observation first.
Just
So
for
if you
fun. This
can't
is great.
observe with your eyes and trust what you're, yeah, if you
Real
can't
quick
trust what
before
you're,
I leave.
Corey,
I
if
wanna
you
post
can't trust what you're seeing, then we have a bigger issue. It's bigger than you actually doing a test. It's now you're in a more of a philosophical understanding. Like, oh, well, you can't trust your eyes. Like, what does that mean? Like, it has bigger implications. Like, you can't do that. You actually have to know that your senses are given to you to understand and navigate the world around you.
Where do we
Because
post
if you
images?
didn't have your eyes, you know what I mean? That's another thing taken away to
Where do
navigate
we
the
post
earth. Like,
which channel are images posted?
put it in the right above where we're speaking. There's a bubble, chat bubble right next to it.
Hang on a second. Just want to do one quick little. Oh, here we go. Wait. Oh, open chat. Is it an open chat?
Yeah, it
Right
is.
over here?
Well, as far as I know, I don't know. Can you post something?
Yeah. You see this?
Yeah, I see that.
This is a really good example of why I don't trust my eyes specifically, because there's a lot of you can post like endless examples of how the eye can be like completely tricked.
Yeah, I see your point, but the thing is, when you stop relying, see, if you didn't have your eyes, you wouldn't be able to discern what is a trick and not. You know what I'm saying? You would not know if there was one or not, because your vision is a part of the observation process. So once you get to the level, it's like I said, it's almost philosophical. You're removing one of the most important aspects of the scientific method or any process, any test. Now you're saying let's do it without observing. Like that's because observation is the first step. You gotta use your observation. So
Well,
you can't
I would
remove
say
that.
like do it with super observation. Like do it with
But that's not because you're still using your observation only amplified, but you're still using observation. It's only amplified by any tool that you use, right? So Quarry, you gotta see it this way, brother. If you say that, you're undermining a process that's essential for you to understand. You really are, and you're cutting yourself off at the knees, like from any process. And so what this does, it lends your mind over to, well, because I don't have the right equipment, I can't know. Not because I didn't do the observation correctly. It's because I can't do the observation correctly because I cannot trust my eyes. I have to trust high-powered equipment, which again logistically puts it out of the realm of like every man. It puts it into like the realm of only those who can.
Well, I'm sure that I don't. Again, I don't have the. I don't know anything about this topic, but I'm sure there are things someone could do
We've already
to
done stuff,
verify the
sir.
curvature of the Earth. I mean, like,
Because
I'm sure you
this
could
is
buy a cheap
Corey.
telescope. I'm sure you could.
Corey, think about this, Corey. Like, and before you leave, people are trusting images of curvature from space, so they're using their eyes to look at a photo on a screen. They're using their eyeballs.
Yeah, I can.
See,
I don't agree with that argument, but I can follow it. Like, I'm not gonna
I
push
know.
back on it because I can at least, I can
But
follow
what I'm
the
saying is the very thing that you're pushing back on right now on the aspect of observation is almost like a double-edged sword for you, because then you're just saying, okay, then every instance that people use their eyes, you can't trust it. So anything that has to do with you looking at something, you can't trust it unless you have high-powered equipment in front of your eyeballs.
Well,
You
like I
see,
said,
it's a double-edged
I'd have
sword,
to-
Corey.
I'm sure that there are ways to, because like I've been in an airplane, right? And
Corey, it's so simple, Corey. Like what I'm saying is, this you're trying to find a way around seeing like doing the simple observation, and the simplicity of it is the reason why nobody can see the reason behind it. They're trying to do mental contortions to say it's got to be more complicated than that. No, it's not. Otherwise,
have you-
the
okay, like, have
smartest
you-
people would have figured it out, right? That's what you're thinking. The smartest people wouldn't have just like bypassed a simple observation on the beach. You know what I mean?
Have you been in an airplane? I'm
What does
assuming
that
you've
have
been
to
in an
do with an observation on the ground level, Corey?
because it's slightly above the ground level. Like,
Yeah, but we're not testing the ground anymore. We're going above it. We're not. When people
but
look
still
at
a
an
physical
airplane,
space. That I mean, I can't
yeah.
help but notice the slight curvature that I see when I'm in a
yeah, but you
physical
just
space.
said you. Yo, Corey, hang on. You just said you couldn't use your eyeballs, bro. You're looking out the
Well,
window and seeing curve.
I'm meeting you halfway, and I said that there
But
are probably
I don't think that's meeting me.
Wow.
Here's the
Cringe.
thing.
No,
Here's
I
the
said
thing.
I'm sure.
Corey.
I said I'm sure that there are tests that exist that would allow you to use
Such
your
as?
eyes.
Such as?
Well, like I just said, like when I was in an airplane, you can kind of
It's using your eyeballs.
Yeah, we just keep going back there. What are we allowed to say then? Like, are we allowed to believe it? When are we allowed to believe our eyes, bro? So if I go up, and say, oh, there it is, it's not curving, then are we good? Or like, I can bring my camera, so.
my experience being in an airplane was that I was seeing slight curvature. Is what I'm saying.
So you're a tiny
Yeah, I know. We've heard that a lot. Listen, can I say this real quick? I said the exact same thing. Then I looked at my own photography, and then I said, "Oh shit!" It was about 10 years ago, by the way. I looked at my own photography. I remember taking the picture. It was on a flight from Seattle to Phoenix International Sky Harbor, and I remember taking this pic. Like, yeah, I think I can see the curve, and I even retorted to somebody. Yeah, I think I have. It was, in fact, her name is Rose Patton. And I pulled my photo up, and there it is, a flat, level line. So we can be fooled by our perception. If we already have a belief, we think we're seeing something. And I'm telling you, you go up again, that curve ain't gonna be there. You'll see.
Flatwater, did you want to say something?
I just wonder how big this ball is that he's living on. Sounds like a tiny earther to me.
Well, I'm just saying that argument kind of works both ways, because if you believe the Earth is flat and you go up and you see that the Earth is flat, and
Corey.
I believe the Earth is round.
Corey, yeah, but let's listen to the
just saying,
double
like, that
standards,
argument-
brother. Corey, you said let's listen to the double standards, though, bro. Because you said we cannot trust our eyes when we're on the beach, but we're in the airplane. You can now trust your eyeballs. Hmm?
No, I think you can
No?
trust your eyes. I just
Okay,
my
so we
point
can't
was
trust
that
our eyes on the beach, then, right? Corey,
It depends. I mean,
it
really, 'cause
depends
my
on the
initial
person
point was
or
that
the what location. What are we saying it depends on, Corey?
Are you saying there are no limitations to the human's eyes?
So you're telling me on the one instance you're making a case for seeing curvature on the airplane, on the other on the ground you're saying no.
Well, yeah, because I'm higher up in an airplane.
So what, dude? You're still using your eyeballs as in your I want you to listen to yourself, Corey. Listen to yourself, brother. You're handicapping yourself on the ground, but when you go in the sky, your eyeballs are good to go.
Yeah, because I'm higher
Yeah.
up.
So
I'm saying, like, so if I went up on the
elevation changes your eyeballs to work like it's a switch. It turns them on and off.
It changes the vantage point for them to work better.
Sorry. this is probably a point where you're missing something, and you should be made aware of it. When you're looking out of an aeroplane, how many panes of glass are you looking through, and do you understand what refraction is?
Yeah.
Right then. So should
I
you really be
don't.
trusting your eyes when you're looking through 3 panes of glass that are obviously curved outwards because you're in a pressurized cabin? You're just gonna talk through me, aren't you?
No, I'm just saying I'd have to do like a conscious before and after, because I'd be looking through it on the ground and not seeing as much curvature through the glass, and then I'd have to make a conscious effort to do a comparison of
Did you?
things that I'd be seeing through the glass on the ground as opposed to in the air.
Did you, though, before I brought this up, did you make a conscious effort to look through the pane of
I
glass
mean, I
and
will
notice?
now. I'm going to now. Next time I'm in an airplane, I'll try to make a more
Right.
conscious
So we're
effort.
trusting our eyeballs once again. Great.
I'm
Great.
trusting them insofar as they work for what I need to see. But I'm saying
So he thinks he's going to discern curvature from 1/4 of a millimeter above the beach ball line.
Did you hear his statement? Did you hear his statement? Say that again, Corey, please.
No, I said I'm trusting them insofar as what I need to see, and if I need to see more, I would use an instrument that allows me to see more. Like,
There you
obviously-
go.
Okay.
Confirmation bias, good sir.
Okay, hang on. Do you trust your eyes' magnification to make out distinct features on another planet?
Do
Another
what?
planet.
Do
Begging
you
the
trust
question.
do you trust your human eyes' magnification to make out distinct features on another planet?
No, there's
On
no such
TV?
thing as another
When I
planet.
see him on TV, like wait, wait a minute. When we're watching
Well, I don't know
TV, is that
about
what we're
wait a
talking
minute,
about?
XO. There's no such thing as another planet, though. You're not on one to begin with.
I mean, on TV, that's my point. They're on TV though, so I'm going to give them that. Is that what we're talking about?
All right.
What are we talking about?
Do you trust your eyes' magnification to make out the features of the moon? I guess if other planets don't exist, like
Yeah,
if you're trying, you can see the basic features of the moon, right? You can see the
Can I might be able to answer the question, but if you're just going to formulate an answer, what's the point? I mean, yeah, the answer is yes. What I can see, I see things, and then when I can't trust my eyes, I verify them with what, Miggy? My eyes. Then I go back to my eyes, and so this is just a circular argument, bro. The reason we know that there's illusions is because we trust our eyes. That's how we know there's illusions, bro. So we're just going to keep going around the circles.
I'm saying
I can't believe you made
instrument to enhance the
Corey. I can't believe you made this statement though, man. It is profound, bro. You gotta hear you. It's being recorded, by the way. You can play it back and listen to yourself. You
Yeah, I
said,
figured.
"I can use my eyes when I need them to be." You can use them when you need them to be working.
Yeah, right. I use my eyes
Yeah.
up until the point that I trust them to be functional, right? So like,
So-
there's a threshold. Well, let me clarify that statement. There's
Oh,
a
boy.
threshold point at
Gonna
which
qualify it now.
and then there's
Please
a threshold
qualify it.
point at which I require an instrument that goes beyond my eye's natural ability, right? So that's why I brought up the telescope example. So if I trust my eyes enough to look at the moon with the naked eye, and then when I need to clarify details of the moon, I use an instrument to enhance my natural eye. That's what I'm saying. So like I trust my eyes up to a threshold point that they're able to do something, and then when they're not able to do that, I get an instrument to enhance them, right? That's
So,
what I'm
so what if we get an instrument to enhance them when we're down at the surface and see if we can find a geometric horizon or not?
I mean, yeah, you could, but my point is that my elevation is similar to.
Well, my point is, would you be able to trust your eyes then? Or does it depend on what you find?
I don't know. I mean, it would probably be kind of like a. I had to do. There'd be like a cross section of what you find and what you see, and then trying to discern between those two.
So here
things.
come the mental contortions, right?
Hmm.
What do you mean?
So it seems
do you
like you're going
mean?
to trust your eyes when you see something bias confirming. Otherwise, it's going to
Yep.
be, geez, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's how most people operate.
Pretty
Okay,
much. There we
all
go.
right, that's all I need to hear. Thanks.
We're good here.
Not,
We're good.
but that's not like a bad thing. I mean, like that's
We're
how
good
people
here.
evolved to have bias confirmation with what they see, and then if they see something,
We're all good,
like
Corey.
if they're seeing something they know that they're not supposed to be seeing, that's when they turn to instruments. So people unfortunately have evolved to have visual bias confirmation. I'm just saying, it's like that's a natural human tendency. So I mean,
All
it's
right,
a thing
Corey.
that most people default to. It's a thing that most people are comfortable doing. Like I know that I cannot see fine details on the moon. So I mean, my eye is going to fill in those details, and I'm going to be comfortable and like secure in the details that my eye is filling in for me. And then if I need for any reason to see more specific details, I'd use an instrument to enhance them, right? So it's not like, I mean, I trust my eyes up until the point that I know that my brain is tricking them, and then I can use enhancement instruments to get over
Oh, that doesn't make a hill of beans
hurdle.
right sense at all, man.
No, I
What
mean,
you just
that's
said.
just that's the I feel like the natural intuitive state for most people is to trust their eyes up until the point that they know that they can't, and then move on to other
Yeah, but
methods.
when is that? When it's not confirming your bias?
When it's not
Confirming your
I mean,
bias.
when you
Complete
know
the
that
statement.
when you
Just be
know that there's
proud. Be
reason
proud and
for
be proud in what you think. If that's what you think, just say it.
it's just there's too many
Just say it.
circumstances where I would be seeing something that I know that I shouldn't be seeing, or I'm not seeing something that I think that I should be seeing, and then I would use, any number of instruments to try to create a predictable outcome with what I think I should be seeing versus what I am seeing, I guess. So I mean, like the understanding that there's all kinds of different,
Should be.
Mm-hmm.
What should be determined by?
Should be what? What do you mean?
Well, how do you know what you should be seeing? You're gonna look out, see something, go, that's not what I should be seeing, so I can't trust my eyes here. Well, how do you know what you should be seeing?
What from what you have been seeing, I guess. Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, right? So like
Have you been seeing a curve? Have you been seeing
seeing
a curved surface like when you're looking out at the beach or a flat level horizon? What do you see, Corey?
when I'm in an airplane, I see a curved surface.
No, answer the question, Mr. Escape Artist.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you're on, when you're on a big enough sphere,
Mhm.
it's gonna look flat. So when you're
Oh,
when you're on the
that's a
surface of
statement for the
sphere,
ages. That's a statement for the ages, though. That's one for the books, my good sir.
This goes back to my earlier point.
Everybody
the
put it.
intuitive position.
TEOS-UK.
the
Don't forget to
intuitive
get that on the
position
soundbite,
for-
please.
The intuitive position for a person to have is that the Earth is flat. That's the intuitive position. So it's not unintuitive to think the Earth is flat because that's what you see. So I mean, it's not.
You're
Thank
saying
you.
you don't see that,
I
but
don't
okay.
have any. I don't have
Welcome
any
to Flat
familiarity
Earth.
with this topic. I don't have
Snacks
any
in the
familiarity with
back.
this topic.
DJ spin a
But-
request. Smoke them if you got them.
I'm just saying I don't have any familiarity with this topic, but I know that historically most cultures have considered the Earth to be some form of flat because that's just the intuitive position because that's what
Yeah,
you
but
can
what
see.
do you see, Corey? Forget those guys. What do you see?
When
From
I'm
the
on the
beach.
ground,
Mm-hmm.
I see the Earth is flat. When I'm
Thank
in an
you.
airplane at a higher
No
elevation,
further questions, Your
I
Honor.
see a slight curve. I don't
When
know.
you're
It
looking
could
through
be.
three
It could be.
panes of
No, he's
perspex.
right. It could
My
be. It could
goodness
be the
me.
glass. Right. He's correct that it could
Yeah.
be the glass. I'd have to make a conscious effort to look into that. So I'm not going to discount it out of hand and say that the glass is not changing my perception of the curvature of the Earth because obviously I'd have to look into that whole discussion. But based on the last time I was in an airplane, probably I don't know 6 months ago. I didn't see significant curvature on the ground through the glass versus relative to like when I was in the air through the glass. It's like I'd have to.
Wasn't pressurizing.
What curvature anyway? Who's measured that?
Okay, so
Why are you expecting to see
Okay,
something
okay.
that nobody's measured?
he brought up the pressure point. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, when the cabin is pressurized, obviously the outer layer of glass gets pressed outwards along with the other two layers. It's usually two layers. Sometimes it's just one layer. Sorry, two layers and three layers. So it depends.
Has that been measured?
How is that measured? You can literally see it.
But has the
shit.
amount that the glass gets pushed forward been measured enough to account for the perception of the curvature of the Earth?
It's why it's got a little hole in that. You notice it's got a little hole in the bottom.
I know, but I'm
That's
asking. So the amount that the glass gets pushed forward by the pressure, has that amount been measured relative to the perception that it's causing people to believe the Earth?
It's interesting how the details suddenly matter. When it comes
In this
into
case, it does
question
matter,
whether or
yeah,
not it's
because
Earth curve, now it's up
specifically-
for scrutiny. But before that, it's like, hey man, I saw the curve.
Well, because it's a well, first of all, it's a much smaller, easier thing to measure. Is you can measure the bowing out of one window more easily than like the
Mhm.
entire curvature of the Earth. So in this case, the reason I say that is that it's easier to measure a
How does
window's
refraction work?
curvature.
How does refraction
What?
work? Can you remember how refraction works?
I know it's. I mean, I know it's been a while. I know. I know it's not magic.
Yeah, so it's when light goes from one medium to another. So from the outside atmosphere, and then let's say it hits a pane of glass or two.
So for me, okay, I'm just saying for you to make this argument compelling to me, and I'm not saying that's not compelling because I don't know
Mhm.
the specifics of the argument. You would have to show the before and after of a pressurized window.
I could do it another way. I could do it another way. Mathematically speaking, even at 35, 37,000 feet, you're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see curvature. Mathematically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 2 millimeters above the beach ball at 128,000 feet, what are you in an airplane? Half a millimeter.
Yeah, that's the
That's a
next
Neil deGrasse
question.
Tyson reference, in case you didn't catch it. He's
That's
talking
the
about
next-
the Felix Baumgartner jump. Sorry, you could go ahead, ma'am. You know the
No,
story.
I was just gonna say that's the next question that we're gonna ask him. At what elevation, Quarry, can we start to see the Earth's curvature? Because an airliner would fly around 30 to 40,000 feet. So, what are we saying here? You see curvature at 40,000 feet, sir? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what is the minimum that would be perceptible by a
I'm
person?
asking you, sir. It's a question to you.
To me, I don't know because everybody's different. So I'm
But
saying,
you,
like,
but
what
you,
is the,
but you're
what is
claiming
the,
you're,
so-
sir. You're
so, but hang
claiming
on,
I
wait,
saw,
but-
sir. You're claiming I saw curvature at the window, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what altitude were you flying?
I don't know.
Well, normally that's around 40,000 feet.
Yeah, probably whatever
Normally.
the average altitude was.
Right. So if that's the case, then you, sir, have just seen curvature at 40,000 feet.
But
Is
what's
that
how has the minimum perceptible curvature been measured in humans?
what?
So okay, you're saying that there is a
Are you
minimum
serious,
perceptible.
dude?
You're saying that there is a minimum perceptible height at which the curve can be perceived
Yeah,
by
and
humans.
that's because you'd have to be a certain distance away to have the field of view that's required to
Right.
view curvature on a large scale, if it was
So-
true.
So who measured that
And it sure the
minimum
hell
distance that a
wouldn't
human
be
has to be to perceive
40,000
it?
feet, and it wouldn't be
Mike.
individual to each all night.
Oh yeah, you were cutting out, Mike. You might want to come back.
Yeah, you're cutting out pretty bad.
Try again, Mike.
Oh well, it's all math on field of view, and dude said every person's different. That's the dumbest shit I heard all night. What? How the hell does that apply to seeing curvature, you moron? I would like to hear the logic.
Well, you know, some people have binoculars for eyes, and some people just have normal eyes.
No, but seriously, man.
Well, this is true, but if you don't have the field of view at that distance, it wouldn't matter who the fuck you are now, would it?
No,
as far
I'm
as
just kidding,
human
of course.
perception is concerned.
So I think human perception is
Mhm.
really impressive, and it would not shock me that the
I
human would be able to perceive a difference in curvature
you
at
think,
that
huh?
elevation.
So wait a minute. So now it's impressive, but when you showed me that little GIF, it wasn't impressive because it was getting fooled by those dots.
No, it has limitations. It's impressive
Well-
within limitations that it has.
So
Like,
the
we-
double
okay, so
speak is coming
for
out the
example,
woodwork. It's
humans can't-
impressive with limitations. I mean,
humans can't perceive a full color scale. Like there's other species of animals on the planet that can perceive colors much more vividly than the human eye. The human eye is still very
on a yes, we don't see across the full spectrum, but that
Right.
still doesn't address
So would you
the
agree it's a
point.
limitation?
Not of curvature.
Yes, human eyesight has limitations, and we're absolutely covering that at this current time.
So, but do you believe that there are other colors that aren't perceptible by humans?
what does that have to do with the shape of something? We talked
Because
about
you're
shapes,
using-
not
you're-
colors.
Well, you're using an instrument. You're using an
Right.
instrument.
It's got nothing to do
determine-
with color, but spectrum. We said that spectrum. So in this spectrum, when can we see curvature in the spectrum we actually perceive in? Huh? Let's refine the question for you.
But I'm saying that you're so there's if you know that there's a spectrum that's not perceptible to the human eye.
No,
you would
in this
use instrument-
perspective.
It's
In,
just
in our
outside
current
our
state,
visible.
how could we observe, not go into what if or in another spectrum, but how in this physical body with these tools to perceive? Because your ifs don't prove shit.
Well, to me,
Funny to
again,
see
to
how
me,
they're
I would
relevant.
need to know
I really,
what is
I don't.
the. I think okay. Let me refine this a little bit. I think if you're existing at one elevation all of the time, and then you very quickly go to a much higher elevation, even tiny imperceptible changes in curvature would become more perceptible to you. It's kind of like when you're. I mean, humans are very good at
Okay, that's an assertion.
intuiting
Can
very
you back
tiny
it?
little changes. You know, like if you jump quickly into a very cold pool or a very cold body of water, you know, it's kind of like that.
Listen,
mean, that's-
angler size is dependent over distance, so the further you get away, the more you can see. What the fuck are you saying?
I'm saying that this is I feel like the curvature is visible the higher up you go, just because of how often or how long you
Where,
spend
sir?
at
How
low
high do you
elevations
have to
when
go
you're
to see it, Corey? That's what we're asking. The million dollar question is, how high do you have to see the curvature, Corey?
It depends on the person.
It depends
Probably
what
within
spectrum
the
you're.
40,000 foot range. It would depend
Listen,
on the
it
person.
doesn't. It doesn't depend on the person, though. People who
I
can't
think
see wear
I
glasses
think that
more.
okay, so we've established that there is a distance that you can though, right?
Have you? What distance is that, Corey?
Is there
I'm
is there a
asking you.
distance that humans
Dude, you should know though. You should know because if
I
you're
don't
seeing curvature, that's the issue. That is the issue. You don't know this. You have gaps of knowledge. So if you think that you're coming at this thing like, well, dude, it's enough for me to say that I've seen curvature from my airplane window. So now you're changing it around to like, shit, I don't know what elevation you can see curvature
And
at.
how
So
high was Felix? Neil
120,000.
No, I'm
deGrasse
assuming that
disagreed.
I'm
Felix
assuming
would
there
have
is an
seen it.
elevation that you could see it. I just don't know what it is.
It wasn't
So then
40,000
it's not
foot.
40,000
Neil
feet.
deGrasse Felix wouldn't have
I don't
seen
know
it.
if it is or not. I'm just saying. I'm assuming that there is an elevation at which you could begin to see
It's
curvature
well
more
beyond
than
that.
other elevations.
Well, you just said you saw it at 40,000.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I think, yeah. I mean, I feel, I yeah. I don't know. I feel
You-
like I saw curvature.
You think a
40,000
lot,
feet, I
but
don't
you
know.
don't use
Should we
logic
give the game
very
away?
much.
Shall we give
That's
the game
all right.
away?
Yeah, I'd say Jedi can give the game away.
So you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right? You've heard of this guy before.
Yeah, of course.
Awesome
Right.
stuff. Have you ever heard of the Felix Baumgartner jump, the stratosphere jump?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I've
Awesome
seen it on
stuff.
YouTube.
And we saw curvature of the Earth at that altitude, right, about 120,000 feet.
Wasn't it pointing at the Earth?
Yeah, something like that. So in
So there
reference.
was. I mean, I did.
So anyway, sorry, buddy, I didn't mean to interrupt. But in reference to this specific, event that took place, Neil deGrasse Tyson and a few others got, but I'm going to pick on Neil deGrasse. He came out and said, even Felix Baumgartner is not high enough above the surface of the Earth to see curvature. In actual fact, and I quote him, that shit is flat. So he's not high enough from 120,000 feet. He then goes on to say that even the International Space Station isn't high enough above the surface of the Earth to see curvature. So when you say that you see curvature from 40,000 feet, it's not like that. This is the first time we've heard this argument, mate. In actual fact, we've all been in aeroplanes, and some people say they see curvature, and some people say that it's flat. But this is why I jumped in earlier, because mathematically speaking, even the International Space Station isn't high enough to see curvature of the Earth.
Well, when you're far enough away from an object, it's just a big circle, right? But when you're relatively above the object, I mean, and considering it would be a sphere, the curvature itself would be more visible, wouldn't it? So, like, obviously the moon is a circle because we're far enough away from it being a circle, right?
Different view. So we're looking at that ball straight on. When we're looking across the Earth, we're looking horizontally
Right.
across it.
So there's probably a sweet spot where the Earth's curvature is the most visible, because if you're too far away from it, it's just a circle, and if you're right on top of it and you're standing on the Earth's surface, it's just flat.
Well, yeah.
So I mean, I guess, okay. So if I had to conceptualize this, if the Earth was, if we're doing like the Little Prince, the children's story where he's like on an extremely small spheroid, right? What size would a miniaturized Earth have to be for you to see the curvature standing on it? Like, what is the minimum amount of size that a miniaturized Earth would have to be for you to begin to see the curvature, and then kind of go from there? Like,
New Mexico?
maybe, I don't know.
I mean,
is my I'm
is this?
asking
Are we in
honestly, is my
Narnia
hypothetical too
again?
silly? Like, do you see where I'm getting at?
We're in Narnia. I see where you're going to.
No, I'm
Narnia.
saying okay. So if you're okay, this is a hypothetical, right? If you're on a miniaturized Earth, it's like
We already heard it once,
it's the size
guy.
of the
Come
moon. Would you
on,
be able to
spare us.
see? Okay, would you be able to see the curvature? Let's say that the moon
You
is
won't
a sphere. I
spare
don't know
us.
if you guys believe that or not. And you're on, like a leaf or whatever. What is the minimum size of
Come
a
on, dude,
spherical
get it
object in
out,
3D
man.
space that you'd have to be standing
And
on?
shit.
I'm getting it out. Does anyone get where I'm getting at here, or should I continue to keep?
Yeah, if the
elaborating?
Earth was the size that they said it was claimed to be, we would see the horizon at 1.225 miles times the square root or whatever of the height of the observer every single time.
not the same curvature, but I'm glad you brought it up because at the moment we're talking about left to right curvature, and to see that left to right curvature, you've got to be really far away from the surface of the Earth with the radius value that we've been given, right? But to see from you across the ocean, for example, to suggest that boats disappear from the bottom up, then that's the curvature you should most definitely see from an altitude of what? 1 foot, 6 foot, 12 foot, 30 foot. That would be the curvature that we should all be able to perceive, my friend.
So this guy here, right? Is he perceiving curvature or not?
Which one? Who?
The thing I posted in the chat.
Oh, sorry,
So
man.
like if you're on a miniaturized Earth, like again, what is the minimum size that this miniaturized Earth would have to be to perceive the curvature, and then go from there of like what is the minimum a human would have to be up off the ground of this miniaturized or the full size Earth.
See where his shoes are?
Right.
That's the height of the International Space Station above the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but I'm saying that there's still an ability to perceive a curve on this spheroid that he's standing on, right? And there's at some point there's a size cutoff where you're no longer able to perceive the curve, right?
Yeah. But
So
you're not high enough in your airplane. No one is. And that's the kind of
So
point.
what
This
is the
is why,
sweet spot of height?
Neil deGrasse Tyson pulled out, I think it was like a 3 foot radius beach ball, and then put his finger above it and so he's 2 centimeters above that 3 foot radius beach ball. Those 6 foot diameter. Sorry, 2 millimeters, whatever it was. So from that altitude above that beach ball of 6 foot in diameter, not high enough to see left to right curvature of the Earth. If you want a comparison.
Anybody
Well-
have that video? I wanted to play it so they can hear it. If you have that
Yeah.
video, put it in the chat for me, please.
Someone no doubt should have it in any second, but Paul Larson, planetarium director, said that I kind of touched on this already, that you wouldn't even notice it from the altitude of the ISS, and that you shouldn't start to see like really obvious left to right curvature until about 1,200 miles or so above the surface. So that would be about the figure you're looking for, somewhere around 1,200 miles.
So I think that if you're a person living at one altitude and then you quickly go to another altitude, you'd be able to intuit an incredibly small amount of curvature change. That's my position. I don't have anything to substantiate that. That's just what I believe. I think that maybe it's just the shock of being in an airplane. Maybe it's the windows blowing out because of the pressure. But I think that if you exist at one altitude and then you rapidly change several tens of thousands of miles of altitude, some very small intuitive perception of curvature might occur. I don't know.
Would you agree that you've got a 360-degree circle of vision around you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, awesome. So that's all we see anyway. And this, I mean, look, us guys have been doing this for 8, 9, 10 years. And the rhetoric has kind of changed in that time. You know, people that are trying to stop flat earthers from talking about things. So even within this argument, we've come to realize that even globe earthers will now turn around to you and tell us that to see curvature from an aeroplane is fundamentally ridiculous. We've now given you 2 people, Paul Larson, owner of an observatory, and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Both of these scientists and mathematicians have demonstrated through maths and demonstration that no one is high enough above the surface of the Earth to even see curvature, my friend. We've been talking about this for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not buying it because I feel
Okay.
like if the Earth was okay, so if the Earth was a like I said, if we were on what is the minimum size the Earth would have to be to perceive its curvature, right? And then like scale that up to within human perception of curvature, and then it becomes more plausible to me that that the Earth is
Go outside. You live on it right now. I've been trying to explain to you.
And look, we
What?
haven't even spoke about this yet. When you look out of one side of your airplane and you see curvature, go and look outside the other side of the airplane and you'll see curvature there. Go up to the front where the cockpit is, you'll maybe see curvature there. What happens when you join all of those lines up? Well, you would just get a circle of vision around you at best, or a wibbly wobbly line, but you're not getting Earth curvature.
Yeah, this
Now,
just
if you
gets
want
I
to
don't
talk
know.
about the, if you
It
want to
just
talk
gets
about
into a
the Earth
different
curvature,
because
I know, it's difficult. It's difficult when you come across this information and you've got this idea that I've been in an airplane and I've seen Earth curvature because the Earth is
no,
curved. We
I'm
get
just
that.
saying like if the eyes were advanced enough, you could perceive curvature all the time. Like if the human eye didn't have
That's what you've been
limitations,
taught to
perceive
think.
curvature
Well,
all
you're also kind of presupposing with that there's any to perceive.
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying that if the human eye was elevated to a certain point, you could at
Yes.
all times perceive curvature that exists. Like
Sounds
this is why I posted
sounds
the
like you're
little
still doing.
Prince example. No, I'm
Well,
just saying like this is why I posted the example of somebody standing on a miniaturized sphere, because there's obviously a point at which the human eye is
Tell you
able to
what,
perceive curvature just from standing on a surface, right?
yeah. Now let's try and
Yeah,
switch
that's
this. Let's try and switch this around a little
so.
bit. You know that picture that you posted? Imagine if you could draw a tangent line from that prince's eyes down to the curvature of the Earth, where beyond that curvature you couldn't see anymore. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome stuff. So that would be the curvature that we should all be able to perceive. Because you've obviously heard the argument that, I can't see the bottom of that boat, building, ship, or whatever over a distance of water because the physical Earth curve is in the way, right? You must have heard that argument.
At some point, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Yeah.
At
So
some point,
this
yeah.
is again going to invoke math again because this is something that we should all be able to see. If we're standing on that curved surface, tangent line from your eyes to the horizon, and beyond the horizon, the Earth begins to dip down, so things like boats sail over the curvature of the Earth. Now, this is the primary reason why we're here as well, because we don't observe that curvature either. I'm going to post an image for you in the live stream. I want you to have a look at it for me. The calculation for this on a radius of a ball of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It sounds complicated, it's really simple. If you're a 1 foot observer, square root of 1 is 1, you times that by the distance of 1.2 in the geometric physical horizon. The tangent line from your eyes to the edge of that sphere should be at 1.2 miles away. Now, this is an observation taken from about 3.5 foot above the surface of the water. Now, for that observation, the physical geometric horizon should be about 3 miles away, something like that. Now, this is really interesting because it's got the bottom of 6 wind farms in it. We've numbered them for you because they've got distance markers. Can you tell me in relation to the distance markers, the wind farms, can you tell me where the horizon appears to be, mate? Is it in front of them or is it behind them?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Sorry. I'm just
You
I'm just
wouldn't be
right
able
now.
to
I'm
tell
just trying
me
to
where it.
no.
Okay,
I'm just
fair
trying to
enough.
right now. I'm just trying to picture myself standing on a
Let me
spheroid and the limitations of my
let me
eye.
play this, Jedi.
But hang on, let me just talk
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
second, right? Okay, so you're standing on a spherical object, right? And there is obviously a point at which the human eye could
Are
perceive the
you gonna
curve of
do
this.
this again, dude?
Yeah,
You've
because it's
done
how
this
I'm
like
able to
17
I know,
times, man.
because it's how I'm able to
You don't have
conceptualize.
to. You don't have to go through it again, dude. Just let me just play this clip, just so you can hear.
I
It's
know,
a
but
scientific
obviously,
communicator.
I'm saying that there's a point at which this object that you're standing on just
You
becomes
said that
flat,
like
right?
like he said
There's a
17
point.
times. We got it. We
There's
got
a
it,
point
bro.
at which we need to end this loop, man.
Yeah, we got it, bro. But let me just play this clip.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to show
I
you.
was not. I mean,
You got to hear this clip, bro. Really do. Check it out.
All right, this guy in chat is saying we can see 3 miles. So he's
If the
talking about
moon
it
is
from
approximately 50 feet, I think
oh boy.
this would be, to this scale, a mile. Show us where the International Space Station is, Hubble, where...
Oh, okay, so we're actually this size. The International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
But there's no reason that
I
2
don't.
millimeters
If he
isn't
wants to,
perceptible
I don't
to
have a
human
problem
eyes.
if he does it. But
There's still some
the
level
honesty
of
of it would
change that
greatly
a human eye can
diminish
detect.
what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball.
That stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat. That stuff is flat.
And what's that? 4 times the altitude that you're talking about in a plane?
So what is the minimum
Something like that.
size that the Earth would have to be to see the curvature?
You can't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson's eyes, though.
He's only the
I
world's
know, but like,
formal
okay.
astrophysics fucking communicator.
This,
Maybe
I
we
mean,
could
in a
talk
way,
about
this
it.
actually just kind of
Fine.
confirms the spherical Earth, though, doesn't it? Because it's still just like, I mean, the point he's making is that there's
You didn't.
obviously
Yeah,
So
the point
old.
he's making is that the
Oh
point
my
he's making
gosh.
is that a flat plane wouldn't look flat, of course. Only a globe would do that.
Right.
Yeah, of course, that was the point.
Wow. So you're
Right.
saying
Point is
because you
that
said that stuff is flat means that proves your globe? Is that what you're saying? That's
in a
what you
way,
said?
yeah, because the intuitive position is that it looks flat. So
In
it's
a
like because it's
way
large
that
enough.
okay, so you're saying something that is flat. He's saying it is flat proves that it's not flat. That's what you're literally saying.
Yeah.
Brother,
You
in
can't
gambling,
be that stupid. There's
in
no way you
gambling,
could be that stupid.
yeah,
There's
brother,
no way.
in gambling, this is what is called
standing on a sphere of a
quarry.
certain size.
Quarry. In gambling, this is what it's called
That's
quit while
sad.
you're ahead. Quit while you're
That
ahead,
is
bro.
so sad.
Okay. No, you guys
There's
are taking
no
advantage of
way.
something that doesn't have a lot of
That's sad, bro.
Look, I stumbled into this voice chat, guys. So I'm kind of like formulating ideas about this in real
I
time.
know you're making shit
Yeah,
up
but
on the spot, bro. That's what's going on.
Obviously, yeah, I am making shit up on the spot because it's not.
There
something
you
I've ever
go.
thought of.
There you go.
Right, but we're not like you're not being forced here, are you? Like you're not being held hostage, right? I mean, this is you're free to be here, right? I mean, you got to realize that when
No,
you're
but
saying things like that. Do you
more
understand? That's the yeah, but I know, but that's the point. Is what you're doing though. That deception is dangerous, and that's why people in school get confused. I mean, literally, that's dangerous, man, to say something like that. If I said, yeah, I can prove the Catholic Church is legit because look how they're not legit. I mean, wouldn't you think that would be kind of weird, bro? Because that's you right now. Got to be honest. Thanks.
No, I'm more interested in the limitations of the human eye relative to a spherical object that a human's standing on. That's what.
Yeah,
that's
but
so
you just
my last thing, Maggie. Let me say this last. You're saying if I say, yeah, look how round it is, that proves it's flat. What would you say, bro?
Well, what are you looking at?
Yeah, that's you. That's my point. That's you. I don't have to say anything. That's my point. Now, see, that's the point. Is now you want me to look at. You don't even know what we're talking about. That's how, bro. You just lose your mind. I can't, Miggy. Yeah, I just don't know what to say. I guess I'm done. What are we looking at, Miggy? We forgot what the topic was, guys. Anybody know what we're talking about?
Well, first we were going. We just took you. I took you down a bunch of points that you could see right now. How it is not what you're thinking it is, or even saying it is from your vantage point at an airplane. Or remember, we had a little pushback and resistance on even standing at the beach and making observations because this whole dialogue that you went into about not trusting your eyes, but you can trust your eyes, but you can't trust your eyes, but you can trust your eyes, but you can, and it was just a circle jerk. It was a circle jerk into oblivion. So,
No,
and you wanted to reiterate a point 17 times. You still keep wanting to do it. You want to persist. And what I'm saying is, why, Quarry? There's like
misrepresenting
in
what I said.
gambling, it's called quit while you're ahead, bro. It's
No,
just been taking the L,
no, but
bro.
you're misrepresenting what I said. I said you can trust your
No,
eyes
I
with no
haven't.
limitations of them. There are no
I know that.
limitations of them,
So
right?
can you trust your eyes on the beach
To do what?
to look at the horizon that's perfectly horizontal?
What if my eyes were better?
Answer my question. Look at the weasel. Look at the weasel way you just answered that, Corey. Mm-hmm. That little chuckle. That little chuckle denotes that you understand.
I can trust within a
That's not the
range of limitations
question.
that my eyes
The
have.
question is, when you see the flat level horizontal horizon, is that what you're really seeing?
Seems like an epistemology thing. I don't know. I don't know what I'm really seeing.
Epistemology. You're
I
going.
don't know
You're
what
going.
I'm really seeing.
You don't know what you're really seeing. But when you go to an airplane, oh, that shit is curvature, man. Look at the curved dirt. Right?
Yeah, you're not
If you
really
spend a lot
using
of
your
time at-
senses
I think if you
to
spend a lot
try
of time
to.
at one elevation and quickly change to another elevation, you'd be surprised.
I'm gonna say this, Corey. I think it's time to say goodnight and think about all the things that were said here today. Right?
Yeah, Karen B's a bitch, to be honest.
Who?
It's really clear that you're
Karen
trying to
B's a
confirm
bitch.
you're trying to confirm a pre-conclusion instead of just using your senses to just come to whatever honest conclusion. that you can.
Sorry, extra, but
no,
you're not gonna talk.
You got pre-muted. That was a good job.
All right, one at a time.
Flat earther ass niggas.
Relax, relax, relax. Play. I know. Oh, here we go. Relax, relax.
Science, nigga.
Hey,
Science,
relax. Hey, you'll be all right, buddy. Oh my goodness, bro. This is your last chance at life.
Someone tell me who that
Congratulations.
is.
That was the very top guy at the very top.
Okay.
Hey, real quick though, like again, like crisis, flatwater crisis. Like he said, it's flat, and that proves it's a ball. I just really want to emphasize that.
Yeah, we should be giving our closing statements because this party's over, man, Corey. It's done, bro. You just need to just think on the things that we talked about.
I started with my intro statement was that it's intuitive the Earth is flat. So that's what I've been working off from. So him saying that when he looks at it and it's flat is because he's.
But did you
pointing out
notice
the
at least the very least, Corey? Did you notice the resistance, Corey?
From the
Did you
video,
notice
right,
that,
I want to
Corey?
go back a little bit from the video.
I
that
know
he
you do,
posted.
Corey, but did you notice the resistance? Did you notice the resistance that you were giving along the way throughout our conversation?
Yeah, because I was using. I mean, there's like background thoughts that are going on about like the scale and how you perceive scale. That's why I was.
Not
that's why I
really.
brought up
You
the whole
didn't.
point
You
of-
didn't have any of those when you thought that you saw a curve outside of an airplane. You didn't have any of that. There was no background
didn't think
thought.
I
There was no
saw a
scrutiny.
curve.
It
I
wasn't
thought
any.
I saw
You
a
weren't questioning
change.
anything. It was just okay. But all of
I
a
don't
sudden,
think you can.
your
I don't
senses
think you
break
can
down,
perceive
and you have to
the curve
scrutinize
of the Earth from an
everything.
airplane. I think you can perceive.
I don't know why you're just talking through me.
Because I want to clarify my point. I don't think you can see the curve of the Earth from an airplane. I think you can perceive a difference in curvature. I think.
You don't think you can see curvature of the Earth, but you can perceive a
I think
difference
you're
in
always
curvature.
okay.
What
Let me clarify that even further. Let me clarify that even further.
Miggy's right. You gotta just hang it up, dude.
Yeah, just
I
hang
think
it up,
you're
bro.
always- I think you're always seeing
He's at the
curvature.
casino. He's borrowing money at a casino, guys. Go ahead.
I think you're always seeing curvature, but you're not perceiving it.
Nah, bro. You're in about 300K, and the mobsters in the back are looking at you like you're not gonna make it out of there
No,
tonight.
I think you guys are seeing curvature all the time, but you're just not perceiving it. And
Okay.
I mean,
All right, Corey.
This is
Corey,
desperate bad.
Corey, hang it
I'm
up,
saying
brother.
Your eyes don't. I'm saying.
Corey,
that
hang
you
it up,
are
brother.
Seeing
Corey,
curvature all the time, but you're
it's not
perceiving
working.
it.
It's not working, bro.
It is
Hang it up.
working.
It's not.
It's a pretty straightforward statement.
You're not gonna click your heels, and then Kansas is just gonna go by. It's just not gonna work, brother. You just hang it up. Have a nice night, bro.
This is really bad. Yeah. This is
Have a
this
nice
is like
night.
when I'm trying to get the person away from me. Please stop. Can you get this person away? This is really
Just have a
crazy.
nice
I'm not,
night, bro.
listen, I'm not that kind of guy. Please stop touching me. Thanks.
We already turned off the. We turned the Porsche lights off, man. The Porsche lights are off. You should get the hint, bro. Have a nice night.
Don't make me call security.
So
it's
you're
getting
seeing
weird now.
curvature all the time.
It's getting weird
Bro,
now, Corey.
Bro, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I don't know what to tell you, dude. My goodness, take the drinks with you. You can actually leave with your drinks.
So
Goodness.
I'm just saying it looks flat, But
I think
Here
we
we
broke
go.
Quarry.
Here we
I think we
go.
broke him, bro. We broke Quarry.
He'll be back tomorrow.
What is he gonna? No, I don't think he's gonna leave. He's gonna sleep here. Actually, he's gonna give him a
Maybe,
cot.
maybe. Yeah, you
I
can
don't
sit
think
here,
you
Quarry,
guys are
but I'm just.
understanding what I'm getting at or
he
what I'm
watches the
saying.
video
Yes,
I
we
posted.
do. It's not like we haven't seen somebody go through cognitive dissonance, Quarry.
We've
It's
never.
nothing new. It's nothing new, bro. We've seen it all.
So
We've seen it
there is
all.
no minimum size of a sphere that a person can
Yes,
stand on.
Quarry.
Get his
Uh-huh.
car keys. Get his car keys
it's
now. Please,
It's like
goodness
this
gracious.
point. It's like this
Right.
point that somebody is like. It's like so when you're standing on a very large sphere
Wow.
and there is.
Is this
At
real?
some no, at
flat,
some point
right?
he's just telling himself this. Is what
Is this actually? Yeah.
He's
This
he's
is
I'm
weird.
comforting
actually,
himself.
I'm wondering the same thing XO is at this point. Like, is this a robot or what?
I know. I've never
You're
seen
not
this
you're
sort
not
of
winning because we're all
reaction.
talking
This
over each other.
reaction is something new. I'm actually going to get quiet now and just pay attention to see
Push
what
him
happens
away and
next.
do
He's fractured and he doesn't know it yet.
Okay, so so you're a person and you're standing on a very large object or a very large
Mhm.
spherical
Well, like the Earth. Yeah.
Mhm.
and it's increasing in size, right?
Mhm.
Mm.
So
Yeah, the
there is
Earth
a
is a
minimum
globe.
point. There is a
Oh.
minimum size of this object where
Yeah.
your eyes are no longer perceiving a curvature that's still there, right?
Right.
What is
Earth's
that?
Earth's a
What is
globe,
that
bud.
minimum size?
Earth's a globe. Earth is a globe, bud.
Yes, it's
It's a
increasing in
globe.
size.
Right. It's a globe.
Sorry, it's increasing in size. What?
Yes,
The man
correct.
needs to go to
So
bed,
if you're
man. He
standing
needs to
on,
he
you
needs
are
to have a good
standing
night's
on
sleep.
let's say no, not moon size. Let's say
Moon size. Yeah, moon
Ooh.
size.
no, not moon sized.
Not
Beach
moon
ball?
size.
Corey, beach ball. Let's start with beach ball.
Sure, you're
Go
standing
there.
on a beach
Thank you.
ball in space.
Amen. Thank you.
Okay. You're standing on a beach ball in space, and it's gradually increasing in size, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And there is a minimum size at which your eyes are no longer perceiving a curvature, right?
Okay.
What is that minimum size?
It's a ball. It's a globe.
Okay.
Remember,
So-
when we're on the
so
plane, I think we're at that
increasing
minimum,
size,
right? When we're on a plane.
So this
I
object that
don't
you're standing on in
understand.
space is
I
increasing in
actually
size.
don't
There's a
I don't
minimum
know.
there's a minimum
Quarry.
point at which your
Quarry.
eyes see a curve
We
and then they
don't-
stop
Why do
seeing
you
a curve
keep
and
saying
they
that, dude?
right?
Is this
No, I'm trying to
AI?
make a
Like,
point here.
what is this?
I think the people in
How
chat
many
who are
times
muted
have
know
you
what I'm
said
talking
this
about.
now? It's like 40 times now you've said this.
I know. I'm saying that I'm fixating on the point that there is
You
still
are
there's still
fixating.
curvature that you're seeing but not perceiving is the point that I'm making, right?
What
That's the point
curvature?
You're
What I'm
seeing
asking-
it, but you're not. Okay. Yep.
because there's a okay. Can I, without interruption,
Is
can I
that-
reiterate the hypothetical? Being serious.
Oh my
No.
god, please, no. I'm just gonna mute you if you
okay,
do that.
I'm gonna go through this again because I just want to make this
No,
So let
you're
him one
not.
more time.
Why?
Go ahead.
I'm being serious.
Okay.
You are in space
That's the
and you're
thing.
standing
We
on a
know
beach
you're
ball.
being serious, and it's
And-
kind of
No,
pissing hard.
I just can't. I just can't.
He wants to dig his quarry a bit deeper.
I think I broke him. Sorry, dude.
It's just does not compute.
No, I don't think he was
Robbie.
expecting this
They-
chat. He wasn't expecting this chat. He did, however, engage. So, I mean, I'm not really too much to blame. He wanted to know.
As
Dear
soon
me.
as he said, I'm sorry, I can't believe that this is not being stated more. He said that the flat proved it, that's how we know it's round. I just don't know what to say after that.
Sorry,
just wanna-
I've just had this vision of him going out to work tomorrow, and he's going to be going up to people, grabbing them by their shoulders, going like, "You can't perceive it, but it's there."
So
You do
if
see the
the
beach
Earth,
ball, right?
if the Earth was a bit, look, listen,
There's
you're
a
not
minimum
listening to
size,
me.
right?
Are you listening to me? And
Stop
people are
interrupting
just
me.
people are just walking away like, dude, stop. Like, what the fuck? Have a good night, Quarry. Don't worry about this, man. It was all a bad dream. There, you wake up tomorrow and you'll be right as rain.
We never
They said
had
to
this
me.
conversation.
No.
I would have liked to have understood his argument for gas pressure without a container. That could have gone on for fucking weeks. Not
He
that
would
we
have
would have
been
ever
happy.
fucking got. Oh yeah, I
would've-
know.
He would have been happy to have it, too.
Oh,
Are we taking a
can we
deep
do
breath
that?
and saying hum? Everything's gonna be okay, bud. At the end of the day, every little thing is gonna be all right.
So without memeing or shit posting, did you get my point?
Corey, check my links. Corey, I got some links I want to show you. I have a channel.
Really?
Blood always finds its level.
But-
So I have a couple
Hey,
on
I
my
was,
profile.
I was getting
can't
interrupted by like
say.
8 people, and I was making an actual
No,
point. Did you get the point that I'm
Corey,
making?
I know, but I just want to show you things. I actually found the biggest Corey on Earth. It's on my channel, in case you want to look into it.
Do you know what the continuum fallacy is?
I know. Why don't you tell us? Yeah, go ahead, Corey. You got it.
So the continuum fallacy, I'm sure everyone's familiar with this.
Sure.
Is this idea that because you can't find the exact point on a color spectrum of a solid color, right? It's like you can't say that red or blue exists necessarily because they bleed into each other. So there's no like exact. I'm sure I'm paraphrasing. I'm sure you know what it is, right?
Earth curvature.
So the point that I was making is if you are standing on a spherical object that is increasing in size, at some point, right, the curvature is no longer perceptible to you, right? Because it's increasing in size slowly. So at some point, the curvature that you are witnessing, that you're perceiving with your eyes, is flat. But the thing is, you're still perceiving the curvature. It just is flat to your eyes. So there's if you're just imagine, I want you all to imagine this. In
You're
your brains,
laughing.
that
You're laughing. I like the laugh part. Go ahead.
I know. Because obviously, I mean,
You knew that? That's good. I'm proud. Okay, keep going.
I'm just asking you to conceptualize this in your brains. You're standing on a slowly expanding spherical object in space, and there's obviously a point at which
We did that like the first 18
I know,
times
but-
you did this. I don't know why you're doing it again.
You know, this sounds like somebody that got caught in a lie, bro. This constantly, I know. It sounds like you're being interrogated, but it's like the cops don't want to.
I'm trying to reiterate
Yeah,
that there is
okay.
a minimum threshold at which
We
your
get
perception of
it.
a curve becomes flat, right?
Yes,
So
but you realize, okay, Corey, do you realize that I'm claiming that if something appears to be flat, you can't say it's evidence for something that's curved? Does that make sense?
Well, in this hypothetical, it's an expanding sphere, so you know that it's curved.
No, I'm saying evidence. That's the point. You hypothetically don't even understand what up and down is. I'm saying if something appears to be flat, it can't be evidence while it's appearing to be flat for something that's curved. That's just a basic axiom of reality that most children would understand in kindergarten.
That's not the point that I'm getting at, though.
No, I'm not asking you for your point. I'm making a claim here that's an obvious point that everybody is just shocked that you're saying something that's flat proves curved, and that's the psychosis that we're proving, to be honest. That's the point.
Standing on a sphere in space that was 1 mile in diameter, would you be able
It's
to
irrelevant.
Understand.
It's irrelevant.
play along.
We're not talking about
play
that.
along
We're
for a
talking about, you said something is flat, that proves round or non-flat or curved. That's the point.
No, I want
Nothing else matters. That's the point. At this point, that's like, I mean, if I already caught you, eating poop out of the dumpster, I'm not going to trust you anymore, bro. It's over. I'm sorry.
I
Sorry.
think you know that I have a point, and you don't want to play along.
You don't even have a claim, bro. You're scared to death of your own shadow. That's why you
No,
can't
I'm
leave here,
saying-
because you
okay,
lost.
so
Your whole life just flashed before your eyes, and you're stuck telling us that flat proves curved. Bro, you're gone, man. It's over.
You are standing on a 1 mile in diameter sphere in space. Can you perceive the curve of it?
Cool story, bro. Yeah, I live in reality, man. That's on my channel if you ever want to check it out, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Oh, boy.
Okay, so now it's a 5 mile in diameter sphere in space. Can you still perceive the curve with your naked eye?
I just live in reality, bro.
Okay, so now it's a 100 mile diameter sphere in space. Can you still perceive the curve with your naked eye?
Yep. So
See where I'm
back to
going with this?
reality, bro. Yeah.
So
I
my
live in
point
reality.
was there is a minimum size of this sphere that you're standing on in space where you can, with your naked eye, perceive the curvature of it, right? So even though you're always seeing the curvature of it, at some point it's like you know how like there's no true circles. So you have the idea that
Sure, yeah,
that,
whatever.
every circle,
Yeah.
you know, there's no I don't know.
Just agree with him.
Yeah.
Just
yeah,
agree. You
bro.
know,
Sure.
it'll help.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just hiding up glasses in the background and slowly turning the lights off.
No true circles. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm just petting my cat Lobo on the head. I named him Lobo. That means wolf. He's a cat. That makes sense, right? Same thing as your argument.
And Allisonus
So
only
the
has a
idea
few.
of a perfect circle. Okay, so the idea of a perfect circle in nature, right? Do you think there can be a perfect circle in nature?
Ideal shapes are not in nature, bro.
Right, but you're still perceiving it as a circle.
Like the sun looks like a circle, right?
Yeah, but it's not a perfect circle. Okay.
Well, it's about as good, more perfect than you can make a circle. I guarantee that.
But you're still perceiving it as a circle. You're perceiving the sun as a perfect circle.
Yes, that's right. And guess what? The entire world perceives reality to be, a stationary existence with an air that we can breathe. That's just what everybody agrees upon, ever.
So
That's
the
what we
point that I was
experience.
making is that there is At some point, there is an exact perfect sweet spot of the human eye where at some point that curvature just becomes flat.
It's
Based on the side of
unperceivable.
the object.
Exactly. Right. So how do we go forward then to find out what things are? Did you ever want to take a step to actually find out what things really are yet?
I would prefer to find the minimum point at which the limitations of the
Why?
human.
No. Did you like that, Jedi? No. You don't want to find out what things really are.
I prefer to find the limitations of what I'm
Dude,
able to
it's
see.
painful. But yeah,
Bro.
I mean, we've understood your ever increasing ball that eventually you would not be able to perceive curvature, but it is actually there because you're standing on it. Yeah, we got that about 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
So
But
my
I'm telling
point
you,
was
man,
that you're
you
seeing the
should have
curvature,
walked
but not perceiving
away. You're now like 600K to the bad. I'm telling you, the mobsters are looking at you sideways because you don't leave the,
No,
the gambling table.
point with this ever expanding ball was that even though it's expanding very slowly, you're
Yeah.
still seeing the curvature or seeing flat without perceiving.
Yeah.
I agree.
And
I agree with Corey. I agree with him.
Point
Yeah.
is, crescendo to this point is, of a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles, you have to be further away than the International Space Station to start seeing that curvature that you couldn't perceive before.
And if the ball was smaller, you could see it.
But it's not that small. We're on a ball of a certain radius value, and we can't see curvature down here
That's
or
right.
in your aeroplane or from a high altitude balloon
Okay.
or from the
Amen.
International Space Station, mathematically speaking. Drink up,
Amen.
fellas.
I'm just gonna
Hold on.
leave with this.
Corey, don't leave yet. Corey, Corey, we
fail.
just finished that
I
point.
have to
God
fail.
bless him.
I only
Okay,
came
God
here
bless
to
you, Corey. We
hear you
just
yell
finished a
about
point. Can I just say one thing, Corey? When I don't feel the spinning of the earth, is that evidence for it spinning?
You do feel the spinning of the earth. You're just not perceiving it.
No, whoa,
Oh
I
my
don't know.
goodness.
Stop. Let me. If I don't feel the spin of the
What?
earth, does that? Listen, hold on. When I don't feel the spin of the earth. Are you? We'll get to that in a second, Corey. I don't think anybody, including the Globers that I talked to, they admit that they don't experience the spin of the earth. So I'm saying, is that evidence for spin since we don't feel it?
You do feel it. You're just not perceiving it.
No, you can't answer the question. I'm asking, is it evidence? So are you saying that you feel the spin of the earth right now, Corey?
You feel it, but you don't feel it.
I think
Guys.
that I could with the right.
He thinks that he could.
Wow.
He
Okay,
thinks
so
that he
again,
could.
the fact that I can't feel it, is that evidence for us spinning, Corey? He can't answer. He can't do it. See, one more time. The fact that I can't feel myself spinning on this earth, is that evidence that we're spinning, Corey? He can't answer. I rest my case. It's that easy. It's these people. This guy's gonna get worse and worse, guys.
I'm
Wow.
saying that this whole session should have been clipped out. We gotta clip this whole session with Corey.
Wow. I mean,
All of it.
wow. I'm at a loss for words right now. Good one. Wow. Okay.
Been a good hour and a
Good
half
safety
on 'em.
tip, Egon.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I can feel it, but I can't perceive it.
Saying you guys are seeing the curvature. You're just not perceiving it. I'm gonna
All
go.
right, all right.
I gotta go. See you guys later.
Have a nice night, Corey.
He just said he could feel it, and then I said, "Can you feel it?" And he says, "I think I can feel it." I've never heard anything like that ever in my life.
You can feel it. You just can't feel it.
It's scary because we don't know how we can this can break people, man. That wasn't evidence of that happening. It's crazy.
That was awesome.
Like I haven't performed an exorcism. Listen, I'm sorry, I haven't performed an exorcism in a few months, but I mean, I was getting ready. I mean, this is wow.
The flat parts got torn to pieces again.
What? What'd you say?
The flat tires lost again.
Flat tires lost.
No, dude, he won, man.
You guys always lose.
Have you reached puberty yet? Are you old enough to be here? Who's that?
Of course I
We
am.
don't-
What are you talking about?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Tell us more about yourself, man. It's clearly you know what's going on.
There's a lot of machismo.
There's this
Can't wait to-
infinity.
Gentleman doesn't know what he set foot into. He just thinks he's firing off his guns like.
I mean, I'll take anything after the last one. So.
No, Infinity will give you a run for your money to a certain point, then you'll get tired of him. He gets upset. He gets in his feelings too much. He's not really one for intellect conversation. It only
I
goes
get
so
into
far.
my feelings too much. Are you serious, bro? Come on.
You already
Absolutely.
sound triggered. You came in
It's just-
triggered. Yeah,
and
I'm
that
not
statement-
triggered. I'm simply responding to whatever the fuck he said.
Your voice is
Let's see how
man.
quickly.
Yeah,
Let's see how
okay.
quickly you can.
No, it's not, buddy.
Let's see
Don't
how
worry
quickly you
about
can
it.
train
I'm
wreck.
not a weak
Let's
thing
see
like
how
you.
quickly.
He's already
Let's see how
raging.
quickly you can train
Yeah,
wreck
go to the
yourself.
gym,
Do
buddy.
you have any scientific evidence for a globe?
He's raging.
You heard that? You heard that heavy breathing too? I was like, damn.
Hey, hold on. Let Flatwater take it real quick, guys. Go ahead, Flat.
Do you have any scientific evidence for a globe? Oh, well, that was easy.
All that energy and no
me go to the gym.
words.
Pretty
All
sure
that
I saw
energy-
Venus in the sky tonight.
Good stuff, Dante. All that energy and no words, Infinity.
Wow.
Really, bro?
Why
Not
would the
so infinite.
moon be around and not the Earth?
Why
wasn't
would
the
the squirrel
question.
be in the tree eating
That-
nuts and I'm fucking not?
That wasn't even the question, bro. Did you pay attention?
I don't care about the question. I'm
Why
asking
is
you
the
a
pineapple
question.
tree a pineapple?
It's always you asking
Do
questions.
you have evidence? Do you have evidence that the moon is round, my friend?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait to see evidence that the moon has anything other than a face that everybody sees.
It could be half a six.
Take your time.
It's just a disc.
It's a hologram.
No, I can't wait for any evidence for your claim. But I guess you already lost your claim. That was
No,
easy.
well, check this
The
out.
moon is
because
not round. I can
No,
go
check this
outside
out.
right now.
Guys. He was asked a question. He refused to answer, and he proceeded to give his own question, and he got some answers. But Infinity, there was a question that was asked you. Why didn't you answer?
Because you always ask the same fucking question.
And why won't you answer the same
Because
question?
it doesn't matter in seeking the truth.
So you are an entitled little fucking baby that wants to do what he wants when you come in here, right? Is that right? You're an entitled fucking baby?
I'm entitled, but I'm not a baby.
You're a fucking baby, dude.
Unless you consider someone to be
you-
6'3", 215 pounds.
Nobody gives a shit, you fucking internet hero. Like you're gonna fucking
I'm not
do
an
anything.
internet hero. I'm a real life
The
hero.
muscles that are used in this arena are fucking mental. They're not have anything to
have
do with
both.
your strength. Who gives a shit? Are you gonna do anything with them except for bump your gums? Because you don't know how to argue in here.
I mean, we
You're a
already
fucking
talked about this, bro.
You're
We
an
talked about
intellectual
satellite
fucking
imaging, and
peon.
every time you were
You're
always
an
capable of proving that they were
Infinity.
fake.
Cartoons.
You kept on
Infinity.
saying that they're fake, but you never
Check
proved
this
it.
out, bro. You're an intellectual fucking peon. I don't give a fuck how big you are. You're in here, you're a fucking little mouse. You ain't shit, bro. So calm the fuck down, answer some questions, and just be cool. Fuck, dude. The fuck you think you're? Your muscles ain't gonna do shit in here.
I'm cool, bro. I'm cool.
He's a
It's just
midget.
you that refuses
It's a
to see
normal
the truth,
midget.
bro.
This is a midget mentality. It's normal. Yeah.
Well, get with
That's
the
why he's
program.
talking about
Answer.
himself.
Listen.
That's why he came in here
check this
talking
out,
about
bro.
the gym
Get your heart
and how
right,
mad he's
bro.
not.
I know. Get your heart right in your mind, and maybe perhaps you can hang around here. But if you keep acting like a jackass, you're gonna get booted, bro. That's simple as that. Fucking just act right. Then answer some questions. Be cool. That's it. Now, Flatwater had a question for you. All you gotta do is answer it, bro. Simple.
Scientific evidence. I have no scientific evidence, and I don't need scientific evidence to answer that. So.
Okay.
It's actually kind of the correct answer. It's not a scientific question, so you kind of passed.
Good stuff. Jedi, do you have any questions for the man?
Oh, what? This guy? No.
Well, he admits he gets his information from TV. I mean, that's it. It's over.
I mean, I get my information from NASA and SpaceX. So.
Yeah, that's what they're hired for, to show you things on what? Yeah, your TV and your screens, your media. That's where you get your religion from. You can't talk about it, but that's what you believe. Yeah, case closed.
And then, how can you prove that that imagery is fake? How can you prove that?
Oh, because
on
they
here
come
on
to a place
Earth.
they can't be-
Yeah, on Earth
Come to a
here,
place they
and
can't
with the thousands of pieces of technology. The military industrial complex, the laser systems, radars, sonar. I mean, just everything here.
So
yeah.
you can prove that those imagery that
Yeah, with here, yes, technology here in reality. Have you ever thought about that? Yeah.
What? What are you talking about?
Wow, you've
You're
never
not
heard of
answering my question.
technology? I know this guy's a psychopath. He won't even let. Yeah, technology in reality. like cameras, radars, sonar, long range equipment? What do you don't believe in these things?
What does this have to do with anything? What we're talking about
Wow,
satellite
you don't
imagery.
believe in reality? So what does reality have to do with anything? I think you've proven my point. Thanks, man.
What?
What?
That is just
Yeah,
incoherent, dude.
reality. Are you guys really this retarded? You guys have never heard of
Yeah,
reality?
things
Radars,
are real.
lasers,
That doesn't.
reality, heal.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that's where we
bananas are
get our
real too,
evidence
but they're
from.
not relevant, dude.
Yeah, here to reality. Relevant. Do you think we're not talking about something outside of reality? You guys can't be this stupid.
Right. Do images presented to you by a stranger that you cannot verify, do they trump reality? Do they trump what you can do in practicality?
This is the best they
No,
got,
they
guys.
don't. No, they don't.
See, they do. They will not accept reality. They'll just tell you, no, we can't look at reality. We have to believe our television cartoons. I rest my case.
Do I have any reasons to believe that they're faking it?
Yeah. Have you
Yes,
looked in reality?
Like which ones?
So not
That
reality. Have
reality,
you
he
checked
keeps giving
reality?
it to you.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
no, we
reality.
can't. You want to? How about some of my photography? You want to go to my channel? Yeah, you wouldn't want to see those things. How about a 70-mile shot on the ocean? Yeah, you wouldn't like that.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
How
my
about-
channel's
how
right there
about
in
my
my
picture?
profile.
How about my picture I just posted? Is that real? I'm
No.
subdued.
Picture.
2 minutes after the hour in the
No,
chat.
it's not.
It's not. Why
Well,
not?
how do you know that's not? How do you know that's not real? Yeah. What?
I'm telling you, it's real,
Because,
dude.
because you photoshopped it.
I did not, man. It's
Yeah,
real.
you
It's
did,
it's
you
from
did.
the
What?
ISS.
How do you know
bro.
that's fake? I'm
Is it?
insulted. How do you know that's
Yeah,
fake?
it's from the
See?
ISS, man.
That was
Why
easy.
don't I have permission to post shit?
I don't know. I'm not. There's who
I
gives the
don't think they
permission?
would
Is that
let
Crit?
weirdos. Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, I mean, hey, shoot me an image. I'll post it for you, Infinity.
Yeah, people who don't believe in reality want to post images. Okay, sus.
Let me know when you've done it.
Yeah, 1 second.
I don't know
Well,
what's wrong with that picture.
It's a live video, so how can you deny that the Earth is
The
is
live
flat?
video, the
Yeah,
live video.
I'll give you the full
they keep
movie here if
repeating?
you want, dude, of Star Trek, and you can tell me if it's fake or not.
That's real.
I'm
bro.
gonna put it in the chat, guys. And
I mean,
just-
how can you prove that this is fake? That's all I'm asking.
give me a second.
How can you prove
Here.
it's live?
I already
Hey,
said with
Yeah.
reality. My gosh, this guy hates that much.
His
What a
link
weirdo.
his link is in the chat.
How can you prove
Earth
it's
from
live?
space.
I mean, this looks like it's kind of hard to fake.
How
you know?
can you
Like,
prove it's live? Oh my god, it looks fake. Did you see
It's
the above
hard
picture
to
with fucking
fake.
Star
Look
Trek?
at that curve, man.
Star Trek, Star Wars. Come on, think outside your tiny little brain cell. Now prove to me it is live.
let me figure this out.
You
I
think
mean,
you
we've
can
never
see the
seen a
curve?
space movie before,
1
have we?
second.
Never seen a space movie before, no?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of these.
The space movies, you know, when the Starship Enterprise is flying around in an orbit of a planet, is that real? Is the Enterprise really there?
No, it's not. It's a movie. And
Awesome stuff.
Oh,
That's a
come
movie.
on! Spoiler
Awesome.
alert, guys, please.
Shush. So how can you prove to me and everybody else that that is live?
Well, because based on what I
You-
know, I think the ISS has an integrated camera, right?
So's the fucking Starship Enterprise, and
What?
so's the Starship Enterprise, and
Yeah. So you don't believe that the ISS is in space right now?
how do you know it's live?
Because the ISS has a camera on board, and I guess connecting
So
it to
does
the internet isn't that complicated.
the Starship Enterprise. You look out the fucking window on the Starship Enterprise when it's orbiting a planet, and there's the fucking planet. Now, show me that this is live.
I've shown you that it's live.
No,
There's
you
a
haven't.
camera on the
You
fucking
haven't.
ISS. Okay, how about I send you the website of NASA that is broadcasting the same shit?
No, the way
How
to prove that
can
they're
you
live is
prove
you ask them to
it's
show them their
live?
tits.
Apart from the little red and white thing in the bottom that says live, how can you prove it's live?
I mean, the NASA has
The-
it on its
n- n-
website.
It's on a website, awesome
So-
stuff. So I can turn on the TV, can I watch the fucking Starship Enterprise hit warp, land around the planet, look out the fucking window, and there's a planet.
Hold on.
That's not fucking real. You know that's not fucking
Don't you
real.
don't you think there's a difference between a movie and NASA? Like let's
No, there's not.
Well, at the moment, all you're doing is giving me images on a screen.
Can
So,
you tell me
how-
the difference?
the difference between a movie and NASA?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't NASA like a reputable
Yeah, NASA's
agency?
way, bro. No, NASA's way worse, way lower quality than the movies, bro. It's pathetic.
They're talking about the production value, Infinity, not the organization. The production value of what you're seeing. So how
Okay,
good? You know what that means, right? Like how good
I'm
the video
guessing, yeah,
looks.
their CGI is pretty good because they have a shit ton of money. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, Hollywood versus NASA. How could you tell the difference between one to the other? If they look, their production value, it's maybe different, right? Depending on the cost, but the thing that they need to make the videos look like they do, there's a bit of production value involved. It's not just cameras turn on and then you get whatever you get. You got to get stuff to where you want them to. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but
I mean, I guess, but then you're assuming that NASA is just, I don't know.
Full of shit.
Yeah, basically, but
Fuck, that would be awful, wouldn't it?
some dude, you're fucked
so
up.
how
dude.
about these thousands of people working for them? Are they lying? I mean, I don't think any of
No,
them are.
that's not how it works. That's
Do you
not how it
think they
works,
all
though.
know, dude? Or do you think
No.
they're just doing their job?
Yeah, they're doing their job.
They're doing their job, right?
Well,
Right.
believing that they're working for the greater cause of putting things in space and all that. But of course,
Exactly.
yeah, the guy who goes in there and punches their keyboard and puts information data on there and stuff, they don't fucking know anything about that. They think that what they're doing is contributing to that.
They all sign
Nice.
non-disclosure agreements anyway, so if they build a component that gets sent to some other part of the building or some other building, and then that component gets added to the next component, so they're cutting off the lines of communication between them all, eh?
That's not uncommon, man. It's just business. It's the way business works.
Compartmentalization, departmentalization, need to know basis, non-disclosure agreements, top secret fucking confidentiality. Oh, bloody hell.
Military eyes
What
only.
a
Some of
laundry
it as
list
well.
of goodness. That's awesome.
Yeah, but that's
so,
not
do you
a
guys,
conspiracy,
do you guys
man.
have an
That's
opinion?
Hey,
Sorry.
go ahead, Dante. No, you go. You go.
Yeah, do you guys have an opinion on the Challenger disaster? Like Krista McAuliffe, like did she die? And like,
Fuck,
are
is
they
that an
vacuuming
off-limit
to this
topic?
cause?
Is
No,
that an
no, no.
off-limit?
420 supposedly
What,
still
what do
alive.
you mean? It's NASA like sent an
No,
aircraft
I know, but
in
I'm
the air
asking
and
the
it
room.
blew up and people died.
I'm
Go ahead.
asking the room though. Is it off limits?
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know.
I don't know.
No,
I'm
I would
asking
just
the room.
answer.
I missed
No,
what you were
I would
asking.
answer. Just answer him. See what he says.
I think that the space race was kind of losing public interest, so disasters always get public interest.
I mean, this happened in what, 86?
Yeah, they
something like
probably
that.
didn't kill anybody. My guess would be that they didn't
Space
kill
race
anybody.
was over. We had, the
Aren't these
space
people
shuttle
still
and
alive?
everything.
Space
No,
race was
they-
over. What?
They got twins allegedly, Jedi, quote
Do you
unquote.
think that in
Oh, is that what it-
1986, with the bread lines in Russia, right, and us like dropping the space shuttle, theoretically, I'll just put that out there,
Uh-huh.
because the company
Yeah.
I'm keeping, right, every 2 times a year, that yes, the space race was not like a contention at that point.
Yeah, it was all fake anyway. What are you talking about? The whole thing
No,
was a
that's-
hoax from the beginning.
Yeah, okay.
There is
The
no
claim
space
was that
race.
the space race, that because of the space race, they needed a disaster, right? Like we
No,
weren't
that's not
losing
what he
the
said.
space race at
That's
that
not
point.
what Jedi said. That's not what Jedi said. He said that the space race was coming to an end. It was boring. What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about the economics. I think is that what you mean, Dante? The
Oh well,
economics.
no. Then maybe I just misunderstood Jedi.
Well,
Which
I mean,
is fine.
okay,
this
whatever.
isn't even like part and parcel of, like the core point. The core point is I just want to understand your opinion, like just generally. Do you guys think that actually happened, the explosion,
meant
and that
fucking-
Krista McAuliffe died, or
Yeah, you
is
don't-
that a part of the cover up?
Those
False
were some
flag
hard
events.
times, bro,
Sorry.
in America. Sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. False flag events happen all the time, right? People don't always die in these quote-unquote disasters that are propagated across the world. Like
So
I said
very
earlier,
specifically,
the
do you think Krista McAuliffe died?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I like. I'm just honestly
I
just
don't think
trying to
I
understand
don't
what your
think
belief
any
was.
of these people were in that spacecraft when.
Okay.
Did you see their doppelgangers,
I mean,
Dante?
there's a couple of memes that are going through the live stream, and the most where these people are said.
Look, I think
Yes,
Spake
9
has that
minutes after the
video.
hour.
Spake, don't you have the? Who's got the photo of their doppelganger? They got twins, I think. Each one of those got a twin.
Yeah, I seen that shit.
Oh,
Fucking
really?
crazy,
Oh,
bro. Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Share
dude.
that. No, I love that shit.
Roll up.
Yeah,
You
man,
haven't
share
seen
it.
that, Dante?
If you have,
Roll up.
no, I have no idea.
Dude,
Some
it's
of them
fucking.
are just
And
coincidences.
I'm in Boston, which is right next to New Hampshire, so it's kind of a bigger deal. You're like, oh, a local
Yeah,
teacher.
I
You know
told
what
you
I mean?
guys.
Bro,
You
this
scroll
shit's
back
gonna
a
blow your
couple
fucking
screens.
mind, dude, when you see it.
Well, it's pretty hard to blow my mind at this point, but yeah.
Well,
I'll take a look. No. I mean, I get it. Yeah.
Hey, Get, are you there?
oh shit, it's about morning time for him right now. He's probably just getting up.
Don't awake him, please.
Why are you fucked up,
Don't
dude?
awaken Dracula. Just
No, but he
kidding,
was talking about that laser printer. This guy wanted to see it. He said he believed flat Earth if Get would show him that printer.
No, not the printer. No. You got to show me where they. Wait, you talking about me?
Yeah, man, you.
Yeah. No, I would want to see like this exercise they did where they showed that the distance down to the nanometer was the same on two plumb lines 200 meters apart, right, at ground
Yeah.
level, and then however high it was. Like
Oh, he's yet
I
to.
would want to see the details, but like, yeah,
I've
like
seen.
like
He's
it's real
posted them
basic. If
before,
it's
bro.
if they're basically parallel at that level, we're done. Yeah, there's no arguing. Like,
Oh, he's
it's a
yet to
plumb
produce
line.
that.
up.
Right.
What'd you say? What's up, dude?
He's posted the information before.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't seen
yeah.
it.
I don't know. His internet broke. Like he said, I don't have access to the internet at the time, and nobody else had it. And I'm just really surprised. Like if I was a flat earther, I would hang my hat on that one. Like you cannot have a sphere with a gravitational force towards the middle, which plumb lines would point to, right? And they're parallel. It's just impossible. So yeah, like I don't know why other people wouldn't have that handy, but I don't care. Just whoever finds it, please share it.
Yeah, once Dante gets it, dude, he's gonna be your worst fucking nightmare, dude. He's gonna be like proselytizing fucking individuals in different fucking discords and
I'll
shit.
be that guy for you. I'm that guy already.
You're already that fucking guy, man. You just
Yeah.
put a cherry on top. I don't know. He'll wake up in a minute. Usually comes here like about 1 o'clock in the morning, for my time.
I had a look at Renashaw's website in the Wayback Machine, and I don't know that I could find the specific thing that Get was talking about. But there's a load of freaking articles. Like, yeah, you could have a dig yourself and see if you could find something.
I mean, I did.
There's
And
just
maybe
there's
I'll
so much
dig
to
more,
go
but
through.
like again.
I was
fuck.
looking for it too. I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Jedi slid out the back
I know
door.
that he
What the
did
fuck?
it, or he posted it before.
I mean, being in the precision business as they are, right? Like, like, don't you think they would be like, holy fuck?
There's a lot of shit, man. There's so much. I mean, it just feels like every time we have conversations, we don't talk about the deeper things because it's just we have a lot of stuff. So it's
Yeah,
hard.
no, I do get that. I actually do. Like
Fucking a
you're
lot,
used
bro.
to dealing with like just the most like presentable stuff.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Because
We
the
maybe.
fact is, like, not most people wouldn't understand like the implications of the plumb line and stuff like that. So
No,
that's fair.
that's for like maybe someone like you or others that want to inquire about more precision or there's that. But fuck, dude. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Dude, Jedi, I thought you left, bro. I was like, dude, fucking Jedi slid out the back door. He's like, fuck, I'm gone.
No, I was just having slight connection issues. It was my phone, man. So I thought I'd jump out and come back in.
So we got some new people in here. We got oh shit. Did you finish asking your questions, Infinity?
I mean, I've got one more.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. Do you guys
Go
believe the ISS exists at all?
At all?
Uh-huh.
Something in this.
Yeah, there is something in the sky sometimes, I guess.
There is something. What do you mean?
Yeah,
but
lots of fucking things in the sky.
But whether that's got people in it, I don't know. That's
mean,
definitely not in. It's definitely not that up there. But sometimes something goes across the moon. We can see the ISS transit the moon.
Yeah,
Sometimes
right.
you can figure it out
Yeah.
where it's on your app and whatnot. That's fine.
Here,
Yeah,
here it
right.
is, here, dude, in a swimming pool for you.
So it exists, right?
No, that okay. So let's just break it down real quick. The way that they're telling you of where it is, like in the place of the low Earth orbit, it's not in that location. If it is, right? And also, if you're saying that there's a tin can that has human beings on it going at 17,500 miles per hour in a decaying orbit for over 20 years, falling around the Earth, that shit is bullshit. But however, technology does exist that it could be up in the sky, that could be working on some type of like, who knows, like solar powered nuclear, like nobody knows what type of technology that is, right? But if you see something that's predictable with a, one of those an app finder, you can see the thing where it's going to cross your sky. You could see you could see something. Something is going, because I've seen it. Like it must have been like a couple months ago. It crossed over Omaha where I was watching outside, and it was a real bright light that came from the western sky, and it moved off into the eastern sky, and it as it was hitting the midpoint, like 90 degrees right above me, it turned into a red light, and it looked like it just like I can't explain it to you, but the red light turned into like a small dimmer red light, and it dimmed out, and then it just dimmed. Like
So you
you couldn't
most
see it
likely saw the ISS, right?
It was. I was tracking it. I have
Okay.
a tracking app. It was definitely the ISS, but whatever it was, like whatever type of technology that is, I couldn't say. But the story attached to it, it's not that, bro. It cannot exist the way they're saying it is. There's too much fucking. There's a lot of math and shit that would be involved for something that it's for as long as it's been up there for over 20 years, bro. And falling around the earth at that speed, like, and I would go into it, but there's a lot entailed, like the space junk. There's fucking, you have to factor in like the mechanics of the thing, like how is it operational
I
and it's
think
not falling apart.
it gets damaged pretty often, but it gets
Yeah, but I
repaired too.
mean, but I know, but like the components of it, like you can't just send up the repairman. Like AAA doesn't go up there and fix that shit. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? It's not. Fuck,
You
dude.
got
I
a
mean,
leak in a tin can in a near
mean,
perfect vacuum. Yeah, that's not
yeah,
gonna be a
20
you're
problem.
fucked,
years,
dude.
dude.
There's a lot of shit to it, man. So just we can't talk.
Imagine
If
the
we
I
snails,
don't
man.
really understand why they would like fake all of that.
But
Like they
check it
would
out, dude.
fake the fact that they have those cameras on that
I know
Because
there's
you
a
believe
spaceship.
in it, haven't you?
there's a
You
there's a
believe it
there's
right now. You're in here
What would be
arguing
the
again.
point? What's the point? Like, why
To
would they do
convince
that?
you. To convince the average Joe that they're up in a tin can in space.
Say that again.
Taxpayer. So the taxpayers can at least see something for their money, eh? Or this
yeah.
black hole fucking
Well, I don't
NASA.
think the taxpayers would care if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, they care that they see something worth all the money that's getting spent. It looks like their money's getting spent for some reason or another. Like if they never had anything to look at and they were just told 80 million a day is getting sunk into fucking what projects they never see.
Yeah, but
Be
either
pretty
way,
fucking pissed.
we would see the Earth, right? Whether it's flat or
Right,
or globe.
regardless.
It wouldn't be high enough, bro, to see the curve, man.
What would be the point of lying about it? Like, what would be the
You're
point
talking.
of
You're
like
asking.
using
Yeah, you're.
CGI on those
Just
cameras?
answered you.
No, he didn't. That's not a good answer.
But we're not the
Why would
liars.
the public
into
care?
it.
What? No, but why would the public care if we had evidence that the Earth is flat?
What? If you
It's
told
to
everybody
show
in
that
the
they're
world
doing
today,
something.
could you imagine what the world would change if you told everybody that we're in an enclosed stationary plane? Everybody would start thinking, oh fuck, I'm gonna maybe pay for what I've fucking been doing in this fucking life.
I feel like a lot of people would be surprised and kind of happy that we
That
actually
would
found
prove their
something else,
existence.
right?
Yeah, but it would prove their existence came from some kind of creation, i.e. a creator.
Yeah, and what's wrong about that?
Most people don't think that though, they claim to be atheists.
Yeah, that's not
Well,
the
most
current
people I speak to on
cosmology.
Discord.
That's not the current cosmological creation story. The current cosmological creation story is that something happened. Nature created itself into like it expanding universe. And so the creation story is void of a creator. It doesn't talk about that when you're getting told that at school. You're told that this whole thing came about by a natural process on its own. And so that whole thing is actually kind of lending itself over to that story, that this ever expanding, universe and ball planets floating around and everything is all part of it. And so that's just a tiny piece that you're seeing. You're talking about the ISS. It's just a tiny piece to all of the grand puzzle of it. It's just a giant, it's a big ass fucking hoodwink, dude. And so focusing on just the ISS and not seeing the overall picture of the entire tradition of it's I call it a tradition at this point, right? Because people talk to each other like it's a real fucking thing. It's just like Santa Claus, right? It's a tradition. It's not fucking real, but you tell your kids that so you can continue to do something fun on Christmas time and that. And so it's a tradition, bro. It's not like an overarching evil plan like these evil overlords are over your trying to like they're scheming in a boardroom like, dude, well, how are we gonna trick infinity today, that's not fucking, people just believe it now. It is, however, evil in and of itself, but you talk to somebody else like it's just yeah, there's ISS floating around, and whoever doesn't think that is just crazy. So you already just, you're born into this. So to you it's just simple to believe. You don't have to. And you look at everybody crazy when they're like, dude, have you looked into it? You're like, fucking why? Like that's why are
Okay.
people going crazy? Like,
Okay, so how do you feel about other planets? Are they round like most of them? Like, let's say the moon, for example. Is it round? Yes or no?
Think about this, man. What story do they tell you about that? What do they say? They tell you a story. It's got a nickel iron core. It's got a ice caps. It's got all this shit, right?
Uh-huh.
And you look through your telescope, you're like, dude, I see a fucking, it's red colored, light or whatever. You don't see all the shit that they tell you, but they say because you don't have the right micro telescope. And so you're like, okay, you looked at that nice telescope and you see something that looks okay. It doesn't look as embellished as they tell you, but then there's a story that they give to you. Well, you can see so much, right? But the thing is, you got all these the elements and what it's made of. So you at some point you start believing the story without having able to be going, okay, I wouldn't know because I'm just gonna have to take their word for it because they're, like you said, credible sources. So the story becomes believable in your mind. It's not something it's a story, bro. That's all it is. And then you and everybody else that that hears the
Hold
story
on.
about.
So do you
Yeah.
believe the moon is round? Yes or no?
What I see it to be, it looks like a circle, and sometimes I'm thinking in my head it does look like a sphere, but do I know it's one? No, I don't know it's a sphere. It
And
looks
even
that
if
way
it
to me.
was,
I mean,
bro.
just by looking at it, I mean, can't you
Yeah, it
figure out
looks.
if it's a
I could,
sphere or
I
not?
could,
it
I
looks
could,
like one.
I could speculate. I could say, yeah, it looks like one, but do I know it's one? No, I can't. I don't know it's one. it looks like one to me.
But what does that
Does
prove?
Mars?
It doesn't have
Hold on.
parallax shift like a sphere should either. So there's not. I mean, there's reason to think it's not.
And we never see the back of it either, bro. Right?
Yeah, you only see one face of it always and forever.
But I'm being honest with you, right? At least infinity. I'm not gonna be here sitting lying to you just for the sake of it. It's just because I think the Earth or know the Earth is flat. Like it's not because of my thought process. It's because I'm being honest. I'm like, dude, I see everything you see.
Why would it be flat?
Why would it be flat?
Why
You
wouldn't
asking
it? He
that question?
said.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no measurable curvature. We don't. So ever since we started to have this conversation on the internet and people started talking to each other about it, we started to figure out a method on how we can figure out if we're standing on a ball, how can you figure out that if it is a ball or not, right? So a lot of stuff started to happen, laser tests, line of sight tests, people using mirrors with lights across lakes. Like there's stuff that people started to do to like actually figure out if this is a ball or no, right? So
Uh-huh.
it has to deal with geometry. So
Okay.
if they tell you you're standing on a ball, and in 2023 you're like, dude, we got all kinds of measurement units, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got inches and millimeters and centimeters and all this shit. So if you really wanted to, you or anybody else, we could start to measure the surface. And you say, okay, from me to like 20 miles away, I know that there should be some curvature that's going to block my view, and then I can't see whatever's beyond that or whatever. then you can start to know some things, right? That the Earth is indeed curving or it's not. That's what the people have, all of us in here have been starting to figure out. And we're waking people up to like, look, guys, if the Earth is a globe, like everybody believes, it's going to be one tomorrow when you measure it. It's
Can
not going to stop being a globe, dude.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm from France, right? But I study here in the United States, and I take the airplane pretty often, right? And whenever on airplanes now, you have like this tracking thing where you get to see the map and where the airplane goes, right?
Yeah.
And we always like go over Greenland most of the time. And why? What's the point? Why don't we just go straight, through the ocean without having to go all the way up to Greenland to
Well,
land in, let's say, Miami?
well, I'm gonna say it this way, dude, because I don't know. But pilots usually want to take a route where they have land that's close to them in case of emergencies. Like they actually plan for that when they make their flights. They I'm just saying, there's precautionary measures. They, even if it has to be a little bit out of the way, they would have to travel in a safe way to make sure that in case there's an emergency, they have contingency plans. So they
Or
have, they
maybe
can say
faster.
it doesn't, whatever it is, right? But what I'm saying though is whatever plan it is so that they can get to the place that they're going from airport to airport in the most direct route possible. And that's it. Because they're flying from airport to airport, Infinity. There's I don't
Yeah,
know
but
what you
if
have.
the Earth was flat, like to just go straight, you don't have to go
They
all the way
do.
to Greenland.
They do. I don't know what you're saying. They
What?
don't do.
They don't.
Yeah. Yes. What do you mean they don't?
Why do we have to go over Greenland instead of going straight? Let's say
What do you
from
mean?
Paris
What do
to
you?
Miami.
I don't understand what
You're
you mean.
thinking
Why?
on a
Why do,
globe, though, right?
are you saying that on a globe they go through Greenland?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay, so if they're finding a direct route and it's something to deal with Greenland, then it's probably because, like I said before, they're making a plan in case they need to stop somewhere. But if they're flying from airport to airport, they're gonna try to use the most direct path every single time. And it doesn't matter if you think the Earth is a globe or it's flat. When a pilot takes off from an airport, they're gonna go and find the most direct path to their destination. They're at least. Sometimes they have to navigate around no-fly zones or places they can't go to. You don't know what the pilot's having to do to navigate, right? To crosswinds
I mean,
and
they just
other
take the
things.
shortest route, right? Like save as much fuel and as
Supposed to it's supposed to be that. It's
Yeah,
supposed
they
to be
do.
that way. It's supposed to be that
Exactly.
way, but it's not the case all the time, is what I'm telling you. So you can't blame it on because they took another route there. You'd be like, well, shit, they took another route. You see, it's a globe. Like you can't do that. So it needs to be because
What?
you're not the pilot, bro.
But
You
that's the
didn't.
whole point. Like, just
Dude,
take a look at Flight Radar right now. Like, there's
Infinity.
hundreds, like thousands of planes every day taking the
Bro, I
same fucking
get you.
route.
Relax, brother. But what I'm saying is, you're not the pilot. So if the pilot had to make a turn, or say like he had to divert his path to do something else, it's not going to be because the Earth is a globe. He's doing that because he has to like have a plan to in case if something's wrong with the plane, he has to land it somewhere. So don't always think that a pilot going from airport to airport is going to prove something. It's not. That's not proving the Earth is flat or a globe. That's not pilots and ships that are sailing. They're not there for that purpose to tell you, okay, we traveled the Earth from this point to that point. It's flat or it's a globe. Like that doesn't matter. The thing that you need to be concerned with is if we're going to be able to test the curvature. That's how you know, not from travel. I mean, traveling is a derivative. It's already with the understanding that the Earth is not a globe. But and when you want to test the Earth a globe, you don't travel over it. That's not testing it. That's only using your bias, or you already think the Earth is a globe. So when you get on a plane, you're like, oh yeah, it's a fucking globe. But when you want to test it, you have to be looking for geometry on the
Again,
surface.
I feel like it sounds you're trying to find out a conspiracy somewhere within pilots.
No, dude,
Yes, it
fuck
is.
the travel, dude. Like, don't. I'm
It is
even telling you.
important though.
But why do
For
you think
what?
they go
For
to
what?
Greenland, bro?
Why is it important? You tell me why being on a plane is important to figure out the curvature of the Earth. Why is that important?
Because you actually know what's up there. You understand that the pilot's taking the shortest route.
It doesn't matter.
To
You're
reach
not
the destination.
bro. Bro,
Because
I
if he
said
went
it.
straight, he would take
I said
more
it.
time.
I said it before. You're not the pilot. You're not the pilot. You don't know what he's gonna do. If he had to go around a no-fly zone, or if he had to do some kind of maneuver to stay away from bad
There's
weather.
no fly zone
Listen,
between
bro.
France
Listen
and
to
the
what
United
I'm
States.
telling you.
They have flight corridors, dude. Though they
Fuck,
can't just
dude.
fly willy nilly as the crow flies. It's like just sort of think of like a virtual highway in the sky that they have to stick to. They can't just go wherever they want.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah, no
realize.
shit.
Right.
But they always take the shortest route because it's efficient.
I know that, but if there's
Because-
weather conditions or there's reasons why they have to fly around a certain area, then you can't make it a reason for you to believe that the Earth is something because they did that. You have to understand, first of all and foremost, you're not the fucking pilot, and you don't know what reasons they had to make a different route to where they want to get to. You don't know that. The only thing you know is that you're a passenger. You see what's happening. You're like, oh shit, something. They're doing something different or whatever. And then of course you're not gonna go and ask them, pilot, why are you taking a different? Why are you banking left here? Like you don't. Why the fuck would you answer that to them? They don't. Just it doesn't answer the question. What does is figuring out if the Earth has fucking geometry, Infinity. That's what I've been telling you. You get it now? Like it doesn't fucking matter about the pilot doing what he's doing.
Can't you actually see the Earth's curvature when you're at
No.
35,000 feet on a
No,
clear
bro.
day? On a clear day.
No, the scientific communicators of today will let you know that
Well,
not
next
even
time, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture for you when I
brother,
fly to
you need
France.
to fucking listen, bro, because you're stubborn on this point. All
I'm
right,
not.
well then listen, bro. Those fucking guys in science, the ones you're saying that tell you what's going on, they're letting you know the geometry of the Earth cannot be fucking seen from an airplane window, bro. Not even from 120,000 feet when Felix Baumgartner was jumping out the gondola on the Red Bull space jump.
Yeah.
Not even at. Check this out.
It
120,000.
wasn't this film too?
Bro, listen
Yep.
to me, man. 120,000 feet is higher than 40,000 from an airplane. And
It
on
is.
top, right, let's go a little higher, right? The ISS is 255 miles above the Earth's surface. Guess what, man? Even with that image of the video that you've been showing with the live feed, they can't see the fucking curvature from that window. And it's going to take you for a surprise because even
They
the
can't, but I see it on the video.
I
Google it,
know
dude.
that.
Yeah.
Dude, and you can also see it from the fucking Red Bull space jump, bro.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. But what I'm trying to tell you is that's not Earth curvature because the people that tell you how big the Earth is and the math to the Earth, it's not, you can't see curvature from the altitude. It's too big. So you wouldn't be able to see it according to their math, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Well, if next time I somehow manage to take a picture of the curvature or see a slight curvature, right,
My
and I
God,
send it
bro.
to you, will you
What do
acknowledge
you-
that the Earth is a globe
From
next
where?
time I
From-
fly to
from-
from
I already-
35,000 feet, like above the
Are you
Atlantic
paying attention?
Ocean?
Infinity, are
Well,
you
think
paying
about
attention?
it. See when you look at a window and you see some
Are you
kind
paying-
of curvature.
are you paying
make
attention,
up
bro?
the
Yeah,
rest
yeah,
of
I
the
am. I am.
So what am I
Bro, if you
saying?
see
I'll
curvature
give you
out of a
first-hand
fucking window-
evidence. Like, what's wrong?
Because they're
Unless you don't
the-
believe my pictures.
It's not about you. You're just a person. The people that
exactly.
are the people that are giving you this information are the top dogs of science, quote unquote. I don't believe that, but that's what you guys believe, right? The top dogs,
Mhm.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a fucking like this. You can't say that when he says something, he's just like, oh, this guy's full of shit. He's saying you can't see curvature of the Earth from that altitude. I have the video. I could play it for you so you can hear it. You want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me play it for you. 1 second. Because I think that's at this point right now, I think that's good. I think we need to kind of run that so you can see what we're talking about here.
I think Spake wanted to get in here real quick too.
Yeah, go ahead, Spake.
No, I don't even know what I added. I added something there, but I got kind of drowned out.
All right, I'm gonna play it. You finished, Spake? Sorry.
No, I forgot what it was, man. I couldn't get in.
Feet, I think, 30 to 50 feet from here. This would be, to this, a mile where national.
Oh, okay. Breaking up, dude.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
No, he's not.
We don't hear nothing.
I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
You just don't.
Is flat. That stuff is flat.
Okay, so who's wrong, Neil deGrasse or you?
I'll have to watch the entire video because it sounds edited.
In every case, Neil deGrasse, dude. That guy's a fucking moron.
You know, Dante, when you first came in here,
you can appeal to him. I'm fine with you appealing to him in general, but he really is a moron.
I'm not appealing to him.
I'm done.
Stop.
Yeah,
Jesus
I'll hold
Christ,
on.
why can I not talk in my own form? Okay, when you first came in here, one of the very first things that you said to us was, who am I going to listen to, these scientific communicators and experts or you guys? I'm going to go with them. Well, your tune sure has changed.
That wasn't me. I promise you that wasn't me.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it was you.
I have always. Yeah, no, you guys were playing Machu Picchu or whatever that guy's name is, and deGrasse. Oh, please, yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, I
Please
just
do. I
deGrasse
encourage you. Yeah,
Tyson.
if you have me on tape saying something like that, that would be like me drunk or something, and I haven't drank in at least a few weeks.
You're like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with them. Yeah, not you guys.
What? Yeah,
And-
I
and
know.
that's
I
not
literally
beside the point
said,
anyway,
I said
because
Neil
we wouldn't
deGrasse
want you to go with
Tyson,
us, but-
but like this is the guy that said, I didn't choose the universe chose me. All right, that was my last statement on Neil deGrasse, and I think the only statement I made on Neil deGrasse Tyson up until this point.
Okay, so you've updated.
But if you
now we're
have
gonna
me,
go
then
with,
please play it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'll find that. But we've got that now. You've updated. Neil deGrasse is less credible than this random Discord guy, Infinity. All right, fine.
Just to
Yeah,
add,
but Neil
I
deGrasse
posted
Tyson is not the entire scientific community.
Oh,
the person who claimed that was edited, I just put the whole clip there so you'll be able to verify it yourself that he did say that.
38 minutes after the hour. Infinity.
I actually called him and Machu Picchu Mr. Wizard, if you remember.
Machu Picchu. Now look, man, it's not that I don't fucking
I can't pronounce
disagree.
the guy's name. I'm not trying to insult him.
Listen, dude, I don't
I don't
disagree
think he
with.
cares.
Listen, I don't disagree with you on that point, but the fact is, Infinity's world right now just got rocked because this guy isn't just a candy ass. He's not a pansy. This motherfucker right here, he's the big dog. Okay, he denounced Pluto being a planet, so he's got a forum worth millions of people, and he tells people shit about what's going on in the universe and shit. Whereas Infinity is a person who has to believe credible sources, right? Like NASA and all this. So he has the forum to speak on things. Infinity doesn't. So whatever he says should be followed as scientific consensus, because otherwise, if he was some random idiot saying things, he would get taken off the air quickly. So he's not. Okay, he's put there
Yeah.
for a reason. He's the mouthpiece of science, and you have to at least understand that.
He's
You can't
a
just
mouthpiece of science, yes. And
Right.
again, I'm not disagreeing. Like, yeah,
Dante,
like
one
many
second,
people
brother. We're having
believe
this
him.
with Infinity because he's
Oh,
he's
go ahead,
kind of
go ahead. Yeah,
so,
I'm sorry.
So
Must go over
Infinity.
chuck him under the bus though.
Bro, one
Yeah.
second. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I wanted you to finish. You
No,
go.
no, dude. We're saying something.
Yeah, but the thing is though, this guy, and a lot of people do this, right? They're like, fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson is he used to be a comedian or some shit. But what I would say to that is that when you look him up, he has master classes that he teaches people. And I'm not just talking about your random Joe Schmoes on the internet. He's talking to individuals who have like PhDs and doctorates, and like these aren't fucking clowns. These are real high authority people.
But
Well,
he's just one guy
well,
among
listen.
thousands of other astrophysicists.
Okay, grab us another
scientists.
one then. Grab us one, because I would like to know if he's no good, where are you getting your information from that says how high you actually should be perceiving curvature?
But do I need that? Like, I can
Yeah.
experience it myself, I guess. I
Yeah,
mean,
by what
I
metric?
just,
Okay, what
hold on,
mathematics?
one
Who
second.
said that? Like, where are you getting this information from? Yeah.
What information? That
This
if I take
idea that you
a
can perceive
picture of, if I
curvature
see,
of this globe that you think that you're on from airplane height.
yeah, exactly. And if I show you some type of curvature, will you admit that the Earth is a globe?
It's
No,
not.
of course not. It's not
Fuck,
measured that
dude.
way.
Why not?
Curvature from where? From what
You're
elevation?
not measuring it.
You've just
You're
been
not
showed
measuring.
that
I don't need
even
to
from
measure it. I just
over
see it.
100,000 feet, bro. There's no curvature, so how are you going to measure it,
Why do I need to measure it?
bro?
It's not. It's not
On a
measured
clear,
that way,
hold on,
and
on a clear
mathematically.
day,
Okay, how
on
about
a
this?
clear
Let me try
day
this.
above the Atlantic Ocean, I'm pretty sure I can
Yeah,
see a
oceans
pretty
don't
good
do that, bro. You can measure them from the surface. They don't curve like that, so you wouldn't be seeing a curved ocean. That doesn't exist. But let me ask you this: if you're looking at only 3% of a ball, would that be enough of it to notice a visible left to right curve?
3% of a ball?
Yeah, 3% of its surface.
How? I don't know.
That would be a 12-degree arc, right? Something like that. So I would
I
think
can
that
answer
yes,
that.
like just on the circle, not knowing anything about the
Mm.
Earth, right? If I look at it at 3% of a circle, I think I can see an arc. Yes.
Okay, so you think you can. All right, planetarium director Paul Larson says that you shouldn't be able to if it's only 3% of the surface. Horizon's going to be too far, shouldn't be an obvious geometric curve. Even at that height, that's 250 miles above the surface. What you're talking about with a plane, 30 to 40,000 feet.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy?
His name is Paul Larson. He's a planetarium director, and I'll link the citation for you in the chat.
All right.
Is he in Ames? Oh my God.
Yeah, so the issue is that even if these people are hostile witnesses, they're not flat earthers by any stretch of the means. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson, I guarantee you 100% he's not. He actually speaks against it. So for you to understand, it's not the fact that we're
So
saying
why would he compromise himself like that?
it's not, he didn't compromise.
Oh.
You're doing that. He's not. He's the authority
just
figure.
leading to
You're
order.
just an internet person. Do you see the difference?
He
You're
actually says that
compromising
he
yourself.
doesn't. He actually says that he doesn't want, the opportunity to experience, things for what they are, to be, misrepresented and misconstrued by these
Mhm.
images and with wide-angle lenses and things like that. He wants people to appreciate it for what it really is, not what you see on TV.
Right.
Like his quote was, "There's enough amazing things in the universe to not be amazed by things that aren't amazing."
Yep. So what you think is awesome that you saw curvature, he's like, stop saying that. It's people see curvature only when you're at a specific altitude above the surface. So you are doing something that he would be telling people like, why are you doing this? Like this is you don't see curvature here.
Can I
Not
watch
here.
the video? Can you send me the video?
Yeah, he put it in the text chat. Spake face. Look for Spake face. He put it in the video in the chat. Like this is not, bro. It's not edited, man. There's no reason.
Let me listen to it.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
y'all, can I add a little something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. So I'm looking here at these pictures of these planes out the windows, right? And I get y'all point is like, if you look at a flat surface through a convex lens, it's gonna look curved. The first picture right here, that intruder alert sent of the plane, where it's just kind of bending on the sides. I don't see the rest of the front line
All right,
being bent.
Okay,
And
that's at
also-
ground level. I mean, clearly there's
I
distortion.
know.
Right? None
but
of us
okay,
have seen this.
I know, but
this
like
curvature
also,
at ground level.
yeah, but also the second image though is with a wide angle lens, and that's clearly curved. It's also ground level.
Oh, he posted two. I'm sorry, I was talking about the second one with the engine.
Yeah.
I mean, like ground level, we all know that
Yeah,
that
yeah,
the
yeah,
lens
no, I'm
is
just-
distorted.
I'm-
Yeah.
Exactly, but that's the point, though, is they're showing you what the lens actually does to what you're looking at. So you're not
But
seeing a physical curve of the Earth, obviously,
the-
from ground level. Well, you have the same effect when you're 30,000 feet in the air.
Yes.
Are
Yes.
they
That's the
are
whole
they
point.
not the
I'm
same
agreeing.
kind of plane window?
Yeah, I know you are, Dante. I'm talking to this other guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
What'd you say, kickflip? Say
I
again.
said that this is the same plane window. Right?
What are you comparing it to? I saw the window that you said on the image, but which other one are you comparing?
I'm looking at the two that there's the one with the circle, like the two little red circles.
Oh, I get you. And then that 43 minutes after the hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now that these are definitely what appear to be two plane windows. Look at the area around the window. I'm going to make a case that either that's a different lens or that's a different window.
You
Like,
could probably argue both. You could probably argue both on that.
Look at the like the top one, like it's narrow where like as you go higher.
I would say you can argue both.
On the right one.
I think what I think is this
different colors
is happening is
going
like
on there.
the first picture is like a normal flat lens, like from the camera view at least, like maybe not the window, but the lens camera is definitely a basic lens. But
Yeah.
I think the one on the second picture is a wide angle lens. So I'm
Right.
trying to get at like
Okay,
what
so
was
we agree.
the context here?
That's fine. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Because that just seems like not like that seems like
That's
contradicting my
not
image.
the one. That's not the lens you want to use to prove curvature of the Earth. When
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your engine is also
It's fucking curving
very
already.
curved. That thing doesn't fucking fly. Okay.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, man. But I mean, these are the conversations we have to have. I mean, obviously, people just because it's already assumed, right? They're going into this. They're not looking at the camera and seeing what the effects of that. Like they're not thinking of it. They're just like, dude, fucking Earth is curved from up here. I'm looking at my 40,000 foot,
Yes.
airplane.
Yes, Red Bull wants you to think that guy was like, just above the moon's surface when he dropped. You know what I mean? Like whatever camera they used was ridiculously exaggerated.
Well, this is the other conversation we've been having in here. Somebody actually came in here. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but they were saying, "Nah, you guys are denying science." And I'm like, bro, chill. Like just because we didn't agree that the Red Bull space jump was like actual curvature. Like what the fuck is it? Planet Arizona all of a sudden? Like, dude, it's fucking. It's not. You can't do that. Like,
Yeah.
that.
No, hey, I got a question for you. Okay, myself, I'm not a flat earther, but I'd like to know if you believe in like that there is like land beyond Earth.
Oh fuck, dude, that's speculation city right there. Like, I'm not. The nature of this conversation would allow me to only speculate so much because of the fact that we have so much new people that are in here. That if I was to say anything, that I would be incriminated. But if I say anything, because they were like, "Oh shit, you guys believe this," and then I don't. So I kind of hold my speculations for probably a different room. But I would want to answer that in a way that I could say like, there's probably shit that we don't know is going on because we're limited. And there's a lot that I'm not saying because it would be longer conversation, like a really long drawn out one, like limitations of where we can go and fucking logistics. It's a logistical conversation that if we got into it, you're gonna be asking like 10,000 other questions. Trust me. What I would say is stick around.
Okay.
I want you to be hanging around and just see like what other sessions we have with people, so we can probably get into that. But
all right. Oh wait, on the topic of this Red Bull space jump, I don't know if this is too speculation, but do you believe in a space and solar system?
the concept of the cosmology is totally radical from our perspective. It's not what you would envision right now. So what I would say, if you were listening to us tell you the cosmology, you would have to put yours kind of like on the shelf for the moment.
Okay.
And if you can do that, I can tell you.
Right,
otherwise, it's going to be colliding with your mind of like, well, what the fuck? How does that work in space?
I will briefly, or forever, how long it takes, be completely open-minded to what you're saying.
Okay. So just real quick, and I'm just gonna give it to you like this. We would say that we are the floor of the universe. Everything that you see is all that there is. When you look up at the sky, all that you see up there, that's all that there is. There's no other planets we can go to. We are in right now we are in an enclosed system. It's enclosed, right? And I'll give you reasons for everything. I just want to give you the overview. We're in an enclosed system, and we are the floor of the universe. So everything that we are standing on right now, that's all of existence. There is no other protoplanetary systems. There's no exoplanets, quasars, galaxies, all that other stuff. It's going to be hard to swallow, right? But like I'm saying, put your cosmology on the shelf for a little bit.
Yeah,
So
right.
all of this whole concept of what we're understanding right now, right? Getting into this from the globe Earth paradigm to where we're at today, what we've discovered is that the Earth isn't what we've been told. There's a lot of mystery involved. A lot of mystery. What is the sun, right? What is the moon? What are the mechanics that drive them? Um, do we operate on the models that of the framework that the globe Earth gives us? So basically, we're like, if you could imagine, and I'm only saying this so you can think about it, right? Think of a terrarium, right? Like we're inside of a ecosystem that works as a dynamic ecosystem. Okay, it's got fluctuations in pressures and temperatures, and it all works to balance itself out. Like the sun and the moon input energy, and one removes energy, and so like we would say like all of this is happening on a grand scale on the Earth, but the Earth itself is kind of like the it's it's like I said, the floor of the universe. So it'd be like where everybody's on a level plane. We're all on the level plane. So when you point to the north, south, east or west, you're actually pointing straight across the Earth, straight to like your neighbors, in Australia, and then the other direction you'd be pointing to people in China. But you're not thinking about it like pointing straight down. You're pointing to China. That's not how it works. So we're on a level plane of existence. Can you kind of see what cosmology I'm
Yeah,
showing you?
I can I get what you're getting at here.
So yeah, so what real quick, with the enclosed system that we're in, those lights in the sky that we would consider the stars, sun, and moon are unobtainable. We can't go there. We are inside of something, right? Now, the actual enclosure, what the structure is made of, we don't know. However, in the understanding of knowing that we need gas, we need a container to have gas pressure. So in this system, we have gas pressure for sure, 100%, because we can know that in the surface there's about 14 psi. As you go up in elevation, there's a gradient of pressure. It gets lesser and lesser, right? But the point is, we call in the instance of gas pressure, it would be considered X. Gradient air pressure would be considered delta X. So that the thing that needs to happen first is to have pressure, right, for the gas. So in order to have gas pressure, that's the necessary antecedent for that is a container. So every container has gas pressure. We know that, like a tire, like an air tank. Like in order for you to have pressure, gas pressure, you need to have a container for that gas pressure in every instance that you use gas pressure. So if somebody says, I can achieve gas pressure without a container, then you'd have to say, okay, please give me a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. I need to see one example, just one. Doesn't matter what you use, so long as I know that there's no container and you have gas pressure contained in an area without no gas pressure and it doesn't go anywhere. But no one can do that because according to gas law and the way gas pressure is described, it's the pressure that the walls of the container the air is pushing on the walls of its container, making the gas pressure inside of that container. So we understand a simple principle from gas pressure. You need a container if you want to have gas pressure. It's easy to understand. And in order for somebody to negate that and say that we live in an open system, meaning the gas pressure in a globe, it can like rockets can leave the earth. You have matter that can leave the earth, energy can leave the earth. So it's an open system for all intents and purposes. The gas pressure would not stay in the system. In an open system, it would expand to fill the available space because it's gas, and gas moves in any and all directions, regardless if you think gravity is a force. Because even if you think you live on a planet that's a ball planet that has gravity, gases move freely in any and all directions. This is already known, gentlemen and ladies that are in here. So gases move freely in any and all directions. So going back to the cosmology that we're talking about, it's very radical from the one that you know of in the ball planet, right? So the one we're talking about is a level plane of existence. It's a dynamic system where we're enclosed inside of an enclosed dynamic system, and we cannot go to the place where you'd say outer space is, because we are inside of the system and that's being contained. So hopefully that kind of gives you a brief overview. I can speak more
Yeah.
about the other different
no,
subjects, but
that makes sense. Like, I guess
Okay.
like in a sense of like explanation, I get like what you're saying, and I can see this picture you're painting, and yeah, okay.
there's
'Cause
more
I
to it. There's
have a
more to it,
friend
like as in
who
restrictions. Sorry, I just want to finish up.
You're all good.
There's more to it, like as in the restrictions as to like where we can go logistically.
Mhm.
And then if you want to ask some more about it, I'll let you know. I wanted to add that just so you can know. I don't want to say all of that to say, well, why can't we just go and figure out like what the limitations are? Like there's more to it.
Right.
Go ahead if you.
Okay. I have a friend who believes in flat Earth, and he believes in a lot of things. But he believes, and I don't know if this is to speculate, whatever. I don't know what the correct term for that, but he believes that the moon is a reflection of the Earth.
Yeah, that's not. We can't substantiate that in a claim form. Like if somebody says that there's a map to the Earth because we see the moon, and we could relate that to, like, let's say an azimuthal equidistant projection, like the AE map, we couldn't find how that correlates. First of all, the AE map is a reification fallacy, meaning that if somebody says this is what the Earth looks like, it looks like the AE map, I would turn around and ask them, how do you know? Did you verify from a perspective, from a top down perspective, how the Earth looks? Somebody making a mockery in here? Because you can easily have a seat, like quickly. So the top down perspective of the Earth being, like the AE map, or looking like it's like a map on the moon, that's not something we can verify, because we can't even verify that the concept of the AE map, or the Gleasons, which a lot of flat earthers say is the Earth, the map of the Earth, that we can't verify that to be true. I would ask anybody that says that map is true, demonstrate how you can verify that map to be true if that's what you are saying, flat earther. Like, there's no way. Just like the same for the globe. They can't verify the whole world looks like
It
that.
matches the satellite imagery.
So, Advocate, you're jumping in the middle of this conversation right now. So, I really want to address Kickflip. I will address you, however. Other people want to actually talk to you. I just wanted to finish up with Kickflip. So, but yeah, that's the important part about it being not saying, hey, the moon is the map of the Earth. As far as like what some flat earthers might say, because then I would ask those guys, those are the speculations you have. Those are the assumptions, because you're looking at an AE map, which is already a reification fallacy that you can't verify, and then you're then saying that the moon is exactly like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Kickflip.
Kind of. I mean, it's to be honest, it is really confusing, but I
Right.
kind of get what you're saying.
Okay. Well, yeah. Anyway, if anybody has any questions, I think Advocate wanted to ask some questions, or if anybody else wants to jump in, I was just.
I was just saying, that it would match with the satellite. You mentioned like how you could prove a map. Well, the maps now the maps you see line up very well. In fact, Google's able to take you from a map, colorful map function, all the way to the satellite, which is very convincing.
Does anybody want to answer that? I'll take it if anybody. I just don't want to take up too much airtime for you guys, because I've been talking a lot. Fuck.
No,
Yeah,
you
I'll
can have
answer
it,
it.
man.
What'd you say? Yeah.
You can have it, man. You're fine. You take it.
All right. So, advocate, you come from the perspective that the Earth is a globe. Is this true?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions. They're fundamentals for the Earth being what they are. They're pillars for the Earth actually being what they are. All you got to do is substantiate them with the affirmation that you understand by saying, I can pull up the demonstration, the primary source, and a citation to back up my claim. And we're Gucci, man. We're good to go. So I'm going to ask you the first question, which is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? And if you don't understand anything, just allow me. Okay, you don't know? Okay, that's fine. We'll go to the next question. There's only 3. Second
Wait,
question is,
hold up.
yeah,
You said anytime someone's viewed or like measured the curvature of the Earth.
yeah, I'm actually addressing H advocate.
Sexual relations with that woman.
Wonderful.
Okay, I seen the video a bit ago, and I mean, you can argue that, man, it's an internet video. You can't believe everything you see on the internet, and I agree. But
I could ask you, Kickflip. I didn't know you wanted to jump in, but if you do, I could ask you and H advocate. I can ask both of you guys if you'd like me to. I can include you. I thought it was just me an advocate, but if you want to, I can include you too.
I just thought of something earlier that I heard about because I was talking about, because I was in the server of this little VC a bit ago.
Sure.
And I was talking with my friends about it. But anyway, they've seen the video, and I've seen this video too now, where a dude took a like 2 planks essentially with a little hole through it, and he spaced them apart very, very far. I don't remember the like the exact distance between the 2
Yeah,
planks.
I know. Yeah, let me just interrupt you to say that I know what you're talking about exactly,
Yeah,
and I could finish. I could actually finish that. But this is a Netflix documentary made by a group of people who were trying to expose flat earthers and what they were saying, and so allegedly, right? So the way they spun that, it's a hit piece. So the way they spun it was that they wanted to make it sound like flat earthers were proving that the Earth was a globe. But what my question to advocate and to you now, because you now entered the 3 questions, right, is to both of you, as in, who measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history? So I want you to look into history, because they did. This guy on the internet, or excuse me, on the Netflix documentary, he wasn't the first person to demonstrate to academia that the Earth was a globe, was he? Kickflip.
No.
Okay, so let's look into the annals of time and see if we can find such a person. The person that I'm looking for is specifically going to bring the information.
Why does it matter?
Advocate,
Why
yeah,
does it
just
matter?
yeah.
Because this could be a
Tight.
false dilemma, right?
No. The
You
the
got a
reason why.
presentation. Okay, go ahead with
Yeah,
it.
it's a presentation, but at the same time, it's just trust the method. Okay, the reason why I'm taking this rigmarole is because I want people to realize either they know or they don't know the information to support the claim. That's all.
As long as it doesn't involve an e-meter or anything like that. Okay.
Any meteorology? What'd you say?
An e-meter. It's a joke. The e-meters is what the science.
No, fuck. No, I don't know what you no. But anyway, kickflip. So do you know if anybody in history who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth as in drop over distance?
I don't know if
No.
this is like the same measurement, but I don't know how to say his name. I'm gonna try. His name is Eratosthenes. A while ago, I remember hearing about this in like 7th grade. He erected a pole in Alexandria, and on the summer solstice, he observed that it cast a shadow, proving that the sun was not directly overhead but slightly south. Recognizing the curvature of the Earth and knowing that the distance between the 2 cities enabled air whatever to calculate the planet's circumference.
Okay, calculation. Do you know anything about the story that you just read currently? Because you didn't know that before, but you just read it on the fly. I'm gonna start to quiz you on it. So either you're gonna tell me, like, it's gonna get more difficult, because once you present something, I'm actually gonna start to ask you for the primary source for Eratosthenes. Primary source, right?
Okay, my primary source is khanacademy.org.
Okay, what is your citation? Presented in the
Like, do you want me to just put the link?
Yeah, where are you pulling this from? Yeah, so put the link in there so everybody can click, because I want it to be like exercise for everybody so they can see what you're doing.
Oh, I don't got permission to send messages in this channel.
Oh shit.
Hey,
Okay, well,
you can just look up if anyone's.
but just tell us
measured it.
what's the website and where you went to.
Okay, just look up I don't know, measuring like curve of the Earth Khan Academy, and it'll probably pop up.
Okay. So remember, and the thing that we're looking for is the natural consequent of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. So we need to figure out whether or not they've measured this drop over the distance. Okay, so the curvature itself would be pronounced if we're saying that an observer was going to take a sight distance, right? Line of sight distance, and it was going to notice that things were being obstructed by curvature, like a boat sailing over the curvature, right? So over the distance, there's going to be an elevation change from the person relative to the boat that's at the far distance. So you follow what I'm saying? So as a boat,
sort of.
as a
You're
boat
saying
goes
that, like,
as a boat goes away from the person that's seeing it on the beach, right? He's seeing the boat going away from him, and at some point, he's going to see the boat disappear from the bottom up. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, it's doing that because he's going behind the curvature, right?
Yeah, like you talking
Okay.
about that like illusion where like it looks like a boat's floating.
No. I don't know. You probably haven't. Have you seen a boat going over the curve at any time, or seen a video of it?
I know what you're talking about. If you view a boat that's like pretty damn far away, it does. Hold on, wait.
If you don't know, I can just show you. I mean, it's
before
easy.
the hull. That's how
Okay.
that's
Yeah,
how the
yeah,
Greeks
yeah.
reasoned that the Earth was
So,
round.
yeah, if
Because they
you-
would see the mast before the hull when the ships were starting to come within sight. They reasoned that if that to be the case, the Earth must be round.
Yeah. Do you know now that H Advocate said that? Kickflip.
To be honest, I didn't really pick up what H Advocate said.
All right. Well, let me just illustrate it, okay? Because I have an animation. I want to give you guys as much due diligence as I can to, like, at least. I'm gonna throw you a bone here. All right, check this out.
Okay.
Look in the text chat. Now, granted, it's a GIF and it's low quality, but you can see what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well,
Would you? Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
This proves curvature of the Earth.
Right. So you think that it does, right?
Don't take the bait.
Dante, shut the fuck up, dude.
I've never seen the picture. This can't end well.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so would you affirm that is what's going on there? Based on that, not even okay. Let's just say the GIF is low quality and shit. I mean, we'll just give it that. But based on the principle, right? That if this happens, that means that is curvature obstructing your view from seeing that boat because that shit's going over the curve, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So from the point of observation to where they see that boat doing that, would you say that is Earth curvature? Kickflip.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're good because that means now we can quantify something. We can actually start to figure out where that obstruction begins. Well, it's easy to see now that somebody can actually make an observation of ships disappearing from the bottom up. We can get some definite measurements for sure from the point of observation to that obstruction taking place. So the next thing we need to figure out is how far away is that boat, right? Let's figure out some math because we got to figure this out, man. If the Earth is curving, we're gonna know for sure, and then we're gonna make a gold standard out of this, right? Yeah, I know, I do too. Writing that this is gonna be a gold standard for us, correct? Like once we figure out the distance to that boat where we see that obstruction, Bob's your uncle. We got fucking curvature, easy peasy lemon squeezy. So if that is the case, then what can we do to figure this out? I'm actually trying to help you kind of think through this, Kickflip and H Advocate.
To be honest, I do not know how to calculate that. I'm not a.
Well, I mean, okay, so check this out. Now I want you to do this for me. No flat earther did this, so don't go like this is a flat earth information. It's not. Go to Google, type in what is the radius of Earth, what is the circumference of Earth, and what is the diameter of Earth. You just type that in. It'll give you some values.
Okay.
Let me know if you see them. It shouldn't be too long.
You said radius,
Radius,
circumference, and what?
just do. You could find all three, but I just do radius for now. You really don't have to put all three.
Okay.
Just radius
we got
for now.
Radius is it's 6,378.1 kilometers.
Okay. Well, you got the radius, right? So
Mhm.
radius value is important. So would you say that because we have the values of the size of the Earth, that we have some measurements of how big it is, how big the ball is?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next step is we got some values. And the next thing I want you to look up is Earth Curve Calculator. Preferably Walter Bislin. This is not a flat earther once again. I got to give you that disclaimer before you look it up. You're like, oh, this is a flat earther. No, it's not. Walter Bislin is not a flat earther. So just look up Earth Curve Calculator, Walter Bislin. Let me know if you see
it.
Site. Okay. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're able to punch in some information, it looks like. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we're putting all the right information. Now, this has to be done, I think, when you're doing a test. Not right now. We're gonna do like a run fucking hypothetical because it's the best we got. So we're gonna do like if we're doing an observation, how tall are you? You know, let's say 6 foot or whatever. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Is that
right
somewhere near? Okay,
it's pretty close.
Pretty close. Anyway, 6 foot observer height. You know, we're gonna say that that's from the water line, and so using that target distance 20 miles. Let's say, I don't know how far away that boat was in that GIF I put in, so I don't really want to use that as far as distance goes. But you know, I was trying to figure out some kind of distance we can work with, and I was thinking, what do you think? What would be a good distance? You think? Let's not get too crazy though. Kickflip.
Okay. Well, in the site here,
Mhm.
I think it's going by meters. Is
Okay.
what it goes by. So I mean, what's like definitely too crazy of a number? Like
I mean,
past
like
that number is probably
100,
crazy.
200. You know, like that's
100,
you're
200
going.
miles. Yeah, that's a pretty far view. We'll say. You think 50? No, I'm gonna say 20 miles.
Yeah, yeah, you're good. No, that's a green zone. I would say for at least if we got good conditions, if we're meeting all the criteria for having a good viewing distance, I would safely say 20 miles is pretty decent. I mean, over
Mhm.
the body of water, right? I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so punch that into the with the appropriate area there.
Okay, wait.
It should be kind of self-explanatory. I don't know if you want somebody to help you or whatever.
I don't know because I'm really not sure what this is being measured by because it's just M. That could be meters. That could be miles.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, if I put the okay target distance. Oh wait. Okay, here we go. Never
Yeah,
mind.
that's what
I
you're
figured
looking
out.
for.
Okay,
That's what
it's
you're
in
looking
metric
for.
right now. Okay, here we go. Now we're in feet. All right, I'm gonna do 20 miles to feet. We got 10,000. Oh snap! We got more than that. We got 105,000. So put it roughly around there. Okay, we're pretty close.
Okay. You got all your values there? I mean, like I said, if you need to look up.
I got the target distance.
Okay. So, I mean, like I said, if you need to look up the values of the yard size, you can do that anytime. It's public information. Anybody can pull it up.
And then I got my observer height at 6 feet.
Good stuff. Good stuff. What other deal do we need to fill out there? Anything else?
There's target size and
Well, shit. We didn't even talk about that. How about fuck? What do you want to go with?
well,
we can do that cruise the cruise ship. I mean, if you wanted to.
I know what kind
do
of cruise
something.
ship that is.
Just Carnival cruise ship. Oh, fucking that would be Carnival cruise ship. And then, you know, how big is a Carnival cruise ship? You know, fucking.
It's 1,100, or it's 1,130.
Okay.
So, holy crap! What the heck? Okay. Dude, dang, that's a huge object right now. All right.
Did you get your math right?
I mean, I think my math's right, but like this looks massive in my viewing. I think I think target size is like, I feel like it's more than just feet. I feel like it's just like, yeah, that's definitely overall size. So, damn. Hmm. Okay, well, if it's like overall size, what do you think would be a good area? Because
What's it asking for? Like, what size we're gonna be viewing, or target?
it's target size, so whatever we're looking at.
Well, it was 20 miles, wasn't it? Like from our viewing distance.
No, that's viewing distance. Yeah, it's at 20 miles right now, but
Okay.
it's asking for target size, which is pertains to the size of the ship.
Fuck, dude. You want me to pull up some numbers here? Just give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this thing says the average size is about 1,000 feet in length.
Right.
Roughly the size of 3 football fields. Fuck, they're huge. I didn't know they were that big.
Ship.
That's a big ass ship, bro. Yeah, 1,000 feet in length, bro. Woo. That's a floating city right there.
Okay, wait, hold on. I want you to pull up the same calculator real quick and put in what I got.
All right. Yeah. Walter Bislin, right?
Yeah. And then you just got to scroll down to units and click feet. It's not like too far below all the sliders.
Oh man, Walter Bislin. Right. So your observer height is
it's around 6, and then my target distance is around it's supposed to be around 105,600. So however close you can get to that, I guess. And then the target size is what I'm bugging about, because like if you turn it up, you can see that it just like spans across the entire horizon.
Did you change everything to feet though? Because that
Yeah,
way.
I did.
Okay. Target distance 20. Target size. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. We broke this thing.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but these are other values that you would use if you had like a zoom camera on things that we don't have right now currently.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that you're actually, to be honest, man, you'd have to go out and do this physical test and then get all the information and put it in there. And the reason why I'm saying this is because this is a tool that you can use, right? It's going to be something that you're going to be able to find out how much between you and the point of the target, right? Of how much curvature there should be to obstruct your viewing distance, if there is such a thing, right?
Right.
And I would say we'll get it worked out, but the bigger picture here is that once you start to realize that this is what's taking place, so we're starting to figure out like the geometry, right, aspect of it, then we're going to realize if there is any curvature obstructing our view or not. And so this tool is going to give us that information. So from the predicted values, right, let's say the curvature, I'll just give you an example, is at 5 miles where it's supposed to be according to the math. Then when you go make your observation, that son of a bitch better be there at 5 miles, right? So when you look at your point of observation to the target distance at 5 miles, you better start seeing some Earth's curvature, right? And if it's not there, the predicted value of the geometry of the Earth was not going to be what they're telling you. So in essence, you're falsifying it in that moment right there. Because it has to conform to the size. Because they gave us the size. They told us how big it is.
Okay. I feel like 5 miles is a bad gauge.
No, it was just I gave that that was a shit kind of standard.
Okay,
That's
okay.
not, I'm
Because I was
not
gonna
saying
say,
that's what it
I
is,
looked
bro.
up the Earth around it's 24,901. So
Yeah. No, what I was saying though was like if there is some type of distance we figure out with the math, like okay, from point A to point B, like in this specific line of sight test, let's say that 20 miles, and then you get like, you know, where the curvature should be, it was predicted to be like at like 7 miles or 8 miles or whatever, right?
mhm.
And the 20-mile distance that we're looking at, then in fact 7 miles should be the curvature obstruction. Then you can't see the rest of the way because it's obstructed by the curvature where the ship's disappearing behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're going for a target distance, but not it's not saying that you're going to see it or not. You're testing the globe to see if you're going to be able to see the 20 miles distance. I don't know if you're following me on that.
I kind of am.
Yeah, so you want to see the 20 miles. That's why you're putting 20 miles because you're going for that distance. You're going for the distance. That's why I said don't get too crazy. Go for
Right.
something that's kind of something you're able to conceive the
Plausible.
scene. Yeah, it's possible. So if you do that, and the curvature where it starts to obstruct the viewer from a elevation of 6 foot, then you would be like, okay, the curvature should be pronounced at 9 miles or whatever math turns out to be. Then you're gonna start to realize, okay, now I know that every time that I go out and make my observation, every time the curvature will be at 9 miles. 9 miles tomorrow, the next day, and so on and so forth. And you know what I mean? It will be obstructing my view every time.
Right.
So you already now have a standard, so you can tell anybody here, look, I did the test. I put all the numbers in there, and everything, the refraction, the target size, the distance, my elevation, height, all that stuff. And then this is my result. And then so you give it to somebody else, and then we compare and all that, and then we'll say, okay, now we know it's a globe. The curvature set where it was supposed to be 9 miles, all that good stuff. So that's what I'm telling you. This is what we're doing here with this. We're falsifying or verifying that the globe, the curvature exists, or it doesn't. It's really that. It's like I always say, it's really that easy. That's all you're doing is a line of sight test. You're just testing out to see how far you can see, and if there's any obstruction within the viewing distance, then you do have exactly what you predicted was going to be there, Earth curvature. And if not, then you don't have the curve, and it's not a globe like they tell you. In essence, you're falsifying it.
Yeah.
But that's a test for you and for anyone to do.
Okay.
So I'm really just kind of leaving it in your hands. But
Right.
the thing that to be noted here is that when I first started down the path of like walking you through this whole process, is that in fact people think that the Earth has been curving, but like what the first question is, who has ever measured it any time in history, as in the kind of the way we're doing it right now, kickflip?
Mhm.
Who's ever taught you that this is the way with geometry and math and per what the globe uh the metrics that they give you, like the radius, diameter, circumference? Who's ever told you this is the way to wouldn't it be easier in school if they had told you this is the way to verify the curvature of the Earth? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It would have been cool, right? For them to say, look, if you want to know that it's
Yeah.
indeed a globe, just go out and see how far you can see. And if there's curvatures in the way, it's going to be where it's predicted to be. It's going to be at 9 miles, like just for example, it's going to be at 9 miles. Like, and then you'll be like, okay, let's go check it out. And sure enough, you do the math and it's there. And then there would be no reason why nobody would think that the Earth wasn't a globe because it would demonstrate itself. But
Right.
from from our point of view, and everybody in here, we don't measure that. The predicted value of the Earth's geometry is not where it's supposed to be. And that's why everyone in here has verified and falsified the claim of the Earth being a globe. So that's why they haven't taught this, because there is no Earth curvature. That makes any sense?
It makes sense, but like, I think, I don't know. It's like it's a valid argument, but I think it's also like semi equally invalid, because I mean don't get me wrong, it would be cool to be able to measure the Earth's curvature, but to be honest, like, I mean, a lot of school you don't use, but I really don't know when I need to know, except for like right now, how to measure the Earth's curvature.
Right. And because we're not taught how to think about measuring shapes, bro. Like that,
Yeah,
nobody's telling you, like, on the, if it was that we were living on top of an oblate spheroid, nobody's telling you how to do it. You, like, obviously everybody thinks it's a shape, right? That's something everybody believes, that it's a shape. We get pictures from NASA and all that, but they don't ever say, hey, you know what? If we are on a ball, then the surface would be curving, and all you got to do is measure the surface, and not all of it, just some of it, and just find out that it indeed is a globe. Like that, you're verifying and falsifying it, and you're good to go. Why would anybody not want that? It'd be measurable, and that's what we're saying here. The thing we're putting out to the public and everyone that's comes in here is that, why does everybody like not want to know that? It would be so easy to. We got LiDAR. I mean, fuck, man. We got units of measurement that we can be precise with. Like, it's crazy. Like, why we can't know that right now.
I guess, yeah, I think that is true. In this day and age, it wouldn't be too hard to measure the curvature of the Earth, most likely.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not a hard fucking task. I mean, if you really ask somebody, how can you measure a shape? Well, that's fucking easy. Like, let me show you. You got units of measurements that are any kind you want. Like, what do you want to measure it with?
Well, do you know the formula to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Be
The
on a
process?
parabola. Yeah, and on parabola, it'd be like 8 inches per mile squared. You square the function. So you can look this information up too, man. It's I don't I want to say it so much to say that we have already looked into this information, but I kind of want you to like see that when you type in like um the information, but like somebody can post something in the chat if they want to. If not, I'll pull something up.
Yeah, so my question would be, right? So like,
What's
why
up,
would they
Henzi?
go? Yeah, yeah. So my question would be, so like, why would the institutions like go out of their way just to falsify the information of the Arabian flag? So like,
Mm-hmm.
what is there for them to gain from like falsifying that information? Like that's what I would like. That's what I really want to know, though. Like, what's the
Yeah,
end goal in trying to fake the information? Because like so far, I can't really see like an advantage point for them in just falsifying that information. So just trying to know why they're going just go
it's a
like go through
it,
other trouble just to fake it.
Henzi. That's a loaded question, and the reason being is because right now that question is um in an investigation. The motive question would be not asked the first step of like investigation. Like when you do an investigation and research, you want to figure out the evidence first. That's the first step. The motive comes
Mm.
after, because think about it like this: the intent of individuals or individual, whoever started the tradition for us to believe that the Earth is a globe, started somewhere. But you and me, we probably wouldn't know what plans or what's being devised, or what powers are doing this. The only thing that you and I know is the evidence that it's not what they're saying it is. So answering that question is like divining the thoughts of people who we don't even know. That's like saying, I am gonna tell you because based on the evidence, I can say it was they're trying to hide God, or they're trying to hide more land, or they're trying to do it for money, or whatever the case, right? So whatever reason I give you right now, answering the motive question, your mind is only going to receive it and be like, yeah, but I don't think that's a good reason. You know what I mean, Henzi? Because your mind is not ready for the implications of this. So you first
Yeah.
have to see if there's evidence for it first, and then we can talk about like perhaps the motive, right? But that's why it's a loaded question, and I do want to answer it. I kind of partially did, but if 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 you realize, if I was to answer you directly, your mind would receive it as in, yeah, but that's what you're saying because you're a flat earther. But that's not what's really going on, and it's your mind coping with like not listening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not
So
like, yeah.
I
Go
get
ahead.
what you're saying, right? So, but is there like any any like well-known motives that you have? Like a few examples, because I do
Yeah,
get what
sure,
you're
sure.
saying, right?
I
Yeah.
let me lay it to you like this, man, because it's simple. It's simple to see from my perspective. And if you can't see this, and I don't know, maybe perhaps they got you better than I think they do. What it is a method of control. The information itself is a method of control. The ones who control the information have the power. And what I mean is they become gatekeepers and key masters to the information. In order for you to understand more of this information, you have to go to academia. And now academia has hierarchy. They have systems and methods of control. So in order for you to go into the system of higher learning, you have to pay in or you have to do some things to get a college degree, and then you advance into this deeper knowledge. But then you once you get to that place, where you're learning about the cosmology and all these things, there's no empirical evidence in those levels. So you start to propagate information, as in now you start to teach it to people. Whereas before you were just someone who just believed it religiously. You don't ask questions about the globe, like how do we know that the earth is a globe? Because it's silly, right? Why would you ask that question if academia has given it to you, and for all your life your mom and your teacher and everybody's told you that the earth is a globe? That's the way it is. It's life is, you know what I mean?
I
So
see.
um
Yeah. So and also
that's a method of
uh,
control.
yeah.
That's what I
So
mean.
also if they are lied about the Earth being a globe, right? Then how much of space, like, would you say is like fabricated or just made up? Like the solar system and all that. How much of
Man,
that is just yeah, just made up stuff too?
and
Because
Henzi, if I was to tell you, bro, I don't know if you're ready for this information, bro. It's you
you
need
can
to
go ahead.
strap yourself. You need to strap yourself in, dude, because this is gonna be a fucking crazy ride. Everything that they told you about what's up there is all a story. None of it is real. The story,
So
I
would you
mean.
say like would you say like about like 50% is false or 80%? Like, do you have like a rough
I would
number?
say this. If it's something that you cannot verify, it is false.
Like,
So think about it. Like if they told you that Mars is a red planet with ice caps and it's got a nickel iron core, and Jupiter's a gas giant, and the stars are made of plasma, and there's quasars and galaxies and nebula clouds and all these things, right? They
yeah.
can say whatever they want, but how do they know?
Well, I
And
mean
so they so so
yeah.
so so they can give you information like an educated guess is what they call it, right? Educated guess. My best guess is that we're living in an ever expanding cosmology with quasars and black holes and dark matter and all that stuff. So they're giving
Yeah.
you this information, but nobody's verifying it. So you're believing a story.
I
That's
mean,
it.
but to answer your question though, but um I do think that they have access to like to like technologies that the average man doesn't have access to. So I think maybe that would be like the way they can verify things like that, unlike without like the average public, without like the average man like being able to verify those stuff. So just to answer that question, I would say like most likely because the like this um institutions like NASA, they have, like technologies that, like we, the general public, don't have access to. So, until we can get our hands on it, we can't really like
Henzi,
verify it for ourselves. But
Henzi, but at some point, you're gonna have to figure out that if they have these magical devices that give them more information than you have, like, at what point is it starting to become your own personal bias that you believe that there's something that they're figuring out? Like, they just can't be making up anything. They got to have a magical device out there that tells them the mysteries of the universe. That stuff doesn't exist, Henzi. That world that you think, that right there, what you just said, those statements, bro, I'm telling you, I've talked to cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs, bro. They don't know, Henzi. I'm telling you straight from them. They don't know. I've been doing this for 9 years, brother. Those guys, that what you just said, it's kind of like what they want you to believe. They want you to think that there's some magical devices that they have that can unlock the mysteries of what the stars are. And then you're not privy to that information. So you're just like a commoner, you know, that once they come out with their doctrine that you just believe and accept because they have these devices that helps them know more. But they can't, when we ask them the question, like flat earth has been around for a little bit, right? And our group in 24/7, we're in here in the politics server, but we have our own Discord server. In our server, we've had conversations with people, like many conversations with these guys who are in every field you can think of, right? And so they always, when we grill them, when we always ask them questions, we do it for your guys' sake. The ones who are just like thinking like you, no, they have some devices. And that's the reason why we are just people on the internet, and those guys are in academia. They got all the equipment, and because of all the equipment, they know the mysteries of the universe. We don't know that because we're just people on the internet, and that's giving us no credit and giving them all. And you know what I mean? But when we had confrontations with those guys, they don't know. They usually, we asked this guy. His name was Mick West. He's a scientific communicator. He came in there and we was talking to us. We spoke to a cosmologist. We spoke to an astrophysicist. We're always asking them the questions, man. They don't even know. They say, no, that's our best guess that it's this thing and that thing and the other thing. They don't tell us they have an affirmation of what it is. So back to the thing where you think that they have advancement in technology to give them secret information. No, they don't have that, sir. They make
some
up
guys like the
stories about
whole,
they make up
yeah,
stories about pixels on the on their computer screen. That,
some guys like the whole SpaceX and um Elon Musk fiasco. It's just a sham, basically. Um, the whole situation of SpaceX, like trying to go to Mars and like building
Don't get me
and
started on
building
Elon.
the Starship and stuff. So I'm guessing that's just a sham, pretty much.
well,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it, man. If you've ever heard these, like, so being in this group, what we've been exposed to is thousands of hours of content of videos of them lying, brother. Them saying things that are contradictory to one time they say one thing, one time they say another. At one time they say they can see stars from the ISS, and another time they say they cannot see stars from the ISS. On the one time they say we can go to space, on the other time they say we cannot go to space because we lost the technology and it's a painful process to get it back there again. I'm telling you, brother, it's all a fucking sham. And everybody in that's taken in by this information is falling prey to it. So I'm gonna say this. It's a labor of love for everybody who's in here trying to wake people up, right, about this information because we care about it's a passion of ours, right? We once we became kind of free of that in our mind, we're starting to tell other people. Whether people receive or not, we don't know. The only thing we're doing is planting a seed. That's it. If you wake up tomorrow, you're like, oh, those fucking crazy flat earthers, they're stupid. You know, who cares? That does not up to us. The only thing we're concerned about is telling people what's going on. That's it. But yeah, it's huge, brother. That is huge. It's big. There's a lot of stuff going on. And all we can do is share information with other people. That's it. And have them say, let's just check it out, research it. I don't want you to believe in flat earth. No. I want you to research flat earth.
Yeah, that's crazy too. I mean, like considering how much the United States puts into like budget wise, to the space exploration, for that to just that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
All the time and wow.
Well, speaking of them, Space Force, turn the logo upside down and see if you can see anything.
Yeah, it's pretty deep, man. Like Henzi, you got to be ready to like listen to like a lot of stuff, bro. Your eyes, you're gonna. It's a lot, brother. There's a lot of stuff involved, and so the people in here have done so much research. I credit them for every single day. They're diligent. Like most of the people that have been in my team, they've. I'm just saying, bro. Like, just for if anything, Henzi, like don't discredit it right away. Just stick around and ask some questions. Just hang around. Just listen. You don't even have to jump into convos. Just listen. You'll see what I'm saying. We've had thousands of conversations with people. I've been like seriously. I've been doing this for like 9 years. So
You said something about the Space Force logo like being
I'm trying to look for it.
yeah, it's old Space Goat. He has it. So, but good evening to everybody, and I'm gonna probably be bidding everybody adieu because it's getting that time of late for me. So appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for giving me the airtime. I do. I care about people, man. So that's why I do it, even past the ridicule and everything.
See you, rape victim.
Later,
Bro,
dudes.
take it easy.
Later.
Yeah, man.
Good night, bro.
Later, my N-word hard R.
See ya, Mike.
That man's a pervert. I like him.
At least he's not Somalian.
Or is he?
I mean, he
But
doesn't
I was
sound
calling
like
you the
Somalian.
pervert.
Okay, rape victim. Disregarded.
Roger on that rape victim. I heard that. That's why I called you a pervert.
No, I'm just calling you something that you are. What you're doing is slandering me. See? No rebuttal. I win.
Well, I had to think about it in legal context for a moment, and I think the slander is yours, sir.
Whatever you say, faggot. Nobody cares.
It's like reverse slander. But you can do that on the internet. In real life, I doubt you would. To anyone. You didn't have to mute him. He wouldn't bother me, but unless you're live streaming it, I get it. I get it. You brought all the haters over here, man. That hate 24/7, and even the ones that are banned from 27, didn't you? You guys brought luggage here. You had to unpack when you got here and shit. 15 years of fucking trolls.
Yeah, Henzi?
No, that's not me. That's someone else.
Have you seen the chat? Side chat?
Oh,
Let
no,
me check it out right now.
She didn't ban Hendy.
Oh,
Check out that
it's
hat.
the picture now though. Yeah. Yes, they had with the image on it.
Ooh, Space Force.
It
Oh,
looks like
someone already
Can you get a
posted it for me.
badge?
it was.
Can I get a badge too? How much? I gotta have a badge. You give them a uniform, they'll all bow. They'll fall in line.
Looks like
Yeah,
a
they want a uniform.
It looks like a cow with a longhorn and a star in the middle of it.
Yeah, behemoth,
Looks like a
behemoth,
snake's tongue
whatever
to
they call
me.
it, devil.
So
Yeah,
it's just a
it does
cow.
look like the. Hey, yeah, Baphomet. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck, it's
Baphomet,
right
that's the one.
there. Okay, yeah, I see it. Dude. I raise goats. Fuck yeah, that's a goat. Looks more like a goat than a shuttle.
Yes, sir.
I had to look at it, man. I had to zoom it in. The chat, because it's a side chat, it only takes up a portion of my screen on laptop. I gotta expand it.
Space Force. I mean, but like, what even is the main purpose of the Space Force though? I mean, like they already have NASA, right? So like, what's the point of making a whole
That's the thing. What's
a whole new
space?
division called Space Force?
What is
Is that what
space?
NASA is for? Sp- That's a good
Don't
They,
question
be
though. Like, what is
silly.
yeah, they
space?
didn't call
They're
themselves
space
outer
cops.
space force.
They're space
The
cops.
Space Force is branch of the
They're
military.
gonna
That's
police
different from
anything
NASA.
airborne.
I can't find this logo on the hat anywhere like in image search or anything like that.
I
Certainly
just
not
looked
like
up
the
Space Force hat.
official logo of Space Force.
But that is a good question to ask though. I mean, you said
Hey, I can
what is space?
screenshot a Google search for you if you want.
I
What
mean,
you say?
I'm on
Space
Google
Force hat?
Yeah, I can
Images.
see one on Amazon. I'll give you an Amazon link.
There's 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, but like we all agree that there
Hell,
is a
the
space
first
out there,
one,
right? It's just
the
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 details is the
first
only
one
issue
that
that we
pops up
disagree on,
trumps
right?
his hat.
No.
Or
What are you
Walmart
talking
sells that hat, and he can't find it on the internet.
I didn't say I can't find the hat. What I said is that when I look up Space Force logo, I don't see anything like that. Okay, so here
Yeah. They don't actually have a
I'll
logo like that. It's
paste.
just a hat.
Oh,
Right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, what are you guys
Right.
trying to find?
I don't know.
Well,
If
no,
that,
no.
I don't think that's
Okay.
your
The
logo.
question was this:
Yes.
if you take the Space Force logo and turn it upside down, what do you see? Right. So I went and I looked up the
I
Space
think
Force
he meant
logo.
the logo on the hat.
Subsequently, I looked at the hat and I'm like, this doesn't look like any of the images, which I've now pasted in chat. That's
Okay,
a
well,
that's
So
a
you weren't
result. I
misunderstood.
didn't
Okay,
paste
we
a
understand.
search, which
you
was
So let me
I
speak
just Google
here.
searched Space Force logo images.
Right.
That's all.
Right. That's a.
Yeah, I'm
I
with
did
Did
the
you.
somebody make
Delta.
a
Okay.
hat that when you turn it upside down
They
looks like
sell that
the
shit
devil
at
or
Walmart
something?
for
Sure.
$14.99.
Wait. Is someone trying to make the
You
argument
supposed
that
to
the
mean,
Space
bro.
Force Delta is supposed to be demonic when you turn it upside down?
No, because we're
They were
not
trying, but
Literally
they
scared
failed. And
assumptions.
yeah.
No, we listen,
Okay.
Dante. We weren't saying the vector is. No, we didn't say Space Force logo. He was talking about the logo on the hat. You're just taking it out of context because you don't want to address that hat. And
Okay.
they sell
Can I
that
see the
hat at
picture of the
Walmart.
hat? Because
It's
if it's a
inside text.
side text,
This is what we was
oh,
talking
that.
about the whole fucking time, man.
And if you
Yeah.
turn it upside down, it looks. Oh, that. Well, that's definitely like an unofficial, like dead graphic of any kind.
I
Yep.
don't care
Okay, so the hat
upside
is
down or
called
not,
Official
but it's
Space
got
Force hat
I mean, sure.
on
I guess
Amazon.
you could definitely
Somebody
try to
drew
attach
a
some amount
picture
of.
over the text Space Force, and when you turn it upside down, it resembles the demon or something. I don't know. Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
will
mean
give
that hat
that
is
to you.
pretty much
If that
fake
is
though,
your
no,
right?
claim,
it's a
if that is all your
not
point
a
is, then
demon.
sure.
Doesn't
Yep, conceded.
listen?
I mean,
Not
fair. I could
it
give
does.
you the point, but if that's
It
not an
doesn't
official
look like a
graphic of
demon.
any form,
It looks
so
like a
Look,
goat with two
buddy, it is
horns.
on
yeah.
Amazon. The brand is from Donald
I mean,
Trump.
that's what I'm
Space
saying. Because
Force
the
is
one I see
Donald
from
Trump's
Google, right?
company.
You don't think that demons look like goats?
The
No,
logo looks different
Space
on
Force
Google.
is
Baphomet is a
DOD.
that Donald Trump? I'm
Baphomet
confused.
is a certain character, a goat with two
First
horns. Oh my
class,
god, dude.
why would
I'm
it be
trying to figure
fixed
out if this is a troll or
that
not.
You
gravity
can't get on the actual
okay?
point of
Oh
the
no, it
hat.
definitely wasn't a troll, and I'll tell you
He's
why.
addressing everything
Okay.
I
but
wasn't looking in
the
this in the
Baphomet
chat, like
on
I
this
mean voice
hat.
chat, not image
Mhm.
chat.
Yeah,
So I didn't see the hat, and I didn't
yeah,
hear him say hat. I just
yeah.
heard, Look what happens when you turn the logo upside down." So I looked
Yeah,
at
and
the
I said
logo,
it looks like
Yeah,
So
that's
it's not
cool,
a
looks
it's
man.
not
like
a
Yeah, that's
troll,
cool.
Baphomet.
So true
you know.
doesn't exist.
Okay.
But
You
that's
know,
just
True
not
gravity
the
there.
doesn't
Space Force
exist.
logo
And
on the
now
Yeah, that's
hat.
you're
cool,
Yeah.
man.
So
assuming.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's cool,
number one,
man.
that's
That's
not the
really
Space
cool.
Force
Yeah,
logo.
Yeah, then we agree.
prove
Good.
gravity doesn't
No
exist.
Now
shit.
they had
Yeah,
something
yeah.
different upside
So
down.
prove gravity doesn't exist. Do it right now. You can't, but you can't. Oh
You
no.
can't prove it exists. What
Yeah,
the
you can.
cause? Listen, the law of gravity is the rate of fall. We all know the rate of fall. It's not gravity in the sense that we deny, except the given cause. Can
Okay,
you
what is
follow
it?
that?
What is it then? If you don't think
What?
it's
There's two
gravity,
choices at the given cause. So listen, I didn't say I was going to replace it. I said your causes have not been experimentally verified. They've not been
sure they have.
falsified.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
they
they did.
haven't.
Yeah,
No, they
yeah.
Okay.
Have you
haven't.
ever? The
All right.
easiest
I
example
have
I
a
can give.
question in regards
Nobody
to that.
listen.
What's your question? Go ahead.
Oh, well, he said that there's no like basically no legitimate proof that gravity itself exists, correct?
No, that's well. He says that, but he's
Is it
wrong.
the theory
He
of
says
relativity?
The
theory
easiest
of
example I
relativity.
can give is
Is it
Okay,
the
so
theory
you
of
happening.
special
disagree with the
relativity?
idea that gravity is a
Yeah,
force
I
that
disagree with the given cause.
Okay.
okay.
I'm not
So
saying things don't fall. Obviously, we don't see shit float. Don't be moronic.
okay.
Yeah.
The
So
law of
Yeah.
gravity doesn't prove the theory of gravity. They're two separate issues.
So
The
if I
law of
gave you,
gravity is just a statement of what we observe, and it makes no attempt to prove cause.
yes. So if I gave you an
mhm.
experiment where we had an independent
You're
variable
gonna
that
go
was the
Cavendish.
mass. Yeah, yeah, that was the
Yeah,
mass, and
yeah.
we had
It's
a
not an experiment. It's a man-made rig. But
w-
mass attracting
what?
mass doesn't comport.
Hold on.
Mass.
Why do you think
You
experiments
heard
can't
what
be
I said.
man-made?
There ain't no why. I said it. It's not a natural phenomenon. Mass doesn't attract mass. A man-made rig did a thing.
Hold on.
Good for you.
Why
Hold
do you?
on? Why doesn't it
There's no
attract mass?
correlation between
No, hold
cause and
on.
effect.
No, don't let him get away with this. Why can't man-made? Why
Oh,
aren't
he's not
man-made
getting
rigs
away with it.
What do you mean get
Definitely
away
not.
with it?
utterly ridiculous? Hold on.
Yes.
Explain to me.
Utterly
Explain to me.
ridiculous is the fact that you say it's an experiment when Cavendish attempt to weigh the mass of the world.
Define an experiment for me.
He didn't attempt to prove mass attracting mass.
Can
That
he do
wasn't
that or
even an
no?
attempt at Cavendish.
Oh, I remember you. We spoke
I
many.
don't
We
have to
spoke many years
replace
ago.
anything.
So,
Falsification is independent of replacement.
what do you think an experiment is? I think you got the definition wrong
This
there,
doesn't
buddy.
address anything I said. I know what an
No, it
experiment
does.
is.
What is
It
it then?
manipulates a cause
Perhaps
and
you could
effect
share it.
relationship to establish a cause. Yes.
There you go. So that's exactly
First,
how
you
does
got to have a
Cavendish not
theory,
do
but
that?
it doesn't manipulate the attraction. It manipulates the weight.
Yeah, which manipulates the
So the
attraction.
cause isn't weight. The cause of the attraction isn't weight.
Hold on. Yeah. So they manipulate the mass, which affects
And not
the
to.
force of attraction. That's
And it
like
doesn't matter
literally.
if you, because they replace that with relativity. So
Nope.
Newtonian mass attracting mass isn't given for gravity because that requires a force, and gravity is best described now as an effect of the warping of
No, it's
space-time
described as a force. No, that's exactly
by
how it's described.
relativity. No, it's not a force. You can describe it as a pseudo force,
Yeah.
but no. It's
No,
best
it is
described.
by
It's
definition a
best
force.
described by Einstein as an effect of the warping of space-time due to mass.
You say in effect, best described by Einstein himself.
No, Einstein said that. This
Yeah,
is
but by
Einstein's
Einstein himself.
description. Not a force, but an effect. Gravity is an effect
An
of the
effect.
warping of space-time. Do you not know what relativity is, son?
Yes, I know what relativity is.
Okay, so tell me, the fabric of space warps due to the weight of mass?
Say that one more time.
The fabric of space
The weight
warps
of mass?
due to matter or mass, the presence of mass. Yeah,
You
what?
said the fabric of space warps due to the presence of mass.
Yeah, and gravity, relativity says it's an effect of that. Matter, mass, warps the fabric of space-time. This is relativity.
Right. Okay.
The fabric of space. Okay. You know, they use the blanket and the balls to show to
Right.
your
Right.
feeble
Right. Right. Right.
mind
Right.
because you can't
Mm-hmm.
understand it. Well, that's not been proven.
You said that hasn't been proven. My
Relativity
question
hasn't been
here.
proven, but we go to gravity now. Mainstream science uses relativity, but now you want to go back to Newtonian physics and say mass attracting mass with the Cavendish experiment, which wasn't an attempt to prove gravity, but to weigh the density of the Earth. He wasn't trying to prove any attraction because they weren't Newtonian. They were Einsteinian. So is it mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time? Now you're in a paradox. Or are you saying it's both?
It's both. I mean, I guess I would even still go so far as to say,
You
sure, it can
guess.
be both.
How would you experimentally tie the two together? You show me space-time.
I mean,
Give
so
me
you're
physics
saying that gravity is an
privation.
effect, right?
Relativity makes time
Of
a physical thing.
what?
The fabric of space-time.
Is it? Yeah. So
Space.
gravity is an
Space
effect
is a
of the
void. It's empty. But you're giving it privity, qualities. Nothingness has a quality, and it can be warped.
What are you saying? I'm so fucking lost. This shit is
You're
way
you're
more
not the one that's
simple.
lost, dude.
This shit
Space
is
and
way more
time.
simple than it really is.
Listen,
You're adding so many words to something
no.
that's very simple.
Space and time are not physical
He's
things.
trying to blind you with science.
I'm not trying to
There.
blind
It's not,
anybody with
but the thing
science.
is, it's
It's
not even
relativity.
science.
In
Like it's
relativity, for gravity to occur, space and time have to be a tangible thing that matter can warp and bend, causing the effect you call gravity. Then you invoke special relativity for Lorentz contractions or contractions due to the speed of light based on the effect of matter warping the fabric of space-time. But space and time are concepts in man's minds. They're not physical things. They can't be warped. Take your weak gravity argument and go down the road with it. Gravity isn't proven. If it is, where's anti-gravity? Show me the cause and effect relationship. We know that for a fact. Now we can float things.
you say, wait, what? Now we can float things because of the absence of the proof of of gravity
Well, if you
being
know
real.
what the cause of gravity is, can you shut it off?
No, because mass by
Oh, you
itself
couldn't
emits
create
gravitons that affect
anti-gravity.
other things around it, therefore being a
Gravitron.
force and
Show
acting
me a
upon another
gravitron.
on an object, which is a law.
Show me a gravitron.
A graviton? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have the tools because I am
Well,
a
you couldn't do it with.
lowly
That's a
person, not in a
theoretical
university.
particle.
Huh?
That's a theoretical particle, just like the Higgs boson. They're
Okay, so
theoretical particles.
you're using
So
relativity. Okay.
you said if I
Uh-huh.
had the equipment, I could show you a theoretical particle. You're so full of shit, you don't even know it.
Okay, hold on. So what do you said you believe in relativity, correct?
No, not correct. I
So
asked.
what so what did you believe
No,
in? What were you
no.
trying to prove by saying
It
that
wasn't
gravity
about
isn't?
belief. It's not about belief. You, sir,
What are
were
you
trying
trying
to
to prove?
prove
Well,
gravity, and you got lost on the route to doing it.
well, or hold on. Cool. I don't
No,
care. I'm trying to understand where
no,
your
you're not.
understanding is.
You're lost
You're
trying to prove
speaking.
your
Hold on,
gravity.
dude. You're trying to speak for me. I genuinely, and I mean
No,
this the most honest
actually,
way I
you're
possibly can.
trying to
I
speak for
genuinely
me.
try. No. I don't
You're saying
care
what
about
I
speaking
believe,
for you.
what I
That's
believed. This is my belief. I never stated
no,
any
no, no,
belief.
no, no. I'm asking you. I'm not telling you. I'm
I
asking
didn't
you.
tell you I believe anything.
Okay. That's why I
You're
asked
putting words
if
in my
that's what
mouth.
you believe. Did I tell you that's what you believe? Did I make a statement on who you are, what you know?
We
You
got
are
into
on me. I don't
relativity because you
appreciate it, but
brought up.
I'm going past that.
Listen, we got into
Yes.
relativity and Newtonian physics because you brought in gravity, and apparently you're lost now when you can't back your gravity with
No.
either
You're adding a lot
relative
of words
physics
and creating a
or
lot of double speak
Newtonian
for
physics.
something. I listen. I genuinely
You
just
can
want to
keep
know.
talking over me, but you're lost
Because
on the
you
subject of gravity.
Oh my god. All right. Does anybody else here like? Am I the only one? Hey, I could be completely like a fucking bird
You're
brain. Like
last, kid.
I will fucking eat it, right?
You're very last.
Well,
Yes, yes.
start eating your
I'm
hat.
saying,
Listen
am
to
I
Battle
the
Mode.
only one? I'm saying, am I the only one? I'll
Maybe.
fucking eat it, right? I'll say, cool, I'm the
No, I
only one,
don't
and I'll
think
eat it.
you. Listen, I don't think you would be the only one. This gets fast high school.
I am not asking you. I'm asking anybody else to speak for themselves. Am I the only one, or do y'all feel the same as
Somebody
well?
else
If not,
already
then hey,
did.
it is what it is.
About what?
It's just, fucking hell.
Yeah, definitely.
About what?
Hell, I'm gonna go back to smoking my weed. Fuck this. You guys have fun. This is why I normally just sit back and listen.
No, I think you were pretty much spot on. What you said, Belmont.
Well, I'm high. I don't know, but yeah, pretty much. Which gravity are you gonna confirm gravity with? Are you confirming relativity with Newtonian concepts? You know, just it's a simple question.
Neither can be experimentally validated to be true.
Well, we know that the standard model isn't unified, right? And theoretical particles couldn't be viewed no matter what fucking telescope you got.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not included in the standard model. There's no such thing, as far as they're concerned, as a graviton.
Yeah, I don't know where that shit came from. That's some cartoon belief or some shit. I didn't get taught no gravitron in college. I thought that was a ride at the fucking fair, to be honest.
Yeah.
Isn't it that thing that spins around and looks like a UFO? Maybe I'm showing my age here, man.
That's a gravitron. Yeah, the gravitron.
You know, from that disco era. I was still a kid then, though. I didn't do disco. I missed out on the big collars somewhat. My mom liked them. We used to just cut them off. You wear a collared shirt where the collar is so big it goes out to your shoulder tip of your shoulder blade. Look like that nurse on TV with the wings on her hat.
You Sally Fields.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, the flying nun. Yeah, my parents were old hippies, man, and they like silk shirts and big fucking collars and shit. I like silk shirts, but I like them collarless. You know, I want that Starsky and Hutch look from the '80s. You know, fuck that big hair and shit.
Turtleneck skivvies.
Yeah, right. I don't wear no turtlenecks. Hell no. But them things was uncomfortable. Like when I was fucking 7, man, my aunt was a seamstress and she'd make us silk outfits every Easter and we had to wear that shit. And my mom'd be like, You wear that shit and look good in it. And I'd be like, I don't like it, Ma. It's hot. And the collar big as hell. It's choking me. She'd still make me smile for that Easter picture of it. Because my aunt put so much work in, you know? It wasn't about whether or not I looked good in them. It was about respecting my family member because they cared enough to use their time, you know? I give my mom hell about it, though. I ain't wearing that shit after today. You better hang that in the closet.
Yeah, I hated itchy woolen jumpers, or you could probably call them pullovers.
Or wool. I was happy when wool went on style. Used to be in Michigan, we'd have a lot of snow, and they'd be like, every time you leave the house, you got on a wool sweater. Like, hell no, that shit turns me red, makes me sweat. And you better get your wool sweater. I ain't touched wool since shit. I turned 17. I was like, you can keep the wool. Well, the military get wool blankets there, you know. It's warm, you know.
I don't get it. It's like I'm asking questions because I would like to learn, and then like maybe I could actually genuinely be on your side, and then it's like, no, you guys just exclude me. It's like I genuinely actually just want to learn.
Okay, well, a good place to start is like Newtonian physics and Newtonian gravity, and then look at relativity and special relativity. Maybe
Shooter, you're not
study some
answering any questions.
thermodynamics, the gas laws,
Mm-hmm.
physics in general, vectors, velocities, angular velocities, rotating reference frames,
Oh, I understand gravity. I still believe in it. I'm just saying, like, I want to know what the
Well,
basis
not
for
all
what they
this
have
is
is.
for gravity. It's just for the debate.
Well, yeah, fair. Like,
They're all,
there's definitely a lot more that I can
they're
learn.
all subjects that'll come up, no matter which side you're on. You can get into LIGO, the Hadron Collider. It helps if you've already debated these.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they bring it up, you already know how to defeat it. But that kind of kills the debate real quick.
I mean,
so if you want a lengthy debate, it's cool to just listen. Because most of these will never settle. They'll go to the next level. There's so many intricacies in there of this led to that and logical progression that it'll get progressively harder and higher academically. So you can't really say flat earth is a bad thing because it promotes science to, let's just say, kids who probably would never do science if they didn't talk to flat earthers. And people, grown men who just go to work and do their job and feed their family. They get on here too, normal people. They wouldn't be doing science, but now they got a hobby. You know, I'm going to beat down these flat earthers or I'm going to crush them globers. So everybody's doing science. That's a good thing. Any science you can't question, I'm here to tell you that's not science. If your science is true, then you should be able to fucking defend it.
Can we put
If science
relative
isn't,
density keeps us on
if
Earth? You only need gravity to stick to the ball. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That's my current understanding. That's like what gravity is, or that's what people would call gravity. Yeah.
relative density or special relative gravity.
I'm not as dense as the Earth would be.
No, what he was talking about, that's relative density.
Yeah, relative density is just like a comparison between that and
It's a theory of specific gravity due to relative density and medium.
yes.
Yeah. That's another topic that's good to be well versed in. It's a wide category. You can pick your niche. If you hang out long enough, you might have an egg from every, carton in your basket. Who knows? Depends
You
on
know,
how much you
these
like
days I kind of
to
wish
read.
every once in a while that I could know enough to maybe call myself an intellectual, though I have no interest. I just have too much to fucking deal with trying to fucking establish radio theory in my head for class. That shit is so fucking ugh.
Shut up.
What?
I think that's cool because most people consider people intellectuals who those people themselves don't consider themselves even a wise man. He doesn't know everything.
I
So
don't.
it is wise to just know we can't know everything.
It just feels like calling myself smart. I don't need to do that.
I hear you.
So Cam, you should
Are you
ask
not?
them
Are
what they
you
mean by
smart,
density.
man?
What they
Anything
mean
you
by
do,
density?
Yeah.
often, you'll get good at. Just look at it that way.
You mean math?
I mean anything. If you debate every day, you're
Vaccine.
probably a better debater.
Vaccine? Oh
Well,
shit.
you know,
Here we go.
I don't know about that, but
COVID-19 vaccine.
He's trying to
yeah,
start
you
shit.
can't listen, guy. You can't say that stuff. It's TOS violations in
Are
here.
you
We don't even
serious?
talk about that. Yeah, it's called medical misinformation, and if you keep bringing it up, I'll have somebody get rid of you.
Okay, question. Is that only in regards to just COVID vaccines or vaccines period?
In general.
I'm going to be
We
honest,
don't
that
want
has
to
to be
talk
the
about any
craziest shit I have ever
vaccines.
heard. Because
We
vaccines have
don't
been
want
around
to
for a
talk
while,
about.
and it was before then that it was completely fine. Conversations around it were whatever, right? And people could still make an argument for it,
Yeah,
being like an entire enterprise for medicine and
we're not doing
pharmaceuticals, and
that.
I understand. But like COVID came, and all of a sudden now it's
Hey, man,
violation.
let's cut you off real quick before you get banned too. Cool. Let's just get off vaccines. That's
You're
these
welcome to take
people
that
like their
to like a
server.
private
That's a
conversation.
TOS violation. Yeah, it's nothing personal, guy. These guys built their server. They get rid of you and me both to protect it. Discord TOS, so they don't really want you to. It's not our house, so let's have respect.
I mean, I'm not gonna talk about it. I think that's interesting. Anyway,
Well, it should be said that the politics, and they're good guys. You know, they're
also,
open
yeah,
minded, so we
today we
should
just learned
respect
about
them.
radio
That's a
waves and
good
radio
thing.
theory. Like that's my genuine class because I'm in the Air Force and that's my gig. Um,
You're in the Air Force.
yes.
You're gonna be airman.
Any evidence that
Radar
talks about the
check.
propagation
What?
of radio waves?
Doing communications or what?
You don't want to talk
Yeah.
about your MOS or
No, I
what?
can talk about my AFSC. My AFSC literally has to do with
All
comms
right,
and
all
radio
right.
waves and yeah.
So he is there. Cool. Good for you, kid. You. So what are you gonna do? That's what I'm asking. What
Radio,
type of career are you seeking in
basically
radio?
radio
That's
maintenance
cool.
and electronic engineering.
That's cool. Comms officer or something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gotta let me talk to my mama. I'll protect your ass on the battlefield, cause I'm my mama's boy. I gotta tell mama at the end of the day.
There's a whole lot of things we're learning, such as how certain frequencies bounce off of the ionosphere, how um which is interesting because I could actually bring a fair amount of the things that I learned from radio theory into here, since
Yeah,
I
ham
mean these are
radio,
things that are not just
skip
taught but
wave.
applied in regards to the course and what we do.
Yeah, it's
And
called skip wave propagation.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a ham operator. I'm a tech, so I'm with you.
Ionosphere lies. But yeah, well, we were just pretty much talking about all of the different stuff in the atmosphere, how it relates to propagating frequencies and such, skip zones, and all sorts of fuck shit.
Call you radar. He was Army, not Air Force.
Hmm?
I was just gonna liken you to Radar from MASH, but you know, that was Army.
Where the fuck did everybody go? Yo, Bill, you here?
It's a snack break. You guys don't want to listen to me smoke this joint, do you?
Nah, I wanna hear you talk about ham radios though.
You got call letters.
So I got what?
You got a registered ID. You got call letters. CAJ, NIX, 1240, anything like that.
Hell no. I'm a fucking noob.
So
But
you're
it's
not a
interesting.
licensed tech. You're not a licensed tech.
No, definitely not.
That
Just
says a
a
lot.
inquiring mind.
Well, if you're learning this for the Air Force, it seems somewhere down the line you would have to be certified.
No, I'm not the Air Force guy.
Oh.
I'm a different guy.
Oh, okay. See, I come from a military.
But I was hoping
family.
you and the Air Force guy would get into like LOS and stuff, you know? I
Told
don't
to
know.
here to say something bad about gay people.
What you said?
Who
I
did
was
that?
told that some guy in the first chat. He wanted me to tell you guys that you're gay.
She got us. He wanted her to tell us
Did it.
we're gay.
I went to the Flat Earth Discord to tell them that a guy here told me to tell them that they're gay. So
Congratulations,
How'd
women.
they like that? I actually think that's funny.
I mean, I was like, there's a guy here trying to get me to be mean to you guys.
You
I'm
fags.
bored. I was
You
just
prob-
scrolling through all of them trying to see who's
You
fighting
probably
or not.
called them fags too. Don't lie.
Oh, I'm gonna go back and do it then. Do you want me to?
I'm not telling you to. No.
I mean, can you tell me to so I can tell them that you
I'm
told me to?
I'm
I won't say your
saying-
name. I
I'm
won't say.
saying you probably already did it.
I'm
That's
not
what
a
I'm saying.
snitch.
Like P Mars and shit.
Well, why am I still in
Huh?
the Flat Earth Discord? Holy
Well,
shit.
you probably dropped a couple N bombs in there too, didn't you? Till they banned you.
Yeah, I did that like a couple hours.
Somebody keeps kicking them or something.
Just go back to League of Legends.
She went in there and said, "You're all a bunch of fags. This dude on the politics server told me." You know she did. Or he or whatever. Fuck, I don't know. Call me Boomer. I get confused nowadays. When we're not face to face. Now, if we're face to face, I'll know. Can't fucking lie to me with some makeup.
Why was that mentioned? We have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, got him. Oh, thanks.
You keep switching from chat to chat, so we had no idea what you were saying. Man, see, all these people are banned at, most of them are banned. They got quite a few accounts banned at the normal 24/7. So they get in here and they're like, "Yeah, here's my chance to troll them guys that banned me."
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they cry to the politics owners and they're like, "Man, you flat earthers banned me just for spitting facts," and they're down here, calling people gay and shit. I mean, it's a good troll. You gotta give them credit. They're working their angles, man. Man's got to do what a man's got to do.
They're bored.
Right.
What could you do?
I mean,
I'm
I
trying to
wish
hear
I was
about Flat
your
Earth though.
age.
How long have you been a Flat Earther, Battlemon?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say I was one? When did I say that?
I just assumed. My bad.
Yeah, I was just pointing that out, but it was a good assumption.
I mean, you're debunking Cavendish. I don't know.
I didn't debunk it. I just pointed it out for what it actually is. For you to say you manipulated the cause in there, you're going to say I changed the weight. And I'm going to say, well, how is manipulating weight manipulating gravity? And you're say gravity causes weight. And then we're going to go to prove gravity causes weight. So you don't have that. You have to assume. If we assume gravity causes weight, then the Cavendish becomes an experiment wherein we manipulated the independent variable of gravity, but we still don't know the cause of gravity, and we couldn't manipulate it if we wanted to. But we can fucking pick up a guy who weighs 160 and call that manipulating gravity. And that's not logical. So it's just not an experiment. They didn't manipulate the cause. In an
He
experiment,
starts with the faulty calculations too, right?
well, you can go into all that, but the truth is, if you haven't manipulated the cause, you've established no cause and effect relationship. It's just that simple. So,
Makes sense. I'm with you there.
so I'm not debunking it. I'm just getting people to understand what I understand. I went to college. Everything isn't so sewed up and certain once you get into advanced physics. You know, most things become theoretical, and we do say often, if we first assume this, then we can infer that, and that's inductive and deductive, and we take that for concrete reality. But the truth is, you can't build one concrete fact out of four assumptions and multiple inferences. That's just the truth. People are just trying to save themselves in these debates from saying the truth. This is our best guess because that's what it is, and that's your best way of representing it on certain things. Now, other things are tied down, and that's just the way it is right here where we live under these conditions. But there's no reason to think that the outside universe is a different environment but holds true the same conditions. That's not a logical thought. There's no logical progression to it. So we can say these are the rules where we are, where we live in everyday life, but we can't apply it to everything we see in the universe, not logically or scientifically, because we can't experiment on it. Whether it's distance or cause of rotation, cause of movement, or the things you see in the sky, I don't care. You can't experiment on this shit. It's not concrete. It's your best guess.
Yeah, I heard someone say like Cavendish would have to be in a vacuum, right? Or some shit.
Yeah, that's what they try to say, but listen, you got to manipulate the cause. To cause and effect relationship. You're saying mass attracts mass. You can't just change the size of the mass and get a different rate because it's weight. Weight is causing that. Okay, it's torsion. If you put more weight on torsion, yeah, it's going to move slower. So it's just that simple. Okay, and if you're saying you've manipulated the weight, so you've manipulated the gravity because gravity causes weight, then you're right back to proving gravity causes weight and not just assuming it in a concrete reality. Now, you can do it for whatever inference or prediction or mathematical equation you want, but I don't see how that applies to any applicable technology or betters anybody's life. It just becomes an undemonstrable fact. And facts that aren't demonstrable aren't concrete. They're actually oxymorons. If you can't demonstrate it, it's not a fact. It's not a truth. It sure the fuck ain't science. Science is about knowing where we live, knowing our guesses from our realities. Can't take all science as concretism. Some sciences is trying to make leaps and bounds in technologies, and so they're going to guess because that's all they got. Based on statistics or analytics, we just call it process control and improvement or statistical process control. Doesn't make it concrete. A lot of our systems, they're useful and applicable and applicable. They're still not concrete. Like electricity, we can use it, but we sure the fuck don't know where it really comes from.
Do we not? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we don't know where electricity comes from. We don't know what it is. We know how to generate it or make it appear, cause a state where it's there, but we couldn't tell you where it comes from. That's like where they get into the fourth dimension and shit, you know?
It's a
Because
good
they're trying
point.
to conceptually gain a millisecond on the other competitors. The most movement of tech is technology, you know, advancements in that. They study all the analytics to get, you know, something that's 2 seconds faster or works longer. Just because we can make a thing work and work longer doesn't mean we know absolutely everything about it. If we did, imagine the products we could build. Then our products wouldn't die. But man made stuff has to be maintained. Why? Because, well, you know, it's only as good as what we know. And what we know about 100% of everything is very minuscule as a race, as a human race, you know. We don't know one millionth of a percent of everything. We're not even in 1% of everything. We're still in the fractional section of the 1.1111%, you know? We don't know shit. But
Damn.
we like to think we do. A wise man knows, you know, he doesn't know everything, and the human race altogether can't know everything. Men can be wrong. Theories can be wrong. You know, there's a reason science is challengeable. It's because the only constant that we actually know in the world and we can prove and demonstrate is change. All things will change, even our perspective on science with the growth of knowledge and experience, you know, trial and error. Once we knowledge grows through trial and error, then our understanding of a thing changes, so our science has changed. We absolutely know that. That's why we say it's not 100% because we know our perspective on that topic is going to change with the discovery of new knowledge. And it's always going to be that way.
Do you
We
think
can't
there's
know.
other civilizations who have had better science than we have now?
Yes.
Well, healthier, I don't know. Better is a kind of has to do with me. What would be my ideal state? So I don't know about better, but they might have used technology more wisely. I mean, if it harms the earth or it harms living beings, it's not really making life better for the human race. And in my opinion, it's no good as a technology. But that's just me.
You smart man.
I mean, we use drones for warfare, right? But we could use drones to deliver clothes and food to people who are starving. You could fly a missile right in the window of your house. Could you send me a pair of Calvin Klein jeans through the mail like that? Fly it up to the window? Maybe a fruit basket? I'll send you a salmon. We like to fish up here in Michigan, you know. Maybe some trout. You like walleye?
But you think maybe they had a better idea of electricity and like energy and stuff?
I do. I think they do.
It's
We
kind
live
of
in a resonant frequency called the human resonance, and I think that covers the entire spectrum of resonance so that there's energy there free in the atmosphere. And I do think there were people who could just tap into the battery of life because all life is electric. Yeah, you need electrolytes. Every living thing has electrolytes. They're electric in nature. This is an electric realm. Yeah, I think there were more advanced peoples.
You also run on frequencies.
I think there were mud floods. I know there were bigger forests. In Michigan, where I live, the forest burnt down when the Chicago forest burnt down. Most people don't know that the Great Chicago Fire was also Michigan caught on fire too, the top half of the state. So I know that's not an old forest because we had to replant it. You know, they do so much logging, they're replanting the forest all the time. I'm sure there's better ways to do it than what we currently do. I get into a lot of stuff, but I like to stick to what we can prove. We're just, unless when we're in these lobbies, unless we're somewhere where they don't have a focused topic. You know,
Yeah, I don't think we have a Globy to talk to right now. Just thinking of weird shit.
I'll post you guys a video inside chat. Something interesting. Let you know
Tristan,
where I'm sitting.
that motherfucker's been trolling us for 8 years, motherfucker. Trying to act like he's like, I don't know you. Yeah, I was Michael J. Smith then, man. I mean, I'm still Michael J. Smith, but that was my name. I just used my name. And then people kept on asking me if I was making fun of that astronaut. Like, no, that's my God Gooden name. That's just my middle initial. We got different middle names. So I
Damn, you
changed it.
just dox yourself on Flat Earth Discord.
I don't care. I'm Michael Jonathan Smith. Good luck finding me, motherfucker. There's 10 million of us. And if you do find me, that's not really your good fortune. I don't work for another man. I work for myself, and I know everybody that comes on my land. I live in the country. I got acreage. My driveway's pretty long, son, and I got rifles. We hunt up here. I shoot moving targets for dinner.
Nice.
And then I carve it up myself.
You be eating the organs, the raw, like
No, I don't eat or what am I, a vampire? Fuck. I'm a country boy, you mother.
I heard it was good for you.
I should just ridicule this guy right now.
Just cut the
What, you
fucking
mean,
liver out
so,
and
like,
eat that shit hot, dude. It's good.
well, there is an Ojibwe tradition about eating a piece of the liver, but that's on your first hunt. Now, yes, I did that. Okay. But I also drank some blood.
There you go. That's how you do it.
But
You
my
know.
father was Ojibwa, my grandfather was chieftain of a Chippewa tribe. And so I wanted to hunt on the, annual hunt, the yearly hunt. So I had to obey their rules. If I killed on their land, because they're as much a part of this land as the land is a part of them. Even this nation that exists around them honors the right that they're the original people of this land. We're not, we're like dual citizens. So I live in America and Michigan, but I'm free to travel between Canada and Michigan without a passport. So I have a nation card. I've got a native name. Most people don't know that
You
about
like
me.
a Native American?
Yes, I'm Ojibwe. My father was full-blooded Ojibwe. So Choctaw, Chippewa, we're all pretty much the same band of Anishinaabe, but we're all Anishinaabe. So, yeah, I'm Wabe Macounts, or Little White Bear. So I'm from the Bear Clan, but my mom was white, so I'm whiter than everybody else. So I can't be a Makwa, a black bear. I'm a white bear. My grandma gave me that name though, so I'm cool with it. I get picked on though at the reservation because I'm white. It's cool though.
And is there flat earthers in the reservation?
Well, yeah, but I like to let individuals speak for themselves. But yeah, there are quite a few. I met Micmac natives on Discord that I didn't know from Canada, even though I've been to Canada on Chippewa reserves. My grandmother lives there. Like I said, my grandfather is second to the chieftain. He's council now, but he's older, so he's getting ready to pass.
I seen there's like this picture of all the ancient depictions of and then the Navajos are in there, huh? With the
Anishinaabe, yeah. Mohawk, Potawatomi, Cheyenne, Choctaw, Cree. So a lot of them are Anishinaabe nations. They're actually two different nations, Saskatchewan and Anishinaabe. And that's a band. Two nations band together, that's band. This is like a Dodem, or what you guys call totem, but it's Dodem. It's the lines and chains of our people. Those aren't totem poles, they're Dodem poles. White people just couldn't say Dodem. Seriously. They put a T on it.
seems pretty easy.
Just like there's Chippewa and Ojibwa, and what's funny is the original name is Ochippewa, and they just broke it up. One guy heard Chippewa, the other guy heard Ochippewa. So they say Ojibwa and Chippewa, but Ojibwa is just another way to write Ochippewa, which is Ochippewa. That's what we are. We're all Ochippewa. Ojibwa and Chippewa. They're not two different. They were just brother tribes that were camped out in different locations. You know what I mean? Like a city state. Brother, cousin, somebody say, "Hey man, I'm a little tired of you. I'm taking my family and friends and we're getting the fuck on," you know?
Makes sense.
Sibling rivalry. Well, there's so much earth to go around that nobody, squabbled over earth. You take that dumb shit over there and we'll be cool. Hey man, when your tobacco's in, let me know my liquor's cooking, or my corn's growing. They'd still barter and all that, but I mean, nobody had to tell you the laws of the land because the law was all the same for the whole nation.
What is it with the tobacco and the natives? Some spiritual
Well,
shit.
yeah, you got ceremonial uses and yeah,
Because
spiritual
I'm a big
uses.
tobacco user, but I never understood that.
You mix it with
Tobacco
sage and
is a mind enhancer.
yeah, and a purification tool too.
Yeah, pure tobacco, not this smoke
Cleansing.
cigarette crap.
Yeah, not the nicotine riddled fucking Marlboro Red you get, but tobacco leaf, pure and true.
Like and you hand roll it, huh?
Yeah, well, they didn't always smoke it. Some of it is just used in a sage pack for purification and cleansing rituals to
And so
rid
it
you of
cleanses the
evil
air, really?
spirits. Yeah,
Is there like
purify
science
your
to that?
home with it.
Oh, it's all spiritual, you mean?
Yeah, you don't know what a saging is. Like if we were gonna go on a journey or go into a battle, they'd burn a bunch of different herbs, spices, and tobaccos with sage, and they go around. They go at your feet and let the smoke rise up across you, and I guess the smoke is supposed to release demons and illnesses,
Mm.
give them a path back to source, something like that. Some of it is smoke. Like they didn't always just they. I guess what Indian smoke that people thought was weed in a peace pipe would be considered some how can ciga weed, I guess that ghettos it up. But it'd be tobacco and weed mixed. They'd mix them both together. It
And
depends too.
Wouldn't they use it for like dream states too? The tobacco?
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, and you burn tobacco when somebody's sick too. There's a lot of different things they do with it. Not all of it is my big research topic.
It's
Mostly,
interesting.
I'm studying our language right now. I've got a full-blooded cousin that live on reservation and speaks fluid Algonquin. That's the only language she's used her entire life, and she's teaching me Algonquin, which is our language.
That's what you speak every now and then.
Yeah, she's a dude. She's only 16 and she's a smart kid.
It
But
sounds
most
really
people
hard
think,
to learn.
most people think the Native Americans want their land back and they kick everybody out right now, but that's not true. Yeah, I mean, we accepted people in our tribes. What we'd want to do is get rid of the evil people that came over here and got us with them contracts, and
Mm-hmm.
treaties and
Same thing as
those guys
Australia.
who pen speak with forked tongue, same as him mouth. We just want them guys to go. Y'all can hang out. I mean, we gonna need help, but we just don't want no forked tongue people here. That's all.
It's funny though. You think it's a coincidence that America has the natives and Australia has our natives, our Aboriginals, and our Aboriginals here are just as great people as we are, and they welcome us just as much as we welcome them.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's weird because every land has its original people, and I think most of them people lived by a code where if there other people needed to live off the land, they didn't mess with them. We all got to live in harmony with all the life that here. And as long as we do that, then the bounty of the earth is good, and we eat good and we live good.
Oh
Some
man.
people should have learned to just when the rain gets, pick your shit up and leave when there ain't no rain no more. If my crops failed for 1 year, I don't care what year we were in. I'd be like, hey man, why don't we start walking that way till we get somewhere where it actually rains, and then we just build a new place there. Fuck it. Then we can have crops. Mike wouldn't. Ain't no 10 droughts plaguing Mike because God gave Mike intelligence, and Mike will say, "Hey, let's just walk around till we see where the fruit's growing good, and then we'll plop down there because there's probably fucking rain." I mean, right?
Yeah.
Walk till you find a lush garden. Be like, "Yep, looks good here." No buffalo? Go where the fucking buffalo are. Yeah, that's crazy when you think about it. When they first got here, the Great Plains was inhabited by the wild buffalo, and they ran in herds. And these herds could take, 2 hours to pass by you as they gallop at 30 mile an hour, just like a stampede. And if you see a bison in the wild today, people will be calling the DNR or something. Holy shit, there's a bison loose. Some white guy will be trying to send it back to a fucking zoo. But there's no Great Plains no more either. They built cities on them, cut down the forest to build the cities.
Yeah, where all those buffalo are gone, huh?
Yeah, they damn near hunted the buffalo out of existence. But I mean, there's still bison. Bison are pretty much buffalo that've been in captivity for a long time. So yeah, you can still see buffalo. At a bison, you're looking at a buffalo. It's a male buffalo. That ain't the real Kiwi. Why doesn't he mic up? Kiwi always got something to say. Tell Kiwi to get his ass in the VC, Lulu. Get beget, crit. None of you guys are here or what? Too late for you all.
It's just you. You're holding it down. I gotta get some more hash.
QE got a service time. No, I was talking about Kiwi.
Good morning.
What's up, Get Beget?
What up?
Oh, my son.
Yeah, fucker ain't got a cup of coffee yet.
Where'd
You need
that
to
Air
pop.
Force guy go? Is he gone? I wanted to ask him some questions.
I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't look at his name. I didn't catch who I was talking to. I'm playing chess too. While we're having this conversation, I just viciously beat down a dude that was 875, and I'm only rated 615.
Not bad.
Well, I've been studying traps, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know it.
I like to stick with chess theory, but I see some traps that get you a lot of quick wins. Just randomly go through them. You go from let's do the Benelli trap to the Osfici trap, and just keep on going. See which ones work for you. You'd be surprised how many high-rated players will let you get a fucking 8-move checkmate on them. They're masters of them doing the quick moves. They're not ready for the guy who's defends while he auto attacks. You can't just chess isn't a game you can win by defending. You've got to attack. The only question is when. When's perfect timing? But if you always stay on the defense, you will lose.
Is it like the parent trap?
I don't know. But the best defense is a goddamn good offense. It's the same with war, too. So that's funny, but chess does train our kids to win games and think a lot and do their best moves and win the game of life, win the war, win the battle. You should teach your children chess. You should play chess with them. And then you should teach them chess theory and how to apply it to their life. Everything's a risk in chess. You can't have fear of risk or sacrifice. You got to be willing to sacrifice because the means outweigh the ends. The end outweighs the means. I don't care if I win with just 2 pawns and a king. I still won.
Yes, you have to plan 3-4 moves ahead.
Yeah. And if you do life like that and you look at yourself, you're a corporation, you're a business. It takes a certain amount of money for you to survive. And that's your lifestyle, your home, your income. If you look at yourself like a company and build assets and capital properly and think 3 or 4 moves ahead, you can win in life. You also need to know a lot of law too, though. Those are the things they don't teach you in school: business management, money management, and law. But if you don't manage your money will manage you. A fool and his money will soon be parted. But the truth is, once you get a certain amount of money, if you save every dollar you got and you get to a certain amount, you no longer need to work for money. You can use your money to make money. And that's the truth in life. It's easier to make money once you got money, because money makes money. You got to think like that. You got to take 4 looks ahead and be willing to risk the first move.
Money to money comes.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you got $1 million, you can see it as an investment strategy, but you don't have a broker. Maybe you're the guy that just runs your own eBay and buys things really cheap and sells them for a markup. And then you're just moving money around and increasing the amount of money that you have while you're doing it. More money you got, the more you can do in life. You want to change the world, you better get some fucking coins, son. If you ain't, how you gonna change the world without money? Ain't nobody gonna listen to you.
Well,
It's easier to con a man than to tell a man he's been conned. I can con the
can at
motherfucker
least
and then tell him I conned him, and he won't accept the con. So I can tell him the truth and walk away smiling.
maybe you can make it stop spinning. That's a change also. Uh,
At least this chat here isn't the lobby text isn't as toxic as, entry level general over at your guys' home base. You guys got all these trolls here though, get that we banned years ago, man. What the fuck? Tristan?
who?
How'd Tristan make it? And you don't remember Tristan?
No. But I saw
Brenda?
Brenda got
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Brenda showed up.
I didn't get him here. I don't know him. Yeah.
Riding on eggshells is here. He done
Yeah.
parked in the
That's
lobby.
true.
They gotta
Yeah.
be they gotta battle 24/7 on all fronts. That's a Jim
Uh,
Panda crew. He's a panda.
yeah. I know. Yeah. I haven't been to Jim Panda in years now.
Man, I go there at least once a week just to piss him off, bro. You know me.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I ain't went nowhere. What's up, bitch? It's the battle
Mm.
mod.
That's good. That's good.
Think I'm kidding.
Being a thorn in the ribs.
Yeah, they got a thorn in their anus. Their fucking stupidity.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thorn they got. You ever heard that thing? I'm
Yeah.
my worst enemy. I wish they'd learn that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Or some of these guys that debate you. You gotta let these people talk a little longer, man,
Mm.
because when you do, they get comfortable and they say the dumbest shit, and then you just beat them over the head with that dumb shit for a long time and never really address what they were saying. So this is diverting the topic
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
the battle mod 101. So this is you can win a debate and never have facts. So debate
Mm.
skills 101. I used to teach a class.
I know what bewitching is battle mod.
Hey, Jim Panda and them, they teach their boys how to
Yeah,
divert and how to change the
yeah.
subject and how to switch the burden of proof and all that.
Hmm.
Or redirect by say, so what you're saying is, you know what I
Yeah.
like to do? I like to tell them the one they tell us. I read an article one time that said you're wrong as fuck. Would you like to address that? Without giving a citation for the article or even giving, I don't know what it was, but it said you were wrong. What do you think about that? I had a Glover that kept doing that to me. I was like, are you serious, dude? This is just a tactic? Or he's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you can't debunk my article. I thought it was, well, that's original. You're not even going to cite it. Okay.
You know, I was thinking about the same thing like yesterday, you know. How the hell did Brenda found out about the place here? And
One
I
of
was
these
like,
trolls is probably eggshell shit. They passed it
you know,
around as soon as they got it at Gem Pandas, bro. You know they did.
yes.
Just one. It only takes one of them. They're like
Yeah, it
cockroaches,
spreads.
man. They're
Yeah.
like cockroaches. They run back to the nest and they go, "Hey, I found the land of milk and honey, guys. Come on, bring the kids. We can have a couple million
Yeah.
more on the way when we get there."
Oh.
Damn cockroaches. But they're in any, I'm not on 24/7 now, so I go to a bunch of other servers. And these guys are just on any server that pops up with a flat earth tag in your Discord public servers list. They're on.
Yeah.
Who are they?
A lot of people like Kusho, Anik, you know these guys?
Mm-mm.
They are.
Riding on eggshells is one. Matthew Learns is another. Allison, she's a young winch in training.
Mm,
Listen. Don't think I'm kidding you. This all started when Gen Panda brought his punk ass to our server like 30 days after we started it, about 9 years ago, and we just crushed
yeah.
his ass with facts. And he started his own server the next day, and he called it Flat Earth. And then he changed it to Debate Flat Earth and more, and it's been that way ever
Yeah.
since. These guys were trolling us on YouTube when we left YouTube and came to Discord. Well, so, the effect, somebody said, hey, man, these dudes are on Discord. You can call them a retardant voice. And so they were here, man. And their first globe earth evidence was they would get in our server and post all this gay porn. And that proved a globe, ball sacks and rockets and all.
Yeah.
It's good proof for a globe. I thought, guys, these guys are smart. We couldn't even keep up, dude, man. We couldn't delete. Like, you got to look at it to delete it. We didn't have bots yet, none of that shit. These guys are posting 1,000 times. Like, we didn't have no restrictions on nothing, dude. They was just,
Spamming. Yeah.
you come in 7 in the morning, there's 5 hours of gay porn. You're like, man, I ain't even fucking with that. I'm going to drink some coffee, let somebody else see it. But at first they wouldn't even debate us, dude. They wouldn't get in voice and debate us. They they'd say this dumb shit in the text lobbies, and they'd want to keep text warrioring. And then we
Mm,
started getting them in there, and getting them on YouTubes and on live streams, and we were just crushing them. We've been doing it ever since.
You think they're on like NASA payroll or something?
Some of these dudes, man, now that I go to these multiple servers, I was gonna say that, and I see that
Guys,
this
I
guy
just
Ben.
came to a new conclusion that Earth is a donut, shaped like a
Actually did
donut.
hear about that. Yeah, that's actually facts.
Hey,
Like,
you know what's
like
funny?
that makes more sense than the actual flat Earth
After
theory.
I fuck,
Yeah,
after I
right,
fuck
bro.
your
Like
moms,
Earth
I
shaped
like
like a
Dunkin'
donut.
Donuts.
So what happens is if you go forward, if you gain enough
Hey,
momentum and
hey,
you
listen,
spin
listen,
really, yeah.
listen. After I stop giving momentum to your mama, I like to eat donuts. You got any milk?
Why would you say such a thing?
So you eat ass. That's kind of weird.
Well, if it's his mama's ass, son, I might like it.
I mean, I can't
Anyway,
hate on you for that.
anyway, so there was like this I forgot, it was like
Depends on what tricks
like
his mama
if
got up
something
her
gains
sleeve.
enough momentum and it spins really
Where's
fast
my fucking milk, kid?
simultaneously,
I said your mom wanted milk.
it causes it to
I'm
form
done.
in the shape of a donut.
It
So therefore,
causes
the
it.
flat Earth theory is really not even a thing.
Oh, flat earth theories. Oh,
Look,
No, that makes
because
sense because
go
it's
back
a
to
donut and
passion.
all the land's in the donut and the ocean's in
Yeah.
the middle and it's going between the
Literally, yeah.
yeah.
That's yeah. That,
And because the
that
Earth's spinning
that's
so
how it
fast
holds
and
the
then like there's
structure.
like the core, the
That's how it
gravity
holds the
makes it
structure.
turn into a donut.
don't make no cereal. All that milk you got in the fridge, I pissed in that gallon.
Why is Battle Mod here? Is this?
Because I just got done fucking your mom's and I needed something to do, man.
How would you say something like that?
Speaking of piss, did you guys see that thing where Steve-O saved up his piss for a year just
I
so he
just
could be
don't
the
want
first
your
person to
dirty
human
piss
cannonball
milk.
into his own piss?
That's gross.
Why would you? Why is everybody getting server muted?
Because you guys are diverging. You're not even saying shit.
I
The
think that
the Battle Mod is the one saying bad stuff, and it's not even part of the combo. He should have got server muted a long time ago. I think that
go ahead, keep crying.
Bender was actually like bringing it to the conversation about Earth. You know, we
Listen,
were the only.
listen. You brought Bender, and I bought the Red Baron, and she already shot down your co-pilot, so you're next. What's up?
Good words.
So like,
What's up?
that doesn't
What's
even
up,
make
punk?
sense. So what's going on?
That's what I'm saying. What's popping?
We're just chilling out. I don't know what you're doing.
Why
I
did
know.
Bender get
I think he, because I think he snorted too many Adderall. I don't know.
I'm here to have a debate.
How many Addies did you do?
This is not a debate place.
313 in the Bible destroys the Trinity.
This is not a server or
Page
place of
13 in the
debate.
Bible destroys the Trinity.
Correct.
Hold on, I'll listen to his Trinity argument. Spit it out.
313.
Well, say it. What?
Acts 313.
Oh, Acts 3:13. Yes, it does. I agree.
Yep. I don't know
You
why.
thought I was going to be on the other side, didn't you?
I want you to be on the other side from the
Oh
behind.
yeah, no, I'm with you,
Yeah.
brother. There's but
I don't
one
want you to
God.
be with me. I want you to be like
There's
inside
but
of
one
me.
God.
Inside me.
Oh, we're
So
gonna walk
gay.
right on past that. I know. Don't
Oh
joke,
my
bro.
god.
I tried not to even pay it no attention. You had to point it out, didn't you? I was gonna walk right past it.
Mm.
Is it? Look, he's trying to throw
Did he leave?
bait out there. He got mad. Dude busted his Trinity. Oh, I thought you. I thought you
Yeah.
got mad. There wasn't a Trinity. I wouldn't use the Bible as proof for anything because I can't prove the Bible to be true. But you go ahead with your fun debates. I'm more
But
of
where
a
does it say flat Earth in the Bible?
scientific view.
Many places.
Hey, isn't the Is I think hey, I think the blanket thing there is the Quran, buddy.
Yeah.
The heavens are
Yeah,
The
stretched
the
out
rod.
like
motionless
a
part
tent.
and the firmament
The
part, I
heavens are
guess, but it doesn't really say.
There is no fucking vacuum. Shells.
That's all bait. Yo, you want a vacuum debate? I know.
Well, even second law
It's
of
still bait.
thermodynamics disagrees with the vacuum. Well, physics and the Bible, yeah, they disagree with your religion.
He was wanting to debate the flat Earth Bible topic.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna pick on him, but he is dropping bait. I mean, if you want to nibble on his bait, go ahead, man. I think that dude was just trying to create controversy by denying the Trinity in RVC, to be honest. Because a Trinitarian argument will bring out the most awful of zealots to condemn us to hell, no matter what they believe on the shape.
Eggshells. Eggshells, who brought you to this server? Oh, come on.
I did. I did. Yeah, I did. I don't really care who invited you here, bro.
Yeah.
So,
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't
yeah,
get
so
me
some
wrong.
chap
I
in
was talking
passing.
with Battlemod. Yeah. Go ahead,
Oh,
Battlemod.
who invited me?
No, I was just curious because I was talking with you about who invited them here. So yeah.
I can't remember who the.
Mm.
Actually, I thought
So
Dan the Water. I think Dan the Waterman invited me here. I'm not sure. Oh, let's not talk about that, bro. Hell no, I didn't. So, listen, I said I went out going, you suck, you're a bitch, and you're cool, and you're cool, and you're cool. And lucky enough, most of the people I said you're cool to are here. So, but yeah, but so really only one guy pissed me off, and so I said, fuck it. I was on my way out anyway, but the rest of them are all cool, man. I got nothing against those people. Just one dude pissed me off. And well, you can tell I'm that type of person. You piss me off, and I'm just going to tell you, how I see you. You're going to start insulting me. We all got opinions, right?
Yeah, I've got to ask, right? Did you come back in like a few weeks later, and you were like
I'm
someone
still
else?
there.
Like, were you acting
Still
like
there.
someone else Did you come back on another
Yeah.
account though? Because yeah,
Yes,
this guy
Jimbo.
came in. This guy came in, fucking
Listen.
man, and I swear it was you. And then people were saying, "No, it's not. It's not Mike. It's not Mike." And I'm like, "Come on, man! It sounds just like you."
Yeah, I used to message Helio from that account and say, "Shout out to Battle Mod and the VC," and I'd be sitting in there. I'd still got like 4 accounts here, but I got bored. If I want to hear you, I just get on YouTube. Fuck it. But really, only one person pissed me off, and I'm not one to hold a grudge forever. I'm a man. When we're angry, shit gets said. But if you've repeated the shit you said then, now it'd still be fuck you. You know what I mean? Because it's that way, or I wouldn't have got mad in the first place.
And from that person and Brenda, which one is your favorite?
Well, shit, I'd have to like that fucking asshole I cussed out then. He's a son of a bitch, but I like that son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
Man, he's dangerous now.
Oh,
His
see, I ain't even got to
vocabulary.
name him. I ain't even got to name him. That's cool. Thanks.
Yeah, his vocabulary enriched just like uranium, you know.
Yeah, I bet.
He
It's
evolved a lot.
listen, when I don't have to name the guy that says a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna anyway, though. I'm a better man than that. It's
Of
just let
course.
sleep. I'll let a sleeping dog lie. Some people like guys like me. Some don't. Fuck them if they don't. It's really that simple. No free rent here.
Yeah,
I'm too
there
big.
is plenty room for everyone in the world.
Now I am still thinking about his mom. She was hot. I had to.
Me too, me
I
too.
never
Yeah.
seen his mom, but she's
Maybe
hot
maybe
anyway,
we
you know.
can share his mom.
Right. Wonder if she can make a rump roast. No, I'm serious. I gotta eat good, damn it. I'm a country boy. I got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of work though.
Yeah,
In the,
I'm doing now the drilling pin rods for the Californian platform 1 and 2.
really?
Yeah, it worked here in Germany. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's the mill, you know, at the beginning. Then this milling head uh, has all those carbide inserts and stuff, the teeth.
Listen, are you
Then
telling me you're a roughneck? You's a roughneck?
it
You be changing drill bits and shit? Yes or no?
sorry? Yeah,
Yeah,
machinist. Yeah.
machinist, but it's a big fucking drill, okay?
Yes,
Takes a
yes.
roughneck motherfucker to be.
Yeah.
No, he's changing the bits, adding the pipe. He'd be
Uh,
a.
well, I make those the pipe and the mill, you know, but
Oh, you
I
make
don't
the
use them
tooling.
to drill. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, you're making the tooling. All right, cool. You are a tool
yeah,
and die machinist. Cool then.
yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, now this
Now,
milling head,
now we're centered and located. All right.
yeah, Uh,
True.
they have many types of threadings, and we have to make those threadings. And the thread has to be precision cut because when you screw it in, it has to
Expand and
actually
contract. It's got to have an air
to
gap.
uh, according to the torque you screw in, uh, it will screw in only like 40 millim 40 like 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters length, but there will be between the edge of the end of the screw and the pipe, there will be like 0.6 millimeter up to 1.6 millimeters.
Limited
And
space for these laymen.
yeah,
There'll be
yeah,
limited space, so
yeah,
you've got little bit of room,
yeah,
thousands in which to
yeah,
place these threads.
yeah.
I'm with you, but I do tool
So
and die too. So
yeah, because if they go all the way, then the pipe gets stuck with this tool,
damage
or
it
the
too.
pipes between them, they can get blocked, you know, because yeah, they are
Yeah, that
going in
listen,
harsh
that is why
environment.
you have an air gap though, because
Yeah,
under yeah, you got to have an air gap too,
yeah,
because under heat everything experiences expansion and then contraction,
yeah,
so you'll
yeah,
get lock up
yeah.
if you have too much expansion. Yeah. So you're running. So what he said is, motherfucker, I run a tight tolerance. You bitches couldn't fucking machine shit on
Yeah,
my level, and
yeah.
yeah, I said that.
The ones I do
Well,
now, I
I'm not
have a
doing a
very
tolerance that
small
tight, but I can make
tolerance.
my own damn bolts if I want.
I have a very small. So the ones I make now, the thread depth is actually 0.95 millimeters to 0.93. So you have only one 200ths of a millimeter, 20 microns beach play, you know. So I have to
On the
keep it
OD,
there.
yeah, it's the
Yeah,
outer dimension, right?
yeah,
The
uh,
outer dimension of the thread. Yeah. All right.
yeah. So it's a pain in the ass, you know, because the machine, um, those cutters,
Yeah, because
when you
yeah,
cut
you're
these
doing outer
pipes, they are
dimensions
hardened.
profiles, not inner
They
dimensions.
are the pipes are hardened first at the end where you make the thread, and the cutters go off. They broke very like every hour, you know, so you have to change them, and yeah.
So you got to make a lot of them.
Oh yeah, I make
So that
like
so that's
140 in one shift.
damn, that's a lot.
Yeah, and they are long, like the
If I gave you some
three and
drills
3 meters
listen,
long.
let me ask you a question. If I
Yeah,
gave you some drill bits in a shop
yeah.
full of machines like lathes and verticals and horizontals and turning centers and said, "Hey, go sharpen these for me," mills, and could you do it?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sharp, just sharpen some drill bits with the
Depends
mill.
for what alloy
All right.
you want to drill, you know, because some harder
Right. I'm with.
steels
Okay,
they
well, we don't
require
gotta go
different angles.
that
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
Right. high speed or carbide. Yeah, you might want to use a
Yeah.
chucker rather than a drill. Yeah.
Oh, the
Yeah,
carbides.
I'm with you. I
You
know a
need
rougher
diamonds
chucker.
too. Mm.
Bro, I got a Fanuc controlled Mazak in my
Oh,
fucking
yeah, what's
garage.
up?
You know, I got a good. Yeah, I
I
got a Fanuc
have a
controlled
lot of.
Haas. I got a machining center, a horizontal machining center. I polish and port intakes and shit with that.
Yeah,
Port motors.
nice.
I got a home, cylinder home. It's like a 6-ton home, big ass home.
Oh, you are well
But I got an
equipped.
engine shop, you know.
Yeah, you need for
Yeah,
that.
so I do some tool and die center and locating. I do some true machining shit. But it was also part of my schooling, you know.
Yeah,
I like mechanical shit. I like being a master of mechanical shit.
me too. When I was younger, I liked milling, CNC machine milling
And I
for.
apologize. I talk like a guy in the garage, even though I got an education. But I grew up in a garage and working on a crew with other men, or in
Yeah,
service
well,
on a crew with other men. So I talk like a manly man.
I started with bikes in childhood, throwing the
That's where I
wheels,
started.
everything, pinions, chains,
When I was
axles.
7, my dad said, "I got you, I got you a unicycle, boy, but we got to redo it."
Yeah,
He made me
redo it.
look. My dad made me ride that motherfucker every spare minute I had till I could ride the fucking unicycle around. I felt like the farm clown and shit. I was like, "You enjoy this shit, old man?" He said, "I am. You're having fun." I said, "I'm not having fun. You are. This might be a talent I'll use when I get older, but you know."
Yeah.
And it was when because I could ride a unicycle.
Oh,
I could do a lot more tricks when flatland tricks came out on BMX, you know, peg
yeah,
stands, ollies, cowboys. I
yeah.
got a half pike in my side yard. Got a harness if you're a pussy. We'll put a harness on you. You won't be able to fall down and get hurt, but you can ride the
Uh,
half pike on a bike. It's for training, you know. You can go out there in real life, if you don't have a harness, eventually, if you ride the half pike too long, you're gonna fall down. But if you got the harness, you can just keep pushing yourself to get an endurance,
yeah,
and the harness will support you above the floor of the half pike all the way, swing back and forth like a swing. So if your bike goes off and under you, you're just gonna ride the half pike like Superman,
yeah.
about 4 foot off the floor. You know,
I
actually,
had
it's about it's like
BMX
3.
too. I fell with it,
Yeah, my kids
and
use it now, my nephews. I don't use that shit. I ain't lying.
well, we have
I
an
used to.
age.
Yeah. I used to. I ride the skateboard still. Ride some rollerblades, but not on the half pipe. I don't use that fucking half pipe. Fucker, I'm too old for that shit.
A
What shape
BMX
is
is
the
too
Earth?
low,
You.
but
What shape is the
doesn't
Earth?
have a shape. The Earth doesn't have a shape.
Is it curved or flat?
Flat it? Yeah. Flat isn't a shape.
Yeah,
Um, do you guys think that the second law of thermodynamics is
Hmm.
science?
is scientific. Yes,
It is scientific. What science?
physics.
So you think science is physics?
It's mechanical.
No, the second law of thermodynamics is uh, about the physics of elements of nature and energy, matter and energy.
So would you say gravity is
This is
science?
what it deals with. Sorry?
Would you say gravity is science?
No.
What's the difference?
Well, there is no experiment to demonstrate gravity.
Is there any wait? So there's no experiments to demonstrate gravity, right?
The difference between
Would you say there's any? Wait, so you mean
that's
when you say
right. The laws
demonstrate?
of
Do you mean prove?
thermodynamics are based on
Yeah.
demonstration.
Okay, just one at a
So
time. Get
okay.
get.
Yes.
Is there any experiment that demonstrates the second law of thermodynamics?
Show in a
course.
working principle. Demonstrate.
You don't prove the second law. No one proves the second law of thermodynamics, right? You
Well,
can't. It's a universal principle. You can't prove a universal principle. You can
listen.
prove things like my coffee goes cold to room temperature, for instance. You can prove that you can't put gas next to a vacuum, generally, but that doesn't prove the second law of thermodynamics. It just supports it,
Coffee
right?
going cold is thermodynamics. Coffee
So,
going cold is thermodynamics, guy.
yeah, but you're
Yeah.
not
Yeah,
demonstrating
and
the second law.
we
You're
don't prove it, we
supporting
demonstrate it.
You are
That's right. Once a
demonstrating,
thing's been
yeah,
demonstrated,
that
hold
heat
on. Once
dissipates. Yeah.
it transfers.
Yes.
Yeah,
Heat
that's why I
transfers.
asked if you meant demonstrate as improve or demonstrate as in support
Yeah,
it,
so
because obviously you
mechanically
can't prove
we
the second law.
demonstrate them. It doesn't prove it, but once it's demonstrated, it becomes a proven fact. Can you
Well,
understand the logical progression?
Well, it supports it. It doesn't prove it.
Yes
So
or
like
no?
well, no, because that's. I mean, what I'm saying is that you support the second
Facts
law,
are
right, with the evidence.
demonstrable. Facts are proven. Right?
But that is a fact. Like we can see
Yes.
that almost, like, well, not almost always in our observation, coffee will go to room temperature or else excluded, right? For instance,
That's a fact.
Yeah, but
that supports
you
the second
see,
law, but it doesn't
I
prove
can
it.
manipulate. I can
Oh, we
manipulate
know
that
it'll change.
transfer.
That's why we say it's not
Yeah.
100%, but that's a fact for this
So
moment because we can demonstrate it,
Yeah,
motherfucker.
so
Same
it would
way
be
water
support,
boils
right?
at
I
180
put,
some degrees.
yeah,
So it would be
but
a
It's a fact.
support for the theory, not like not a demonstration. Or it's demonstration in the sense
No,
you're
it's
showing
not
it, but
a
not in the sense that you're
support. The
proving it, right?
theory includes a transfer of heat, and coffee getting cold is a demonstration of that theory.
Yeah, I
and
In a
agree with you.
working
So we're on the same
principle.
page. We're all on the
In
same page.
working
If you
principle.
can't prove, we're on the
Cause
same
and
page.
effect. Because
listen. Also, gas,
what about
high
cause and
pressure
effect?
goes to low pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I agree with you.
So
I agree with all the science,
They're,
right? I just
they're
want to make sure that we're on the
laws.
same page
They're
that you can't
laws.
prove the second law, right?
Yeah.
okay, but
They're
in
laws.
gravity,
So what it says is under these circumstances, every time this thing happens, that's what a law
yes,
is.
Yeah,
We
that's
observe
a
this
general,
to
it's a
be
universal principle, right? Like we see this happen in the real world, and we say this
true. Yeah,
probably
gravity's
happens
a law
everywhere,
too.
right?
Gravity's a law too, the law of gravity. Nobody's denying the law of gravity. Things fall and we observe it to happen at this rate every
Yeah,
time.
so I asked. So the reason why I asked was because I want to know if the second law is
So the
science,
law
then
of
why wouldn't
gravity is
gravity be
cool.
science, right?
The law of gravity is both the law of gravity and the law of thermodynamics are science, and we don't deny the law.
Okay,
It's
well you
just
can't
the
say
rate of
we because
fall.
I know some of you do.
That's
Because I asked
that's
Jedi the
what
same
we
question,
observe.
and he said it wasn't science.
No,
He said
these
the second law wasn't science.
the second law. Well, they're laws. They're not really science. It's just a statement that we observe this to be true.
Wait, so is it science or is it not
It's,
science?
listen, it's a stated fact. It's an observed truth. It's a law. Law is separate from science if you're saying the
Yeah,
scientific
you
method.
can't
We
science the
didn't
second law of
science
thermodynamics. You can
these
support it
laws.
with science, but
We didn't science these laws.
Yeah.
These laws are not science. They are observed truths. They're axioms.
Yeah. So in the same sort of
Starting
way,
point
gravity
from which
is.
we build a concrete reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you
It's
have to be specific about gravity. What theory? Is it the theory of gravity or law of gravity? You got to be specific. You just
I don't
can't
think it
generalize.
matters because the principle remains the same, right? That
It
it's
does
just
matter. One is
it's
one thing. It's a category area to combine the two. One
Well,
is a
why would it
law.
be a
It's an
category error?
observed truth. Because
Because
it's not the theory. A theory makes an attempt because a law makes no attempt to prove a cause and effect relationship, wherein a theory is the beginning of the attempt to prove a cause and effect relationship. So the law is just a statement. This is what we observe, and it rings true every time. The rate of fall. Okay.
Yeah.
And the
The issue with
theory
gravity
is
is
the
that
attempt to prove of it.
Yeah, the issue with gravity is
The
that
cause.
they start with
The
the effect and they
cause.
want to know what the cause is, right? And the cause would be, for instance, the bending of space time. They would say, right, that would be their explanation. So it does deal with cause and effect, cause and effect relationships in that sense, but it's
Okay,
not
but
science. It's not a
how
science
do
cause and
you
effect.
listen
Sorry.
to be a
Go on.
scientific theory? Yeah, you need to have an experiment. Therefore,
Well, that's
you
just
need
to be
to.
clear.
I
If you
didn't
say that, you
finish.
have to commit to the
I
idea that.
haven't finished.
Oh,
I
sorry, go on.
haven't finished. Yeah. Therefore, you have to
I'll give you
manipulate
it's
the
a science. I
independent
would say an
variable.
unsettled science.
Yeah, you'd have to like if you say that though. If you say it has to have an experiment, then the second law of thermodynamics is not a science. Capiche? We're on the same side, right?
Yeah, it's a
Well,
law.
it does
Yeah,
have
and
control.
you're
Hold
talking
on.
about
Hold
you're
on.
comparing theory of gravity with laws of thermodynamics.
Well, we should point this out.
So
The
yeah,
second laws are experimentally demonstrable.
Yeah, but you
yes,
don't.
They make
You
they're
you
not
support
making
them with experiments. So, for instance, you will do the coffee experiment, or you'll like
you
put
can.
you'll try to put gas in a vacuum, and
I
it'll never
can
happen
listen. I
next to a
can
vacuum.
build a still. I can just build a still and distill water and show you thermodynamics.
Yeah, you can show me things that that confirm the theory, but you're not
The
demonstrating.
transfer
You're
of
not
energy.
proving the
It's
second
not a
law
theory.
because there could always be
We've
something
covered
else that
this.
just goes against it,
Listen,
right?
the laws of thermodynamics are not a theory; they're observable truths.
yeah.
We've already
The
covered
evidence
this.
is
They're
observed.
not theories.
The
We're not. Listen,
evidence.
it's not science. It's a law because we observe it to be true
Okay,
every
so let me
time
draw
under
the
the
analogy
same
then,
circumstance.
because
Okay,
in the
one
same
moment.
way, what you would say, about gravity
One
is that we
moment. Listen,
observe the
listen.
phenomena and we explain it with gravity,
At
right?
first, you sounded like you come here
You're
and ask
combining the
us
theory of gravity
interested
with the
to
law of
find
gravity, and
out.
listen, that's your mistake.
Yeah.
I'm not
If you
trying to debate you. The reason why it's getting a bit like in debate
no,
bro
you're
mode is
combining the law of
because
gravity.
you two
You
are saying
keep
different things, and
jumping
I don't know
from
who I'm
category to
meant to be,
category. You
who I'm
keep
meant to be.
combining. Hold on. You keep combining the law of gravity with the theory of gravity. That's a category
Yeah.
error. We're talking about laws. And then you go from combining those two to back to calling thermodynamics science backed by experimentation. No, it's observational truth. And yes, observational truths are backed by experiments, just
Yeah,
like the law of
agree.
gravity. Drop it. Yup,
Yeah.
it fell. Oh, it only took 1.3 seconds, same rate.
Yeah,
So, yes,
we agree.
but
Yeah,
they're
so
not science. They're not scientific
yeah,
experiments, and they're not saying, "Hey, this is the cause and effect based on this ideal." They're saying, "We did this, and this shit happens every time."
yeah, I agree. So I think, well, personally, I would say they're both science, right? But I
The
think me
cooling
and you will
system in
disagree
your
on what
car works
science
on the
is, I
very
guess.
principles of the
Yeah,
cooling
I
in
think
your
the
car, your
issue here
cooling
is just
system.
like you have gravity and the second law, right? They both
No, we're just not
posit
combining laws
an
with
explanation, a
science.
universal principle for the world, right? Or virtually universal, right? To my knowledge, right? Um, and but they're not. Neither of them are provable. But what we
Not
do
an
with them
application.
is we confirm them with evidence, right? So we get the scientific test experiments, and then we confirm that the support second law support gravity, right? So that if you say gravity is not science, the second law is not science. But what gravity and the second law have in common is that you use science to support it, right?
I wouldn't say that gravity is not science, that they're not forming a scientific theory. And I wouldn't say that they didn't have experiment. I would say they failed to make the cause and effect relationship. It's unsettled science. Their given theory isn't the given cause. If it was, we'd have anti gravity because we would know the cause of gravity because we manipulated it. So we haven't manipulated that independent variable. We have no example of manipulation of gravity. You can manipulate weight and say weight is caused by gravity, but you can't prove gravity caused weight because you can't manipulate that independent variable. And if you could, we'd have anti gravity.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
unsettled science, and it's not gravity that we deny as science. See, this is
I'd
the
even
the
admit like
problem
maybe
is,
the
hold
second law has
on.
more evidence
The
behind
problem
it.
is you want to debate a false dichotomy that you built by talking to people who have three different conflicting ideals and smashing them all together. We don't deny gravity as a science. We deny the given cause as being proven.
Okay, well, I
We
mean,
ponder that there could be a cause out there that eventually we can manipulate and one day have anti-gravity.
that I mean, look, I don't know if you've been on a lot recently, but I've been hearing that gravity is not science, right? So I'm confused now.
I wouldn't
I've been hearing
argue
it's a
that I wouldn't
pseudoscience.
argue it isn't science. I will give you that it's science because it's still unproven
Right.
as
Okay.
per the given cause, based on the logic I've already given. No manipulation in independent variable, no cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, so we agree. We virtually, you and I agree. The
So
cause
you're
and effect
doing
relationship,
science. You're
I think
trying to
is
advance you're trying to advance your theory. Yes, you're trying to prove your theory. Yes, you just haven't fucking done it yet.
well, the thing you could say in the I would say the second law has obviously more support, right? Because obviously, how could it not, right?
Well, we apply
Everything
it to
confirms it, right?
technology.
But with
Your
gravity,
computer, it's got heat
it's
transfer.
about where they do have support, like for the observation. Sorry, for the theory of gravity, right? It's not like it didn't have any support for it. It's just that
I'm not saying you don't have any correlation, but correlation doesn't equal causation. I've already covered causation. Cool.
Well,
So
no, when I say
really,
support, I
gravity
mean
isn't
like you have individual
gravity isn't
observations
a
that, you know, not that are
correlation
causes of
doesn't equal
gravity.
causation or
Yeah, but I'm not talking about
manipulation
causes of
of
gravity.
independent variables.
Yeah, I'm not talking
Right?
about causes of gravity. So it's not
I
even a
know, but
correlation
can
versus
we agree
causation
on
problem.
that? Uh, listen, it is. You're saying this goes along with my theory that it's correlation. I already pointed out you have no causation. Now you're trying to build causation through correlation or gain more authority for your theory, but I'm not the one trying to promote your theory. I'm only pointing out it's not concrete.
I mean, I prefer to use the word support because I think correlation implies that I'm trying to find a cause, but that isn't necessarily
Well, you're
true.
trying to build a concretism out of some shit that is infinitesimally minuscule in the concrete
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
You can have a million assholes say Mike's a nice guy, and this cannot be true.
Well, yeah, I can't really debate
'Cause
this
I'm
with you
not a
because you
nice
seem to agree with me. You seem to have a closer idea of what science is to me than perhaps some other people in this group. Whereas, like, 'cause I heard that science is just the scientific
Well,
method,
you
virtually,
know,
right? And if the science is just a scientific
I'm
method, then the second law of
a pretty
thermodynamics can't be
jovial
science either,
person.
right?
It's broader than that. I don't have a problem agreeing with that. What I do have a problem agreeing is concretism. I will not let you make something theoretical concrete or abstract, give it privations, given privacy to privations or attributes to concepts. That means you're not going to make that physical, which is just a thought, an abstract ideal, because it's concretism that I'm worried about,
Yeah,
not scientism.
I'm not worried about
What can I
abstract or
build a
concrete.
concrete understanding in the world?
Yeah, I'm more
Yeah, I
concerned
know.
with
Listen.
what's
I hear a lot of guys that say we can correlate this and we can correlate that. My next
yeah.
question becomes okay. So I do believe brainstorming is good for technology if it creates technologies that makes man's life better, the human race better, life on earth easier.
Mm-hmm.
So this thought process on this theoretical science, if we push it through correlation, what technology is it going to provide us that makes life better? That's the only question. And then, so maybe you have a reason for doing it, but you're still not concrete in what you're thinking. Just like electricity, we're awfully concrete and we can make electrical things work, you know,
Yeah.
but we still don't know where electricity comes from. So we just know how to use it. We can know how to use a thing and not know everything about it. That's what most people don't understand. Actually, we don't know a lot about most things we do. That's why human and man made systems fail. The
Yeah.
entropy of a man made system is terrifyingly alarming compared to nature, who
Yeah.
adjusts itself quickly
I think
and more rapidly
for me,
to
I'm more
an
concerned
understanding
with
of what's good and bad.
Yeah, I'm more concerned with what might be the better explanation for things, right? In the sense that like it's got
Yeah, I'm
predictive
not
power, it's
cool
good
with
explanatory power, and so
explanation.
on and so forth, right? I mean, I'm never gonna say like
Yeah,
gravity's a
but
fact.
what's that do
I will
for
say gravity
man's
fits the
life?
system, right?
Is it gonna predict? Is it gonna predict something that saves my life?
Well, that's a good question because I was actually thinking about a question I was going to ask you in relation to that. Let's say, right, um, you because you guys, I guess, are skeptical about. I mean, I don't know if you are specifically. You can answer as well. Vacuum space, millions of light years across, or whatever, like a solar system, right? Whatever, and asteroids hovering around that thing. Now, let's say it's NASA. Say tomorrow, right? We've just discovered an asteroid about the size that killed the dinosaurs, and it will hit Earth next week, right? Next week.
They've been saying that
Now,
for a long
but
time, but
just pause, right?
we ain't seen
And
it
they were
happen, have
serious,
we?
and the whole world was like, okay, preparing to do something about it, right? Would you say that you
Well,
wouldn't gamble? Would you gamble with the chance that they might be correct, or would you not?
what you want to send a bunch of roughnecks up there to drill a hole in the asteroid and put a nuke in it? And this is some Hollywood shit. So look,
Yeah,
they
I
keep
understand that, but
saying it.
the point is like let's say
We
it's
can
true, right?
speculate. Listen, if they say it, you're asking me would I gamble? Now, if they say it, the government, the controlling entities, the DOD, the Department of Defense, will say defense. If they say it, then they're going to plan it and they're going to do it and they're going to send their peoples, they're going to propagate it, televise it, and they're going to do all that. So I really don't have a question to say. And if I was in service at the time and all that was going over here, it's going on over here in the DOD, but it's not in my category, I'd be on a need to know basis and I'd follow my orders as they stood.
Well,
So
so you
really,
would
to
gamble with
ask
the chance
me
that they're
if
right.
I would do it, it doesn't really matter because I wouldn't have the choice.
Yeah, but like
I
I
would,
mean, like let's say
yeah,
you
I
have
wouldn't
some
be
sort
the
of
person who
I
has
guess
the
the
choice.
point is
I
just to
don't
say
got
that
keys to the nukes.
the gamble, I guess, would be like maybe you
But
have
if
some
it,
sort of role, right, that could save the world, but you decide to not do it because you think they're
right,
liars, right? Or you
no.
could
So the
act.
point would be, if I was a guy who had all that, I'd have, or the ability to do that, I'd have access to greater knowledge.
Okay, I don't know if this is like within the scope of the hypothetical, but the point is just to say,
I mean,
would you fall into
why would
into
they ask me?
Globetard if you thought the whole world was going to end? But if they told you that's right,
Fall
not
into
if you
globe
thought.
chart. Listen, son, I spent my life globe on a farm and then in service and in college and in war. I flew around, I paratrooped into the desert. What the hell did you do in life? I was born a globe tard. I'm going to
I was born a
parachute into globe
Globetard. I'll
tard
die a
just because
Globetard.
they give me another story. They give me another story about space that some fucking Hollywood movie already played.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
I don't know.
fuck. Do what you're going to do. It wouldn't be my decision. And if the whole community was like, what do you think, Mike? Should we do it? I'd be like, hell, anything's worth a try once. Stupid is as stupid does. Who am I to tell you not to? But am I going to launch my ass up to a asteroid on a rocket? Fuck no. Take your ass, brave guy. I was in war in 90. Where the fuck were you?
You were born when?
I was in war in
Oh, you
90.
were in war.
I was born in 72.
Oh, right. Well,
War.
I was born in '98, but
Okay, combat. Combat.
yeah, I'm 25. I was born in '98, so I've not had war yet, but who knows?
I was born in 72.
You're an old man. You're as old as my dad.
I'm Gen X. Your dad's 51.
Yep. Well, he's 50. He's turning 51.
I bet you what. I still whoop me a 25-year-old if he pisses me off enough.
I
Do I
I want
sound
to
like
join
your
the
dad?
military. I think that'll be pretty based.
Yeah. You
So
do
by
get
the
some
time
training if you ask for it.
by the time you're getting born, I was actually taking Google offline from the internet for the first
Yeah,
time.
and I was in the desert. Get me got. We was doing the damn thing. I
Yeah,
was in the fucking desert,
yeah.
thinking, "What the fuck am I doing here? Did you see the spiders over there where we were setting up camp,
Uh,
bitch? You think
Have you
I'm
guys spoke
kidding?
to
Nah, that was the
eggshells?
first thing I seen. We was in the desert.
Did you
We
know
had a
egg?
fire burning. I said, what the fuck was that?" And they said, "You're seeing shadows move, Smith. Shut the fuck up." I said, "Bitch, I'll kill you. You know they trained me to kill. Shut up." And I looked,
yeah.
and the shadows were moving, but they were big ass spiders coming towards the fucking heat. I was like, "Bitch, look at that spider. What the fuck? Where the fuck
Have
you
you
done
guys?
took me, Sarge?"
Have you
I
guys
was a mad
spoke to
motherfucker
eggshells?
then.
Eggshells is a globetrot. You should speak to him.
Oh, yeah, he is. He was unmuted. We've
Yeah.
known him forever, bro.
What? And he still hasn't
He's
debunked flat Earth. Crazy.
This is not a place to
a
debunk flat Earth.
he, he's he's right
I
there in the
think it's
chat,
not
though.
So
reality.
it sounds like you haven't read the servers TOS
What's
and
up,
Bro, how
rules.
can, alright, bro, how we doing? You sound fucking different, Battle Mod. I thought you were in here trolling everybody. I thought you were in a different name. Your voice sounds totally fucking different, man.
Yeah, yeah,
What's your proof for
yeah. It's
globetrot,
been a long,
retard?
Hey, man,
long
change
week.
your profile back as well.
Oh yeah, the picture. Yeah,
Hey,
put
Battle
a
Mod,
shirt
you know
on,
we've got
bro.
another little room in. We've got a pot of room in the politics and religion server as well now, as well, man. If you're not about to like, but I'll get a link for it if you want, Battle Mod.
Wait, so is the
Hey,
second law science
you're
or is it not
actually
science?
roboting.
Me,
I didn't hear most of what you said, bro.
you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm just saying we've got a room in the other politics server now as well, if you want a link for there. It's another VIP. It's a VIP partner to this
Oh, you
place.
talking about giving me mod or something? No, I mean, you do what
Depends
you
how much
do.
nitro you
Don't
pay.
catch no flack over it.
How many free nitros have you got? Nah, it's not as busy as this server anyway, man. It's only got like 10,000 or 12,000 or something.
No, yeah, this server's all right, bro. But don't do nothing that might get people back at home base mad at you, bro. I'm good
Nah,
where
that's
I'm
my
at.
room, bro. It's my room.
You know, it's cool. I like it. I hang out. Miggy and QE and Jedi do their routine a lot.
I always win debates.
You're not gonna win against us about a debate about fucking globe Earth. I can assure you that, bro.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Do you think the second law of thermodynamics is the science?
Do I think it is the science? Did you say?
Do you think it is science?
Oh, surely, man. It's a principle, a scientific principle.
Okay. How do you prove the second law of thermodynamics?
Get a can of deodorant and press the button.
I mean, you can support it, but how do you prove it?
Well, supposedly science is not about proving things. But I can prove I can boil water at a certain temperature depending on the elevation. So that we can prove, eh?
Now, that would be an
That's kind of
observation that
objective.
supports it, in the same way that people say that there's observations that support gravity, right? But you don't think that's the science.
Like what? What's the
Yeah.
observation that supports gravity? I was asking you which observation supports
Gravity, like where do we
Well,
see?
you could say, for
space time
instance,
going?
I mean, some people say Cavendish, but let's not even go there, right? Let's just say
Well, no, I
what we
just posted proof of the second law of thermodynamics.
is it a mathematical proof? Because if it is, then that's not proof. That's the flat earther.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
it's
there's
just math, there's no science.
Exactly.
So
There you go. See, I'm way
Yeah.
ahead of you. I'm there
Yeah.
with a bat, ready for you, and I'm ready to
Calm
smash you
yourself,
out the
bro.
way.
Bro, calm yourself, man. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Or the Earth, the shape of the Earth is not a fucking science question,
at
huh?
least, well, at the very least, give the abstract a look, because there you have it. But I don't understand what this has to do with flat Earth.
Well, the reason why it has to do with flat Earth is well, it's not to do with the flat Earth necessarily. It's to do with what they think science is, right? Which is, I guess, to do with flat Earth in a roundabout way, right?
Yeah.
So they say that science is, for instance, the scientific method. Effectively, it's a deductive sort of operation. Now, they say gravity can't be a science because it depends. It's not. You can't do a deductive operation with gravity. But what you can do is an inductive operation with it. But they say that's not science. So if that's not science, the second law wouldn't be science, right?
You can do it
Science is about the cause and effect.
Well, no, hold on. I want to actually agree with the guy. I'm just saying that, like, yeah. So it's like people think that science is like this religious concept where
Give him
everything
all that shit and ask
it's an
him for the
approximate.
correlation
Yeah,
Science,
and
you
causation.
don't need those explanations. He was arguing with me in battle mode. This guy.
Yeah, just give him all that shit. Call it a science. Say, now where's the causation for gravity? Let's go.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
it.
So causative factors are actually a problem of philosophy. So all we can do is approximate. All we can do is
don't come in and try to grandstand after you got mopped the
no.
floor.
I've
with your
been
punk
listening.
ass.
I've been listening for like 10 minutes. I didn't
Not
just
you.
suddenly. Oh, sorry.
Who's grandstanding? Am I grandstanding?
No, not you. Not you. Yeah, you're grandstanding on that stupid high. Got him to say science shit.
Well, I just want to it's not really like a debunk of anything. It's just like I just don't understand why you guys think science is just the scientific method. That's all.
No, natural
we just
science
think
and
you don't have a
experimentation.
causation correlation. You don't have causation for gravity. I broke it down. That's basically what they're all on. They just waste their time doing them dumbass debates with you rather than tell you, yup, it's science. Now give me causation.
Yeah, so like,
I
David,
don't like the debate.
hold on. If I can
I don't
speak,
like the
please,
debate,
because
so I just
But
slap
you want
it.
to have time.
if I can answer, I have an answer to this question. So like David Hume talked about this, in like, well, in the 17th century, you know, and by using, well, a lot of different weird methods, but he was right. So like, yeah, we can't prove any causative factors.
It was right about what?
So there's no such thing.
Yeah, you can.
There's no, well, I disagree, but there's no
done
such.
at
Well, hold on. If
causation,
I can
buddy.
finish, I'm gonna make it very fast.
The
If you guys
fact is,
could
just because you got loud
like-
doesn't mean you're gonna get to finish.
well,
Just because you can
well,
bully the microphone with your
that's-
nice mic doesn't mean shit, buddy. I can
It
still
is a nice
heckle you.
mic. The reason, by the way, just to be clear, the reason why I bring it up
Your
is because
panties in an uproar.
usually when gravity's mentioned, we then go into the second law of thermodynamics, right? That's usually what happens. So gravity's mentioned, they go, well, how can you have gas without a container, right? That's the second law, right? Now the issue is that on both ends, you're saying that gravity can't be a science, but then you invoke something you also don't believe to be a science, right? I mean, you can't. Right?
No,
there's
we
a
call
number-
the
there's a
second law of
number of gas
thermodynamics
laws that have nothing
because
to
you
do.
claim.
time, man.
Stop.
Please, one time.
Yeah,
For fuck's sake,
I
man.
was
You don't get to hear
replying
shit.
to him. So you invoke actually that gravity is the container of the air that we breathe. And that's why we bring gas laws and second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, it's a rhetorical thing, not a
in
thing you believe in.
discussion.
Is that correct? Is that a rhetorical thing?
Did you understood what I said?
Well, you say you mentioned it because that's what we believe in, so it's a rhetorical thing, surely, right? Not but something you
No.
believe in necessarily.
So you heard me
We're
talking,
good.
but you have not understood what I just said to you,
Forgive him. He's
right?
British. Like, please.
Thing is that we don't, like science in this context is a
So
method used to
this guy
establish
needs
cause and
to. I
effect,
need to. I
not
need a
about belief.
confirmation from this guy, an answer that he understood my reply or not. So
Birdnat?
Well, I think I understood it, but if you wish to repeat it, go ahead.
okay, then I repeat. So with gravity, you claim that it is the container for the air.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Therefore, we bring the second law of thermodynamics and gas laws into discussion
Mm-hmm.
because gravity is not the container.
Okay. So, I guess I don't really want to get into why gravity could be considered a container, or like how you could observe that it might be, right? And that's to do with things like 90% of the
Well, is
air
gravity
density being
solid?
close to the Earth, right? Well,
Is
no. Like,
gravity
imagine
solid?
you're a fish. Get and beget, right?
No, I don't need to
Imagine you're a fish and you're in water,
the
and you
question
ask,
is
why isn't the
simple.
water sticking to the ground, right? Why is it not like the sand right, on the ground, right? And you could have the same thing. Air has different properties than water and than a solid, and air is quite stuck to the ground, relatively speaking. 90% of it is like the first few kilometers up, right? Then it gets thinner and thinner,
No,
right?
it's not.
So,
That's
like, the thing
ridiculous.
is, I wanna break this down very simply. First of all, yeah, gravitation is responsible, but also the rotation of the Earth causes.
Responsible for what?
If you can just please let me fucking finish.
Centrifugal
What is
forces?
responsible for what, bro?
What's your proof of glowstone, retard?
The
What's
thing
my
is,
proof of
fucking just
what?
on what you're saying, man. You said
I can't hear the
what?
guy that's. The guy seems like he's talking through a pillow. I can't understand a goddamn thing he says.
For me,
Um,
not that. Sorry, man.
yeah.
So,
Well, yeah. So I don't know what he's saying, but yeah, I was just trying to say. So like, water has a different property than any other element. Uh,
No
on
shit. What
well,
property does
yeah,
water
well,
have
it has a
different than any other element?
Well, no, hold
Tell
on.
me
It has a
one.
well, but yeah, I'm trying to tell you. If you just
Yeah.
stop. It has a bipolar property. Like so it has two hydrogens and one oxygen, right? That's why it's called H2O. But because of that, the polarity of it makes it stick to itself. That's why you have things like surface tension, right? But as far as the atmosphere, that's a little bit different. So the atmosphere has gravitational forces that stick on it, right? But actually,
So
wait,
when
hold on. I'm not finished.
I
If you
have
please, well,
vapor,
hold
yeah,
on.
yeah,
do
yeah,
vapor
I'm
stick
finished,
to
bro.
You said
Hold
itself?
on.
right.
Hold
Yeah,
on. If I
I'm
can
finished, bro.
please,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let him finish.
yeah,
He just said right, so I said no.
actually, a significant amount of our atmosphere is completely stripped away constantly by solar winds.
Ah,
But
it's a story.
thanks to ionic forces in our upper atmosphere, a lot of it is held down, as well as with gravity, and it's replaced
The gas
constantly.
pressure would be equalized, my friend. We'd be dead.
Cool story, man.
And
Cool
no,
story.
it is equalized. But the thing
But
is, we
no,
still
because we still have pressure.
depending on solar forces and the winds created by it, it can strip a lot of our atmosphere. But
But we're still breathing.
well. Hold on, sir.
Oh.
If I can, hold on, sir. If I
Please,
can
it
finish.
hasn't.
No, it constantly gets replaced. So it's not really it's not really a significant problem. But yes,
It would be dead.
the centripetal force of the rotation of the Earth, yes. But if the sun has like a solar fart,
What is the centripetal force? Wait. What are you using it for?
Well,
He's talking about centrifugal forces. And
Yeah.
you're a mess, by the
No,
way, Sir
stop,
Ferguson.
stop.
Like, a mess.
Don't jump in and respond in his place. I asked him what is the centripetal
Yeah,
force
sorry, I was
and
talking
what
about
is he using.
He's right. No, he was right though. I was talking about centrifugal, and I said
Oh,
centripetal.
centrifugal,
Yeah,
yeah. But you heard of centripetal also, so why were you using this term actually?
Well, no, it was just
It was a
planted in my
mistake.
brain. Like someone, yeah, it was my mistake. So I am
Okay.
sorry about that.
Yeah,
But
we all do mistakes sometimes. It's no shame, no problem. Yeah, but
yeah,
I'm
so
glad we
what
clarified. Okay, go
yeah.
on.
So like I don't think people realize like that the earth is spinning ridiculously fast, and not only that, like our sun is shooting completely across the universe at a ridiculous speed, and we're rotating
Do
around it.
you
So
know
like
the velocity is in
so
Kelvin?
hold on. What I'm trying to what
Have
I'm trying to
you?
what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to say
you
is
listen. Stop. One moment. I want to make a short interjection. You made a claim that the sun is shooting at ridiculous speeds through space. So, to actually for this statement to be true, it has to be at least observable or measurable.
well, it's
So,
absolutely it's absolutely measurable in astronomy. You can just see it by observing, like if you just go out of the city, like in a dark place, and observe the Milky Way and the stars, like you can already see that this is provable. It's been provable for thousands of years.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just posted a GIF that shows you what it would look like if space was the vacuum you claim.
well, where do we see the
Well, yeah.
sun?
First of all, space is
No,
not a space
listen.
is space is not a vacuum. First of all,
Of
just want to
course that is, bro.
Where do
When
we
did they
see the
stop
sun
space being a
moving
vacuum?
from A to B with insane, ridiculous speed?
When did they stop space being a vacuum?
Yeah.
yeah. Well, they
Anybody
don't
tell me
stop because our entire galaxy is basically consumed by a supermassive black hole.
The
that?
So
That's
Great
another
Attractor.
story, bro. Fuck's sake. You've went through gravity to
you
fucking
can see
space
it.
not
You
being
can
a
see it
vacuum. To...
like just using basic astronomy. You can see that our galaxy is being consumed by a supermassive black hole.
No, you
If
can't.
anything,
You
we're
keep
if
saying
anything,
that we
hold
can
on.
see. Listen,
If
you keep
anything, our
saying
matter
that
is
we see Milky Way, but when I look in the night sky, I don't see any fucking Milky Way there. Like, does it have a
I
tag
would
on
just.
it, like made in China, made
It's
in
very.
Germany?
It's actually very easy to see the Milky Way accretion if you just get out of the fucking city for like 5 seconds. The light
Yeah,
pollution.
I can see it just about every night. So what? What about it?
Well, I'm just saying that you can use the stars and also the illumination from the center of it, which actually,
Well,
like,
that
what we
thing,
do.
listen, that thing on the sky, like accretion or whatever you like to call it, Milky Way, and so I saw it for years, every night in the sky, yeah, when there was not a cloudy night, and it hasn't fucking moved. It's every
Well,
night in
now
the
you're
same
talking about.
spot. You
Now
know,
you're
yeah, it
now you're
does.
talking about relativistic. Now
Listen,
you're talking.
listen. It does shift a little bit between summer and winter with seasons, but any other than that,
Well, there you
nothing.
go.
Like
You
if
just proved
I,
the Earth
if I,
is you just proved the Earth is round.
no, I
You just
just
proved.
proved the Earth is immovable. Yeah. So
Well,
I
no,
have
you did.
at the mountain where I have a villa,
When we're talking about
and
like
in
hold
Europe,
on.
this forest is the second forest of Europe as surface area. So considered the lung of Europe. So yeah, I do have a very good air quality in these mountains and forests, and I have a crystal clear view of the sky in nighttime. And there are power lines, yeah. So these are very tall poles, yeah. So when I go close to them in a certain location, spot, yeah, I can take a line of sight where I can see the tip of that pole coinciding with a certain star in the sky and with a certain part of that cloud accretion, whatever you call it, Milky Way, yeah? And I write down the date and the hour, yeah? And next year I do the same. I write down the date and the hour. I see them perfectly aligned every 4 years. These positions coincide every 4 years. So, how are you trying to tell me now that actually this sun and planets and everything is moving through space with insane speeds, and we see no change, no shift into the position of these stars that they are like trees, when you move through a forest, yeah, their position changes according to your motion, the position you observe them, yeah. So the effect of parallax is completely missing. Yeah. Did you dip out or? Yeah, you see, it was funny. This guy had to tell us story stuff, you know,
I
and we
think
have
what I
to listen
struggle
to
with
him. Yeah.
is like the whole atmosphere thing, or the whole like breathable air here. If there is indeed a container because there's gas pressure, how can I test for the container? Like that really bothers me. How can I touch it? How can I observe it? Like, where's the container?
They
It just
can't, but listen, when you take a breath, is it
I know how you do it.
a pyramid shape, spherical, rectangular, cubic
uh,
shape?
whatever you make it, right?
Yeah,
Like air can
so
be shaped in anything we want, basically, because it's
ah,
gas.
so it instantaneously take the shape of the container.
Yeah, but like that's the thing that really bothers me is that every time we speak about these things,
Yeah.
like there is no way for me to
Now,
determine the container. Like can I touch it? Like is there a way
yeah,
to touch
but
it, observe it?
what what the thing I'm trying to touch with you is actually the word atmosphere, because this word is a paradox, and um,
No, I
I'm not sure you know.
misused it. I realized that like in a flat Earth context, there is no atmosphere.
Yeah, but do you know why the word atmosphere is a contradiction of terms? It's a
Mm,
paradox.
I think it's something to do with the word, with the root of the word, and then the addition sphere. I'm not sure.
Well, no. You see, um, air and water, they are fluids, yeah, and
Yeah.
they have this fluidic behavior in physics. And in
Yeah.
world, yeah.
Fluid mechanics and liquid
And
mechanics are very
yeah,
similar.
now they don't have shape, these things, and they cannot be modeled into shapes. I mean, water, when you put it inside the container, it instantly takes the shape, occupies that shape, yeah. It conforms to that shape, so the bottom and side walls will conform with the walls of the container, but its surface will be flat. Now, gas is actually different. When you release a little bit gas inside the vacuum chamber, it will make gas pressure into that chamber.
Sure. Yeah, but like in
You know,
on flat Earth,
so
one side of the container is the ground, right?
now the problem is gas doesn't have shape, and the word atmosphere is made of atmos, air, and sphere. These two words, so they attribute a shape to the air. So this is why the word is a paradox, and anyone who uses this word actually declare themselves that they are parishioners and not scientists.
Sure, but I wasn't
Parishioner
making.
believers. Yeah.
I misspoke because I know we're talking in a flat
I
Earth
know,
context.
I know. Sometimes I use it too because I know this is the only word that people have been taught and they know, you know. And yeah, but I just felt like I have to show you this before talking in
That's fine.
depth.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I guess like what I'm trying to reason is the
Yeah.
container has to have it like 4 walls, right? Or something. Or at least a wall or a
Well,
continuous
yeah,
wall. So I
yeah,
assume the ground is one part of it. Like the ground is one part of the container, obviously.
correct.
The soil, the other parts are like maybe invisible. And I cannot see them. Or
Well, let's say
Might
not
be seeing them.
invisible. For example, look, the surface of the ocean is the bottom of the container for about 70% of the air that is out there in the world, correct? Because 70% of the surface of the world is mostly water. Yeah.
yeah,
So vast majority of surface is actually water, so it's liquid. Yeah. Which
yeah, I don't disagree.
yeah, and these are two separate mediums. You know, the water inside it's wet, it's liquid. So and the air on top. Now we can see the water, the ocean being a wall for this container. The problem is now that there are liquids in this world, you know. For example, liquid helium. Helium is the last element which precipitates. So at lower energy states, lowest energy states in nature actually helium precipitates, and it's the last element that becomes liquid. So, and it has many interesting properties, but one of them is the refraction index. So it is very, very close to This means that its refraction index is very similar to the air,
Okay.
just a little bit higher than the air. The air is not a perfect transparent, so therefore it has a refraction index a little bit over 1. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 1.0036, the refraction index of air, and liquid helium. Yeah, it's not far from it. So this is a system for measuring transparency as refraction index.
Okay.
And this means that if you had an ocean of liquid helium and you were next to it, you will not see it if you don't look carefully. You will perceive it as if that's just a valley, an empty valley. You will not see that it's filled with liquid. That's how transparent it is. You see through it. And it doesn't refract light. So when it refracts light, it's very easy to see it. Now, if this ocean will be on top of the world, how do we know? Because from that, like if it were next to your feet, you will barely see that actually there is a liquid, and we want to see it being very, very high in the sky. So there's no way telling. But we do see stars, that the light of stars, that they are twinkling. And if you had a swimming pool at your house, and you have underwater lights, yeah. So when you have waves on the surface of the water in the swimming pool, it will make those lights on the bottom of the pool twinkle. Now, there are many other phenomena that can make a light source twinkle, not just a liquid medium. Also, magnetic fields. If you have a polarized light source, and
And if it's defocus be get as well, if it's not in focus
yeah,
correctly, that gives the water effect. I've got a couple of
yeah,
links to that if anybody wants it.
yeah. So container, we don't actually make a positive claim what it is,
We don't
but
need to.
according to the gas laws and second law of thermodynamics, there has to be a container. This is the very definition of gas pressure.
Defined as the energy exerted on the walls of a container.
Yes, exactly.
So the fact we have pressure, when they say, well, where's proof of the container? The pressure is proof that we are contained somehow.
Yeah.
I don't like to say I'm a snow globe tard, so I don't believe in domes, but I get it why the ancient civilizations thought it. By looking up at the sky, it does look kind of like a dome, especially at night time.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm not
All ancient civilization, none of them had a globe model belief or a globe cosmology view.
Quite,
None
quite
of
the
them.
opposite.
Yeah,
Everybody knew the Earth was immovable and stationary and enclosed. Like
yeah, yeah,
ancient civilizations all knew this, man. They knew all the constellations remain constant. I just seen another thing the other night, get, and it was about
yeah.
Pleiades. It's called the Seven Sisters by people in the UK, and every ancient civilization's got a story about the Pleiades because that constellation has tracked by every night for fucking thousands of years.
Yes, yes. Many cultures, correct.
But I found it really interesting, specifically about Pleiades, about the Seven Sisters, bro. It was actually an ancient alien special. I don't usually watch it with the sound on, but it was an hour special all about the Pleiades. And even some civilizations, like Amazonian or something, they actually claim that the Pleiades, that they have fucking ancestors that come from those constellations.
Yeah,
There was definitely stories about, obviously not coming from a vacuum, but coming from those places in the stars.
Exactly. So
I'm going to bail
they
anyway. I
want
just want to say hello
us.
before I go, but I'll catch you all later, boys. Bye.
Yeah, be great, bro. Be great. Have a nice day.
Peace, son.
So, how light must be the Earth to float in a vacuum?
So there's something like a firmament, you're saying?
Well, there has to be. Like the ground and the surface of the ocean is, yeah, there has to be something containing it. What it is, I don't know. It will be wild speculation.
Well, if it's all speculation, why don't we just chalk it up to the firmament? Yeah.
They try, and you see, there are phenomena taking place when you reach certain altitudes, something like quantum locking phenomena, or like a thermal repulsion, you know, when you have like hot red iron submerge into water. In the first milliseconds, there is no physical contact between the hot iron surface and the water liquid state. There cannot be a physical contact between liquid water and hot red iron, because the hot red iron has a temperature of above 1000 degrees Celsius, yeah, and water cannot exist in liquid form at these temperatures. So it creates water instantly jumps into vapor state, yeah, and it violently bubbles when you submerge a hot iron in the water, and only later, when the temperature of the iron drops below um, like couple hundred degrees, then water will just have physical contact but will be boiling.
So the firmament would be the iron in this You're saying, right?
I'm saying that there is a repulsion. You see, water, like liquid water, at 30 degrees Celsius or 20, from 4 degrees to almost.
You're kind of cutting out. Am I lagging? Hello?
No, he's still there. Something happened to get beget.
Damn, he was cooking too.
I mean, I could explain what happened with helium.
I'm with you, Zoidberg. I also want to know, what is this container, dude? We're gonna figure it out.
I mean, I'm not saying there isn't. I'm just saying that I wanna like I get the ground is one side of the container, but what are the others? I wanna see them. Also, test for them.
Well, what if it's a transparent container?
You should still be able to touch it, even if it's transparent. No.
What if it's a liquid?
Well, it still matter. You can touch a liquid.
What if it's a gas?
You can still interact with it.
What if a lot of what ifs, isn't there? He's left anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can speculate about. Throw liquid oxygen freezes in a magnetic field.
Also, it could be a frost layer.
Yep, it could be one of the layers out there, along with helium.
I like that.
I mean, NASA's the world's biggest buyer of helium. Imagine how much helium has escaped up there.
Yeah, what are they doing with all that helium?
Satelloons.
But that's you don't need that much helium for that, do you?
Seen the size of those balloons?
Yeah, they're big as fuck, but like you
They're
fill
bigger
one
than
and
a
then it's over,
gymnasium.
right? Don't you just fill it once forever?
Probably. They might land them and maintain them, I think. Like retop them up or something. I mean, I've seen photos of them crashing here and there.
But how many Satelloons do you think there are? Can't be that many.
Hundreds. I've seen a Samsung with a crashed balloon on it. So it's probably a mobile satellite.
Well, they said there was once like 20,000 satellites orbiting, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, it's probably just an
Yeah.
exaggeration, like the star distances.
20,000 bandwidth in the world's magnetic field. So the magnetic field of the
You're lagging a bit, bro. I don't think the satellites are. I don't think the satellite coverage is getting to you.
Yeah, they're not working for you, get big get.
Must be some LOS going on.
The funny thing is, my internet uses a satellite dish. I've not lost service once.
Yeah, well, he's in a rural area. I think he said. Yeah, makes sense. Far from the towers.
Yeah, liquid helium has some funky properties.
Hey, don't they like bring it to like super low temperatures or some shit?
Yeah, it's pretty close to 0 Kelvin.
That's probably why they're buying all the helium, huh? To like freeze it and fucking use it.
Yeah, no idea. Eh?
I don't know either. Or we sound retarded. We need a flat Earth PhD guy in here. Yo, Britnet. Oh, fuck it. What's up, JoJo?
Hey man, not a lot. What's up with you?
Not much. It's kind of dead in here. Just talking about shit I don't know, you know. Learning. Are you a PhD guy?
I got more degrees than a thermometer.
Nice. Okay, well, you gotta like figure this out for us, dude. What's it? We were trying to find trying to figure out what this container is. You got any ideas?
Look, basically, I guess my question is, what will it take for the flat earthers to be satisfied with the shape of the Earth? Would it take like cruises into outer space that you can visually see it? Would it take?
No.
I guess that's my question.
Pretty sure. Yeah, the cruises wouldn't suffice.
If you want to strap
Oh,
yourself to a rocket and attempt to go out to outer space, go for it.
I'm just curious, why wouldn't the cruises? Why wouldn't if like I don't know, Air America, I don't know what airline, if they offered a trip into outer space and you could see the
No
Earth,
one's been
that
to
wouldn't.
outer space.
Okay.
And you can only see so far, right? You're not gonna. I mean, I guess if you're talking about like an eagle eye view, they could potentially send you up to, which I mean, flat earthers wouldn't agree. You couldn't even get that far.
Because there's a dome, right?
Oh, not a dome.
No, just any object to get up there will break or malfunction.
Okay.
Balloons pop, rockets explode or fall apart, or just don't have enough thrust. Unless you're NASA.
Yeah.
Even then, that's questionable.
You got any other ideas though? Surely
No.
a rocket isn't the only solution.
Well, you know, that's why I posed the question to you guys, you know what I mean?
I think flat earthers are content with not knowing, you know, just knowing that it's not a globe is like good enough for
Yeah,
me.
exactly. We don't need to get higher. I'm high enough right now.
Wait, really? So you're content with not knowing the truth?
Truth about what?
I'm
What shape
content
the
with
Earth
knowing
is?
the deception. I wouldn't
You
say
know
I'm
what's true.
content with knowing not
What
knowing the
shape?
truth, but if it's not available, what am I supposed to do?
Okay.
I mean, it's all speculation, dude. Like all these flat earthers have different models.
And why is that? Why do they have different models?
Because it's all speculation. There's no use trying to find truth with a model. We know the rhetoric of whatever we're being taught in school is false. That's all we need to know.
Actually, I shouldn't say all of them have different. Maybe some of them have no models. I don't know.
I mean, I've watched videos and I have ideas and speculation, but I'm not going to go out and tell everyone what they are and if they're true.
Yeah. It's just like being in Globy again, like trying to sell the ball.
Exactly.
But are you content, Jojo?
No, I'm never content.
So you think there's some deception going on, or what?
Oh, there's definitely deception, but in terms of maybe what shape the Earth is, I don't know. I don't care that much, though.
I don't think it's kind of important. Like, what else is more important? I don't get it.
Not getting hit by a car on my way to work tomorrow.
I guess you got a point there. But if you were never, if you've mitigated all the risks, then what's important?
Well, then I think it's only first world problems. If you mitigate all the risks in life, right? Not starving to death, having shelter, then it's all just little shit, right?
Well, knowing what you're on would help with all that, wouldn't it?
Knowing what I'm on, as in drugs, like what drugs I'm on, that'd be pretty cool.
Like
Below your
what?
feet.
Yeah.
I
Like,
thought
say
we were
there's
gonna do
extra
drugs.
land.
You guys, fuck.
Come over here if you want some of them.
I'm just trolling. No,
It
I
could
don't.
be
I don't care, dude.
It can
I don't
be
care what was
a whole nother plot of land that's like super, vital to our survival, and we would never know.
Mm-hmm.
So it all ties in.
Okay, so how would I'm trying to tie this all together, man. I'm trying to hear you out. How would knowing that the Earth is flat be integral to your survival on Earth?
It's just kind of like a fundamental, like, principle that would, like, steer you everywhere, right? It's kind of like what you need to start with, the building blocks of life.
It
Kind of
wouldn't
hard to
really.
explain.
Okay.
It is like an enlightening.
It might be enlightening, sure, but it's not something that would like change my entire world. Like, when I go to work tomorrow, my job's still my job. The Earth being flat or the Earth being round
Yes.
isn't going to change that.
It changes your mindset slightly, and it will change your mood also.
Sure. Change my mood, sure.
Not even going to that. I mean, obviously there's like psychological effects to it, but I think it is also important, like fundamentally.
Yeah, definitely that too.
Why is it made such a big deal of?
Yeah. It's a form of control too. Like, it's like, don't think about, any other potential plots of land. You're on a ball. Where are you going? You're not going anywhere. There's a bunch of reasons why it's important, bro.
No, if it's inconsequential and it doesn't matter, right? Why is it made such a big deal of? Idolize.
My personal
it not
reason, well, I
pushed on
think
us?
the why reason is tax slaves.
I don't think it's made a big deal of. Like, you've got your VC, you're allowed to speak freely, right? And
This about
They're
all
not
we
gonna
got,
make it
bro.
affect
They
you in the
banned
long run.
everybody off the internet, man. You look at Google. You can't
I'm
see any information about any of this.
they ban
talking
flat
about the
earthers on
globe.
Google?
I'm
Yeah,
talking about the
They were for
globe.
ages.
It's made a big deal of, right? It is pushed. It is pumped. It is like fucking. It is in our face everywhere we go. We cannot turn. We cannot go anywhere without seeing or hearing about it.
Google called it a threat.
They
Yeah,
called flat earthers a
it's
threat.
heresy. It's
Yeah,
blasphemy.
yeah.
Yeah.
A threat to whom?
Google. So think about that.
To the
Threat to the
parishioners.
deep state because they don't want this leaking.
Uh,
Oh.
that's cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
It was in a YouTube hearing, which is run by Google, owned by Google, which is Alphabet, and they were talking about how to censor flat Earth topics.
Wait, why is the deep state censoring shit cringe? I mean, it is cringe, but why is it cringe to say it?
No, it's just like people say that they have freedom of speech, but they don't, right? And this is just proof. I might not believe in it, but I think you guys should be allowed to have your say, right?
Yeah, I was kicked off Twitter 4 years ago. I haven't been back since.
I mean, if it don't matter, it don't matter.
People are
Yeah, they should.
allowed to. They're just not allowed to mess with their shit, right?
Yeah,
Can't have
basically.
fucking thousands upon thousands of people considering this. Go be an Amish farmer and think the earth is flat and live your life quietly, out of the way. Don't bother anybody about it.
I admire the Amish.
You can't have it be a challenging worldview. You can have it as a worldview, just not a challenging one against the mainstream. That's what they
Yeah,
don't want,
we have.
really.
What do you expect when we have clowns as academicians? That says it all.
Entire careers built on this ideology, right? This philosophy, religion. The earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Check it out. We got some astronauts fixing stuff.
Sheeple.
Oh, this is live ISS?
Nah, it says recorded.
You can go to uni now and you can get a degree in astrobiology.
Yeah.
We haven't found it yet, but when we do, we're going to know all about it.
It says it's going 28,000 kilometers per hour. That shit's not even moving.
I think this astrobiology is actually some sort of worship for these machine learning AI systems because they view it as living entities. primordial living entities.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because one of their focuses is to study like unusual life forms on Earth
Yeah.
that don't fall in the like like thermal vent bacteria and shit like that. Like
hmm
yeah,
So
life
you
forms
will
on Earth
be
that
nothing.
live under extreme conditions. Sorry.
Yeah. You will be nothing as a astrobiologist if you don't learn about AI systems. So it's just like being an ordinary parishioner when you are an astrobiologist.
Look how
Sounds
close they
cool.
are to this sun.
It's the aliens. Aliens. You know, it's funny, those people with dyslexia, or yeah, like
Jojo.
they can't pronounce the letter L, and they say R. So when you say the word aliens, they are actually saying Aryans. I think it's a word play here.
You believe in aliens, Git?
No, but you know, I did had a cousin, very smart guy. He finished the military academy um, with A+ grades, and then he made the University of Cybernetics. He made cybernetics at uni. He finished it, and also informatics. And he had A+. So he was a very smart guy, and he was working in the military. He did not have a rank, but he had a function, you know. So he was like the military air traffic supervisor. Romania was split in like three big portions where they had some military radar centers, three of them, and in one of them, my cousin was like the head of it. And in 1996, there was an incident near my city. he had an alarm at the unit, and he didn't came home for 3 days. But when he got home, and I heard on the news that a military airplane crashed near the city, so it was no surprise for me that my cousin didn't come home, or I couldn't even contact him. Like no phone call, nothing. So the whole military unit was under alarm, alert. But when he came home, he told me that this thing that he's telling me it's actually a classified military secret. It's no problem if he's telling me. He told me also, he taught me, like, listen, when you hear these people in the army or so, that when they mention, oh, it's a military secret, I cannot tell you and stuff, he told me not to trust them because they are bullshitting, you know. So, and they have no idea what military secret means, actually, you know. He told me that, yeah, I can tell this to anyone, but not officially. I cannot go to a radio radio station or television and actually divulge this military secret because that will be against the law, and then you go to the military prison. So yeah, but unofficially, you can tell anyone, and it's not a problem. They don't care much about that because yeah, you're a civil person is not an authority. Yeah, and also if you don't give him official documents and stuff like that, um, it's just his words. That's it. So he told me that, yeah, there was some giant objects on the radar, like the size of a small village. uh, he said he had some parallelogram shape to it, like, you know, not cube. I don't know in English the term for this shape, but when it's a 3D rectangular shape, like a football field, and yeah. And the pilots that were sent to intercept this object or anomaly, when they got to that area,
Jesus.
they said it's a clear weather day. There's no object in front of them, nothing. But my cousin saw that they were heading straight to it, and he gave an order to actually change path, flight path. And one of the pilots ignored the order, and when he went through that thing area, his airplane actually died, like electricity, engine stopped, everything. And he went into fall. As he was falling, he tried to eject himself, but the rocket didn't got trigger until when it's about 100 meters from the ground. So when his seat ejected, the parachute didn't have time to fully inflate, and he hit the ground very hard. He broke his back like in 6 places, and he was taken to hospital. But that guy never walked afterwards. So yeah, and
Holy shit.
yeah. So my cousin asked me if I believe in aliens, and I said, "Well, I see these movies. I like sci-fi. I know the universe is so big, and the probabilities out there. It has to be high probability. But yeah, it's funny. Even if they visit us, you know, like we see in movies or these videos on internet. Like I was one of the first kids in my city that really had an internet in 1990s, early 90s in Romania. That was quite something. So I saw on internet all these documentaries, videos and stuff. So I, I was trying, like, I did like to say I'm open-minded, about it. But yeah. And now when he told me this, he told me to actually believe, because there is something out there. There is stuff going on in this world which is unexplicable, is out of this world. And yeah, after this, couple months later, my cousin felt he was like feeling very guilty. And he was also frustrated because that pilot ignored his order, and um, he lost a pilot, literally. The army, a good pilot. They invested so much training, and you know, those are not ordinary men. They are valuable men for the army. And he quit from the military, and about a year later, he hung himself. So
Wow. That story's
he
crazy,
told
dude.
me, this world cannot be fixed, and there's nothing we can do to fix it. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure he didn't did this because he was stupid or crazy. Like the guy really knew stuff a lot. Yeah,
You think he had
I
like other classified information that he wasn't like sharing with you, and then that's why he did it?
no, but this was actually the first thing, and yeah, he also, you know, he was giving me math classes because I was in school, high school, yeah. But no, actually, first I started taking classes with him when I was like in before high school. What's it called? Like in 6th grade, 7th grade. Yeah. He actually showed me, when you are on a river, you can actually find out the distance, the width of the river, and it's pretty, yeah, using triangulation. So you draw a 90 degrees angle, you know, and you already know two angles and one side of that triangle. So Yeah, it's very easy to calculate with very good approximation the width of a river without crossing it.
It's pretty smart, yeah. Like that.
Yeah.
And so this, like, object the size of a small village, you, like,
Mm.
he had no, and you said it EMP'd everybody, or what?
Yeah, something like that. He said that no electronics and the engine cut off, and yeah, the plane just crashed. And
Some weird
he
shit.
said they have like this black box, you know, in the airplane.
Yeah.
And when they checked it, he said that 20, 30 seconds after the incident, the guy actually saw that the airplane is dead, and he already pulled that ejection lever, you know. And the ejecting rocket didn't got triggered until the airplane reached an altitude of about 100 meters. It was like calculated precisely the last millisecond, you know, when when that chair ejected, so that the pilot uh, only barely survives, you know, has a chance to survive.
Right.
He broke his back, you know, so he didn't.
It's like a automatic eject at a certain
Yeah,
altitude. Yeah.
yeah. So I said,
But even that wouldn't
um,
work, right? If uh,
yeah,
it got EMP'd, right? Or is it all just mechanical? That
yeah. He told me that's mechanical, but you know, it's like chemical reaction. Um, when you pull it, um, there has to there is a chemical reaction and triggers the rocket of the chair. You know.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and that didn't happen until like about 1 or 2 minutes after he pulled the, and he said that's like pulling the trigger of a firing gun. You know, that's how fast it has to happen.
Right.
Like, yeah.
That's a crazy story, bro. Crazy, crazy. I haven't heard anything like that.
Now, there is also this part of the story where, yeah, our military fighter jets, they are MiG, MiG. uh, They are old models, old air fighters, you know. They are not latest top technology. So, but
So
yeah,
it could have been a malfunction.
could have been, yeah, definitely.
But that still wouldn't explain the fucking aircraft, right?
Exactly. And these kind of malfunctions, even if the airplane is old, um, these things like a bullet, yeah, you keep it at home. You buy it brand new this year. You keep it at home 20 years, you know, like you store it correctly, how it has to be stored in a metal locker, you know, low humidity and stuff. And after 20 years, you take that bullet, you put it in your gun and fire, it will fire, you know, undoubtedly.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. They built those airplanes, the MiG fighters. They built them in such a manner that they last very, very long time, you know, for decades, to use them for decades.
And
Nowadays,
constant maintenance too, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. If you do the correct maintenance and stuff, you can use them 1,000 years.
And so, do you like kind of resent the military for what they did to your cousin?
uh, yeah, it was. I mean, when he actually sent his quitting papers, um, the general um, called him and he was begging him not to leave the army, you know. But he just wanted to quit, and he said he told me that he's quitting, and I asked him, okay, but what will you do? I mean, you already have like a dream job, you know. What do you want to do? And he said, I want to open a advertising company. And yeah, he uh, started it, but he didn't got to finish.
It's quite the
He took
it's
his
quite the
life.
jump from Air Voice
Yeah,
to ads. What do you
yeah.
think he liked about that?
Sorry.
What got him in? What did he like about advertising?
Um, I don't know why, but he told me that this is the future. You know, in 1998.
He wasn't wrong. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it was very good time to start advertising company, you know.
Smart guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So these unidentified flying objects, yeah, there might be, but they are not necessarily from outer space. Some
Right.
of them might be uh, coming from the sky, you know, whatever the sky is. I don't think is devoid from life, you know.
Mm.
But also the underground is not devoid. I mean, we have so many. We have to ignore all the world's cultures and religions to actually accept that we have a molten iron core and nothing alive can be underground, you know.
Yeah, that's. I don't believe that. We can only
Yeah.
dig like 2 miles down, right?
8, yeah, 8 miles. The Kola super deep borehole. And it's funny because I make at work those drilling pin rods. I know what it implies, like they are very hard pipes, steel pipes, hardened, um, and they use carbide uh, mill head. That thing can cut through anything, you know.
Mm.
And when they reached a depth of 8 miles, they had to give up because they came to something, a layer, which was impossible to drill through.
That's crazy. And but you
Yeah.
think are they are they being real about that? You think, or are they just saying that?
Well, I did read about this. It was like this story that I read. It even had included the some of the company's documents, because they were writing down everything that they were doing there, how many pipes they were using, changing, mill heads, everything. And at some point, they say they reached a layer where their milling head was broken, yeah, so it got destroyed. They had to pull it out. They change it, put a new one, and now when you put a new one, you have to go at least 3 meters deep, drill with it, you know. But
Mm.
those mill heads, when you use it, you drill with one head, you can drill um, 10 holes of 1 kilometer in mountains, yeah, through rock, and you can still use it next year, yeah. Maybe change a few those carbide tooths, but the millhead is still in good usable condition. Now, when they pulled it out, it was completely destroyed. Like there was no more carbides, nothing, you know. So it was naked steel. And they put a new one. They tried to drill again. Uh, they made no advancement. The machines were like they were reaching uh, the highest power output of the machine, like speed and torque, and uh, the drill was not drilling, was not going through that thing that's down there. And
It's like a
after,
layer of diamonds, or what?
no, diamonds had no chance against those kind of milling heads. No chance.
Well, what is it? Do
So,
they know what the layer is? Are they not even able to like test the layer? Or
yeah, they don't know what it is. Yeah,
that's crazy.
yeah. So it could be some sort of um, um, low energy state where properties of materials change, like, you know, um, superconductive, super magnetic, super whatever, you know.
Mm.
and but temperature was also not very high. It was a couple of 100 degrees, like 200-300 degrees. So that temperature, like it's hot for us, 300 degrees Celsius, but for steel and carbide, that temperature is nothing. It's just like summer and winter for us, not even that.
So it's just the friction that's heating up the drill bit, right?
Yeah, but the carbide is solid and strong, even above 2500 degrees Celsius. And this is way above the melting point of any steel, you know.
It's quite
Yeah, they
You
they
think they'll
didn't do.
overcome that? And like, when did they bore this 8 mile hole?
If I'm not mistaken, late 80s or 70s.
And they haven't like tried to overcome that and like try again?
No. Actually, this company, they wanted to see how deep down they can go, and they just did this. But yeah. Oh, and when they finished drilling, there was something there, weird. Like, um, there are some stories where they say that weird sounds could be heard coming from that hole, and
Oh, that was the 8 mile hole with the weird sounds? I've
yeah,
seen the weird
yeah,
sounds. Yeah, I didn't know it was that hole though. I thought
and
it was a natural hole that made the sounds.
and they sealed it
Mm,
when they left, So
that's sketchy. It was like a bunch of like screams, right? Apparently.
yeah,
Sounded like a bunch of screams, like a
but it's true. There are many videos where they show these holes and sounds like this, but yeah, they say this also about the Kola borehole, that people heard weird sounds there.
It's hard to
So
believe.
at
I
the
wish I
end,
was there to
at
hear
the
them.
end, they changed 3 or 4 milling heads, and then they quit, and sealed the hole and left. And no one else ever tried to go that deep ever. Like, we're not going even 1/3 of that depth nowadays.
So why do they assume it's all molten in the core? Like just because of volcanoes?
Well, if it was,
Magnetic field, mate. Magnetic field.
yeah, if it was something molten, lava and stuff like that, um, you can push the drilling rod through it, like you advance very quickly,
Yeah.
so they could go down. And yeah, when the mill is spinning inside lava, it will heat up. The metal loses its rigidity and will start bending, melting, and stuff, and when you pull it out, yeah, you will see it's molten and cut off, But that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good point. It would be easier
Yeah,
to drill if it was molten core.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that machine can, if it's like pocket of water underground, yeah. When you encounter that, um, this mill actually detect that because it's going like you see, there is no torque, no resistance. So you just let the pin rod fall down as much as it's going down, and when it has contact with something solid underneath it, then you start spin it and slowly bore a hole, for chamfer. Then you start drilling through the rock and ground again.
Right. That would be like way less resistance than just pure
Yeah.
rock. Yeah.
Yeah, and you see that pipe, there are like two inside another, and they have bearings. So the outer pipe is spinning, yeah, and rotates the mill, but the pipe inside actually can spin in the opposite direction and can actually, and through it it's pumped a jet of water, yeah, and this water now can push all that material that you are cutting, yeah, to suck it out from that hole so it doesn't get stuck, because, yeah, so the hole will be always clean, you know.
Makes sense. You don't want to like drill
Yeah,
into the stuff you've already drilled into. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that rock dust um, turns like in cement, and if you go dry to mill dry, your mill is going to have huge friction, and it even melts and stick to the mill. So it will break it.
Yo, one deck. You there?
Yeah, mate, you're right.
You said what about the molten core? Magnetic, what did you say?
I was saying, I think that's what they say it's for. They need that for the magnetic field, apparently.
Oh, so without the core, the molten core, it all folds in itself, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't know that.
I think he was talking about it on FED yesterday, Nathan and the guys. It was one of the housekeeping questions, isn't it? I think. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core? I think Nathan was saying the reason they had to bring that into play was because of this some sort of magnetic field or something. They needed to add that in to the story to to explain why.
And what do you say to the guys who invoke volcanoes into the argument?
Well, that's nothing to do with a presupposed molten iron core. It's to do with the tectonic movement.
So it's like it's just a surface layer of lava.
Yeah, it's tectonic plate movement, isn't it?
I don't fucking know. I'm asking you. I have zero idea.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with a molten iron core.
I just see a lot of people, bringing volcanoes into the flat Earth debate. It's kind of it always.
Yeah, that's what they say. They'll say well, where there's a molten iron core, they presume it's coming from there, but that's got nothing to do with it. And then they use the volcanoes. Some guy was trying to say yesterday because you can measure the the vibration frequency maybe from certain areas with volcanoes, because of where you'd hear this and pick up the frequency. That proves that the Earth is a globe, because in certain areas you won't be able to. Yeah, they come up with all sorts of fucking crap, mate.
Yeah, it's kind of retarded. I'm not even like, I'm not even good at this stuff, and I could see through it.
Yeah.
There are also magnetic anomalies near volcanoes. So I will not exclude a phenomena of electromagnetic induction taking place underground in these locations where we have volcanoes. So this can explain how we can have such hot temperatures underground in remote places in the world. They're not everywhere, you know.
It's kind of dead in here in the morning.
Yeah, Globers tend to forget that we actually achieve the most powerful magnets in the world using liquid helium technology. Yeah. Super magnets.
That's when they like lower temperatures, right? Super low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's what we were talking about this earlier with. You know why NASA buys so much helium? Is it just the balloons? Don't they use it for other stuff?
Of course, to achieve liquid helium, you need helium gas.
Yeah, so they're using it for the magnets too, right?
Hydrogen, yeah, hydrogen is everywhere. You can extract it from water, from the air. But helium is very hard to extract from the air. It does rise from the ground in the air and high in the air above us, but it's very hard to actually capture it, you know.
You said it offers parties to speak for it as well. I'm fine.
And what they do, when they have a tank with helium gas, um, they actually put liquid hydrogen in a beaker and they attach a vacuum pump. They start making a vacuum. So the liquid hydrogen starts boiling. When it starts boiling, now you introduce another beaker inside this liquid hydrogen beaker, and the liquid hydrogen absorbs energy to evaporate. The evaporation process is a energetic process. So it extracts energy from the liquid to actually form that gaseous state above the beaker so that it can contain the hydrogen in a liquid state. Now, when you do this, the temperature in the beaker introduced in the liquid helium bath drops below the um, liquid hydrogen temperature. So now when you introduce helium into that beaker, you have a temperature of 4 degree Kelvin. Yeah. So um, helium gas will start to precipitate, condensate. It condensates at about 5 Kelvin and also evaporates at 5 Kelvin. So now when you achieve liquid helium state, um, these these are the lowest temperatures in nature. And now the hydrogen gas is being removed from that beaker, and think they make a vacuum. Yeah. So there is very, very little energy transfer between these two. I mean, between the air outside and the container where the liquid hydrogen is. It's inside a vacuum chamber, so it isolates it from the outside environment. So because liquid helium absorbs energy like very fast, very quick from anything, and it will build pressure and explode. So now when they boil the liquid helium, They can achieve temperatures, they can go below the lambda point. And that's where liquid helium becomes superfluid. It has two superfluid states, and at these states now the magic starts to happen. This liquid climbs the walls of the container and it will leak out. um, they shine, for example, a infrared light um, at the bottom of a tube introduced in this liquid, and it will form a fountain, you know, and that's a perpetual fountain. It never stops.
You talking
Now
about a
they
torus field?
also, sorry,
Are you talking about a torus field?
yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Now they also observe quantum vortices forming into superfluid liquid helium, and these vortices, once they pop into existence, they spin forever. They never stop.
Yeah.
And they are weird because they spin in two opposite directions in the same time. So they spin clockwise and anti-clockwise in the same time, which actually confirms that superfluid liquid helium uh, really does flow in two opposite directions without encountering any drag or anything. So it's flowing through it, you know.
It's kind of sick, dude.
I think I saw something
Yeah.
about that.
And they use that to like cool engines and shit too.
Oh no. You can't. When you achieve superfluid liquid helium, actually, you cannot have a battery inside that room. It has to be isolated like a Faraday cage because superfluid liquid helium will make through electromagnetism. It's like it will make a circuit contact with the battery and absorb the energy from the battery through the air. So it doesn't need a actually a wire connection circuit. And when it builds pressure, oh, it will explode. And it also uh, burns, you know. Tralfium is the rarest element, so helium-3. And when it jumps from liquid state to gaseous, it does it so fast, so violent, that this burn happens so fast that light photons don't have time to come into existence. So it will generate a very powerful electromagnetic pulse, which will induce any metals nearby from solid state to um, instantly super hot plasma state. But it's hot plasma at millions degrees Celsius. So there is huge amount of energies that is being released.
Holy shit.
Also tritium, hydrogen 3, is the second most powerful explosive. But tritium, we can contain it, so we can keep it in a container as long as we have constant refrigeration. But after a period of 12 years, tritium will decay into tralfium, and at that point, once a molecule of tralfium popped into existence, there is no container that can contain it. So it will leak through anything solid. Solid matter is like a sponge is for water. You know, it cannot contain water, it cannot hold it.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, but tritium, yeah, we all know how powerful the hydrogen bomb is, and also the electromagnetic pulse of that bomb is the biggest problem. You know, if you are like, let's say, a 2 kiloton hydrogen bomb, which is considered a tactical weapon. If you are 5 kilometers away from the center of explosion, you are pretty much safe. But that EMP from that distance, if you have something metal, yeah, like keys inside your pocket, those keys can reach a temperature of 600 or 800 degrees Celsius in a blink of an eye, in a millisecond. You know, when that EMP reaches those keys, that metal will instantly be that hot. Now, if you are like 2 kilometers from the explosion, those keys will definitely be melting, like they will be molten metal inside your pocket. And it takes only like a millisecond for that to happen. Now, when you are less than 1 kilometer from the explosion, that's where problem is. Nothing can escape because if anything that is metal actually jumps from solid metal to super hot plasma state. But this metallic super hot plasma, um, it has like hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius, if not millions. It's very hot. Now, atoms of metal with a temperature of 100,000 degrees Celsius, they come at you, yeah, uh, with insane speed. they are angrenated by the magnetic field of that explosion, the EMP. So they will have like a toroidal path. They move in a circular manner, like the shape of a torus, inside the torus. And when the EMP is very short-lived. It happens only in the moment of explosion, and it lasts a few picoseconds, but that is enough to actually induce all metals into super hot plasma. And when the metals are in super hot plasma state, they will behave like that and keep feeding that nuclear fission torus.
So it like snowballs bigger and bigger, right?
Yeah. And once the EMP is gone, we see that fire rising like in mushroom manner, like a torus which is rising and grows, expands, and yeah.
And so, how come people are saying like nukes don't exist?
Well, it's not the nukes made of uranium, plutonium, and these radioactive metals. Actually, these radioactive metals, they represent the battery for these hydrogen bombs. And plutonium is the best and most powerful energy source.
Yeah, good luck with that, mate. But yeah, uranium-235 is probably like the easiest way to create a nuclear weapon. But
You see,
yeah,
the
plutonium
plutonium,
is well. Hold on,
they need
plutonium
it.
is way too hard to manufacture.
Yes, I know. Enriched uranium also is very hard to manufacture. So they use these elements to build a battery. They make a small mini reactor, a nuclear reactor, which is the power supply for the refrigeration system required to keep hydrogen 3 in a liquid state. Now, this liquid needs constant refrigeration because it absorbs energy almost through anything, and
Wait, are
will
you
build
talking
pressure.
about? Are you talking? Well, pardon. I just want to make sure. Are you
Yeah.
talking about like nuclear reactors, like in a power plant, or are you talking about nuclear weapons? Because in nuclear weapons, it's a lot different. And actually, the coolant is in a nuclear power plant is just, to put
Yeah,
it
I
simply.
was talking with someone here, not with you, and I know you have this default education in what nuclear weapons are. We were not talking about that, so yeah.
Yeah, I seen. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's shared around a lot. The scientists eating uranium, and then
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah.
So what do you think of that?
Well,
And I guess people are
um,
like interpreting that as like something it isn't, or I don't know.
listen, natural uranium, if you mine it, yeah, and you extract it from the rocks, I mean, when you find it in nature, in rocks and so, it's like 1 part per million or something like that. So it needs a lot of refinement and stuff to extract it. Now, let's say you extract 1 gram of uranium. You have uh, you have it in its metallic state. So yeah, you can use it to build a very good battery which can power up your household for 1,000 years, you know. And obviously, that will mean you will be energetically independent. And then they cannot tax you for anything, you know, for your existence,
Well,
for the any. Yeah.
the problem is that to actually use uranium, like you have to break it down. It's very unstable. Um, so you have to have a way of cooling it. Otherwise, you're going to have a massive explosion. And that's why in like
No, 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 no.
uranium-based nuclear reactors.
Uranium doesn't explode.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that like if you fuck with it too much, like so like
Yeah,
in
I
nuclear
mean,
weapons,
look,
all we have to do is shoot like 1 electron at it and the entire thing comes apart and that's what causes the explosions. That's what a bomb is, right? Like a nuclear weapon. Um but with using it in a nuclear reactor, like I don't know why you would I don't know of any engineer that could say that you would use it for your own house, because like it, in a nuclear reactor, like it takes a
yeah,
shitload
sir,
of water to
sir,
just to
sir,
cool the this.
one moment, one moment. Um, I know the story, the official story, the weaponization of uranium and plutonium. I know it. I know how they say these are the most powerful and dangerous elements of nature, destructive, they explode so much, you know. Uh, but you have not seen that with your own eyes. You have not tested to be valid in your laboratory. Um, all we have is this story from them. Now, hydrogen is a very powerful explosive. Tritium is exponentially more powerful, and tritium even like more than exponentially.
Well,
Now, the thing is,
I'm not saying what's more powerful. I'm just saying that like putting it in your home to like power the house, like first of all, there isn't enough uranium in the world
yeah, what
to power
you
billions.
haven't let. I was explaining to you, but I haven't finished. What, and I didn't made my point because I haven't finished. So my point is, in these nuclear power plants, yeah, they use turbines. Uh, so yeah, they do use this uranium to actually heat up the water, and that water is actually use the pressure to spin those turbines, yeah, at insane speeds and power. And yeah, one nuclear power plant can output I don't know, a lot of megawatts power, yeah, per hour. Now, and that means like can power a whole country, yeah, everything that uses a whole country in a day. Now, these not engineers, you know, because the engineers are hired there to do their job, but we have these scientists, yeah, which come to these nuclear power plants and they want to increase the efficiency and the power output of these nuclear power plants, and they always they try to actually get more much faster than the whole power plant is designed for. So therefore, and we also have human negligence, yeah, human error. So yeah, we do have Fukushima incident, we do have Chernobyl, etc. I know, I know though that when you heat water in a tank at insane temperatures, yeah, it will explode with so much power, yeah, that it can even obliterate like all those uranium piles and stuff that are inserted into that core, yeah, concrete and stuff. Even those can be shattered to dust. So, and then you have enriched uranium in an area, yeah, uh, which is not ordinary uranium. Um, and once it's red hot in that radioactive state, uh, there's literally no way to cool it. Yeah, it will stay hot for many years.
All right. Hmm,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
when we're talking about making a mini nuclear reactor, yeah, like with 1 gram of uranium, you make this to provide you safely provide you, let's say, uh, 20 kilowatts a day, yeah, for your household, and this mini nuclear reactor can be built to be the size like 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 30, like 1 cubic foot, yeah. And now this you put it inside a 1 cubic meter concrete, yeah. So it's completely isolated. There is no outer radiation, anything. Yeah, you can even shield it with lead and stuff, and you bury it in the ground, and you have only 2 cables coming out. Yeah, and this battery can power your house with 20 kilowatts an hour.
well, what I'm
Your
saying is
household.
that
Sorry.
like if you made it like a domesticated like
Yeah.
thing, and what you're saying is true, as far as I know, but
Mhm.
if you did that for every house, what would you do with the excess waste? Because you know, as you know, you're gonna end up with nuclear waste. It's easier to just have like a nuclear station where they can handle the waste than just putting it in every house. Um,
What waste? Wait, so 1 gram. can power a household for
Oh yeah,
1,000
no.
years.
I
Yeah.
get that. I get
So
that. I'm just
1,000
saying.
years, you forget about it being there in the ground.
Okay, but there's 8 billion households in the world. Do you think there's 8 billion grams of uranium? Like I don't know. Like that's why like I'm a fan of nuclear reactors. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But like I don't think you should foist that on every single household and have small reactors for every household when you can just have a nuclear power station. I think it would be much more efficient that way.
No, actually, the nuclear power plants are the problem, because they really create nuclear waste. Yeah,
And
because
the houses
to
wouldn't?
do this to do this at such a large scale, yeah, they need um, special cooling systems, and they need to
Well,
use
if you just have a
deuterium. Yeah,
bunch, if you
when
have a
when you use
oh,
this at a much smaller scale with lower power output, yeah, you don't need anymore those kind of systems, yeah, because yeah, what if that
Wait, what happened? Is this off topic? And to be fair, though, no one was really saying anything. Yeah, bro. I'm just saying, like, we were off topic, but like, no one was saying anything about the topic. So I don't know. What, did you just want a silent room? I was kind of learning about nuclear stuff. That's my bad, though. If you don't want it, TEOS.
people?
That's my bad then, because I was asking questions. It's not Get's fault. He was just answering the questions.
So, what question do you have then?
Well, we can't talk about it now. We got to talk about Flat Earth. Tell me about Flat Earth.
Yeah. What is your position? Have you even started questioning the default model that was given to all of us?
Yeah, I've been through a few Eric Dubé videos, a few documentaries. I got like the basics, you know, but I'm not like as science literate as you, so I can't really like, you know, I kind of have to
No,
be
I tell
like,
you what. I'm not science literate there. But I've been to university. I haven't finished it. I quit it for hacking.
oh, you were
So
to hacking. Okay, that's
yeah,
very dope. But you just you know, I kind of I don't have like any of the fundamentals to like do that. So I kind of,
yeah.
I mean, I get what you're saying, like in a basic way, but a lot of the science, you know, terms you use and stuff, I'm like, it goes over my head, you know, a lot of it. But uh, I do believe there's something weird going on. I don't know what the shape is. I know it's not a globe.